Chapter 81 Questioning the Captives. All the bodies were decomposed, and the main building returned to its former appearance. A dozen headhunters with their wounds bandaged knelt in a row facing Liziu. Behind each of them stood a high-level skeleton warrior. If these guys made any unusual movements, the skeleton warriors would chop them down with their knives without hesitation. Liziu rested his chin on one hand, leaning on the chair, looking very lazy, looking down at the headhunting captives below. Lu Xingxing accompanied him on his right, and two cat people were also called over. The pale-faced headhunter had lost too much blood and was seriously injured. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. But when he occasionally raised his head and looked at Liziu, his eyes were still fierce and vicious. A group of desperate criminals. Liziu saw the look in their eyes and evaluated them secretly in his heart. There was silence in the main building hall. After waiting for a while, Liziu slowly sat up straight. "I don't think I have what you need. Why are you attacking me?" He wanted to confirm his guess, but the headhunters obviously did not intend to cooperate with him. They all kept their mouths shut and said nothing. Seeing that the headhunters didn't say anything, Lu Xingxing looked at Liziu. Just as he waved his hand, he said, "Pick a lucky person and let him experience the punishment of the undead." As soon as he finished speaking, a senior skeleton warrior stepped forward, grabbed the headhunter who was kneeling on the ground, and dragged him out. It was useless for the headhunter to scream, as he was dragged out directly. Then, everyone in the main building heard the headhunter's screams. When the skeletal warrior dragged the head of the head, his limbs were gone. A bone-dead spirit came to the main building lobby, threw the bones holding the bones in his arms to the ground, and then turned to leave, looking at the bones covered with fresh blood. Lu Xingxing's pupils shrank. "Boss, isn't this inhumane?" Lu Xingxing said in a low voice. Reluctantly, he would not say anything about killing the headhunters. After all, the two sides were enemies. Since they were enemies, there was no psychological burden in killing them. However, he would not be able to get over the torture of cutting off limbs like this. Liziu glanced at him with a cold look in his eyes, which instantly made Lu Xingxing shut his mouth and dared not to persuade him anymore. "Xingxing, you are talking to me about humanity? Where is the humanity in the other world? When he attacked me, did he show me humanity? If I fall into their hands, will they anesthetize me and show me humanity before they eat me?" The voice was calm, with almost no emotional fluctuations, but the words carried a chill that penetrated people's hearts. Lu Xingxing was completely silent. He also understood why Liziu called him here. It was to let him see the fate of these guys, or to warn him that if he was not strong enough, he would be slaughtered at will without any defense. After Lu Xingxing shut up, Liziu looked at the headhunters below indifferently and asked again, "Did anyone say anything?" The eyes of the headhunting turned around with the tribe who had been cut off there, and immediately retracted it back, still closed. For them, cutting their limbs is a small scene. When they caught the foreigners, they would do so to hang the foreigners. When the other party was the most sober, they cut off their limbs. The limbs that the head hunting felt the best of the limbs obtained in the prey. Not only that, they would often skin the other person alive, or simply disembowel them. For them, these behaviors are like humans kill pigs and sheep. They are not afraid, have no psychological burden, and are even strange. What do the undead lord do? It didn't work. These guys are so stubborn. Liziu narrowed his eyes, and remembered the information he had obtained before about the headhunters. These guys are cannibals. They are probably used to torture like chopping off limbs, so they don't feel anything. TSK. That's quite troublesome. Pick another lucky person at random, and fix his bones. Liziu thought for a moment, and said again. This time, the skeleton warrior did not drag the man out. Instead, he dragged him in front of the headhunters and slowly pressed on him, looking very gentle. But it was this gentleness that made the headhunter let out a scream that was not like a human voice. At the beginning, the sound was very loud and his throat was broken. But as the skeleton warrior's palm moved down little by little, the man could not shout anymore. He had a mouth, but no sound came out of it. His eyes turned white, but he could not faint. The bone setting that Liziu mentioned is more like bone disassembly than bone loosening. With the undead's familiarity with bones, they can easily disassemble all the bones in the human body. Of course, this process is extremely painful, and it is worse than death. When the undead's palm pressed on the headhunter's body and then released it, the headhunter collapsed to the ground like rotten meat, with skin and flesh piled up on top of each other, looking disgusting and ugly. All the bones in his body had been disassembled. And now he had no bones to support his whole body. The skeleton warrior glanced at the captive kneeling on the ground. Gently cut a wound on the upper arm of the headhunter in front of him. Took out an arm bone. And then another. And then another piece of bone was taken out from the wound and pieced together to form a skeleton on the ground. The headhunter, of whom only the skull was left, was not dead yet. When Lu Xingxing saw the scene, he turned around and vomited. Not to mention him. Even Li Ziyu looked bad. He endured the discomfort in his stomach and pretended to be calm. It hurts to think about taking bones out of a living person's body. The captive still did not respond. Li Ziyu took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort, gritted his teeth and said, "Pick another lucky person at random." Another captive was pulled out. But this time, the captive struggled and screamed loudly. I said, don't touch me." "Huh?" he finally spoke. Li Ziyu was relieved. He was really afraid that these guys were the hardest. But they didn't speak. Then it was troublesome. Waving his hand, asking the skeleton warrior to put the guy down. Li Ziyu gestured for him to answer his question. "Fortress, it's because of you." "Fortress." Looking at his miserable companions, and feeling the cold gaze falling on him, the headhunter no longer hesitated, and spoke in a trembling voice. "They killed and ate people." But he had never seen this kind of torture where the bones were taken out of the body one by one, while the person was still alive, and the person was not allowed to die. It was too scary. When he thought about this method being used on himself, he collapsed. "Have you seen my fortress? Or have you seen something similar?" Li Ziyu leaned forward slightly, and asked in a slightly faster pace. "We haven't seen it. But others have captured it. They gained a lot of benefits. And we also want benefits. The headhunter has been let go. Anyway, he has already said it. It doesn't matter whether he says more or less. So he might as well say everything. He already understood that he and his men would not survive. But at least, they would not be ripped out of their bones before they died. He told the Lord of the Undead what he knew, hoping that he would give him some quick death and not torture him. When Li Ziyu heard this, he glanced at Lu Xingxing and understood in his heart that the Wasteland tribe had captured the Time Traveler City Lord and obtained a lot of resources, which was why the headhunting tribe targeted him. Chapter 82, Deep in the Wasteland. Li Ziyu glanced at Lu Xingxing, and found that the boy was actually glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. So he coughed, and Lu Xingxing immediately retracted his gaze. "Shiza, just wish you good luck. If you hadn't dug me out from the wrong place, you would have been someone's appetizer. As for the two cat people, well, they are small and have little meat. But they are good at being cute. So they might be kept as reserve food." Looking down at the headhunter who had just answered, Li Ziyu grinned and flicked his fingers. "Pick one out. I'll treat him, and give him a bone-setting meal." The headhunters who were kneeling in a row suddenly panicked. The skeleton warriors behind them didn't care, and dragged one out directly. The chosen headhunter screamed like a slaughtered pig. "No! No! Don't touch me. He has already told you everything he knows." The skeleton undead held him down by force, and performed a skillful bone-setting massage, during which the headhunter howled miserably, until all the bones in his body were taken out, and turned into a pile of rotten meat thrown on the ground. Gasping for breath. "Next time, I'll ask and you'll answer. Whoever answers first will be safe." Li Ziyu leaned back, and said to the headhunters. After 2 sets of bone setting, all the headhunters were frightened. This method was too horrible. Something they had never seen before, or even imagined. They were not afraid of chopping off limbs or cutting open the stomach. But they could not accept the idea of removing all the bones from the body, and taking them out one by one without killing the person. As soon as Li Ziyu finished speaking, all the headhunters nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Every evil person will be punished by his own evil. It is useless to treat the headhunters a cancer like them kindly. Threatening them with the most brutal means is more effective than anything else. And they are far from being that determined. Next question. "Where did you get the news about people like us?" Li Ziyu said slowly. I said. The news came from the depths. A headhunter who had lost his arms, and had a panicked face, answered quickly. "Where is the depth?" Lu Xingxing asked curiously before Li Ziyu asked. This was the doubt of an explorer. After he finished speaking, he realized that the person asking the question was Li Ziyu. He quickly turned around and looked at his boss in a flattering manner. Li Ziyu rolled his eyes, and had no intention of pursuing the matter. In fact, he also wanted to ask about this so-called depth. Ever since he came to the other world, He has been looking for a way to leave the wasteland. But after so many days of searching, there has been almost no progress. Even with the participation of Lu Xingxing, no road leading to other places has been found. No matter which way he goes, he is still in the wasteland. It's deep in the wilderness. In the center of the wilderness, the headhunter said without hesitation. They had thought it through clearly now. They would say whatever they knew. At least they wanted to be comfortable with it. So they had no intention of hiding anything. The center of the wasteland? What's there? Li Ziyu sat up straight, looking serious and asking with curiosity in his eyes. After several days of exploration, he found that he had overestimated the wasteland. The area of the wasteland was probably far beyond his imagination. As for the center of the wasteland, he had no idea about it. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't understand. There are people who know. It's the same if you get the information from these headhunters. There is a city there, where a very powerful tribe lives. The most powerful forces in the wilderness are all there. When the headhunter said these words, his eyes flashed with reverence and worship. In his heart, it was an extremely rich place. A paradise in his heart. City. Just this one word was enough to make Li Ziyu more serious. Go on. What tribes are there? Which one is the strongest? And how many people do they have? Lu Xingxing also listened very carefully, and even took out a pen and paper to take notes. If I tell you, can you let me go? The attitudes of Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing gave the headhunter hope. He rolled his eyes and began to negotiate terms. He saw no hope before, so he just wanted to die quickly and not in pain. But now, he found that the Lord of the Undead knew nothing about the wasteland. So his information was very valuable. Even though I lost my arms, I am still alive. Who would want to die? He. You want to negotiate with me? You're not the only one here. Li Ziyu said to the headhunter with a sneer. They don't know as much as I do. The armless headhunter turned his head to look at his fellow tribesmen kneeling in a row and said with some pride. The other headhunters just looked at him angrily without refuting. Oh, that's interesting. Li Ziyu raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an interested look, and asked, So, what is your identity? And why do you know more than others? I can investigate. I often ask people from the caravans. I will ask the people we plundered, said the armless headhunter thankfully. He never expected that his hobby could save his life one day. Okay. If you can really give me useful information, I promise to let you go, Li Ziyu said proudly with his head raised. He's just a headhunter without arms. What's the harm in letting him go? Lu Xingxing glanced at Li Ziyu secretly and complained in his heart. You said the same thing about Yugongba. But now Yugongba should be one of your subordinates. The broken-armed headhunter obviously didn't believe Li Ziyu's words. He stiffened his neck and said, Sign the contract. Don't push your luck. I may not necessarily need your information. Speaking of the contract. Li Ziyu's smile suddenly disappeared and a cold look emerged. See, I told you. The boss is not going to let this guy go. Lu Xingxing continued to complain in his heart. The skeleton warriors around him silently took a step forward, and the armless headhunter suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand up, and the huge pressure made him break out in a cold sweat. Okay. I say, I hope the Lord of the Undead can spare my life. The situation was beyond his control. The armless headhunter thought for a few seconds and finally chose to surrender. He told Li Ziyu everything he knew about the center of the wasteland. Through the broken-armed headhunter, Li Ziyu finally understood that the place where he was a corner of the wilderness. Or a remote corner. A place where no one loved him. With a harsh climate and scarce resources. The powerful tribes simply looked down on such a place, and were too lazy to even send troops to conquer it. The tribes living here are all inferior races, and the strength of their races belongs to an unspoken hierarchy in the wilderness. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand that the powerful races will definitely want better places and better resources, and will go to places that are more suitable for survival, while the weak races will be gradually expelled from these good places. So there is the saying of inferior races. Remote corners like this are not uncommon in the wilderness, and the people living there are all inferior races, because there are no laws. It is also an active place for the poisonous races in the wilderness. This is why Li Ziyu encountered lizardmen, goblins, and headhunters. In the central area of the wilderness where resources are the richest and climate is the best, live various superior races, such as trolls, ratmen, elemental creatures, etc. These powerful forces will also build cities, and they are large cities similar to city-states, and rule one side. The headhunter was talking until his mouth was dry. So Li Ziyu asked the undead to bring him some water before continuing. Chapter 83 Rat People News. The tribes that have established themselves in the center of the wilderness are often large in number or have extremely powerful individuals. Tribes like trolls and ratmen are large in number. The cities they build are often very large and are controlled by the most authoritative clans in the tribe. Elemental creatures, on the other hand, are extremely powerful individually. Often 3 or 5 of them can carry an entire opposing army into battle without any pressure. The headhunters also answered a question that Li Ziyu had. Ever since traveling to this world, Li Ziyu has always been curious about the combat system of this world. Among the city lords of the time travelers, there are races such as behemoths, demons, and dragons. When you see these names, you can know how powerful these races are. So the indigenous people of the other world must have the ability to compete with these races. The problem is that up to now, Li Ziyu has never seen any particularly powerful race. Whether it is lizardmen, goblins, or headhunters, they are all races within the normal range. Now after listening to the explanation of the broken-arm headhunter, he realized that it was not that there were no such creatures, but that his place was too remote and could not be accessed at all. So, do you know which race started hunting the city lord? The headhunters were very cooperative, and Li Ziyu's tone slowed down as he asked in a slightly gentle tone. Rat tribe? It was the rat tribe that first attacked city lords like you and seized a fortress, the headhunter said with almost no hesitation. Li Ziyu glanced at the other headhunters and found that they all had confused looks on their faces. They only knew that they could get benefits from the hunting fortress, but they didn't know anything more. Tell me about the rat tribe. Such a race dared to attack the city lord. They were undoubtedly a threat, so Li Ziyu naturally wanted to learn more about them. He hesitated by the broken arm, and hesitated before he hesitated. I don't know much about the depths of the tribe. Tell us what you know. What the rat tribe is like. How many people there are. Just tell us whatever you know. Lu Xingxing stopped writing, raised his head, and said with shining eyes, he had a great time today. He heard a lot of strange things, which satisfied his curiosity. Although I can see a lot of mysterious things in chat channels and forums, they always feel unreal and too far away from me. They are not as reliable as hearing them in person. Well, the rat tribe belongs to the orcs, with a population of over 1 million. There are many clans that can compete with the trolls. That's all I know. The broken-arm headhunter said helplessly. The place where they lived was too remote, and the news was cut off. Only because he was good at collecting intelligence. He knew something about the central race. Most people knew nothing at all. After saying that, he glanced at Li Ziyu, only to find that the Lord of the Undead was in a daze, with a blank look in his eyes. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license. Are you dead? Conscience merchant, are you not dead? Have you escaped from the siege? I don't want to take a driver's license, I didn't escape. Conscience merchant, well, are you being captured? I don't want to get a driver's license. Why am I being held captive? Conscientious businessman. I don't want to take a driver's license. Why can't I capture them? Conscientious businessman. You rely on hundreds of skeletons to capture the headhunters. Do you think I will believe it? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Who said I only have a few hundred undead? How come? After traveling through time, you are still standing still in the same place? The message said by Li Ziyu made the conscientious businessman's heart tremble violently. Yes, everyone is a time traveler, with the assistance of the system, and the speed of development cannot be calculated according to common sense. Could it be that? Conscientious merchant, you didn't defeat the headhunters who were besieging you and took them captive. Did you? Don't want to take a driver's license. You think too much. The conscientious businessman looked at the message. His mouth twitched, and he was about to send a message while cursing, intending to scold Li Ziyu, saying, You are just playing with me. You are teasing me for fun. This is such a stressful matter. Concerning life and death. Why is it being treated like a dinner party? The message had just been typed out, and before it was sent, a new message came from the other side. After taking a look, the conscientious businessman quickly stopped sending the message, silently deleted the national curse he was about to send, and remained silent for a long time. I don't want to take a driver's license. What do I want so many captives? Killed. Brother, you are a bit outrageous. How long did I know? When I first met, the conscience merchants observed the undead fortress. I didn't feel that Li Ziyu was particularly powerful. and even was anxious for the bones. How long is this time? Isn't it even afraid of the hunter? The conscience businessman feels that he really looks at the cross by the owner of the Undead city. Conscience merchant, are you talking about it? Are you really killing your head of you? Don't want to take a driving test. What's the benefit of lying to you? By the way, I'm here to ask you something this time. Have you heard of the rat tribe? Conscience merchant, I know that the rat tribe is a race in the wasteland. I haven't learned much about it. Why did they suddenly talk about them? Don't want to take a driver's license test, haha. Because the first people to travel through time were the rat tribe. Oh shit! When the conscience businessman saw the news, he jumped up from the chair, and his eyes were glaring. Conscience merchant, where do you get the news? Is it true? I don't want to take a driver's license. The captives of the head told me. It is not really uncertain, but it is better to believe that it is unbelievable. Prepare more. Is it right? Conscience businessman, you are right. You wait for me. I remember that I have seen posts about the mouse in the forum. I go to find it. After leaving this message, the conscientious businessman disappeared. Seeing Li Ziyu in a daze, Lu Xingxing knew that he was definitely looking at the system and didn't disturb it, but just watched the captives of the head hunt below. Fortunately, those captives lack arms and legs, and they bleed too much. Even if they are bandaged, they are still weak and have no thoughts. Li Ziyu told the news to the conscience merchant, asked him to find the information, pointed his fingers, closed the system interface. His eyes recovered again, and Lu Xingxing got to him, and Li Ziyu looked at him in doubt. Boss, can these people not kill first? Lu Xingxing whispered. Do you still have a problem? Li Ziyu's eyes led Lu Xingxing and warned him with his eyes. Don't be softened to do things. No. I feel these people at least know more than us. What if it comes in handy? Lu Xingxing explained quickly, fearing that Li Ziyu would misunderstand. Li Ziyu thought about it, and felt that Lu Xingxing said something. These guys living in the wasteland have first-hand information, which is more useful than the chat channel or posts in the forum. It is indispensable for the time being. When the value of these people is squeezed out, it is not too late to kill again. Sweeping the head of the kneeling below. And Lu Xingxing. Lu Xingxing. Li Ziyu stood up and escaped them away. The uneasy hunting tribe was relieved. At least now, they would not die. As long as they give them time, there is still the opportunity to escape from birth. Chapter 84. Skeleton soldiers pressed the captives of the heads. There was no place where the captives were dedicated in the fortress, but they just found an empty place to send the dead soul to take care of it. Because of fighting the heads, the time lost a lot. Li Ziyu immediately ordered to move forward and rushed to the new treasure location. After the fortress started, Li Ziyu returned to the white bone chair again. Stars, if it's okay, go back to sleep first, said Lu Xingxing and Li Ziyu at the next time. Lu Xingxing, who was only mentally excited, was relaxed at this time. Then he felt tired and couldn't help but hit Harche. When he heard Li Ziyu's words, he nodded and moved out of his foot. He was still feeling the thrill of fighting today. After Lu Xingxing got out of the main building, the door closed slowly, and the main building restored the tranquility of the past again. Li Ziyu leaned against the white bone chair and closed his eyes to rest for a while. Then he opened his eyes. The shadow under his feet was moved, and a skull was revealed. It was the dark bone that had no chance to play today. He silently looked at Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu also silently stared at him, then stretched his legs and kicked his head. He exposed. What a special. Spend a lot of resources to get you out of you, but there is no use. The skull rolled out, its upper and lower bones opening and closing continuously, swearing, and its body emerged from the shadows and ran after the head. The appearance of the dark skeleton made Li Ziyu rang, and he had a building without research. Before he patronized the summoning cow demon and the dark skeleton bone, he threw the tattoo workshop to the side. It was mainly because the building had no sense of presence. If there were more things, it was forgotten until this time. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well take a look at the tattoo workshop. Maybe it will bring me a surprise. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu found the tattoo workshop in the system and opened it to study. The tattoo workshop is a building that was originally unlocked when the magic cow head was originally defeated. It is used with enchantment. There is only one enchantment that can be carried out in it. In the introduction of the system interface, whether it is weapons, undead, or even other races, you can enchant the magic in the printing workshop. But you need to unlock the pattern in advance. Different tattoos have different abilities, and the level of pattern printing will affect the effect and success rate of enchantment. When synthesizing the primary dark magic stamp, the system given by the system is with dark power, and then ruthlessly vomited. But when the tattoo workshop goes to sea, there will be many more introductions. Primary dark magic mark. Efficacy: improved strength and physique. Special effects: 1. Absorb dark energy autonomously in the dark. 2. Emit dark breath in the dark, which can weaken the enemy. 3. Attacks have a corrosive effect. Remarks: the dark magic can affect the soul to a certain extent. The longer the use time, the deeper the impact on the soul. Oh my god. He seems very strong. Seeing the introduction, Li Ziyu would be mental. If this thing was tattooed on the Bone Warrior, it was not a tiger. Especially the special effect. The main battlefield of the undead was the night, which can be said to be tailored. But after seeing the remarks, Li Ziyu hesitated. It wasn't a big problem to get the dark tattoo, but it would be no fun if the skeleton warrior became as crazy as the dark skeleton. Be careful. Be extra cautious. The price of enchantment is not cheap. Each enchantment requires 1,000 units of soul energy, which will not be refunded regardless of success or failure. After hesitating for a moment, Li Ziyu couldn't help but decided to give it a try. However, he didn't want to enchant the skeleton warrior, but a bone knife. Enchanting a weapon is better than enchanting it on the body. At worst, he could just throw away the knife. It's cheap anyway. I consumed 1 skeleton and made 5 bone knives. I picked up one at random and chose to enchant it. In an instant, the bone knife disappeared from his hand. There was movement in the inconspicuous tattoo workshop, and through the bones, one could see a mysterious light flashing inside. Enchantment of primary dark magic seal failed. Forehead. Failed? It actually failed. 1,000 units of soul energy are gone just like that. Li Ziyu suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He knew that enchantment had a failure rate, but he didn't care too much. In his opinion, after all, it was just a basic pattern enchantment, and the success rate should be very high. But the reality was very embarrassing. And it really failed. No. I don't believe it. 1,000 units of soul energy cannot be wasted like this. Try again. The second bone knife failed. The third bone knife failed. By the time he got to the 5th bone knife, Li Ziyu's face had turned black. Damn. What kind of luck do I have? I was trying to enchant a primary seal, but I couldn't keep failing. No one else can do this. Let me try this one last time. I don't believe that I can't enchant a knife successfully. Another 1,000 units of soul energy are deducted. Congratulations. The enchantment of the primary dark magic seal was successful, and you have obtained an enchanted small bone knife. Finally succeeded. Li Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retrieved it from the system, holding the bone knife in his hand and examining it carefully. The appearance of the bone knife has not changed much, except that there are a lot of black lines on it that seem to be flowing. The lines are tangled and combined together, and you can vaguely see the appearance of dark text. If you look closely, you will feel darkness in front of your eyes and feel as if you are trapped in it. After looking at it for a while, Li Ziyu took a deep breath and grasped the handle of the knife. The moment he grasped the hilt of the knife, those black lines, like living things, quickly spread upward along his palm and attached to the surface of his body. Li Ziyu didn't notice that a flash of black passed through his eyes, and then they returned to normal. He raised his hand and looked at it. The black lines on his hand were exactly the same as the black lines on the bone knife, flowing slowly, and he felt that his body was filled with strength, which was stronger than usual. He slowly stood up from the large bone chair, and a black mist flashed around him. Amazing. This is such a good state. I feel I can beat the headhunters. I can beat 100 of them. Li Ziyu, holding the bone knife, was full of confidence. He swung the knife casually, making a loud bang. His eyes gradually became cold, and the desire to kill rose in his heart. He felt the intimacy of darkness. At this moment, Li Ziyu's body suddenly froze. Then he raised his hand and threw the knife away. His body, which was originally standing straight, suddenly hunched over. He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, his face covered in cold sweat, looking at the enchanted bone knife on the ground with vigilance and horror in his eyes. So close. It can actually affect me in such a short time. Is this just a primary dark magic mark? I almost got into trouble. Indeed, The enchanted bone knife made Li Ziyu feel powerful, but it also affected his sanity. If time went on for a long time, he would become an emotionless, cold-blooded killing puppet and would be controlled by the bone knife. After a while, Li Ziyu sat back on the big bone chair. He felt exhausted, which was a side effect of the sudden loss of strength. Chapter 85. Wasteland Rat People. It is worthy of being a hidden building. It is quite extraordinary. Whether it is the alien tomb or the tattoo workshop, the things produced are quite dangerous compared to the buildings of the undead fortress itself. The output of normal undead buildings is relatively mild and easy to control. For example, skeleton undead and skeleton warriors. Li Ziyu can give orders at will. However, the output of hidden buildings is different. Whether it is the dark skeleton or the enchanted bone knife this time, they are not easy to control. You have to be more careful in the future. If this power is not used properly, the first person to be destroyed may not be the enemy, but yourself. After finally finding the skull and putting it back in its original place, the dark skeleton turned around cursing and happened to see the enchanted bone knife fallen on the ground. His soul fire suddenly jumped twice. He turned his head to look in the direction of Li Ziyu, then looked at the bone knife, then looked at Li Ziyu, and suddenly flew towards the enchanted bone knife. Oh shit! Let go of that knife! When Li Ziyu saw the dark skeleton's behavior, he knew something was wrong. When he saw the dark skeleton pounce on him, he immediately understood what was going on. He ignored his physical weakness and hurried forward. The dark skeleton was a little faster than Li Ziyu, and picked up the enchanted bone knife first. But the problem was that Li Ziyu's target was not the enchanted bone knife, but the skull of the dark skeleton. The dark skeleton picked up the knife, but before he could feel proud, Li Ziyu's big sword arrived and hit the dark skeleton's skull hard. Whoosh! Pa! Gurgle! Gurgle! The skull fell to the ground and rolled out. The headless body of the dark skeleton turned twice on the spot. It seemed a little dazed. Its hand loosened, and the bone knife fell to the ground. The headless skeleton stretched out his hands to grope for his head. Li Ziyu pinched the bone knife with 2 fingers and quickly threw the knife into the system. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Ziyu turned his head and saw that the upper and lower jaws of the dark skeleton's skull were opening and closing. He cursed and felt proud in his heart. You little guy. You didn't expect that? I was making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. You thought I was trying to steal the bone knife. But actually, I wanted to slap you in the face. Fight with me. 7 up. The system prompted that there was a new message. Li Ziyu retracted his gaze and opened the chat interface. Private chat. Conscientious merchant. I found the information about the rat man and will send it to you now. Conscientious merchant. I'm heading to the coordinate point to meet you now. Wait for me. Brother. There is a posting address below the information. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and snorted. He was indeed a businessman. Very realistic. When he encountered the headhunters before, when the outcome was still undecided, these guys were cursing and refusing to go to the new resource point. But as soon as he won, they wanted to go there immediately, calling him brother all the time. However, the other world is too dangerous. Instead of living with dreams of the future, it is better to be realistic and live more happily. Thinking this way, I feel relieved. He raised his hand and clicked on the post address sent by the conscientious businessman. It was a popular science post. This kind of post was very popular in the forum and was very useful. What the conscientious businessman sent him was the popular science about the wasteland rat men. The post gave a brief introduction to the wasteland rat people. After reading it carefully, Li Ziyu finally understood what the wasteland rat people were. The wasteland rat men are not an imagined race, but a combination of many kinds of rat men. The ratmen used to be a small race with weak bodies, low combat effectiveness, and living in remote corners. Later, something seemed to have happened, causing the various species of ratmen to unite together and form the Ratman United Tribe, which started their own road to hegemony. After countless battles, the united tribes of ratmen finally gained a foothold in the heart of the wasteland and changed their name to the Wasteland Ratmen. They built a huge city on the ground. This city is relatively open and welcomes people of all races. But underground in this city is the real home of the Wasteland Rat people. The post introduced that the Wasteland Ratmen would dig large passages underground, connecting the caves, like a huge network. The total number of Wasteland Ratmen is unknown, but the author speculates that there are definitely tens of millions of them. After all, These guys have very strong reproductive abilities, and they should be the largest in number among all the tribes in the Central Wasteland, because they are a united force. The Wasteland Ratmen are controlled by many powerful clans. Each clan has its own special side, and the Ratmen as a whole develop long-range combat technology. That's right. It's technology. The reason why the Wasteland Ratmen can dominate the central area is because of their research and development of technology. Plagues, viruses, grenade launchers, rifles, heavy crossbows are all the Ratmen's specialties. Often the enemy suffers heavy casualties before they even reach the position. My goodness. Fighting with the Wasteland Ratmen is almost as fierce as fighting on the modern battlefield. Guns and cannons are used as soon as they come up. The truth is within the range of guns and cannons. No wonder these guys dare to attack the mobile fortress first. They do have the ability to destroy the mobile fortress, especially against the city lords, who have just crossed over. The natives of this world are indeed not simple. If they want to rely on the undead to dominate the alien world, they need to work harder. Li Ziyu sighed in his heart. How many undeads in their hands? There are thousands of people who are full, and they can't be tens of thousands of people. Look at the rats. People directly remember it. The undead in the hand is not as good as others. The rat people have already attacked the time travelers, so they are enemies, and they will have to fight each other sooner or later. Li Ziyu only hopes that the fight will happen later to give himself more time to develop. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight burst out from the horizon like holy light. The undead mobile fortress, which had been traveling all night, slowly stopped. The building made a creaking sound and shrank underground, entering a dormant mode. In order to save soul energy, the mobile fortress moved at a low speed of 50 kilometers per hour. After running all night, it was still a long distance away from the new treasure place. It would probably take a few days to arrive there. After a few hours, the sky brightened, and the Minotaur and Lu Xingxing woke up from their sleep to greet the arrival of the new day. After what happened last night, Lu Xingxing felt deeply that he was not strong enough. Even if he had held on to a powerful person, he was still in danger sometimes. He had to find a way to improve his strength. He got up early and drove out in the treasure-hunting cat mobile fortress. He didn't dare to go far, so he circled slowly around the undead fortress, looking for some scattered resources. A little bit is better than doing nothing. He just collected resources slowly. If he foresaw weak beasts, he would also try to replenish the supplies. The attack of the headhunters had little impact on the Minotaur. They were indigenous people living in the wilderness, and had seen such things before. They did not make a fuss, and continued to live their lives as usual. Instead, last night's battle made them more confident in the undead. If they can even defeat the headhunters, doesn't that mean they are very powerful? The undead are now their allies. So being powerful is definitely a good thing. Everything seemed to be normal. Another peaceful day. Chapter 86, Mountains of the Dead. The stars are twinkling in the night sky. The big moon is emitting a white light, and the wind in the wilderness is blowing large clouds slowly forward in the night sky. In the wasteland under the night sky, a mountain range suddenly appeared, stretching across the slightly desolate land and casting a large shadow, like a sleeping giant. Finally reached. In the shadows, sparks of soul fire flickered above the fortress of the dead. Li Ziyu stood in the main building of the castle, gazing at the mountains ahead. He couldn't help but sigh, because he didn't start the skeleton engine and was driving at a low speed. He finally arrived at the new treasure location 4 days after leaving the swamp cemetery. Li Ziyu was not the only one in the main building. Lu Xingxing, Mao Mao, and Tasjuling also stayed beside him and looked at the mountains. For safety reasons, Lu Xingxing's treasure hunt has a limited scope, and these mountains are exactly the boundary of his exploration. The mountains also contain the highest amount of storage for various resources and treasures, like a cornucopia. Compared to the excitement of Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing, Tasjuling was a little dazed. Although he had never been here before, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, as if he knew something but had forgotten it. It was something very important. He lowered his head and thought carefully, constantly recalling, and was surprised to find that this sense of familiarity came from the shaman heritage, which was the memory knowledge left by his ancestors. Feeling the strange fluctuations emanating from Tasjuling, the 3 people around him turned their heads in surprise, and saw that Tasjuling had fallen into a state similar to meditation. What happened to Tasjuling? Li Ziyu looked at Mao Mao in confusion and asked. The Minotaurs are an indigenous race, and have existed for a long time. There are too many things he doesn't understand. Li Ziyu doesn't understand Tashjiling's current situation. But he can ask Mao Mao, the tribe leader. It seems like communicating with ancestors? Mao Mao said uncertainly. Shaman is a mysterious profession that not everyone can understand. Besides, there has never been a shaman in the Taboo tribe. Mao Mao could only guess. Tashjiling's condition was unclear. Li Ziyu was not in a hurry to move the undead fortress closer to the mountains. Instead, he stopped where he was and waited for Tashjiling to return to normal. He always felt that Tashjiling's current condition was somewhat related to the mountains ahead. Tashjiling felt more and more strange. He slowly raised his head. His eyes turned white with a soft light, and countless special words flashed in him. He didn't say a word and just stared at the mountains in the dark. It was very strange. After a long while, his whole body trembled, like a person suddenly awakened from a nightmare. The light in his eyes faded, and he returned to normal, breathing rapidly. What's wrong with you? Lu Xingxing asked Tashjiling curiously. This mountain is abnormal, Tashjiling said with dry lips and a slightly hoarse voice. The three people surrounding him looked at each other, all somewhat puzzled. What did this mean? Fortunately, Tashjiling also realized that he was not clear, and explained again. We can't go there. The inheritance of our ancestors told me that this is one of the forbidden areas in the wilderness. The tribes that tried to occupy this place were all destroyed, without exception. Wow! Is it so dangerous? Li Ziyu was startled and glanced at Lu Xingxing. He couldn't help but wonder if this guy's special talent had been activated again. Could it be that he had found an area that could not be developed? Lu Xingxing saw Li Ziyu's eyes and smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to take the blame, so he quickly asked Tashjiling, "What kind of danger is it? Tell me." Tashjiling lowered his head. The surroundings became quiet, and a terrifying atmosphere gradually spread. A deep voice sounded. This is a cursed mountain range. It is not created by the wilderness, but by witchcraft and other forces. Any tribe that approaches here will be cursed and death will accompany them. Its name is the Mountains of the Dead. Hiss. Lu Xingxing gasped. It was really scary. How did I find this weird thing again? Wait. What mountain range? The Mountain of the Dead? Ghost? Horrible? Death? He silently turned his head and looked at the boss beside him. Is this mountain range definitely not meant for the boss? His race is a true race of skeletons and undead. Death itself. Can the Mountains of the Dead allow the undead to die again? Does this count as the end of the world? Li Ziyu was originally nervous because he was thinking about what Tashjiling was going to say. However, when he heard the words Mountain of the Dead, his eyebrows first raised, and then narrowed. You seem to be kidding me. After speaking out the ancestral inheritance, Tashjiling was still immersed in that terror, waiting to hear the suppressed exclamations of the people around him. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement, and the atmosphere around him became weird. He couldn't help but look up and look at the people around him, only to find that they were all staring at him. What's wrong? I've already said that this is a forbidden area and we shouldn't go in. Tashjiling thought they didn't understand and reminded them seriously. Tashjiling, is this the Mountain of the Dead? Mumu couldn't help but speak first. Yes, it's very dangerous. Tashjiling nodded as a matter of course, not quite understanding what his family leader meant. Mao Mao shut up and looked at Tashjiling helplessly. You are usually very smart. Why haven't you reacted yet? I have already reminded you. Will you be cursed and die if you get close? Lu Xingxing reminded again. This is what our ancestors passed down. Tashjiling looked at Lu Xingxing blankly. Was what he said just now so unclear? Tashjiling, look who I am. Li Ziyu sighed and pointed at himself. You are my contractor, the master of the fortress, the lord of the undead. Tashjiling finally understood and was stunned. Look, I'm the lord of the undead. This fortress is filled with skeletons of the undead, and this mountain range is called the Mountains of the Dead. Are you surprised or shocked? Li Ziyu teased Tashjiling with a teasing smile on his face. How could I have forgotten his identity? Other tribes may not be able to station around these mountains, but the lord of the undead has no problem. No wonder the chief and Lu Xingxing spoke so strangely. They were clearly reminding me. Tashjiling's face suddenly turned red, and he was so embarrassed that he almost used his hoof to carve out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the ground. He didn't know that there was a term called social death. With Tashjiling's explanation, Li Ziyu was not only no longer afraid, but was in a very good mood. The mountains of the dead were a blessed land. A place of good feng shui. Think about it. The tradition says that tribes that approach here will be cursed and die. If this is not groundless, it means that there really are tribes that have been completely wiped out here. And it is probably not just 1 or 2 tribes. Then I thought, after the tribe died out, would there be corpses left behind? If all the people in the tribe died, there would be no one to move the corpses. So the corpses would definitely be left around. There are skeletons everywhere around and underground. Hey, doesn't that mean this is the big mine of the undead? If this place is not a blessed land, then what place is a blessed land? I originally wanted to help Lu Xingxing find some resources, but unexpectedly I found a feng shui treasure land for myself. How great! Chapter 87. I can't figure it out. Click, click, click. The bone wheels turned and pressed the ground. The undead fortress slowly approached the mountain range and stationed at the foot of the mountain. Skeleton undead swarmed out of the fortress and explored the surroundings. Although they said that this was a feng shui treasure land, they still couldn't miss the necessary exploration. Who knows what's going on here? The information was constantly transmitted back to Li Ziyu in the main building. As more and more information came out, Li Ziyu's expression gradually became strange. The information sent by the skeleton undead showed that there were many living creatures auras around. All of them wild beasts. The higher up the mountain they went, the stronger the auras became. They even faintly detected the existence of magical beasts and demonized creatures. But no auras of life from the indigenous tribes were found. There are signs of life from wild beasts, but no signs of life from indigenous people. Does that mean there are really no indigenous people around? Or is the scope of exploration not large enough? Li Ziyu was very confused. If what Tashjiling said was true, then these beasts must be stronger than the indigenous people. Otherwise, why could they survive around the mountains of the dead while the indigenous people couldn't? It didn't make sense. This is a bit weird. I don't know what's going on. I need to do an experiment and hunt an ordinary wild beast to see if there is any difference. Not long after, several skeleton undead came in from outside carrying a wild boar. They threw the wild boar down. And after the undead left, several people gathered around to check the wild boar. Boss, this seems to be just an ordinary wild boar. I don't feel anything strange about it. Lu Xingxing touched the wild boar's corpse and cut a hole with a bone knife. Looking at the blood flowing out, he finally confirmed that this was just an ordinary wild boar, and not a very big one. Mao Mao nodded in agreement. Li Ziyu did not find anything unusual. He tried to let the system decompose, but found nothing wrong. It decomposed normally. He also did not find anything special in the materials given. He sat back in the big bone chair, frowned and said nothing. Boss, what's wrong? You've been acting weird since just now. Lu Xingxing was confused and came over to ask. Xingxing, don't you think that there is no problem and everything is normal? That is the biggest abnormality? Li Ziyu said with his brows still tightly frowned. Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you sick or confused? The biggest abnormality is that there is no problem. You confuse me. Lu Xingxing said with a wry smile. Tashjiling said this is the mountain of the dead, and tribes that get close will be cursed. Then why are the animals okay? They didn't die and are living well. The animals are fine. But the tribe is not. Why is that? Does the curse affect certain tribes? Or does it only target intelligent creatures? There are quite a few animals around us now. And there seem to be magical beasts and demonized creatures on the mountain. Li Ziyu rubbed his temple and expressed his guesses and concerns. There is nothing to be afraid of the undead themselves. After all, they are different from normal creatures. As long as the soul fire is not extinguished, the undead will not be destroyed. The curse should have no effect on the undead. But what about the minotaurs? The cat people? Himself and Lu Xingxing? They are not undead. After Li Ziyu said this, Lu Xingxing reacted. His face changed, and he became a little worried. He must be the boss. He thinks a lot. It makes sense. Then what should we do now? Lu Xingxing asked uncertainly. A little timid. How about sending the undead out to explore while we're a little further away? Tashjiling thought for a moment and gave a suggestion. Well, this is a good suggestion. Let the undead go through the minefield first, and you and others stay away from them. Look for resources first, and then work your way up slowly. Li Ziyu accepted Tashjiling's suggestion after a little thought. They still didn't know what the so-called curse was. In previous lives, Most people would just laugh off curses and not take them seriously. After all, one should not talk about ghosts or gods. The so-called curses can always be explained by science, making them lose their mystery and no longer be scary. But this is a different world. Supernatural powers really exist. And curses are real, too. They can kill people without anyone noticing. So there's nothing wrong with being cautious. Especially since they don't know whether the curse is severe or chronic. They have to be more careful. The skeleton undead dispersed and entered the mountains, as if spreading a big net, looking for possible clues. They were busy until dawn, when the undead returned one after another, and everything was still as normal. Li Ziyu had no choice but to go into hibernation mode and wait until night. He also specifically told Lu Xingxing and Mao Mao that if anything happened, they should run away quickly and not stay here. They should save their lives first. The two of them had no objection and nodded in agreement. Even the boss said so. What else could they say? After the undead building shrank into the ground, the sun rose and a new day arrived. Lu Xingxing, Mao Mao and Tashjuling stood on the bone platform and looked around, only to find that the scenery was completely different from last night, and even made people wonder if this was a wasteland. They were at the foot of the Ghost Mountains. There were far more trees here than anywhere else. Looking up at the mountains, they were covered with green trees and lush vegetation. A sea of green, unlike the desolation in the wilderness. The sounds of insects and birds were heard, full of the rhythm of life. Tashjuling, are you sure your inheritance is correct? You call this place the Mountains of the Dead? After staring at it for a long time, Lu Xingxing suddenly turned around and pointed at the mountains and asked. Tashjuling was also confused and became uncertain. According to the legend, the Mountains of the Dead were a land of death, with jagged rocks, corpses everywhere, an eerie and gloomy place with no life. It was the exact opposite of everything before him. The ghost mountains in front of them seemed to have gathered the most beautiful aspects of the entire wilderness, making people want to live here. The eyes were full of green, and they could hear the cheers of life and smell the moisture of water vapor. The tender green grass tasted so delicious. It was a scene that Tashjuling had never seen before. Just thinking about it, you can imagine how comfortable it would be to live here. But how could the inheritance from our ancestors go wrong? This is indeed the Dead Soul Mountains mentioned in the inheritance. If it wasn't the Mountains of the Dead, such a beautiful place, why there were no tribes around it? It doesn't make sense at all. Okay, don't worry about it so much. Since our ancestors have passed it down, we just need to be more careful and not be fooled by the outside world. There may be great terror. Mumu came between the two of them, separated them, and spoke like a peacemaker. At the beginning of a new day, they still have a lot to do and need to be more cautious than ever to avoid any accidents. Lu Xingxing didn't want to argue with Tashjuling. He just wanted to complain. After all, everything in front of him had nothing to do with the 4 words Mountain of the Dead. He also had his own plans. He didn't sleep the whole night, so he wanted to get some sleep first to rest up, and then drive the fort to patrol the surroundings and explore what was around. When he came last time, he didn't dare to rely so close. At that time, it was quite far from the base of the marsh cemetery. Now he has to study carefully. After saying hello to Mao Mao and Tashjuling, Lu Xingxing went back to his fortress to sleep, yawning. The Minotaurs also have their own things to do. They have to wait for their tribesmen to wake up and tell them what's happening here. Chapter 88 Weird Cave. Lu Xingxing opened his eyes and stretched. He felt much more energetic immediately. It seemed like he had a dream just now. He couldn't remember what he dreamed about. He just remembered that someone seemed to be saying something to him. Whispering, rustling, like an ethereal voice coming from a distant empty place. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't remember what he dreamed about specifically. So he simply stopped thinking about it. It was just a dream after all, so he might as well forget it. He had other important things to do. He had to explore the surroundings today to see what was in the Mountains of the Dead. Danger? Of course it is dangerous. But as a treasure hunter, isn't it natural to face danger? Treasure hunting. Treasure hunting. The treasure will not wait for you in a safe place. Going deep into barren lands, deep mountains and forests, or even underground seas. There is danger everywhere. If you want to be a treasure hunter, you must have a cautious and fearless heart in the face of danger. There is still some preparation work to be done. Lu Xingxing used the materials collected these days to exchange a lot of things from the system. such as wind and fireproof folders, survival daggers, fishing lines, safety ropes, windproof magic towels, etc., which are all survival items often used during adventures. Due to limited materials, Lu Xingxing could only make some basic and simple survival items, but fortunately they were useful and could help to a certain extent, so that he would not be left with no way to save himself when danger came. After packing his belongings into an animal skin bag, he and the two cat people had a meal before getting ready to set off. Oh, by the way, maybe because they shared life and death together when fighting against the headhunters, Lu Xingxing now has a very good relationship with the two cat people, just like a family. The treasure-hunting Catman mobile fortress trembled slightly, then broke away from the bone plate platform and accelerated away. The Minotaur who was working just looked up and continued to work as if it was nothing strange. Walking along the edge of the mountain range, Lu Xingxing looked at the scenery on both sides outside and took a breath. There was indeed something strange here. It was as if there was a dividing line that separated the ghost mountains from the wasteland. On one side were green trees, birds singing, flowers blooming, and lush vegetation, while on the other side were yellow earth all over, with sparse vegetation and a desolate and empty landscape. The treasure-hunting cat mobile fortress moves very fast. Lu Xingxing pays attention to the prompts on the system map, on which many locations have been marked. Some of those locations are stone mines, some are metal mines, some are forests, and water sources. They are full of resource points. In a place like the wilderness, with so many resource points, it would logically be a battleground. However, it is very peaceful here, with no tribe to be seen at all. However, many wild beasts and herds of animals were seen, living leisurely. Stop! Stop the car! After moving forward for almost 2 hours, Lu Xingxing, who was paying attention to the system map, suddenly shouted, and the cat man who was controlling the mobile fortress hurriedly pulled up the joystick. And the mobile fortress suddenly paused and stopped abruptly. There is a huge skull pattern drawn on Lu Xingxing's system map. He specially set it up to help Li Ziyu find skeletons. It is specifically used to find places with a large number of skeletons. And the size of the skull pattern indicates the number of skeletons. The problem is, this is a bit big. The size of this skull was several times that of the swamp cemetery, and the place marked on it was on the mountains of the dead, not far from where he was. It's such a large area. Why didn't it show up when I was on the platform just now? But it showed up when I got here? It's so weird. Lu Xingxing scratched his head and brought the two cat people down from the fortress, and walked around according to the signs on the system map. Maybe it's because his level is too low, or for some other reason. The accuracy of the map is not that high. It only has an approximate range, and he needs to search for it himself. After going around in circles, Lu Xingxing went up the mountain. The vegetation was dense, with the grass more than half a person's height. No one had ever been here before, and it was very difficult to walk. But the more difficult it was, the more curious Lu Xingxing became. He wanted to know where the skeleton was buried. After walking for a long time, he stopped and looked around. At this point, the system could no longer help him. The specific location should be nearby. Look around and see if there is anything special around here. Lu Xingxing instructed the two cat people and started looking around as well. The system didn't give any specific hints, and even he didn't know what he was looking for. City Lord. Here, here. Meow. A treasure-hunting cat man suddenly jumped up and shouted in the air. He was short, and if he didn't jump up, he was afraid that his own city lord would not be able to see him. Hearing the shout, Lu Xingxing and another catman hurried over. The catman stretched out his furry paws and pointed at a place covered by vines, leaves, and grass. There's a hole here. Hole? Lu Xingxing hurried forward and pushed aside the debris. There was indeed a hole. Moreover, the entrance to the hole was not small, nearly 4 meters high, and wide enough for 5 or 6 people to enter at the same time. I looked into the cave and saw deep darkness and no sound at all. Lu Xingxing picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards Dongli. Gurgle. Tap. Tap. The stone fell into the hole and rolled forward a short distance, proving that the cave was not heading downward in vain. Lu Xingxing felt that this should be the place shown on the map. There was actually an entrance, which was becoming increasingly strange. He found some dry branches, collected some resin, made a simple torch, and carefully entered the cave with the two cat people. The torch illuminated part of the cave, allowing Lu Xingxing to see the surroundings clearly. The cave was very dry, and there were no traces of human activity on the surrounding stone walls. This was a naturally formed cave, very long, and no one knew where it led to. After walking forward about 500 meters, the Catman suddenly stopped and looked left and right in confusion. What's wrong? Lu Xingxing stopped, stepped back to the Catman, and asked in a low voice, City Lord, did you hear any sound? The Catman asked with a puzzled look on his face. What did you hear? I didn't hear anything except footsteps. Lu Xingxing looked around vigilantly, and said in a low voice, I seem to hear a call. Never mind. Let's move forward. I may have heard it wrong. The Catman said uncertainly. Lu Xingxing felt something was wrong. Cat people's hearing and sense of smell are better than humans. He looked at the other cat person and asked in a low voice, Did you hear any sound? I think I heard it too. The Catman hesitated and nodded. Hiss. Both cat people heard the noise. So it wasn't that they heard it wrongly. There was really a sound. They just didn't hear it. He swallowed nervously, hesitating whether to continue moving forward, when he heard a strange and ethereal voice in his ears. Come! Come here! I heard it too. Come on. Let's go out. Lu Xingxing's face twitched, and he turned to the two cat people and said, then turned around and walked out without hesitation. The two cat people were stunned for a moment. Your reaction is not right. If it's an adventure, shouldn't you go in deeper and try your luck? Why are you, City Lord, so decisive? Are we really going to leave like this? A Catman looked at the deep cave and said hesitantly, What if you don't leave? Can you fight or can I fight? We are weaklings, so we should have the awareness of weaklings. Even though I am very curious about what is inside, my life is more important. Let's tell the boss about this news tonight and ask him to bring people over. There is no need to rush. Lu Xingxing walked out while still talking confidently, not feeling ashamed at all. Chapter 89, Inform the City Lord. The two catmen looked into the depths of the cave, which was dark and horrible, and then looked at the City Lord, who was holding a torch and walking out of the cave with firm steps. They followed him helplessly, with expressions like I feel something is wrong, but I can't tell what's wrong written all over their cat faces. Cats are curious animals, and treasure-hunting cat people are even more curious. Whenever they find something strange, they want to find out what it is. The cave doesn't matter. The key point is that there are sounds in the cave. Let them go over and see what it is. The two cat people's curiosity is about to explode. They thought the City Lord would do the same and take them over to study it. Unexpectedly, the City Lord gave up, and gave up so decisively. It's outrageous. Lu Xingxing ignored the two cat people's thoughts. Instead, he quickened his pace and returned much faster than when he came in. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he got out of the cave. The catman who followed him out was puzzled when he saw his appearance. He tilted his head and asked in confusion, City Lord, do you know what's in there? Do you know who is calling us? Lu Xingxing simply shook his head. I don't know. The two cat people looked at each other, even more confused. Then why do you look like you're escaping from danger? Catman's question left Lu Xingxing speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to answer. He couldn't just say that that's how it's played in the movies. Catman had never seen a movie. Wait a minute. Both of you. Let me edit it. Lu Xingxing organized his words for a while before speaking. Do you know what we are looking for? The two cat people shook their heads in unison, indicating that they didn't know. Lu Xingxing didn't tell them directly, and they couldn't see the system, so they really didn't know what they were looking for. We are here to find a burial ground like the swamp cemetery. So, do you understand? Lu Xingxing looked at the two cat people hopefully. The two cat people paused and shook their heads in unison again, not understanding. How could they not figure it out? Lu Xingxing had to explain further. Think about it. We are here to find a burial ground. There won't be any living people there. Right? The cave may lead to the burial ground, but there are no living people there. What could be the thing that summoned us there? The two cat people understood now. They widened their eyes and looked at Lu Xingxing in surprise. They explained in unison. It's the undead. There are undead in there. Phew. I finally figured it out. Lu Xingxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said in a pretentious manner, I'm not sure it's the undead, but we should not be a match for those things in there. The two ignorant cat people suddenly felt that the City Lord was very knowledgeable, and his analysis was so accurate that they almost fell into the trap of the undead. Seeing that little stars of admiration were almost appearing in the Catman's eyes, Lu Xingxing felt a little proud for a moment. But then, he felt a little heavy in his heart. When the voice just now sounded, he was shocked to find that the ethereal voice was almost identical to the voice in his dream. Although he didn't know what it was, he didn't intend to rush in by himself. Exploring out of curiosity and encountering danger, and running up to help someone knowing there is danger, are two different concepts. The former is called being forced to do so, and the latter is stupid. Especially after watching many movies, Lu Xingxing had a concept in his mind. That is, supporting characters who rush in without thinking will always die quickly. If you know there is danger, of course you have to retreat and think of a solution first. He clearly had a strong supporter at his disposal, so there was no need for him to run away and get killed out of curiosity when he knew there would be danger. I looked up at the sky and realized that it was already afternoon and the sun had set. We have to go back quickly. It's nighttime now, and we don't know what dangers there may be here. Let's go. Let's go back. After extinguishing the torch, Lu Xingxing led the two Catmen down the mountain, returned to his mobile fortress, and returned to the bone plate platform. When they came back, the sky had already darkened. The sun had mostly sunk below the horizon, leaving only the afterglow. The Minotaur had already lit a bonfire in advance. The afterglow gradually disappeared, and the night arrived as expected. The bone platform made a rumbling sound, and countless bones were moving, combining, and accumulating, one after another. Skeleton buildings rose from the ground and revived in the darkness. Lu Xingxing, who had just finished dinner and arrived in time, took two cat people and went straight to the main building of the undead. The undead seemed to recognize him and did not stop him, allowing him to enter the main building. Boss, we have a great discovery, Lu Xingxing shouted and rushed in, and saw Li Ziyu sitting in a daze on the bone chair with empty and unfocused eyes. He immediately understood that the boss was looking at the system, so he slowed down his pace, covered his mouth, and walked aside to wait quietly. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license test, whether you are alive or not. I have arrived. Conscientious businessman, I'm on my way. I don't want to get a driver's license. How long will it take? Conscientious merchant, I don't know. The headhunters are chasing me, and I have to get rid of them. Don't want to take a driving test. Okay. Contact me when you get there. Conscientious merchant, if I can't get rid of them, how many headhunters can you deal with? Don't want to get a driver's license. That's hard to say. Conscientious businessman, oh, I understand. I will try my best to get rid of them, and not lead them to your side. Don't want to get a driver's license, yeah. Li Ziyu had just arrived at the Ghost Mountains last night, and had rested for a while, so he didn't contact the conscientious merchant. Today, after the repairs were completed, he asked where the conscientious merchant was, but it turned out that he hadn't arrived yet. After closing the chat interface, Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing. He seemed to hear Lu Xingxing calling him and saying something, but he didn't pay attention. Xingxing, what did you say just now? Ah, boss, I said we have a major discovery, Lu Xingxing said seriously. Oh, tell me, what did you find? Li Ziyu asked straight, and asked with great interest. Lu Xingxing told Li Ziyu about his experiences during the day, and also told him about the cave. After listening to Lu Xingxing's telling, Li Ziyu touched his chin and felt that the cave was indeed a bit interesting. I am afraid that it really had something to do with the undead. It may be the root of the Soul Mountains. As for whether or not to go there, there was no need to think about it. Just because Lu Xingxing said that the number of skeletons there was more than that in the swamp cemetery, he had to go there. If he could develop it, he would be able to produce another wave of soldiers. The prerequisite was that he had to figure out what the sound was. In that case, let's go and see what's going on. The fortress of the dead set out again, and with Lu Xingxing's guidance, they headed towards the cave he had explored. The cave was a little weird, and Li Ziyu was afraid something might go wrong. He and Lu Xingxing were not too scared, because their lives were tied to the fortress. As long as the fortress was still there, they could be resurrected. But the Minotaur couldn't. So Li Ziyu reminded Mao Mao that there might be danger tonight, and when they arrived at the place, they'd better stay away from it. After hearing the news, Mao Mao quickly notified his tribesmen and began to pack up, planning to leave temporarily once he arrived at the destination and come back when everything settled down. Chapter 90. A Friendly Feeling. In the night, The undead fortress slowly drove along the foot of the mountains of the dead soul. As he got closer and closer to the cave that Lu Xingxing had visited during the day, Li Ziyu had a strange feeling. An inexplicable sense of familiarity. As if something ahead was calling him. But the ethereal voice from Lu Xingxing's mouth did not appear. By the time, the boss is here. Just as Li Ziyu murmured, Lu Xingxing suddenly said, as soon as the undead fortress was shocked. The kind of intimacy was even stronger. Now not only has a sense of intimacy, but also a feeling of guidance. What is guiding him where to go? Li Ziyu stood up with his frowns, and looked at the undulating mountains in the darkness. He felt so strong, but didn't know what it was. He heard the cheers of jumping from the entire fortress, and was the excitement that the undead could not restrain. And it was the cheers that sounded directly in the soul. Li Ziyu has never seen the undead so active, and so happy, that it seems that she has encountered a grand celebration. She is no longer calm, no longer dead, full of vitality. What is there to make the undead so excited? The cave is on it. Lu Xingxing noticed Li Ziyu's frowns, but did not put it on his heart. Raising his hand and pointed at the mountains in the dark. Sure enough. Is it that cave? Li Ziyu exhaled, sighed and whispered, "Ah, boss, do you know that cave?" Lu Xingxing was close and heard Li Ziyu's mumbling, and looked at him in surprise. "No, I don't know that cave. But my fortress knows." Li Ziyu smiled, and said what Lu Xingxing didn't understand at all, and turned around and walked outside. Lu Xingxing, who was unknown, hurriedly followed. He always felt that the boss was weird tonight, as if hiding something from him. When they came to the bone-board platform outside, the bulls had packed their bags and left one after another. They will spend the night in the wasteland that is farther away from the fortress tonight, which will be unnecessary. Lu Xingxing turned his head in doubt, and the soul fire of the undeads flickered, which seemed to be different as usual. It was a bit opposite. These soul fires seemed to be more active. 1,000. Li Ziyu raised a finger, and his voice echoed in the fort. His words fell, and the entire fortress riots suddenly. Almost all the undead came to survive, and scrambled to rush out. It looked like the uncle and aunt who went to the supermarket to grab the eggs, in order to compete for the quota. The undead even hit the hand. You throw your arms and throw your legs, grabbing the ribs out. Lu Xingxing even saw a skeletal warrior reaching out and grab the companion's skull. After smashing it like the ball, he found it around, and found that there was no other head to throw himself. Is this possible? Is the undead so cruel? When he gets angry, he might even throw his own head away. Lu Xingxing was grinned straight, and he couldn't say that he was shallow, and he was too crazy to blame the dead spirit. Finally, 1,000 undeads who lacked arms and legs, even gathered in the undead, piled up a bunch, stood in front of Li Ziyu, and twitched the corner of his mouth twice. Are you the defeat of the disabled soldiers? Ah? Let me make up for me. Li Ziyu rolled his eyes, and roared angrily. The undead of the number was scattered, and it was complete when it returned. In terms of combat power, all the skeleton warriors successfully grabbed the spots. As for the other skeleton undead, they were just lucky ones. Oh, boss, can these undead be done? Do you want to bring more? Lu Xingxing always felt that these undead in front of him was not reliable. It was not the same as the undead he had seen before. It was too serious. He could feel the joy of the soul fire. Rest assured, they are just a little excited, Li Ziyu said with her face covering her face. What is there in that hole? The undead is almost crazy. The unusual state of the undead made Li Ziyu curious about the cave, and planned to follow Lu Xingxing. In the underworld, he felt that there would be no danger of life this time, and it should be a good thing. Different from other creatures. Most of the time, they are normal, which can make them crazy, and it is too rare to exude joy. The feeling of adventure suddenly weakened. Lu Xingxing looked at the undead in front of him moving their arms and legs, eager to try, and suddenly felt that the cave was not dangerous. Treasure hunting. Adventure is a process of solving the unknown, and this process is very exciting. This is the feeling of Lu Xingxing chasing. Departure. Li Ziyu patted Lu Xingxing's shoulders, and was surrounded by the undead to walk around the fortress. Well, boss, wait for me. Lu Xingxing walked 2 steps quickly, and followed Li Ziyu with 2 cats. Logically speaking, the mountains are more dangerous at night. Many wild beasts and monsters hunt at night. They are killers in the dark. But when Li Ziyu was surrounded by the undead and walked up the mountain, he was safe all the way. It seemed that all the wild beasts and monsters avoided them, and they did not encounter any danger at all. They just walked to the position of the cave and approached the cave. Li Ziyu finally heard the voice. But it was still not the empty voice in Lu Xingxing's mouth, but the singing and shouting. "Boss, did you hear that?" There was a sound. That ethereal sound. Lu Xingxing looked at the cave, which was deeper than during the day, and swallowed hard. "I didn't hear any ethereal sound, but I heard singing and cheering," Li Ziyu said, spreading his hands. What? Singing and cheering?" Lu Xingxing looked at Li Ziyu in surprise, then looked at the two cat people beside him. The two cat people also had confused looks on their faces, and all their fears were dispelled by Li Ziyu's words. "My goodness, are we people living in different spaces? Why is there such a big gap?" What we clearly heard was an ethereal sound, which seemed very scary in the quiet night, just like the sound of a monster about to appear in a horror movie. How come it turned into a song in your ears? The gap is too big. Li Ziyu glanced at Lu Xingxing and shrugged. He had been in contact with the undead for a long time, and was the lord of the undead city, so he felt it more deeply. The so-called ethereal voice was probably because Lu Xingxing and the cat man were not familiar with listening with their souls. At this point, there is no need to say more. The things in this cave are 100% related to the undead, and the other party does not reject him, and even welcomes his arrival. This is not an adventure journey. It's clearly a journey of gain. I like. Li Ziyu's corner of his mouth was uplifting, showing a smile. Pointing, letting the undead open the way ahead. And he entered the cave with the back of the undead. The pitch-black cave was no problem for the undead. Their soul fires were burning brightly, even illuminating the surroundings. Lu Xingxing didn't even need a torch. He just had to follow them. And the group moved forward like this. Chapter 91 in the cave. In the dark cave, the undead seemed to have returned home, walking forward leisurely without any pause. The distance they had advanced had long exceeded the 500 meters that Lu Xingxing had explored before. The undead still had no intention of stopping, and the cave still had not reached the end. Click. The crisp sound made Lu Xingxing's body stiffen. He slowly lowered his head and raised his foot to look. There was a broken bone under his feet. "Boss!" Lu Xingxing looked in the direction of the bone and immediately shouted. Li Ziyu, who was walking forward with the undead, was startled by Lu Xingxing shouting. He turned back in annoyance and said, "What's wrong? You are making a fuss." Lu Xingxing grinned awkwardly. He also realized that shouting in a cave with a terrifying atmosphere would indeed scare people. But he still pointed to a place not far away and said, "Look over there. There is a corpse." TSK. Is it strange to have a corpse in the cave? Li Ziyu muttered, and then was stunned. If Lu Xingxing hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have noticed it. Since entering the cave, he seemed to have never seen a corpse. He walked back a few steps and came to Lu Xingxing. Looking at the place, he pointed. It was a skeleton that was mostly buried in the ground and had no flesh and blood. Judging from the appearance of the skeleton, it did not seem to be human, but should be a race like orcs. Li Ziyu stretched out his hand and grasped a piece of dry bones buried in the soil. With a little force, he pulled the bone out. He called a skeleton undead and asked him to put his head closer. Then he looked at the dry bones in his hand with the light of soul fire, looking at the color of the bones. It must have been dead for a long time. The color has changed, and the part one stepped on just now has become brittle. Lu Xingxing came over, took a closer look, and said in a low voice. After saying that, he looked down at the dry bones buried in the soil. He was stunned for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand and swept the ground twice, dug again, and immediately turned around. "Come here, undead. Help me take a look." But no undead paid any attention to him. Lu Xingxing looked at Li Ziyu expressionlessly. Li Ziyu held back his laughter, pulled over a skeleton, took off its skull, and presented it to Lu Xingxing affectionately. "Here, use this," looking at the skull in Li Ziyu's hand, with its upper and lower jaws opening and closing and swearing. Lu Xingxing's mouth twitched. After hesitating for a long time, he carefully took it and put it on the ground. "What did you find?" Li Ziyu squatted aside and looked over curiously. There seemed to be bones underneath. Lu Xingxing said, while holding the skull in one hand for lighting and continuing to sweep the dirt on the ground, holding the compressed bone and pulling upward with force. The soil was immediately turned over, and the thick leg bone was pulled out from the ground by Lu Xingxing. Because he used too much force, he fell to the ground with a fart and almost fell backwards. Li Ziyu approached the earth pit left by the leg bones, looked inside, and his eyes suddenly focused. Bones, and more bones underneath. He stood up straight, frowned, turned his head, and looked around. He had a guess in his mind. Could it be that the ground around him was full of corpses? Boss, this is not the bone of the corpse on the ground. Lu Xingxing held the thigh bone and could draw the conclusion without any comparison that this thigh bone did not match the exposed corpse at all. Keep moving forward and see what's inside. Li Ziyu snatched the thigh bone, threw it aside, and signaled the undead to keep moving forward. The cave ahead became tortuous, sometimes going up, sometimes going down. I didn't know how far I had walked, but I was definitely deep into the mountain, all the way to the end. It was a huge space, and even the soul fire of the undead could not illuminate everything around it. It was dark and quiet, and there was no road ahead. It was like a monster's gaping mouth leading straight to the abyss. And below the abyss was where the singing and cheering that Li Ziyu heard came from. Not knowing where the border was, Li Ziyu didn't dare to go forward for fear of accidentally falling in. So he directed the skeleton undead to go forward and check. The completely fearless skeleton undead walked over carelessly, and then disappeared from Li Ziyu's sight with a loud noise. Where did you go? Li Ziyu's heart was already filled with the feeling of the presence of the undead. Fortunately, the undead were not in any danger. They were still there, just entered the abyss. They also sent a message that everything was fine and comfortable. Wait, what the hell is comfort? What is ahead? Li Ziyu could no longer suppress his curiosity, and under the protection of the skeleton warrior, he moved forward cautiously. Lu Xingxing hesitated for a moment. Then, with lightning speed, he plucked off the skulls of several skeleton undead and rolled their heads out like bowling. As the soul fire flashed, he could vaguely see the surroundings and couldn't help but stand there in a daze. The skull rolled forward, then fell into the abyss with a whoosh, falling and bouncing all the way down. The light of the soul fire appeared and disappeared from time to time, vaguely reflecting the scene below. Boss, 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 don't go over there. Really don't go over there. Look at your feet. Li Ziyu, who was moving forward, heard Lu Xingxing's suppressed, trembling, fear-filled voice from behind him. His teeth were chattering, and he seemed to have seen an extremely incredible scene. Following his voice, Li Ziyu looked down, but it was pitch black and he could not see anything. He had to ask a few skeleton warriors to bend down and use soul fire to illuminate the area. He saw bones covering the ground. Or to be more precise, the ground was paved with bones. There is no soil around here. It's clearly a mountain of bones. Thinking of something, Li Ziyu leaned forward and looked into the darkness below. He saw dots of soul fire, and around the soul fire of the skull, there were flashes of white from time to time. That was the color of bones. Li Ziyu was stunned. No way. It's not what I thought. Oh my god. He swallowed, took a step forward, stumbled over something, tilted his body, and slid down the slope. Boss! Lu Xingxing yelled and rushed forward recklessly, trying to grab Li Ziyu's hand. But at the moment he pounced, the ground around him collapsed. Lu Xingxing screamed and fell down with a loud crash. It hurts. It hurts. While screaming in pain, Lu Xingxing sat up, rubbing his head and the places on his body where he had been bumped. When he came to his senses, he was startled and looked around quickly. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. He subconsciously groped the ground around him and touched a long object. He held it and threw it away. He realized what it was, a bone. I touched it again and felt a round object with a hole on it. A skull? Oh my god. Touch it again. It's still bones. Lu Xingxing gave up hope, silently put down the bone, and shouted with a tearful voice, Boss! Where are you? Even though Lu Xingxing likes treasure hunting and often comes into contact with the undead after arriving in the other world, it doesn't mean he isn't afraid of falling into a mass grave. Human fear comes from the unknown. What the hell are you yelling about? I'm here. The voice sounded not far from Lu Xingxing. And then the light of soul fire appeared, illuminating Li Ziyu's figure. Chapter 92, The Dead Spirit Appears. Seeing Li Ziyu's figure, Lu Xingxing's frightened heart suddenly calmed down. He stood up and stumbled to his side. Xingxing, I think you really found an incredible treasure this time. Li Ziyu patted Lu Xingxing's shoulder and said with a smile. Stop it, boss. It's scary here. Lu Xingxing didn't like this kind of environment. It would be better if there were treasures or gold bars or something. There were corpses everywhere. He didn't like this kind of treasure. Do you have any special lighting methods that can illuminate a large area? I want to confirm it again. Li Ziyu asked. Although there is soul fire to illuminate. But in this empty environment, the soul fire is like a firefly in the dark night. And the illumination range is limited. Yes, but there is only one chance. Lu Xingxing said, as he took out something that looked like a firecracker from the backpack on his back. This thing is called a simple emergency flare, produced by the system. And its main function is to send signals when surviving. Lu Xingxing had few resources, and could only make this one. Enough? Light up the surroundings, and let us see if this place is what I thought. Li Ziyu said. Lu Xingxing nodded and twisted the button hard. The flare was launched and exploded in midair. The bright flames illuminated everything around. Corpse. All corpses. Everywhere they looked, there were skeletons piled up like mountains. And where they were was the bottom of a sunken corpse pit. Knew it. Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing stared blankly at the pile of corpses around them. This is not a mountain range at all, but a huge pile of corpses. Or a mountain range made of corpses. Countless corpses were piled up together and covered by dust over countless years, forming the mountains of the dead that look like mountains from the outside. The reason why vegetation is lush is that the corpses become nutrients after decaying. With so many corpses, of course, the plants will flourish. Boss, is this the hometown of the dead? Why are there so many corpses? Lu Xingxing murmured unconsciously. It seemed that the fire shocked the things in the corpse mountain. The light of green emerged from the bones. A bit like the soul fire of the bones. But it was completely different. It's a dead soul. One by one, green and glowing ghosts crawled out from between the bones, floating in the pit of corpses, wandering aimlessly, and making shrill screams. Congratulations on discovering the special location, the mountain of corpses and souls, and unlocking the building, the great cemetery. Just when Li Ziyu was staring at those dead souls in a daze, a prompt suddenly came from the system, which shocked him. Damn, I'm rich. When I discovered the swamp cemetery before, the system didn't give any hints. But here, not only was there a hint, it even had a name, and I could unlock buildings. The breath of Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing and the catman attracted the dead souls in the air. They were fluttering and turned sharply. Not good. Help. Mom. Meow. Just when Lu Xingxing and the cat were panicked, the bones stood up one by one, surrounded them in the middle, and beating the soul fire violently, exuding strange soul fluctuations. A song rang out in Li Ziyu's soul, different from the ethereal singing before. The singing of the dead was solemn and dignified, grand and low. Li Ziyu could not understand the lyrics of the song, but could feel the nostalgia, comfort and intimacy of the song resounding in her soul. The dead souls dived, and their shapes swinged sharply in the air, scattered, and fluttered in the air again. They looked at the bottom in surprise. The original terrible look gradually eased and became calm, looking at the undeads peacefully. This song is the song of the undead. It is a song that every undead will be. It is a song that can only be understood by the undead. As the requiem was sung, several ghosts broke away and slowly landed not far from the undead. The skeleton undead actually made way spontaneously, revealing Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing, and the others in front of the undead. Damn it. The undead sold us out. Lu Xingxing saw those dead souls slowly floating to himself. And suddenly it felt bad. Li Ziyu didn't understand what was happening, and why the undead would give way. He was a little panicked, but he forced himself to remain calm, straightened his clothes, took a step forward, and blocked Lu Xingxing and the catman behind him. The green light flashed on the dead soul, revealing the true capacity. It is the dead soul of different races. Human beings, orcs, and even elf and other races. Floating in the front was a human ghost. He was wearing a gorgeous robe with various intricate patterns on it, a sword at his waist, and a golden crown on his head. However, his condition was not very good. The exposed skin was wrinkled and completely shriveled, and many parts had rotted away, revealing his bones. It seemed to realize that his appearance was not very elegant. The dead soul of the king flashed again on the body of the king, put away the terrible form, and turned back to the human appearance when he was alive. He was an elegant and gentle old man, You are not undead. But the undead are willing to protect you. Who are you and why are you here? He came in front of Liziu, looked her up and down, and spoke slowly. His voice was gentle and without malice, but full of inquiry and curiosity. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the Lord of the Undead City. As you can see, I am a human being. I wanted to come here to mine some more, but I came here by mistake and disturbed you all. Liziu saw that the undead in front of him seemed to be very reasonable, so he lowered his guard and said seriously, Undead City owner? The King of the Dead looked at Liziu, then turned to look at his companions behind him, all of whom looked a little confused. For a long time, the King of Dead Soul looked a little complicatedly. Have the undead have occupied the world? Have you betrayed humans and devoted it into the undead? Facing the question from the King of the Dead, Liziu just shook his head and said, The dead have not taken over the world. I am their city lord and I own a fortress of the dead. That's all. The dead souls looked at each other. They hadn't touched the outside world for too long. They lived here. Before, they felt the breath of the undead and were attracted by that breath. This attracted Liziu and the undead to meet the Deep Soul Mountains. No matter what race they were in their previous lives, they are all undead now. And they have a natural affinity for the skeleton undead who are also undead. How is the outside world? Is it peaceful? The King of Dead Soul did not investigate the question of Liziu's identity, but asked his doubts. Fortunately, at least the big faces are peaceful. There are still conflicts between the tribes. Do you have always been here? Liziu organized his own understanding of the alien world, telling the conclusion that he had the conclusion of the soul, and then asked, Yeah, we have been here. We have never left. And we can't leave. The King of Dead Soul said lonely. Is this a large group of earthbound spirits? Liziu looked at the densely packed souls in the sky, which were gathering more and more, almost forming a green light cloud, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Chapter 93 The History of Dead Soul. Liziu looked up at the sky and could no longer distinguish the appearance of individual ghosts. They were all huddled together. Fortunately, ghosts had no bodies and existed in a state of energy. Even if two ghosts were superimposed on each other, there would be no damage. How many dead souls can gather such a large green cloud? I am afraid that there are more than 1 million. Unlock special items. Soul coffin. Just when the number of dead souls was amazed, the system prompted the sound of sounds, and Liziu stunned. He heard it clearly that this time it was unlocking items, not architecture. This was a bit interesting. The system was still unlocked for the first time, but he had no time to check in the front of so many dead souls. Can you tell me why you are here? Liziu held back to check the curiosity of the soul coffin and asked the doubts after he came to the cave. These dead souls were obviously born from the corpse mountains. Maybe they will know the secrets here. His words made the whole space calm. After the dead souls were silent for a few seconds, there was a sharp soul fluctuations burst into his body, as if it was stimulated. This, did I ask what shouldn't be? Feeling the fluctuations of the soul constantly, Liziu was very uncomfortable, and he could feel the sorrow in the fluctuation. They forgot. We have been forgotten. Why forget us? The wind was blowing in the peaceful corpse mountain. Under the stimulus, the dead soul unconsciously caused the soul storm. Once the storm was formed, the undead may have no big deal, but the soul of Liziu, Lu Xingxing, and the two cats will definitely be torn into pieces. Quiet! Just as the storm was forming, the King of the Dead suddenly turned around, revealing the appearance of a ghost. He raised his hideous face, looked up at the sky and shouted loudly. The sound waves swept through, and the soul storm wave broke with a sound. The excited dead souls woke up one after another and hurriedly gathered their soul energy. They actually don't want to kill the creatures below. It has been so many years since they last saw a living being that they have lost count. Since they have reconsciousness, they have been trapped here. This corpse mountain is not so much a huge prisoner, instead of being their homeland, so that they are not free. Here are restraining them, making them unable to stay away. And some dead souls, who are strong in the soul, have also broken away from this restraint and forcibly rushed out of the corpse mountain gathered land. However, as soon as they arrived, the soul flew into the world and turned into the world. Some of the dead souls are examples, and other dead souls are not trying to leave. They feel the world's resistance to them. They no longer belong to this world. They can only live here, on the day after day, year after year. Boring and boring. They get ridiculous eternal life in this prisoner-like place. They longed to contact the outside world, but no one would enter the mountain. They waited year after year. And finally Li Ziyu and his companions arrived. Sorry. Their emotions are not controlled. After the Dead Soul King suppressed the dead soul, he recovered the human appearance again, and said softly with apology, "This is not just a loss of control of emotions. This is a desire to kill me." Lu Xingxing murmured, and suddenly fell to the ground, his bones on the ground making crackling sounds. It may be because of the undead. Li Ziyu felt that it was not very good. His face was a little white. Lu Xingxing almost hung up. He was in pain. It was the pain of the soul. Seeing that Lu Xingxing was in a bad condition, an orc with fangs behind the king waved his hand. Immediately, 4 ghosts left the team, floated to his side, transformed into beautiful women, and hummed softly in Lu Xingxing's ears. It was strange to say that when he heard the soft song, Lu Xingxing's painful appearance gradually disappeared, and he became calm and serene, and the pain on his body was reduced. When he saw him okay, Li Ziyu watched the King of Dead Soul, waiting for him to explain himself. The King of Dead Soul sighed. His eyes were empty, and he slowly spoke, telling a history of being forgotten by the wasteland. For a long time, I do not know how many years ago, all ethnic groups lived on this land. It is rich and vast here, raising countless creatures. It is a peaceful and beautiful day. Each race can get their own place of survival here. They can have a self-sufficient life. Although they occasionally friction, everything is within the controlled range and is peaceful. In the long-term years, the 4 forces are gradually formed. 2 countries dominated by human beings, a country led by orcs, and a country led by elemental creatures. The 4 major forces were tied and divided this land. But there was no large-scale war. The King of Dead Soul was the controller of the 2 human countries. His country was called Boran Joint Kingdom. It was a nation dominated by humans, but accepted the open country of any race. It was so good back then. The Ghost King looked into the void and sighed, recalling the prosperous and peaceful Boran United Kingdom at that time, and the people who always seemed to have smiles on their faces. And then, he continued his story. The turning point of the story comes from another human kingdom called Komiai Ding, which is a kingdom composed of pure humans. The humans in the Komiai Ding kingdom do not practice cultivation. They rely on external objects to become strong and have strong combat power. But they are weak and have a short lifespan. At some point, Komiading discovered some strange substances. They felt that the substances could enhance their combat effectiveness. So they started to research and develop them. However, they didn't expect that it was the beginning of all the disasters. Shit. This plot looks so familiar. Isn't this the story of a mad scientist who, regardless of the consequences, develops something beyond his control, and then destroys the world? Li Ziyu smacked his lips, and complained wildly in his mind. But on the surface, he still looked like he was listening carefully, and did not interrupt the Ghost King. However, he guessed right. The group of lunatics at Komiading used that strange substance on living creatures, causing them to mutate. The mutated creatures had extremely strong vitality, and possessed special energy, but lacked reason. They were a group of biological weapons that were created, and were completely uncontrollable. The most important point is that I don't know what Komiai did, but the substance became contagious. Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Well, isn't this just an alien version of zombies? When they found that these irrational biological weapons were difficult to control, the crazy people in Komiading came up with another crooked trick. They decided to forcibly break through the void barrier, and seek means of control from other spaces. This foolish approach directly caused a large number of undead and demons to rush into this world. The undead released by Komiading were not the kind controlled by Li Ziyu's men, but undead that were full of malice towards living beings, coupled with demons that liked destruction and uncontrollable mutated monsters. Things were completely messed up. At this point, Komiading could no longer hide the truth, as all the countries knew about the good deeds they had done. When he was about to reach this point, the Ghost King's emotions fluctuated greatly, and he could hardly maintain his human form. He kept flashing and switching between the horrifying ghost form and human form. It took him a long time to calm down and suppress his anger. In fact, several countries were at their peak at that time, and everyone joined forces to fight the enemy. It's not that they couldn't defeat those guys. After all, the undead, demons, and mutated monsters at that time were not in harmony, and it was a state of melee. The problem lies with the country of Kamei. They did not think of uniting together to solve the trouble they caused. Instead, they started thinking about how to protect their own country at this time. They directly brought trouble upon themselves and caused trouble everywhere, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. Needless to say, the result was that just looking at the mountain of corpses and the gathering place of souls, one could understand from so many skeletons that Komiadang succeeded. And all the countries were dragged into it. The originally rich and peaceful land ushered in the darkest era in history. And no race living on this land could stay out of it. The flames of war and slaughter, blood and wailing, spread across this land. Various destructive attacks caused the loss of lives. Corpses were everywhere, and the environment became unsuitable for survival. Finally, a decisive battle was ushered in. The story of the Ghost Kings ends here, because they all died in that final battle and turned into ghosts. When they regained consciousness, they were already living in this place full of dead bones. Living in a place where corpses and souls gather. They have nothing to do but review everything that happened in the past. Even though they have turned into ghosts, they are still worried about whether the outside world is peaceful. After all, their descendants are still out there, and they don't want to be forgotten, even if they are regarded as negative examples in people's mouths. At least it proves that we have lived and that we once wanted to make the world a better place. At least it proves that we should not touch those dangers and not make the same mistakes as we did. They are just a group of pitiful souls, imprisoned here. Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing finally understood why the ghosts reacted so strongly when they were asked why they were here. Looking up at the dead souls in the sky, the sadness in my heart could not be concealed at all. I'm sorry. I haven't heard of Boran, nor Komiadang. I haven't even heard of any country in this land. Li Ziyu looked at the Ghost King, whose face was full of expectation and sadness, shook his head and said softly, "Ah." The Ghost King sighed deeply. After waiting for countless years, he finally received news from the outside world. This news was like a bolt from the blue. The people outside had completely forgotten him, and they did not even leave the slightest ripple in history. The King of the Dead turned his head to look at the dead souls behind him. Seeing their determined eyes, he seemed to have made up his mind. He turned his head to look at Li Ziyu and said, "If you need, you can take everything here. We don't need it anymore. We don't want to be imprisoned like this anymore. Let us be free." Liberation is the final appeal of the dead souls. They have been here for too long, and they have tried everything to stay sane. Now, it is time to leave, whether it is to dissipate or go to the world of the dead. As long as they are not here. If the people in front of them were other humans, they might not make this request. After all, they are now in the form of ghosts, a kind of undead, and other people may not understand the undead. But the human in front of him is an undead city lord, and maybe he has a way to free them. Li Ziyu was stunned by the words of the Ghost King. His eyes widened. He looked around, took a deep breath, and his face flushed slightly. "What? It's all given to me. I can use it as I please? Oh my god. Isn't this going to be posted?" Li Ziyu had no idea how many skeletons there were in the mountain of corpses and souls. Even if he estimated it, he couldn't figure it out. They were all piled together to form a mountain. But the number was definitely not less than 1 million. If all of them were transformed into undead. Not to mention being transformed into skeleton warriors. Even if they were transformed into skeleton undead. What a powerful force it would be. Just think about an army of millions of undead. It's exciting. With such a huge army, I dare not touch it even if it is a force in the central wilderness. Okay. I accept your gift. I will find a way to free you. Li Ziyu nodded vigorously. He would accept this gift no matter what. Isn't it just a way to be liberated? At worst, I can transform all the corpses into spirits. Without the corpses, this mountain of corpses and the gathering place of souls will no longer exist. Then everyone will be liberated. Right? After getting Li Ziyu's promise, the dead souls did not linger and just dispersed like that. Just like a group of old people who were heartbroken, leaving silently without any worries. "Boss, how about we help them? They look quite pitiful." After the ghosts dispersed, Lu Xingxing came up to Li Ziyu and whispered, "I want to help, but I don't know how. They are ghosts, and the race under my command are skeleton undead. They are not the same kind." Li Ziyu said helplessly. The undead are a very large race. Not just skeleton undead, but also various branches such as ghosts, dead spirits, zombies, liches, etc. After getting the promise from the dead souls, Li Ziyu did not stay here for long. He took Lu Xingxing and left quickly. Anyway, there would be plenty of time to transform the corpses in the future, so there was no need to rush today. On the way, Li Ziyu checked the information about the corpse mountain and soul gathering ground in the system, and couldn't help but feel fortunate that his decision to leave first was correct. This kind of place is not so easy to stay in. For the undead, the mountain of corpses and the gathering place of souls are treasures that can warm their soul fire. But for living beings, it is truly a forbidden place. Li Ziyu also understood what Cursed Tascheling was talking about. The corpse mountain and soul gathering ground were the territory of the undead, possessing a large amount of death energy, magic power, and a special aura, all of which would invisibly affect the surrounding creatures. Beasts and monsters are still okay, but they have the greatest impact on normal intelligent creatures, which can interfere with their consciousness and make them die silently. This is the curse. It seems that if we want to develop this place, we have to move the fortress farther away. Otherwise, even if we are fine, Lu Xingxing and the Minotaurs will not be able to bear it. When they came out of the cave, the night was almost over. Li Ziyu did not hesitate and immediately started the mobile fortress and got away from the mountains of the dead before the sun came out. Even though Li Ziyu ran fast enough, Lu Xingxing was still affected. Not long after he came out of the cave, he fell ill and lay down. Fortunately, the illness was not serious. He just had a cold and fever. He had been in the cave, where the yin energy was too heavy. There was nothing else, and he would be fine after 2 days of rest. As the sun rises, the skeleton building retreats into the ground. Entering dormant mode, the Minotaur, who had spent a night outside, discovered the familiar bone plate platform and immediately ran back happily. Starting a new day. Chapter 94 Assembly Line. After entering dormant mode, Li Ziyu did not rest as usual. Because of the stimulation of the mountain of corpses and countless corpses, he could not sleep at all. He was very excited and walked back and forth in the dark hall of the main building. Unable to sleep, Li Ziyu simply clicked on the buildings and items unlocked yesterday to see what they did. Graveyard. Introduction. Asterisk main city level building. It has the ability to create corpses, collect corpses, and collect soul energy. It can create skeleton-like undead on its own. It is worth having. Construction demand. Skeleton asterisk 10,000 units. Soul energy asterisk 50,000 units. The core of the dead asterisk 1. Occupied area, 100 units. Looking at the introduction of the big cemetery, Li Ziyu's mouth slowly grew up. His eyes became more and more round. Well, what do I see? What is this? Not to mention the main urban level building that is specifically marked. Just say which one is not attractive. It is simply a home trip. Is it necessary to kill and over goods? With it, the development speed of mobile forts has not yet increased. When you see the needs, the eyes are not round, but almost protruding from the eyes. How much is this 0? 1? 10 million? 1 million units of bones. I drip it. Not only requires 1 million units, but also 50,000 units of soul energy. The most important thing is that the core of the dead, who do not know what it is. This large cemetery is indeed good, but the requirements are also high. I really want to build it, but the demand is insufficient, and scratch my head. After struggling for a long time, Li Ziyu finally suppressed his emotions and turned to look at the special item. The Soul Coffin. Soul Coffin. Introduction. Asterisk special item. Used to gather the souls of the dead. The more souls gathered in the Soul Coffin, the greater its power. It is said that the truth is within the range of the cannon. Demand. Skeleton asterisk 100,000 units. Soul energy asterisk 100,000 units. Skills. Soul absorbing the soul. The death of the soul. The soul projection. What do you want to come? The Soul Coffin also criticized plus. Just promised that the King of Soul was to let them be relieved. The Soul Coffin came, and the system finally did a good thing. There are also a lot of skeletons needed to build Soul Coffin. But Li Ziyu is sitting with the corpse mountain to gather souls. There is no problem with 100,000 units of bones. Sprinkle water. As for the energy of 10,000 souls, he can also take it out. After the corpse mountain and soul gathering area are developed, we will build one first and see how it goes. In a hidden underground cave, the huge bonfire was burning, and the torch was lit around, and the entire cave was shined brightly. There are nearly 100 people in the cave, belonging to Goblin, Lizardman and Hunter, respectively, and made 3 regions around the bonfire. They are the tumor race in the wasteland, and the victims of the undead. We can't let the undead continue. Otherwise no one will survive. The short green-skinned goblin jumped to his feet and shouted in a shrill voice. It is not a simple matter to fight against the undead. Moss, the leader of the Tasta lizard tribal tribe, said with disdain. Goblin said. Mose, what do you mean? Just wait like this, waiting for the undead to kill us one by one? Goblin looked fragile. Dwarf, if you talk to me with this attitude again, I will turn you into goblin jerky. A fierce look flashed in Moss's vertical pupils. Although they were both the cancer of the wasteland, he looked down on the goblins, and did not think that they were qualified to be on an equal footing with him. Goblin was frightened by Moss's eyes, and hit his companion. He turned his head, and saw a bear goblin. The guy stood up and threw him aside, forcing Moss. The lizardmen warriors around Moss picked up their weapons and stood up, looking at the goblin silently but fiercely, ready to attack if they disagreed. Are we here to discuss the undead? Or to fight a civil war? Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, a voice suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of the lizardmen and goblins. It was a young head-hunting family, just 16 or 17-year-old, bald head, white tattoos from head to toe, and was covered by black dyes without tattoos. He had a pair of amber pupils, giving a weird and fierce feeling. His eyes swept over the goblin. The bear goblin seemed to be afraid and looked away, not meeting his gaze. When he looked at Moss, Moss looked at him fearlessly, and was silent for 2 seconds, moving his tongue. When we quarrel, the undead is becoming more powerful, the young hunting first clan said. NATO, like those dwarfs, do you intend to fight against the undead? Moss asked, asking for the young head hunting. It's not that we are planning to go to war. It's that we have to go to war. Moss, you don't really think that the undead will let you go, do you? They are the undead. Don't you know where they came from, and how they increased in number? NATO, a young man from the headhunter tribe, asked calmly without any expression on his face. Moss's pupils shrank slightly. Of course, he knew that fighting against the undead would become a member of the opponent. The more he died, the more the number of the other party would be. This is where the undead is horrible, and it is why he is unwilling to fight against the undead. I couldn't destroy the undead at one time, and I encountered it next time. I am afraid that it would be a disaster. Mose is very afraid of the hunting family, because these guys who seem to be no different from humans are actually much rigid than their lizards. At least they will not treat the same family as a grain reserve. And NATO, at such an old age, has become the leader of a tribe of 100,000 headhunters in an environment where people eat each other. This is enough to show his intelligence and ability. Although he is young, he has a good brain and is ruthless. He is definitely not an easy person to deal with. Those goblin dwarfs are stupid. They have war with the undead. It is estimated that the undead is getting stronger and stronger. Instead, they suffer from fighting with the undead. They are angry, but they are afraid of death. So they want to attack the undead together with them. Yes, we will kill them while the undead is not strong now. With NATO's support. Goblin saw the opportunity and shouted immediately. The leaders of various tribes on the lizardman side just looked at them silently and ignored them. They were too lazy to say even a word. But they sneered in their hearts. The goblins were really stupid. Even if they went to war with the undead, did they still think they could hide behind and reap the benefits? The combat effectiveness, like Goblin, is not strong and likes to jump. Of course, it is necessary to send it to the first cannon fodder, and the number of undead is eliminated. We don't need to waste too much time here. Mose, do you want to eliminate the undead with us? NATO was too lazy to quarrel whether the lizard man participated in the war. He would fight against the undead, and Goblin had to participate in the war. What should I do if Goblin doesn't want to participate in the war? Oh, is this also a problem? If Goblin refuses to participate in the war, of course, before the war with the undead, take Goblin to sacrifice the flag, forcing them to end the battlefield. NATO even hoped that Goblin would not participate in the war, so that they had the reason for attacking, not only to get a lot of cannon fodder, but also a lot of rations, fresh ones. Whether the undead was rampant, unscrupulous development, or united with the head of the head of the head, Goblin. To destroy the undead in one fell swoop. Mose looked at the leaders of the tribe behind him, asked a few words, and then turned to look at NATO again. Our lizard man agrees to participate in the war and destroy the undead. Very good. Then prepare to fight. NATO nodded with satisfaction, stood up and prepared to leave. The leaders of the goblin tribes jumped and shouted, "We will join the war too. We goblins will join the war too." However, NATO and Moss ignored them. There is no need to discuss any details of the battle. The Wasteland tribe has always been fighting. At most, the ethnic group has been divided. There are no coalition leaders. They just need to worry about their own people. Even if there are only thousands of undead, they have to play a 100% spirit. This is not a simple thing to separate the victory. They must ensure that no undead runs away. Otherwise, more undead will soon come back. The leaders of various tribes left the underground cave and went back to gather people. Dead Soul Mountains. Under the moonlight, the bones of the bones were lined up into 4 long queues. Looking at it from the air, it was as if the ants were moving food, densely packed, but neatly and orderly. 2 caves on the mountain. 2 returned from the cave on the mountain, and kept sending the corpse in the soul of the corpse mountain to the main building of the fortress. And then more bones rushed to the cave from the fort. If you want to be good, you must first benefit it. Li Ziyu transformed the corpses brought from the soul mountains into a bones, and used to carry more corpses. Even so, he was still not satisfied with the collection speed. There is no need to dig the corpse in the corpse mountain gathered soul. As long as it is picked up and sent it back, it is done. The lack of transportation equipment. The speed is still slow. If there is a car or something, it is convenient. Lu Xingxing stood at a high place and looked at the dense and hard-working undead, and couldn't help sighing. These undeads are hard-working enough. There is no complaints. As if they are as good as they are. They are not tired. That is, the speed is a bit slow. Yes. Lu Xingxing did not expect his unintentional words to remind Li Ziyu. Cars, trucks and the like. You don't need to think about it. But he can get a mining car. Before coming to the Soul Mountains, he deliberately developed the resource station and unlocked the ore collection point. The unlocking tool of the ore collection point is the miner pick. And there is no other thing. But as an exclusive building of mining, it is normal to have a mining car? Try it. Anyway, there is not much to consume. And the bones of 10 units are 10 units. If it was before, Li Ziyu would still have some distress. Now there are countless corpses. Besides, it was originally intended to open the mine in the Soul Mountains. Even if it is useless to carry the corpse, it can be used directly for mines. It is not lost anyway. I didn't think about it, and I chose to build a resource station and ore collection point near the entrance. After consume the bones of 10 units, there were 10 more bones of bones, and they staggered to build the location. No, big brother. Somewhat. Do we plan to make one ourselves? Is the bone of the 10 units consumed by this consumer? But just getting on the past. How to create a collection point. Li Ziyu? He was a question mark in his head. He could only watch the undead walk over, then hook his shoulders, and lay on the ground. The bone twisted strangely, forming a small square building. Seeing this scene, Lu Xingxing and Li Ziyu. At the same time. Good guys. Really artificial resources. Li Ziyu rolled her eyes. No wonder that 10 units needed bones. This is a bone building. Pure. Wait until the 10 undead stitches the resource points. And there are many new gadgets in the system. For example, the bone of 1 unit of bones can make 5 miner picks. 1 unit of bones can be paved with a rail of 1 meter. A mining car manufactured by the bone of 10 units. And so on. Li Ziyu speculated that the reason why the system did not prompt the track and mining car was because these items were part of the resource point. So they did not deliberately remind them. My eggs. The system is really pit. Who knows that after the resource point is built, it will continue to consume the bones to make items. Fortunately, you have encountered the corpse mountain gathered. Otherwise you should not be blind. However, it should be said that the ore collection point gave him a surprise. Which is indeed useful. There is nothing to say. Open the built-in. Stop summoning the bone dead spirit first. And change to laying the track. There is no need to dig a hole. And it will be paved along the existing caves all the way. As for the consumption of laying the track, Li Ziyu said that it is not a problem. Thanks to the skeleton architecture, nothing built will be wasted easily. Everything that can be transformed into undead will be transformed into undead. Even the tracks. One after another. The undead lay on the ground. Their bones moved, and strangely formed a long track line that extended all the way into the cave. The dead souls looked at the laid track, and they were curious in the blankness, drifting around their knees, until they saw a square box moved along the track. The undead in the cave received an order long ago, and the skeletons picked up were piled up in the mining car. The mining car walked around and walked back along another track. After arriving outside, the mine cart entered the resource point on its own without the help of other undead. When it came out, the cart was empty. Liziu discovered through the system that he had 100 extra skeletons. A mining car in 10 units can harvest 100 units of bones at a time. This is a lot of money. I have to say that after having a suitable tool, the collection speed soared immediately and went to the grade. Now that the collection speed is restricted, there is only the problem of the number of tools. Liziu immediately ordered 29 more mining cars. It doesn't mean that he doesn't want to get more, but the length of the cave. The 30 mining cars are just right, and the more is equivalent to spending in vain, and the speed cannot be improved. 30 mine carts set off one after another, and the undead quickly became familiar with this method of collecting. They would prepare the corpses in advance, and when the mine carts arrived, they would pile them on top without hesitation, fill the mine carts, and then load the next one. A mining car is back and forth, busy, standing on the mainstream, as if it is an industrialized assembly line, and the number of skeletons in Liziu's hand is rapidly increasing. Boss, are you too amazing? Lu Xingxing was dumbfounded, but he could still see the assembly line in a different world. For the dwelling worker, there is no need for meals or salary. It only needs to be assigned to work, and it will continue to output. Foxconn has tears with eyes, and the capitalist choked. The undead is high. The migrant workers work souls, and the work is all the people. Chapter 95 New Arms. As the corpse of a car was transported out, the bones in Liziu's hand were also increasing rapidly. The corpse does not need to be excavated. It only needs to be carried. 50 to 70 bones of the dead spirit. Once it is carried, a mining car can be filled with 2,000 undeads. It is enough to supply 30 mining cars to allow the mining car to continuously transport the body. There are more than 2,000 undead in the cave. With the new undead added by Liziu, there are now more than 5,000 skeleton undead in the cave. More than 3,000 undead are still using the old method, carrying the corpses out, which is a completely stupid method. Liziu touched his chin, feeling that he couldn't just waste labor like this. According to the speed at which the mine carts were transporting corpses, the undead no longer needed to carry them themselves. It would be better to send the undead to other places to work. Stars, are there a vein around this? Liziu asked suddenly. Hearing the question, Lu Xingxing quickly opened the system, studied it for a while, and shook his head helplessly. There were indeed mineral veins in the Ghost Mountains, but there were none around the cave, and the nearest mineral vein was still some distance away. If there is no mineral vein, then cut the trees, hunt some beast in the mountains by the way, and add some food. Food is a good thing. Not only did he, Lu Xingxing and cats need to eat it. It is also good to use some resources. Thinking of this, Liziu did not hesitate and placed the resource station and wood collection point not far from the cave. There were still 10 undead spirits that transformed into a square building. Liziu had figured out that these resource points should be directly connected to his main building. The collected resources could be placed inside and then directly teleported back to the main building. It was very convenient. After the wood collection point is built, there are many more things in the system, which is similar to the ore collection points. The bones of one unit can make 5 logging AXS, which are specially used for collecting wooden cars, as well as bundle wood ropes that need to be made to make vines. Liziu has no ready-made vines in his hands. But it doesn't matter. There are many mountains on the mountain. Let the undead collect some of them can be manufactured directly. After consuming a batch of skeletons and making thousands of logging axes, the extra skeleton undead in the cave withdrew, picked up the newly made logging axes, and went into the mountains to cut wood. Of course, if you encounter any beasts or the like. By the way, this is called a hound that cuts the trees by mistake. The undeader who does not want to hunt the beast is not a good loggator. Lu Xingxing watched Liziu's series of actions with his eyes wide open. Boss, capitalists are not as cruel as you. Although the undead can't speak, You can't bully the dumb like this. Hearing that, Li Ziyu turned his head and looked at him, and asked him faintly, how much is the cat's cost? 1 unit of meat is 1 meat. Lu Xingxing blinked his eyes. Somehow. But he answered honestly. Li Ziyu gave him a smiley face. Do you want to do a few more cats? Do you not want to do it? I want to dream. Lu Xingxing nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. The smile on Li Ziyu's face was even worse, and asked slowly, can you hunt? Lu Xingxing's head was shaking like a wave of waves. Hunting was impossible to hunt. He barely hit a rabbit and grabbed the fox. Seeing him shaking his head, Li Ziyu raised his hand and slapped him on the head. Without me as a capitalist, what the hell would you eat? How the hell would you increase the number of cat people? I need meat to summon the undead. Right? You can't bully a mute. And you're still a capitalist. After being slapped on the head a few times, Lu Xingxing came to his senses and quickly smiled. How can the boss be a capitalist? You are so kind and have such a noble character. Completely different from those capitalists who eat people without leaving any bones. When you are soft, you have to be soft, which can increase the number of cats and enhance your own strength. What can you do if you have a means of saving your life? He knocked on his brain again, and Li Ziyu let him go, looking at the direction of the Soul Mountains with a smile. The opportunity to rise is so rare. After waiting for so long, I finally got the chance. I still remember that in order to get some wood, the undead took bone knives and machetes and chopped trees vigorously. But after chopping for a long time, they didn't get much. This time it was different. With the help of tools such as felling axes, the speed of chopping trees was increased. And soon there was wood to be collected. Reminder, your storage space is insufficient. Please build storage buildings as soon as possible. Insufficient storage space will result in the inability to collect resources. Before Li Ziyu's smile disappeared, she stiffened on her face. And there is insufficient space. Why did I not know before? Oh, I'm sorry. I was too poor before. There was no such problem as insufficient storage space. Tears streaming down my face. JPG. What makes me so lacking in information? It's because I'm poor. Since coming to the other world, no knight will have so many gains tonight. Let alone say that the bones are excessive. Only this is not enough. That shortcoming. Everything is missing. And the corner of the mouth is sad. Forget it. I won't mention it anymore. It brings tears to my eyes. Isn't there no space for storage? It's okay. I built it. He opened the system, looked through it, and found a building that was almost covered in dust. He once thought that the building was redundant. The building was called a warehouse. Storehouse. Introduction. Are you blind? Don't you know these two characters? Follow me and read Sanku. It is used to store resources. It can store a lot. Construction requirements. Skeleton * 100 units. Occupy area, 50 units. Li Ziyu. I was just scolded. You came out of the system. You see if I can't beat you? After taking 2 deep breaths and calming his emotions, Li Ziyu still chose the construction warehouse honestly. As the most basic building, the construction of the warehouse is very short. After consume the bones, a building full of undead style appeared on the bone board platform. The supplies that were originally stored in the main building were naturally transferred to the warehouse by the system. The classification was stacked, and the items in the warehouse could be found in the system interface. It is similar to the backpack interface of the game, with small items and supplies that can be stacked up. The stacking quantity of each item in the grid is different. For example, basic materials such as bones, wood, meat, etc. are stacked together in groups of 100, while animal skins are of different types and quantities. There are many grids in the warehouse. For the time being, it is enough. If it is not enough, it consumes some skeletons and can upgrade the warehouse to increase the number of grids. Looking at the resources in the warehouse, there are more resources, and entering the virtuous circle, Li Ziyu feels that it is time to do something else. For example, study some new weapons and new arms. He is only available to the bones and skeleton soldiers in his hands. And even the bone dead spirit is not a combat sequence. The number of cannon fodder is the combat sequence. But the soldiers are too single, and they are fighting close to each other. In case of strong long-range firepower, they will be suppressed. In fact, if Li Ziyu encounters a slightly developed mobile fortress, he is very disadvantaged, because there is no long-range attack ability. and it is also troublesome to destroy the opponent's fortress. When he faced Udonbwa, the Goblin Lord before, the opponent's fortress was not strong enough. Otherwise, he would not have been able to tear down the fortress. The most he could do was to destroy all the opponent's goblins. After there is resources, it is imperative to update the arms. Alas, this time you have to choose long-range firepower, and the combat effectiveness must be good. You must be able to protect the soldiers in the Souls Mountain mining area. Li Ziyu opened the weapon workshop that had not been used for a long time, searched around, and finally chose the bow and arrow as a weapon. There are quite a few research and development projects regarding bow and arrow weapons, and bows and arrows are developed separately. The first bow and arrow that Li Ziyu watched is a short bow that is suitable for fast shooting and can effectively kill the enemy. In ancient history, short bows were very common, while longbows were less commonly used, like a cavalry, Qing Baki, Mongolian cavalry, basically short bows, good at quick shooting. After all, on the horse's back, you want to aim at the shooting. The difficulty is too high, and the short bow is easy to use. The most famous longbow in history is the Japanese longbow, which often appears in movies. The girl uses an island bow in the archery training ground. It is 2.2 meters long. When using it, you hold the lower third of the bow and shoot the arrow. In addition to the Japanese longbow, there is also the Welsh longbow, which is the famous English longbow, which is about 1.8 meters long. It was also a legendary weapon in ancient times. Quick shooting short bow bone, basic bow and arrow. It is not big nor thick. The range is still close, but it shoots fast. R&D requirements: Soul Energy * 500 units. Speed archery bone, arrows specially used for quick shooting short bows. Although short, it is smart. With short bows, can shoot continuously. R&D requirements: Soul Energy * 100 units. After looking at the short bow, Li Ziyu was still very satisfied. Even the system said that this thing was good. Let's put it aside for now and decide whether to develop it later. We also need to look at the longbow. Although the short bow is good, its range is short. When researching long-range weapons, range is the key. Although the longbow has a slow firing speed, its range is better than the short bow, and its attack power is also greater. Bone longbow, a weapon with a good range. Want to experience the feeling of thousands of arrows shooting at once and dark clouds covering the sky? Then you must have a longbow. R&D requirements: Soul Energy * 1000 units. Bone long arrow, a special arrow that matches the bone longbow. It can be used not only as an arrow, but also as a short spear. One arrow can be used for multiple purposes. It is a conscientious product. R&D requirements: Soul Energy * 100 units. Yes, this stuff totally works. The bone longbow must be studied. It is really necessary to rely on this thing to guard the mountain of the dead. Think about it. The enemy came over. The undead hid on the mountain and put a bow from a distance, which was definitely a nightmare existence. Simple arrow. This thing is garbage. Garbage. R&D requirements: Soul Energy * 10 units. Soul arrow, a high-end arrow. If you have enough soul energy, you must choose it. It can be used with any bow and arrow. R&D requirements: Soul Energy * 1000 units. Looking at the remaining two types of arrows, Li Ziyu's face was dark. This is an unreliable introduction. It is indeed the style of the system. It is getting better and better at complaining. It never misses any opportunity to complain, no matter the bow or arrow. It is impossible to effectively avoid the complaints from the system. But, are bows and arrows so expensive? The research and development requirements for short bows are at the same level as those for skeletons. There is a cheap bow, called a simple bow and arrow, which only requires 50 units of soul energy. But like the simple arrow, it was criticized by the system, and Li Ziyu didn't think much of it. He decided to choose a better bow and arrow related to the undead. Simple bow and arrow, waste-free waste. Troubles for materials. Troublesome. Troublesome attack methods. The point is that it is easy to break. R&D requirements: Soul Energy * 50 units. The system has complained about it to this extent, but it still requires 50 units of soul energy. I remember that the research and development requirements for a small bone knife are only 30 units of soul energy. It is really cheap and easy to use. If you are going to do Do something good and try to get it done in one go. Li Ziyu consumed nearly 3,000 units of soul energy and developed all the equipment except the simple bow and arrow. After developing the weapons, he also successfully unlocked the building archer training camp. And 2 types of soldiers: skeleton longbowmen and skeleton shortbowmen. These are the long-range soldiers that can be researched at this stage. After all, the level of Li Ziyu's main city is relatively low, and the weapons that can be developed in the weapons workshop are basically cold weapons. After looking at the new weapons, Li Ziyu was slightly relieved. He had all the materials for making bows and arrows. What he was most afraid of was to make other messy materials when making bow and arrow. Then he had a headache. The previous life was curious about bows and arrows. He saw some information about bow and arrows on the internet. Making a bow is such a hassle. There are requirements for the material of the bow body, such as hardwood, verification, sun drying, and shade drying. There are more requirements for the bowstring. Different materials have different combat effectiveness, such as animal tendons, ropes, verification materials, etc. The most important thing is, there is the failure rate, and not every bow will work. He was most afraid of this kind of thing. Although he had resource points, it was only an increase in basic resources. If it was really that troublesome, he would not form his ranged troops. It would be better to make them all skeleton undead and skeleton warriors. Just relying on the number of people would be better than spending so much effort to build an archer unit. Fortunately, the system is reliable, and the bow and arrow developed by a lot of soul energy are indeed good. Except for the bones. You only need to consume some soul energy. Manufacture rapid shooting shortbow *1, skeleton *1 unit, soul energy *10 units. Manufacturing speed arrow bone 5, skeleton 1 unit. Manufacture bone longbow *1, skeleton *2 units. Soul energy *30 units. Manufacture bone arrow *2, skeleton *1 unit. There is basically no need to worry about the materials for shortbows and longbows. There is the corpse mountain and soul gathering land that can produce bones continuously. I have also obtained tens of thousands of units of soul energy from the previous annihilation of the headhunters. It is not a problem to raise a team of undead archers. Li Ziyu waved his hand and put down a new building, the archer training camp. After the building was completed, he planned to summon new soldiers. Archer training camp. Introduction. A place used to train undead archers. Unlock soldiers, skeleton long archer, skeleton short archer. Prerequisite, unlock any bow. Construction requirements, 50 units of bones, 50 units of stone, 300 units of wood, 100 units of hides. Area of land, 20 units. Chapter 96 Beyond Expectations. In a short time, Li Ziyu did not intend to leave the Soul Mountains to go to other places. After finally finding a place with rich resources, how could it be willing to leave? Of course, all the resources here should be cleaned and then left. The mine carts continuously transported the corpses out and sent them to the warehouse. Li Ziyu calculated that 30 mine carts could complete a cycle in about half an hour. In other words, every half an hour, the number of skeletons in his hands would increase by 3,000 units. It would not work to just leave the skeletons there. The resources had to be utilized. After thinking about it, Li Ziyu grinned and summoned out 10,000 skeleton undead. Xingxing, come here. Li Ziyu waved to Lu Xingxing, who was bored standing aside. Hey, here I come. Boss, what's wrong? Lu Xingxing heard Li Ziyu's call and hurried over. I'll give you a task. I'll assign some undead to you later. You take the undead to places where there are stones and ores and let them mine. Do you understand? Li Ziyu said, patting Lu Xingxing's shoulder. Understood. I promise to complete the task. Lu Xingxing saluted in a funny way, paused, and asked with a playful smile, then, Boss, how many undead will you give me? Not many. Just 10,000 undead. Li Ziyu said nonchalantly. Oh shit. Are 10,000 undead enough? Boss, I suspect you are just pretending to be smart. I've never seen you have 10,000 undead before. But he only dared to think about it in his mind. And he dared not say it out loud. If he did, he would get slapped on the head. So he gave a thumbs up and said, The boss is the boss. Awesome. Calm down. It's just 10,000 undead. You look like an ignorant person. Li Ziyu rolled his eyes and lectured him. But the corners of his mouth curled up. Boss, Will those undead listen to me? Lu Xingxing suddenly asked with some concern. What if the mine fails to be opened, and he becomes an undead? That would be a lot of fun. The undead usually look pretty good. But that's because they are under the control of Li Ziyu. If he takes the undead out, who knows if these guys will still be so obedient? During this period, Lu Xingxing also talked a lot with the Minotaur. From them, he learned what the undead in history were like. It was really scary. Don't worry. There's no problem. Li Ziyu gave Lu Xingxing a reassurance. His undead were not the same as the undead from other worlds. His undead were all produced by the system and had an infinite loyalty. As long as he gave an order, the undead would execute it loyally, and he didn't have to worry about any messy things. Lu Xingxing left the main building with the Catman and drove his mobile fortress slowly away from the bone plate platform. 10,000 undead separated from the building and followed behind him. Looking from afar, there was a sense of grandeur, which made Lu Xingxing feel heroic. With such an army at hand, who dares to mess with me? Although I don't have the power to control the undead, it doesn't mean I can't take advantage of the power of others to bully others. Humph. I am justified but still feel strong. Watching Lu Xingxing leaving with a long team of skeleton undead, Li Ziyu sat back on the big bone chair, opened the system, and checked what was needed for the next upgrade of the main building. To upgrade a level 2 main building to a level 3 main building, 3,000 units of bones and 10,000 units of soul energy are required. Li Ziyu did have these resources, so he thought about it, sighed, and decided to slow down, mainly because the soul energy required to upgrade the main building was a bit too much. It's not that there isn't any, but the soul energy needs to be saved for the archer who is about to be born. Archers require much more soul energy than skeleton warriors, and even their weapons require soul energy to make. There are not too many skeleton warriors, only 100 or so, and their main task is to protect the fortress. However, the archers are used to protect the mountains of the dead, so their number naturally cannot be too small. There must be at least a few hundred of them. Otherwise, if they are scattered across the mountains, they will be too few. He also stubbornly believed that archers must be large in scale to exert their power. Rather than having a single archer, it would be better to directly summon skeleton warriors. At this stage, the importance of the Ghost Mountain is far greater than the main building upgrade. I seem to have forgotten something. Oh, yes. There is also the Soul Coffin. Li Ziyu rubbed his temple. His intuition told him that the Soul Coffin was very important, and he had to build it to see what it looked like. The Soul Coffin also required 10,000 units of soul energy. Well, after calculating this way, it seems that the soul energy in my hands is not enough. So, when will the good friends in the wilderness come to send a wave of soul energy? Sighing, Li Ziyu opened the World Chat channel to see if there was anything new recently. In addition to the wasteland, forces in other places have also noticed the existence of the time travelers. They have shown a strong curiosity about the moving castle, mainly by attacking the fortress and trying to capture it. The world chats these past 2 days have been filled with battle reports. The whole world has suddenly become lively, with people fighting with great joy. Wars are happening everywhere, and some people who just want to have fun have even posted text messages to broadcast the battle situation live. Given the importance of information, Li Ziyu would open chat channels and post from time to time to learn about current affairs to avoid being out of touch with the world. Speaking of which, after the forum appeared, its popularity was no less than that of the chat channel. There were all kinds of posts, and it was divided into various sections, allowing time travelers to kill time. Time flies when I'm gossiping. In the blink of an eye, it's daybreak, and it's time to hibernate again. This time, the undead did not return to the fortress, but instead looked for a hiding place nearby. The area around the mountains of the dead is peaceful, as the fear of the curse keeps the surrounding tribes from getting close. The day passed quickly. The night came as expected. The moon rose as usual, and the undead revived one after another, entering the working state again, frantically collecting supplies. In this regard, Li Ziyu expressed her satisfaction, saying, "As long as you work hard, I can add more brothers and sisters for you." There was a new building on the bone platform. It was a training ground surrounded by bones. Looking from a high place, one could see the long corridors and erected wooden targets inside. It was the newly built archer training camp. It's finally built. Come, let me see the new type of soldiers. Li Ziyu had a smile on her face and seemed very excited. Starting a new recruit always makes her full of expectations. To use Brother Shanji's words, the most exciting time in KTV is when waiting for the girls to come, because she doesn't know what they will look like or how old they will be. So she is looking forward to it and excited. The system has issued a prompt that Skeleton Shortbowman and Skeleton Longbowman can be summoned. Skeleton Shortbowman. Introduction. Skeleton archers who can fire arrows quickly. As long as they have enough arrows, they can fire continuously without any scruples. P.S. They consume a lot of arrows. Requirements: 1 unit of skeleton, 300 units of soul energy, 1 rapid-fire shortbow bone, 5 rapid-fire arrows bone. It's a little different from what I imagined. It takes a lot of soul energy to summon a shortbowman. Rubbing his temple, Li Ziyu felt helpless. He thought that the shortbowman and the skeleton warriors both had 100 units of soul energy. The result was quite different from what he thought. So he simply multiplied it by 3. After the battle with the headhunters, he obtained more than 50,000 soul energies. After consuming some of them, he now has more than 40,000 soul energies left. He needs to leave 10,000 soul energies for making the soul coffin. And he has to reserve some just in case. All in all, he can only use 30,000 soul energies. 1 shortbowman requires 300 soul energies, so he can only summon 100 shortbowmen at most, which is quite different from his expectations. Well, let me take another look at the longbowman. I hope he can give me a surprise. Skeleton Longbowman. Introduction. Sayao. They can attack the enemy from a long distance, and before the enemy can react, the arrows will take their lives. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Summon them. Requirements: 1 unit of skeleton, 500 units of soul energy, 1 bone longbow, 2 bone long arrows. Ahahaha, what the F** King surprise is. This is a F** King surprise. Longbowmen are more expensive than shortbowmen. Ahahaha, I can't even afford to make them. Whoa, I thought that with enough bones, I could finally be arrogant. But the system told me that I am still a poor 13. When God blocks one of your doors, he will open a window for you. But if God is unhappy, he will seal the window with a large wooden board. I also wanted to get a few hundred archers as powerful fire support, but I thought too much and was too careless. The gap was so huge that Li Ziyu took several deep breaths before she calmed down. After hesitating for a while, Li Ziyu decided to summon a skeleton longbowman. After calculating, he found that in fact, to summon a skeleton longbowman, 4 units of bones and 530 units of soul energy were needed. After all, the bone longbow and bone long arrow also had consumption. Why not summon short archers? Because the system says that the consumption is too high and they can't afford it. In addition, the attack range of longbowmen is definitely longer than that of shortbowmen, and they are more useful as long-range firepower. As expected, if you are poor, you must be aware of your poverty and never think that you are rich, because you will be brought back to square one in minutes. It's better to have something than nothing. Everything is moving in a good direction. I don't need to be angry at all. Yes, not angry. Li Ziyu comforted himself frantically in his heart. At the same time, he opened the interface and chose to make the bone longbow and bone long arrow. He soon had a bow and 2 arrows in his hands. The longbow was clean white, as if it was polished from a whole bone. Smooth and delicate, with fine file marks on 1/3 and the center to prevent slipping. The palm of the hand brushed across the streamlined bow. Feeling a little cold, Li Ziyu held the bow upright. It felt very good. The length of the bow was about 2 meters, but strangely, it had no bowstring and felt empty. Putting the bow aside, Li Ziyu picked up another arrow. It is worthy of being called a long arrow. The arrow in his hand is about 150 centimeters long. According to the information from the previous life, the length of a normal arrow is more than 70 centimeters, and some can reach 100 centimeters. Long arrows, like longbows, seem to be made of a whole bone. The arrowhead is an elongated triangle with a barb on the back half. This type of arrowhead not only has an armor-piercing effect, but is also difficult to pull out after entering the body. Coupled with the length of the arrow body, this thing is definitely a powerful weapon. Not to mention shooting people. It is also very powerful when shooting buildings. I looked at the arrowhead more carefully, and found that the edge of the arrowhead was also divided into 2 parts. The front half was very sharp, and the back half was serrated. These were all details. After studying the arrowhead, Li Ziyu looked at the feathers at the end of the arrow shaft. The quality of an arrow has a lot to do with the feathers. The arrow feathers were very regular, and as pure white as the arrow shaft. When I touched it with my hand, I found that it was indeed a thin bone sheet polished into a feather-like shape. The corner of Li Ziyu's mouth twitched. He was a little confused. It was called the bone arrow. So everything on the arrow had to be made of bones. The system was right about one thing. This long arrow could not only be used for shooting, but it could also be used as a short spear. After looking at the longbow and long arrow, Li Ziyu suddenly became a little doubtful. Is this skeleton longbowman really used to shoot the enemy? Is he sure it is not used as a crossbow? Let's say, if there are hundreds of skeleton longbowmen, Li Ziyu feels that a mobile fortress like Lu Xingxing will never be able to get close, and can be shot to pieces from a distance. Should I use Lu Xingxing's mobile fortress to do an experiment? Well, forget it. After all, they are my brothers. I have to take care of them. Suppressing his curiosity, Li Ziyu began to mass-produce bone longbows and bone long arrows, making a total of 40 sets. He then consumed 20,000 units of soul energy and summoned 40 skeleton longbowmen. 40 skeleton undead emerged from the fortress and walked silently into the archer training camp. Done. Now all we have to do is wait for the training to be completed. There is no way to create a large number of archers, but you can still create some skeleton warriors. Li Ziyu knocked his head, feeling that his thinking was a little rigid. He was restricted in the past, and had no way to create more warriors. But now it was different. He had plenty of skeletons. After using up 5,000 units of soul energy and summoning 50 high-level skeleton warriors, Li Ziyu finally stopped completely. The creation of soldiers is very cool, but it has to be restrained. With nothing to do, Li Ziyu opened a chat and found a conscientious businessman. Private chat. Don't want to get a driver's license. Where have you gotten to? How long will it take? After sending the message, I waited for a long time before receiving a reply from the conscientious businessman. Conscientious merchant, don't even mention it. I was chased by the headhunters like a dog. These guys seemed crazy. They chased me even in caves. It seemed like they had some special tracking methods. I threw them away several times, but they still caught up with me. Conscientious merchant, I've taken a look. If we don't count the pursuers behind us, I'll go directly to your place, and the earliest I can arrive will be tomorrow night. Conscientious merchant, don't worry. I won't lead the headhunters to your side. I will find a way to get rid of them, and then meet up with you. What? Headhunters? Aren't these my beloved relatives and friends? Li Ziyu then remembered that the conscientious merchant was followed by a group of headhunters. He had been busy with the affairs of the Ghost Mountain these 2 days, and hardly thought about the conscientious merchant. When he saw the message sent by the other party, he suddenly felt happy. Isn't this bad? He hasn't drawn any soul energy yet, but his beloved relatives and friends are coming. How could he get rid of it? This brother Qianli's head is so important to him. It would be embarrassing not to accept the gift. He quickly sent a message to the conscientious businessman. Don't want to take a driving test. Nonsense. Look at what kind of vicious words you are saying. Headhunters. They are your brothers, beloved relatives and friends. You actually want to get rid of them. How can that be possible? Bring them here. Bring them all here. The conscientious businessman, who was reading the news, was immediately stunned. What the H? I was going on. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Is this Undead City Lord serious, or is he being sarcastic? After hesitating for a moment, the conscientious businessman sent a message. Conscientious businessman, is this true? This is not a joke. If you say I took it over, then I really took it over. Don't want to take a driving test. Come on. Bring everything with you. I'm waiting. Conscientious businessman, think about it carefully. There are at least 500 pursuers behind me. Can you withstand it? Don't want to get a driver's license. Have more than 500? That's great. Bring it quickly. And send me a message when you arrive. And I'll pick you up. Conscientious businessman, although I don't know what you are going to do. But since you said so, I will really take it over. I trust you. So don't fool me. Don't want to take a driving test, TSK. What nonsense. I am the lord of the Undead City. My credibility is guaranteed. The conscientious businessman couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw these words. What credibility? We haven't had much contact with each other. However, thinking of the headhunters chasing after him, he gritted his teeth and decided to trust Li Ziyu. Turn around and head to the coordinates. The conscientious businessman closed the chat interface and instructed the mole man. The mole people's mobile fortress suddenly turned and headed towards the mountains of the dead. Chapter 97 Undercurrent. Underground Wasteland. The conscientious businessman knew that the lord of the undead city had just fought a battle with the headhunters not long ago, and naturally won the battle. However, he did not know how much damage the lord of the undead city had suffered, and whether he could still withstand the attack of hundreds of headhunters again. Although he was worried, he still chose to believe. As the soil churned, the rat people who received the order manipulated the fortress to turn. Those headhunters didn't know what was going on. They tried all kinds of tricks, but could only delay the pursuit of the other party, but couldn't get rid of him. They chased after him closely, like a pack of wolves staring at their prey, making him feel uneasy. Since the lord of the undead city told him to bring the people over, then let him take them over. Whether it's life or death, let's fight it out. However, the conscientious businessman had no intention of rushing forward directly. Even though his mobile fortress could move underground, he still needed to dig holes. The time consumed in digging holes would make it easier for the headhunters to catch up with him. So he had to do it the same way as before. Release the lure drill. Black holes opened up on the advancing moleman's mobile fortress. It trembled violently, and 8 drills were fired out in the surroundings. The drills that had just been fired were less than 1 meter in size. After drilling into the soil, the drills quickly extended and moved forward. The holes drilled out were surprisingly similar to those drilled out of the mobile fortress. Although the mole people's combat power is not very strong, they also have their own means of survival. And the lure drill is one of the trump cards of conscientious businessmen. The holes made by the lure drill can confuse the enemy and make them unable to determine the moving direction of the fortress. Normally, a conscientious businessman would not be willing to use them. Almost all the resources he obtained from business were spent on these 8 drills. At this moment, in order to delay time, he did not care about many other things. As for whether the headhunters would be thrown off by the drill, the conscientious businessman didn't think much about it. If they could be thrown off so easily, he wouldn't be like a dog being chased. The reason why he released the luring drill was to create more time for escape. That's all. After releasing the drill, the moleman's mobile fortress began to accelerate and circled under the ground. Yes, it circled, constantly opening up caves, making it impossible for the other party to know exactly where it was, while moving forward towards the coordinate position little by little. Boss, what's the good news? As soon as Lu Xingxing entered the main building, he saw Li Ziyu with a smile on his face. He knew in his heart that it must be good news. Otherwise, why would he smile so happily? Stars, you say that people's luck is really amazing. Good luck comes. It is really unstoppable. Thinking of the loved relatives and his family, Li Ziyu was happy. He rushes over to offer soul energy. He is definitely a good brother. After destroying this wave of headhunters, he will have a lot more skeleton longbowmen. Can you be able to fight? This problem is not within the scope of Li Ziyu's consideration at all. What kind of jokes? Sitting on the Soul Mountains, dealing with hundreds of head-hunting people. But he couldn't fight. Then he didn't have to be the city owner. And he committed suicide directly. With enough bones, even if they were piled up with skeletons of the undead, they could still kill those headhunters. Are 10,000 undead enough? If not, then 20,000. Li Ziyu said that it was no big deal. I will let you kill as many undead as you want. Let's see how many undead you can kill with those few hundred people. Still, each race has its own characteristics. And the characteristics of the undead are in the case of sufficient materials. They can be high speed and constant burst of soldiers, forming a horrible skeleton sea, forcibly filling the high-end combat power blank and crushing. Not to mention the headhunters. Even if a giant dragon attacks, with the mountains of the dead behind him, he would dare to fight. After thinking about it, Li Ziyu sent a new coordinate to the conscience merchants. The coordinates sent to him last time were still a distance from the current position. If there was an accident, it would not be easy to rescue. After sending the coordinates, he summoned thousands of undead again to add to the logging army, expanding the logging army on the mountain to 10,000 skeleton undead, 10,000 bones of wood resource points, stone resource points and/or resource points collection of 10,000 undead. More than 2,000 undeads in the mountains inside the mountain. The number of undeads under Li Ziyu has reached more than 20,000 unprecedentedly. A night passed, and the dawn began to appear. After 2 nights of accumulation, the number of skeletons in the warehouse had reached an astonishing 90,000 units. These were the ones left after summoning more than 20,000 undead and building resource points. It was not far from the 100,000 units of skeletons needed to make the soul coffin. Looking at the more than 90,000 skeletons displayed in the warehouse, Li Ziyu felt like he was dreaming. It was unreal, and he experienced what it meant to become rich overnight. Since taking root in the mountains of the dead, the harvest every night was several times more than the total of all the previous harvests. He finally understood why nouveau riche were always so arrogant. If he wasn't, he would be letting himself down. It would be like having a cheat code. Before entering the dormant mode, Li Ziyu asked Lu Xingxing and the conscientious businessman to add each other as friends, and told Lu Xingxing that if anything happened, he must notify him in time. After the arrangements were completed, he let the fortress enter the dormant mode again, while Li Ziyu was developing rapidly. The wasteland was not peaceful. After the secret meeting a few days ago, the three malignant races united together, determined to eradicate the threat of the undead. Goblins, lizardmen, and headhunters did not hide at all, and many tribes had detected their movements. Goblins did not care and were careless, but lizardmen and headhunters had different ideas. This time, they were not trying to deal with the tribes in the wilderness, but to protect the wilderness from the undead. They were the side of justice. Since it is just, why should they cover it up? Not only should they not cover it up, but they should also make a fuss openly to let other people know that they are not just a cancer in the wilderness. They can also stand up at the critical moment. They want to take this opportunity to reverse the impression in other people's minds. The first batch of vanguard troops is already gathering, with a planned number of 20,000, of which 15,000 are goblins. Who made them so stupid? And with so many of them? They are simply born cannon fodder. In this wilderness, the total population of lizardmen and headhunters is about the same, around 1 million. The goblins are much more powerful. According to rough statistics, there are more than 3 million goblins, and one race is more numerous than the two races combined. A race like the goblins has weak fighting power, bullies the weak and fears the strong, is afraid of death, is cunning and slippery, and is always ready to cause trouble. Logically speaking, if they provoke a powerful race, they will most likely be killed and exterminated. However, it did not happen. Not only did the goblins not become extinct, they were still living well. Even in the remote place where Li Ziyu was, their numbers were still increasing. As a widely distributed race, goblins also have their own way of survival, which is to reproduce. These dwarfs have almost pushed their reproductive instinct to the limit, and even the reproductive isolation has been broken. Even if the female is not a goblin, the child born will definitely be a goblin. During the goblins' plundering, women from other tribes were one of their main targets. It really fits the saying, "Give me a female, and I'll give you a world." Because of the gathering of the Cancer Alliance, people in the wilderness are in panic. Although the Cancers claim that they will fight against the undead and will not harm innocent people, other races do not believe it. After all, the promises of the goblins and the headhunters have always been worrying. They go back on their words and have no sense of contract, which is almost a label attached to their faces. There were undercurrents surging in the wilderness, but Li Ziyu knew nothing about it. Compared to the changes in the wilderness, the Tauren of the Tab tribe lived a very contented life. After spending some time together, they were surprised to find that the dead were really easy to get along with, and had very good tempers and personalities. During the day, the undead will hide. They can move freely without restrictions, and they don't have to worry about anyone coming to bully them. After all, as long as there is an enemy attack, those bone buildings will rise from the ground, and a large number of undead will swarm out. At night, the ghosts will come out. It is very lively at that time. Children will be very happy and run and jump around the ghosts. The ghosts will occasionally interact with the children. When the children are tired of playing, they will go home to sleep. For many tribes, being able to sleep soundly at night without any worries is unimaginable, as there are too many dangers in the wilderness. But the Minotaurs of the Tab tribe have done it, and sleep without any worries. And all this was brought to them by the undead. In the past 2 days, Mao Mao and Tasjuling called together the tribesmen and held a brief meeting. The central idea of the meeting was, we can't go on like this. If we continue like this, we will be turned into waste by the undead. That's right. Tasjuling felt the crisis. The Minotaur loves peace, but they are definitely not useless people without fighting ability. They also experience the battle with the undead. But in the battles of the headhunters, They could only protect themselves at best. When the headhunters' attention was all on the undead, they could not help the undead at all. How could this be possible? In the long run, would the undead continue to shelter them? Would they simply give up a piece of land to worthless trash? For the sake of their children, for the future, and to continue living a stable life, they need to take up weapons, hone their combat skills, and be able to fight alongside the undead instead of always hiding behind them. Tashdaling's words kept the Minotaurs silent for a long time, until the first Minotaur stood up, and the entire Taboo tribe began to change. In the peaceful life, there is an additional activity of practicing combat. The heritage of the Taboo tribe is very ordinary, but fortunately there is Tasdaling. In the shaman heritage, there are many methods on how to train and fight. He picked and chose, and selected some fighting methods according to the current level of the Tauren people, and handed them over to the Tauren. While collecting supplies and practicing how to fight, the daytime passed quickly. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared over the horizon, and darkness fell again. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a skeleton building rose from the ground, with faint soul fire burning. The main building of the skeleton undead's moving castle. Under the large bone chair, 40 skeleton longbowmen stood neatly in 4 rows, staring at Liziu silently. With this momentum and this state, it's no wonder that so many resources are consumed. It's really worth it. Liziu stood up in front of the first row of skeleton longbowmen and looked at them carefully. They were about 1.8 meters tall like the skeleton warriors, holding a 2-meter-long bow in one hand and a quiver with 2 long arrows on their waist. Their bones were specialized, with the shoulder blade, arm bone, calf bone, and finger bones all being thicker and harder, which seemed somewhat out of proportion compared to the other bones in their bodies. Specialized bones allow them to exert greater strength, making the arrows they shoot more powerful, and giving them melee capabilities that are no weaker than those of skeleton warriors. That's right. The melee combat ability is just as impressive. In the past life, due to the influence of games, many people believed that archers could only fight at a distance, and would be easily killed once someone got close to them. In fact, this was a wrong perception, as those who could become archers generally had strong melee combat abilities. In fact, the reason is very simple. For archers to shoot arrows, arm strength is essential. There were no advanced mechanical bows, like modern ones in ancient times. At most, there were compound bows and recurve bows. In the final analysis, you cannot be an archer without strength. After all, how can you shoot arrows if you can't even pull the bow? Since he has such great arm strength, how could he be a weakling in close combat? It doesn't make sense. The skeleton longbowmen can shoot enemies from a distance, and at close range, the 1.5-meter long bone arrows will turn into pistols in their hands, allowing them to still fight with the enemy without being at a disadvantage. After opening the system and checking the detailed data, it was found that the skeleton longbowmen could shoot 10 arrows in a row with the bone longbow. This was not because they had no strength left, but because the soul energy contained in their own soul fire could only allow them to shoot 10 arrows. It was the bow that limited their performance. No wonder I found no bowstring when I was studying the bone longbow before. It turns out that the bowstring uses soul energy. However, this saves trouble. At least, I don't have to worry about the materials for making the bow. Liziu asked the system to create long bone arrows, and equipped each longbowman with 12 long arrows, in addition to the 10 long arrows used to kill the enemy from a distance. He also reserved 2 long arrows for them to use as self-defense weapons in close combat. Only after all the equipment was ready did he let the skeleton longbowmen leave and wait for his orders. Tonight was their chance to show their skills. So he opened the chat window. Private chat. I don't want to get a driver's license. How long will it take you to get there? Conscientious businessman, about 3 hours. Since you changed the coordinates, I have to walk a lot more distance. You should also be prepared, because there are a lot of people chasing after me. Don't want to take a driving test, don't worry. I will arrange it. Conscientious businessman, it's up to you. After closing the chat window, Liziu immediately summoned 10,000 new skeleton undeads, sent them to the coordinate location, hid first, and then called Lu Xingxing. Boss, are you looking for me? Lu Xingxing received the message from Liziu and immediately hurried over. Well, I have something to do tonight, and I have to go out for a while. You can look after the house. Liziu nodded and said, I'm here to guard the house. But boss, I have nothing in my hand. What if something really happens? Lu Xingxing was a little dumbfounded. He only had 2 catmen under his command. It was not realistic to rely on 2 catmen to guard the house. Don't worry. I'll give you the authority. If anything happens, you can mobilize the undead, who are cutting wood on the mountain, and the undead in the cave. Li Ziyu patted his shoulder and comforted him. Oh, that's fine. I'm relieved then. Lu Xingxing breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Boss, what are you going to do so late at night? The conscientious businessman is coming soon. Why don't you contact him? Li Ziyu had already asked the 2 of them to add each other as friends and looked at Lu Xingxing in surprise. It's going to pick him up. I understand. You can rest assured. The boss. You will give it to me at home. Hard work. I set off here, Li Ziyu said with a smile. After gathering the skeleton warriors and skeleton longbowmen, Li Ziyu set off. Although the coordinates he chose were much closer to the fortress, it would still take some time to walk there. After making some arrangements when he got there, the conscientious merchant would probably arrive by then. Chapter 98 Going up the mountain to watch the battle. Hurry. Hurry. Faster. The speed is the fastest. The city owner. Think of a way. Those guys are going to catch up. In the desert of the wasteland. In the mouse man's mobile fortress. The eager shout of conscience merchants continued to sound. But what responded to him was the silence of the mouse people. It was not that they did not want to speed up, but the conditions were not allowed. The speed of digging was so fast. The front end of the drill was red. And the city owner could not increase the speed even if the city owner urged. Patters are more accustomed to preparing in advance and dug enough channels underground. In this way, they can escape into the maze like cave network. It did do this before. But the owner of the city suddenly asked them to move forward in a direction. And there were still places over there. They belonged to the place where they did not know. And naturally did not pass to the hole there. They could only move forward while hitting the holes. There was a group of fierce hunting people chasing the fierce hunter in the back. The mouse people were also panicked. When they didn't want to hurry up, they were helpless. If the speed cannot be increased, then think of other ways. The conscience merchant sweats on his forehead. And his face is flustered on his face. But he understands in his heart that the more this kind of crisis, the more calm and sober. He forced himself to calm down. And tried to use his brain to think about how to escape. Digging a hole will slow down your own speed. But the enemy doesn't need to slow down when passing through the cave. So damn. I'm stupid. Why do I have to dig a hole underground to run? Can't I just go to the ground? Anyway, the distance to the coordinate point is not too far. If I try hard, I can still get there before the headhunters catch up. Up. Slash up. Rush to the ground. The conscience merchant who wanted to understand did not dare to hesitate. Or ordered immediately. After receiving the command, the mouse man immediately manipulated the fortress and rushed towards the surface, leaving a long slope on the fort. Boom! In the roar, a huge drill bit broke out of the ground from the ground. At the back of the drill, a carriage made of rough trees and vines was rushed out of the ground. The mouse man moved out of the ground, and he almost did not hesitate to quickly adjust his direction and aim at the place where the coordinate was located. Not to mention that moving on the ground is indeed stronger than moving underground. At least you don't need to run while running a hole, saving a lot of trouble. And the speed of moving the fortress can be raised. Shortly after the movement of the mobile fort, there was a dense footsteps in the underground cave, and a group of head-hunting people caught up. The leader of the headhunters raised his hand, and the tribesmen immediately stopped. A headhunter who was good at tracking came out, touched something on the ground, took a few steps forward, looked around cautiously, and then returned to the leader to report. There was no ambush. Chase. After chasing for so long, it is impossible to give up. And the head of the leader rushed into the new hole first. The cave this time is different from the previous cave. It is obliquely upward, with slope. Chasing up along consumes more strength, and slows down. When the head of the head hunting came out of the cave with people, the rats moved the fortress for a long time. But there was a rut left on the ground. There is no need to remind them at all. The leader said nothing and followed the wheel tracks. It's a bit slow. Isn't it here yet? Li Ziyu looked at the system, and it was almost time for time. But the mouse people's mobile castle had not yet appeared. Just when he was a little impatient, a bone-dead spirit came to him and told him that there was a life atmosphere in the distance that was approaching quickly. Coming! Li Ziyu's eyes lit up. He asked all the undead to get ready, while he himself waited with the skeleton warriors. Far. 2 lights shot. Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes and looked at it. He faintly saw a big guy. The front was a big drill, and the car was thrown away in the back. Okay. Is this a train with such high technology? In the dark in the distance, the mouse people's mobile forts are moving at all speed. But their fortress is more suitable for underground life. On the ground, they are not comfortable underground. The whole fort is shaking. As if drunk. Private chat. Conscience businessman, I seem to see you. I don't want to take a driver's license. I seem to go. That is me. Do you slow down? Do you want to kill me? Conscience businessman, understand. After exchanging a few words, the crooked and wobbly mole man train suddenly braked, and its wheels slid on the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and slid all the way in front of Li Ziyu. Barely stopping, Li Ziyu slowly raised his head, looking at the tall drill. The tall and heavy drill. The muscles on his face pumped, and his eyes slowly narrowed. It's so dangerous. If this is to go forward, my life will be gone. The oversized compartment behind the drill opened. A group of people ran out of it, approaching Li Ziyu. The leader was the individual, and the mouse was behind. As soon as they approached, the skeleton warriors stepped forward, pointing the bone knives in their hands at these uninvited guests. Stop and stop! The conscience businessman quickly stood up, raised his hands to surrender, shouting loudly. In fact, he didn't need to shout. When the mouse people saw the undead, they had stood up and stunned. Li Ziyu looked at these people in front of the undead. The first human being should be a conscience businessman. It seems that they are not very old. They should be in their 20s. In the previous life, they should not graduate in the university, which is different from his imagination. He thought that a conscientious businessman would be a greasy middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. But he didn't expect him to be a young man with messy hair, dark circles under his eyes, and a listless spirit. Behind the conscience merchant, there are hundreds of rodents. At this time, he looked at the undead in horror. Lord of the Undead City. It's me. A conscientious businessman. We're one. Don't shoot. The conscientious businessman raised his hand and shouted until his voice almost broke. Li Ziyu raised his hand, and the skeletal warrior immediately moved neatly, letting the road open. The conscience businessman looked at the undead, and looked at Li Ziyu behind the passage, gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and walked through the passage. He was really scared. He had communicated with the Undead City Lord several times, but that didn't mean the other party had no ill towards him. If the other party gave an order at this time, he would really be hacked to death by the undead around him. Fortunately, this was just his fantasy. In fact, the undead did not move at all. They just stared at the mole people silently and prevented them from coming forward. Huh? Hello. The Lord of the Dead. I am a conscience businessman who I have contacted with you. My real name is Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng, a conscience businessman, came to Li Ziyu, stretched out his hand, and introduced himself. Li Ziyu stared at his face for a few seconds, looked at his hand that stretched out, raised an eyebrow, and held him. My name is Li Ziyu. What about the head of the head? Did you throw it away? He only observed that behind the mouse people's mobile fortress, there seemed to be no chase in Zhang Peng's mouth. He did not see the head of the head hunting, and the ambush bone long archer did not give him alert harm. Afterwards, I ran fast, and they came first. They would definitely chase us over for a while, Zhang Peng said with a smile. Immediately he reacted and asked quickly, by the way, your undead will not be the only one. But there are hundreds of head hunting people. Can these undead be blocked? With peace of mind? You can stop it. How about you? First stop the fortress here. Attract the hunting family. Let your mouse hiding first. Let's go to the mountains to watch the war. Li Ziyu smiled mysteriously and said to Zhang Peng, my fortress is to stop here. Isn't it good? I heard that I was going to throw the fortress here. Zhang Peng's face was bitter and was overwhelmed. He really wanted to refuse, but he didn't have the courage. If he said no, Li Ziyu would just turn around and leave, and he would be in trouble. When Li Ziyu saw Zhang Peng's face, he guessed his thoughts and sighed. Trust is the basis of becoming a friend. If you don't believe me, you can leave now. I will not stop. What I mean is, if I don't trust you, then we're not friends. So you just give up and leave? Is that even possible? If you run, I will die. No. No. Don't say that. You are willing to help me. I am grateful. The fortress is here. I follow you. The form can't help but hesitate Zhang Peng, and quickly said, seeing Zhang Peng's interest. Li Ziyu smiled, turned around and walked towards the mountain. Zhang Peng turned his head to look at his own mouse and quickly followed. After the two left, the undead came forward and led the mouse to the mountain. These undead look scary, but the number does not seem to be enough. While walking up the mountain, Zhang Peng stole glances at the skeleton warriors, wondering in his heart whether it was because Li Ziyu fought too fiercely in the previous battle and all his undead were killed. And now, he has to rely on such a small number of people to hold on. But don't go up. If you win a game, you feel that you are doing. But then it is miserable. Otherwise, I will find a good retreat first. If you defeat, you will run away immediately. Compared to Zhang Peng, who was uneasy in his heart, Li Ziyu seemed calm, and he did not put the upcoming head-hunting family in his eyes, or in the eyes of Li Ziyu. What was the head-hunting? Obviously a group of soul packages rushing to give gifts. The two came to the mountain. Here are waiting for 100 skeleton dead spirits, and more than a dozen senior skeleton soldiers, used to serve as temporary guards for the two. There are still many beasts and warcraft in the Dead Soul Mountains. These undead are to prevent them. Let's watch the war here. Peace of mind? No problem. Li Ziyu found a big stone and sat down. Seeing Zhang Peng's unrealistic look, he persuaded. Zhang Peng laughed reluctantly, but did not sit down like Li Ziyu, but kept looking at the mobile forts that stopped below. That was the foundation of his life in the other world. Above the wasteland, more than 500 hunting heads chased along the ruts left by the Mouse Man mobile forts. Under the moonlight, they saw the restless guys in the distance. Where? A touch of excitement flashed in the eyes of the head of the head of the head. Raised his hand and pointed forward, giving the tribe. The other head-hunting people also found the mobile fortress, followed the leader, slowed down, and moved forward carefully, and at the same time wary of the surroundings to prevent being attacked. Coming. Li Ziyu, who closed his eyes on the mountain, received a message from the undead, opened his eyes violently, and exhaled Zhang Peng gently. Zhang Peng, who was already nervous, tensed up when he heard this. He looked frantically in the direction of his own fortress, but he couldn't see clearly. He waited for a few minutes before he vaguely saw some black spots slowly approaching the mobile fortress. Gurgle. Zhang Peng's throat moved, swallowed his mouth, and his body tightened. He is different from Li Ziyu. After coming to the other world, he rarely fights with people. He has taken the business route. He pays attention to harmony. He doesn't know much about fighting. Li Ziyu stood up and walked to Zhang Peng. He looked down with cold eyes at the headhunters approaching from below. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. The head of 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 the cat was gently moved forward. Moved forward step by step, staring at the mobile fortress, while the other hunter hunted the surroundings vigilantly. There is still 100 meters to go. What about the people in the building? Where did they go? Did they run away? There has been no movement, making the head of the head hunter feel a little wrong. Even if they can't beat them, they should not give up the building that will be moved directly. There are a lot of people in the other person. In theory, they will fight. But they are so close that they have not seen anyone. He stopped his head and turned his head to look at the tribe behind him. He appeared on his face and couldn't wait any longer. It was close enough. Rush. He led a drink, got up to accelerate, and took the lead in killing the mobile fortresses forward. He can't expect others to charge one step first. After all, they are the head hunting. If they want to be the leader, they must dare to kill them. The hunter in the rear followed behind his head, and he made a strange sound in his mouth and let go. Call out. The sound of the break of the air sounded, and an arrow reflected the moonlight, and it was shot out of the heights of the mountain forest with Mori. The hunter who ran behind saw the rushing leader, and his body rose in the air. He glued back at distance. He burst into blood flowers in his head. In the blood flower, a white shadow shot and continuously penetrated the two people. In the next few, the closer to the head of the head of the heads, the footsteps were stunned, stopped at the momentum of charge, and looked at the leading leader who fell to the ground. His face was rotten. His appearance was already unclear, and there was a large hole in the center of the center, and he couldn't die anymore. Silence. The head of the heads was stunned. They looked at the back blankly, saw the same family who was penetrated into the body, and saw the same family nailed to the ground. His body was penetrated. A short gun-like arrow was slanted against his body, so that he would not fall. Where did the arrow come from? No. Why is the arrow so thick? One by one, doubts emerged from the head of the head of the head of the heads, and knew that one of them murmured, "The head leads to death. The leader is dead? The head is dead." In a word, they woke up the hunting family in the dumb. They couldn't help exclaiming, at a loss, and didn't even know where the enemy was. Call out. The sound of the broken air sounded again. But this time it was no longer an arrow, but dozens of arrows shot from the air. Puff puff. The proud defense of the head hunting tribe. In front of the white bone-long arrows. Like thin paper. Easily penetrated. Blood flowers bloom. And life is taken away. They already knew the direction of the arrow shot. It was the mountains. In the heights. The arrows stopped. The heads of the heads gritted their teeth and turned around. They had to kill those guys who put cold arrows first. But after 2 steps, they stopped again and were alerting. Such is the enemy. Hundreds of wearing armor. Holding a knife. Holding a shield skeletal warrior. Blocking the front silently. Chapter 99. Signing the contract again. Undead. Why are there undead here? The head hunting people saw the monsters blocked in front of the road clearly through the moonlight. Their eyes slowly widened, and their pupils shrinking slightly. But when they saw the number of undeads in front of them, their hearts were slightly relieved. The number was not much. Fortunately. What else? He was hesitant. Wait for the archers on the mountain to continue to cool the arrow. Chong. Kill them. Go to the mountain to kill the attacking attacker. The leader is dead. But there are always some people who want to take over. Isn't this the best opportunity? Leave people to kill the undead. Plus the moving buildings. With this kind of results, being a leader is not a safe thing. If you want to get to the top, you have to fight with your life. Someone took the lead. And someone followed. And the head of the heads launched an attack on the skeletal warrior. The skeleton warriors charged forward with bone knives and shields raised. On the mountain. When Zhang Peng saw the headhunters who were in the front being shot, he jumped up excitedly. Then he saw the headhunters rushing towards the skeleton warriors. He couldn't help but clench his fists. This was not good. The headhunters had more people. Could the undead be their opponents? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Li Ziyu, only to find that Li Ziyu had a strange expression, which looked eerie and ferocious under the moonlight. The smile on the corner of his mouth was like the call of the god of death. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, realizing that something was wrong. Zhang Peng looked down suddenly and saw a scene he would never forget. Around the mouse man moved the fortress. The original was empty, and there were no things. The soil suddenly rolled up, and the bones of the bones were revealed from below. A bone was stood up with a bone-dead spirit. As soon as they rushed to the skeleton warrior and attacked, the headhunters were stunned. The knife stopped 1 centimeter in front of the skeleton warrior's shield, but did not fall. Each of them looked around in horror. Skeletons, dense skeletons, are everywhere, watching them silently. How could this happen? It was clearly not happening just now. Fear made the headhunters panic, and they gripped their weapons tightly, as that was the only thing that could give them a sense of security. The headhunters were stunned, but the skeleton warrior was not. Seeing the guy in front of him holding the knife and looking around without chopping down, he calmly took out the bone knife. Puff! Forehead. The head of the head hunting trembled, slowly bowed his head, looked at the bone knife that was stubborn into the abdomen, and looked up at the calm bone warrior in front of him, and wanted to say, "Do you not talk about Wuda?" However, the bone warrior did not give him a chance. Pulled out the bone knife hard. The knife flashed, and the sharp blade opened his throat, and he stabbed upwards, and there was no handle from his chin. The eyes of the head hunting were white, and it was out of breath. The skeleton warrior supported the dead enemy, calmly drew his sword, shook off the blood on the blade, loosened his grip, and the headhunter fell to the ground. His upper and lower jaws opened and he roared. The skeleton undead raised their feet and slowly moved forward, and the encirclement gradually narrowed. Fight! A member of the headhunter tribe shouted, holding his weapon and slashing at the skeleton undead madly. The rest of the headhunters also reacted and started fighting desperately without hesitation. They knew that in the face of the undead, or if they were killed, or they could only die, The undead is not a good class. And they drilled into the surrounding circle of the undead themselves. Zhang Peng was already dumbfounded, with his mouth open, like a wooden sculpture. No wonder Li Ziyu said that he didn't have to worry about the hunting family. So many undead? How could he be over the hundreds of head-hunting people? Aren't these head-hunting people just come to send vegetables? Early. I don't worry about it. Roughly estimated in my heart. At this time, the number of undead below exceeded 10,000, which is dozens of times that of the head-hunting. It is almost impossible for the head-hunting people to get out of trouble. Under the threat of death, the headhunters had gone mad, trying their best to rush out. But they often couldn't take a few steps before they were either overwhelmed by the skeletons of the undead or shot by longbowmen, dying miserably. When the remaining headhunters saw the death of their companions, they knew that they could not break the encirclement relying on the bravery of one person. So they were forced to gather together to resist the undead. The skeleton undead were not in a hurry. They narrowed the encirclement little by little and gradually compressed the living space of the headhunters. When they gathered together, the longbowmen were very happy. They could kill several of them with a single arrow. After all, they were standing together and had no place to hide. The battle lasted less than an hour, and more than 500 headhunters were killed. It's over. Standing on the mountain, watching the last headhunter fall, Li Ziyu clapped his hands and said to Zhang Peng with a smile, "Crush. Crush with absolute numbers." If those undead were pulled out individually, the headhunters would have plenty of ways to defeat them. But when there were tens of thousands of undead, it would be a disaster. Zhang Peng never thought that the headhunters, who had chased him everywhere, could be destroyed so easily. Although some undead were lost, judging from Li Ziyu's appearance, he didn't seem to care much. Impressed, Zhang Peng was completely convinced. He really didn't expect that in such a short period of time. Li Ziyu had grown to this point. He was completely different from the state he was in when he first traded with him. Let's go. Let's go down. Li Ziyu patted Zhang Peng on the shoulder and led the undead guard down the mountain. Zhang Peng trembled and hurriedly took a few steps to catch up. When they got down there, the skeleton undead had already begun cleaning up the battlefield, moving the corpses into a pile and collecting useful items. In fact, apart from the corpses, there are not many useful things. The headhunters came to attack the fortress, so they naturally would not carry too many things with them. However, some of their bone weapons are useful, and the undead like them very much. When he came to the corpses, Li Ziyu scratched his head. How could he transport these corpses back? Let the undead look back. It's not very realistic. The smell of blood is too strong and will attract many wild beasts and monsters, which will be very troublesome. Turning his head to take a look, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, isn't there a castle here? Hey, just use the castle to transport it. I believe Zhang Peng will not refuse. Use my fortress to transport the corpses? Zhang Peng was speechless. His face looked a little unsightly, and asked in surprise. Yes, isn't this convenient? Li Ziyu said, as a matter of course. I killed the pursuers for you. Do I have to transport the bodies myself? What kind of logic is this? Then, okay. After hesitating, Zhang Peng nodded unwillingly. He hadn't come to his senses yet, and always felt that using the fortress as a temporary morgue was a very unlucky thing. But he didn't dare to really refuse Li Ziyu, for fear that this guy would get angry and sacrifice himself to the dead. The mole people also came down from the mountain, trembling with fear. From time to time, they looked at the undead behind them with their small eyes, and then looked at their own city lord with pleading eyes. They looked like students who were caught skipping classes and were taken back to school by the class teacher. Not until he discovered that the undead behind him had left did the mole man return to normal. He was about to rush to the carriage in a hurry, but was stopped by Zhang Peng. Hey, open the door. Zhang Peng sighed and directed the mouse to open the door of the main building of the castle. That's right. The main building of Zhang Peng's mobile fortress is the compartment made of tree roots and vines staggered woven, which is quite shabby. After opening the door to both sides, the mole people watched helplessly as the skeleton undead carried corpses into the main building, threw them on the ground, and then left, followed by the next batch of corpses. City owner. Corpse. And many corpses. Several seas of mice said to Zhang Peng, and said poorly and pitifully, My eyesight is good. I'm not blind. I can see. Zhang Peng said unhappily. He didn't want to pile the bodies in the main building, When all the corpses were handed down, Li Ziyu asked Zhang Peng to take the mouse with him. And only a few mouse people in the forts were left to control driving. This is also a means of insurance. If he lets Zhang Peng go back directly, if this guy gets crazy and drives the fortress directly into him, then he will be in trouble. It is not uncommon to repay kindness with enmity. And this is even more so in the alien world. For the sake of one's own interests, people will do anything. When the headhunters were around, they relied on him to survive. Now, the headhunters have become corpses lying in his fortress. Li Ziyu has no value for the time being. It is hard to say what Zhang Peng will do. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Before signing the contract, Li Ziyu does not intend to completely trust Zhang Peng. Everything will have to wait until they return to the fortress of the undead. On the way back, Zhang Peng and a group of mouse people were wrapped in the center by the undead. On the surface, it looked like protection, but in fact, they prevented them from turning their faces. Fortunately, Zhang Peng had no thoughts about the dismantling of the river, and he has always been honest. His mobile fortress also followed slowly, so that Li Ziyu was very satisfied. Only after returning to the undead fortress safely did Li Ziyu feel at ease. He asked Zhang Peng to set up the mobile fortress not far away and took him to the bone plate platform. "Boss, you are back." Lu Xingxing, who got the news, hurried over and screamed with a smile. "Good evening, Lord Mayor." Tasjuling and Mumu followed behind Lu Xingxing. After seeing Li Ziyu, they bowed to him. Zhang Peng's eyes gradually widened. There was actually another city lord here. And a minotaur? The development speed of the undead city lord was much faster than he expected. The mouse man was taken aside to monitor, and Li Ziyu introduced Zhang Peng to everyone. Lu Xingxing was very excited to see a new friend joining him, and ran over to ask questions. Okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll take Zhang Peng to the main building first, and see you later. Li Ziyu grabbed Lu Xingxing's collar, and lifted the curious guy aside and said, "Go to the main building?" Lu Xingxing turned his eyes, and wanted to understand. This must be planned to sign a contract. Just like his original nodded. He said, and Moo tossed Tuliang, and left with 2 cow heads. Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing's back and smiled slightly. This boy is becoming more and more sensible. Which is good. The contract was signed very smoothly. Zhang Peng signed the same contract as Lu Xingxing without much hesitation. Zhang Peng said that when there are 2 skeleton warriors around you who are practicing fighting each other with a bone knife in one hand and a shield in the other, and a skeleton longbowman who occasionally draws the bow and aims everywhere, or wipes the arrowheads, you will not hesitate for too long. Between the 2 options of becoming a partner or becoming an undead partner, Zhang Peng simply chose to become a partner. After the contract was signed, Li Ziyu was very happy. He patted him on the shoulder, took him outside, and announced the good news that he had gained another ally. Reintroduce. I am Lu Xingxing. The castle is mine. I am responsible for helping the boss to find resource points. Lu Xingxing was still so active, and ran first, pointing out that the treasure-hunting cats not far away moved the fortress. Introduced himself, and then looked forward to looking at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng rubbed his hair with gray hair, and suddenly raised a dust. Heavy dark circles and half-open eyes made him look very unrestrained. As if he didn't wake up. We should have contacted. Your net name is called Treasure Hunting Star. I just joined, and I didn't know what I was responsible. Well, I hope to continue to do business. Speaking, Zhang Peng glanced at Li Ziyu, a little embarrassed. Let's go. I'll take you to have a look. Lu Xingxing didn't think too much about it. Since Li Ziyu introduced the person to him, it must mean that they have signed a contract and are now his family. But, is it okay? Zhang Peng said this to Lu Xingxing, but his eyes were looking at Li Ziyu. The person who made the decision was not Lu Xingxing, but Li Ziyu. And he also wanted to know Li Ziyu's attitude. This is very important to be related to the good or bad of his future life. If the other party still treats him as an outsider, then he has to think about other methods. It is best to get rid of it. Li Ziyu did not say anything, shrugging, indicating that they were casual. Lu Xingxing took Zhang Peng back to the main building of the undead, along the stairs all the way, reaching the top platform. Looking out from the platform, you can see it far. You can see the mining car that continues to transport the body back and forth in the cave. Holding onto the wall, Zhang Peng widened his eyes. He finally understood why the undead developed so fast. With this speed of collecting resources, it would be unjust if they were not fast enough. How is it? It's okay. Right? I tell you. Just follow the boss with peace of mind. You will eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. And the boss is not a cold-hearted person. Lu Xingxing turned his head to look at Zhang Peng. His face full of sunny smile, and a row of snow-white teeth in his mouth. He now has no idea of leaving at all, and wants to hug the thigh of Li Ziyu. He is honestly mixed with his thighs. He doesn't worry about safety issues. It is good for the city owner. A city who is not good at fighting. He also asked Zhang Peng before. He knew that he was the same as himself. His Majesty's race was also not good at fighting. Everyone was duckweed in different worlds. He was unreliable. It was better to gather in Li Ziyu's report to warm up his own ability to make this thigh thicker. Zhang Peng stared at the undead on the mountain for a while, and then turned to look at Lu Xingxing solemnly. Li Ziyu really won't let us fight. Will not treat us as cannon fodder. Will it protect us? Lu Xingxing was still the sunny smile, and nodded hard. Of course. I said to you. I didn't pass through. So I dug out the boss's fortress. And then followed the boss. You see? Isn't I live well now? Dig out? What magical development is this? Zhang Peng forced a smile, and looked at the busy undead on the mountain. There were footsteps behind them. They turned back at the same time, and saw Li Ziyu approaching slowly. Zhang Peng. Move your mobile fortress over here. I need to unload the body. Ah? Oh. Okay. Zhang Peng stunned. And then thought of the corpse of the head of the head of the heads of the head 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 of his mobile forts. He quickly sent a message to the mouse, and let them open the fortress. Under the traction of the train. The bastion like a train blends with the undead fortress. The bullhead, who has not slept below, suddenly came to see the fun, and pointed out. The children ran over and wanted to enter inside. They were pulled back, and pulled back a few times. When the mobile fort stopped, and the bone-board platform link, the bone-dead spirit walked slowly to the door. After the mouse man inside opened the door, he immediately had a long distance, and his eyes looked at the undead in horror. The undead ignored the mice at all, walked into it, lifted a corpse, and transported to the main building of the fort. Chapter 100. Decomposition Mutation Human +1. Kit Skeleton *1 unit. Damaged Mutant Leather *1. Soul Energy *70 unit. Decomposed Mutant Human +1. After the bodies of the head hunting were sent to the main building of the undead, they were immediately decomposed by the system, and turned into resources into the warehouse. Li Ziyu stood on the top of the building, and Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng looked at the distance, and suddenly said to Lu Xingxing, Star, your 2 cats are not enough. You have to increase it. Boss, I think too. But I am lacking in resources. Lu Xingxing's face was bitter, but his heart was cheering. The boss said that it must be to allocate resources. How about him? The boss is the most clear. I'll give you 1,000 units of meat. Build some catmen first. Just as Lu Xingxing thought. Li Ziyu was indeed planning to give him a wave of resources. The undead on the mountain is more than just mining ore, ligament, etc., but also cleans it up without encountering the beasts. Don't look at it smoothly. And the number of undead cannot be held. Therefore, in the food reserve, Li Ziyu has extra meat. Before coming to the Souls Mountains, he planned to let Lu Xingxing develop. Otherwise, he would not choose the Dead Soul Mountains at the beginning. Now, if you have rich food, you will give it to Lu Xingxing first. 1,000 units of food? Lu Xingxing's eyes were bright. But it was 200 cats. With these cats in hand, he solved the urgent need. He could also consider hunting problems, and slowly rolling snowballs to develop. Thank you, boss. Lu Xingxing cheered and squeezed his eyes at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng didn't say anything, but thoughtfully, Li Ziyu nodded, allocated the food from the warehouse, traded in the past, and got the food Lu Xingxing, and immediately summoned a new cat. What should I call you in the future? Boss? Zhang Peng looked at Li Ziyu. It's okay to call anything. Anyway, it is a name. Li Ziyu shrugged, and he really didn't care about what was called. Then I'll call you boss too. Boss, please take care of me in the future. Zhang Peng bowed solemnly to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu quickly lifted Zhang Peng and grinned. Where can I come to say so much? Everyone to discuss life together. You must be willing to do business. Then continue to do business. I support you to make the business bigger. This is the truth. Any forces need a large number of resources to develop and grow. And business is a shortcut to obtain resources. Zhang Peng had been in business in a different world before, and had his own roots. Li Ziyu did not plan to let go, and wanted to help him make bigger business and gather more resources. In addition to resources, information is equally important. The speed of obtaining information is faster than others. After all, if you want to do business, you must see what others cannot see. The existence of the dark jungle law allows the world to chat. There are many key information of the posts. No one is a fool. He will not easily say what you know. The world chat and forums look lively every day. But in fact, 80% of the chat is invalid. Everyone just passed the time. Thank you, boss. Zhang Peng did not take Li Ziyu's words in heart, but thanked him. He deeply understood that judging people is not about listening to them. Everyone can say nice things and anyone can paint a rosy picture for them. But if you really believe them, you are a fool. What kind of person Li Ziyu is? It is not about what he says, but what he does. After giving some instructions, Li Ziyu left and returned to the main building. There were other things to do, such as tonight's harvest. The skeleton undead have sent all the corpses to the main building. A total of 564 corpses. Each corpse can provide 70 units of soul energy. From the battle tonight, Li Ziyu directly harvested nearly 40,000 units of soul energy, which is enough for him to create another wave of skeleton longbowmen. Li Ziyu was quite satisfied with the combat effectiveness displayed by the skeleton longbowmen in this battle. They were worthy of being the type of soldiers recommended by the system, and their firepower output was much stronger than that of the skeleton warriors. When he watched the war, he secretly calculated that the effective range of the skeleton's long archer was above 300 meters, and the arrows of the shot were extremely penetrated. I am afraid that if you want to block the white bone long arrows, you need to heavy infantry. When fighting against the headhunters, an arrow shot by a skeleton longbowman could often penetrate 3 or 4 headhunters. If the headhunters gathered together, it was possible that 5 or 6 headhunters would be pierced through by one arrow. After knowing that the long archer is powerful, Li Ziyu is naturally impossible to let go. With the soul energy harvested from the head of the heads, 60 skeleton long archers were added, and the number was added to 100. The power in Li Ziyu's hand now is different from the previous, and the number of bones has reached 40,000 plus. 330 skeletal warriors, 100 skeleton long archers, 10 skeleton cows, and a dark skeleton in the battlefield. Although there are relatively few specialized battle sequences, the number of skeleton undead is large, and the skeletons in the mountains of the dead are still being transported out continuously. If a major war really breaks out, he can double the number of skeleton undead in minutes, and continue to produce more troops. After checking the bone reserves in the warehouse, it has reached 110,000. The battle with the headhunters did not delay the mining in the mountains of the dead. Well, create a soul coffin. All the resources needed. The bones of 100,000 units were consumed, and the soul energy of 10,000 units was consumed. Li Ziyu chose to make a soul coffin, which was the first time he made special items. After the command is issued, the system starts to read. Warm reminder, the special item soul coffin has been manufactured. About 5 minutes later, a prompt sounded from the system. Let me see what the soul coffin is. Li Ziyu opened the system and extracted the soul coffin that had just been manufactured. The soul coffin appeared in the main building, and immediately released a strong cold air, which reduced the temperature around him. Li Ziyu couldn't help sneezing, and then looked at the soul coffin. This is a very undefeated item. The appearance looks like a trapezoidal box that is spelling out of the bones. It has a heavy feeling. It is not like Li Ziyu's imagination. The box is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with a length of more than 2 meters. The 4 corners and the lid are decorated with skulls. The bones that join the box together seem to be twisting like a living thing, making a crackling sound. The soul coffin is floating in the air, and there seems to be a howling wind below, supporting the soul coffin. After turning around the soul coffin, after observing, Li Ziyu opened the system introduction. Special item soul coffin. Skills 1. Soul absorbing, gathering the dead soul maximum 10 million units. The more dead souls in the soul coffin, the greater the power of the soul coffin. Skill 2. Soul aura. The souls in the soul coffin release soul energy, which can protect and enhance the combat power of the undead within a certain range. Skill 3. Soul meteor. Open the soul coffin. Release the power of the dead soul. And use the consciousness of the dead soul as the main force to fire LS gathered from soul energy, which can attack enemies from a distance or send the dead soul into the battlefield. Let's just say, isn't the combat power of this thing a bit outrageous? According to his skills, does it mean that my undead can also have a strong combat effectiveness during the day? And it also has long-range attack ability, which is equivalent to artillery. So this thing is a cannon with its own halo? Damn. That's too strong. Before making the soul coffin, Li Ziyu just thought that this thing could gather the souls of the dead and provide a home for the souls in the mountains. But he didn't expect that there would be a surprise. Moreover, this surprise was a bit big and a bit scary, like a divine artifact. As the owner of the soul coffin, Li Ziyu put his hand on the soul coffin and felt carefully. In addition to the 3 skills prompted by the system, the soul coffin should have other uses. But now I do rush to study. It's time to find those dead souls. Li Ziyu sighed in his heart. Those ghosts were actually very pitiful. They had been trapped in the Ghost Mountain range for too long. It was like being trapped in a prison for hundreds of years. And in a small dark room at that. What kind of feeling would that be? It was good enough that they were not completely crazy. If the souls are willing, Li Ziyu will put them into the soul coffin so that they can leave the mountains of the dead and follow him to travel around the world. The soul coffin is a special item. Once it is taken out of the system, it cannot be put back and can only be placed outside. Fortunately, this thing is floating in the air, and Li Ziyu can make it move with him. Li Ziyu walked out of the main building with a large box floating beside him. This new look immediately attracted the attention of people around him. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng wanted to come over, but were stopped by Li Ziyu. Ah, don't come over here. It's cold. Li Ziyu sneezed and said while sniffing. The soul coffin is powerful, but the fact that it forcibly cools down the surrounding area is very uncomfortable. However, if it is hot in the summer, can the soul coffin be used as an air conditioner? It seems some weird function has been developed. Li Ziyu walked out while thinking about random things. The skeleton warriors naturally followed him and silently protected his safety. What's next to him? A weapon? Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing stood together, looking at the soul coffin curiously. After looking at it for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what it was, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I don't know either. But the boss always comes up with some weird things. They should be something unique to the undead. Right? Lu Xingxing didn't know what the soul coffin was, so he just chatted casually. Li Ziyu left the bone plate platform and headed straight for the cave on the mountain. Well, although I don't know what it is, but I guess it has something to do with the dead. Lu Xingxing looked in the direction Li Ziyu went, touched his chin, and said like a detective, Ghosts? The skeleton undead clan also has ghost troops? Zhang Peng was stunned. He didn't see any troops like ghosts here. There are indeed ghosts, but they are different from the boss's ghosts. They are wild. Lu Xingxing scratched his head, feeling that it was a bit difficult to explain. The ghosts in the mountains were all formed naturally, and had nothing to do with the undead fortress. Oh, I see. Zhang Peng returned to his listless appearance and nodded. Do you really understand? Lu Xingxing asked with his eyes wide open. I understand. Those ghosts were not created by the boss. They are native to this world. Is that what you mean? Zhang Peng glanced at Lu Xingxing and said slowly. Yes. Yes. That's right. Lu Xingxing nodded quickly. Zhang Peng twisted his head to look at the mountains in the dark, and suddenly asked, Where is this place? Does it have a name? It has a name. I remember that Tashjiling called this place the Mountain of Dead Souls. Lu Xingxing said after thinking for a while. This name seems familiar. Zhang Peng tried hard to recall and was shocked. Where is this place? The Ghost Mountain Range? The Forbidden Area? Ah. Yes. A forbidden area. That's what Tashjiling said at the time. Lu Xingxing said, as a matter of course, looking at Zhang Peng with a puzzled look. Was there anything to be surprised about? Forbidden area. That is a forbidden area. Why does it seem like an ordinary mountain in your mouth? It can kill people. Are you so crazy? Zhang Peng stared at Lu Xingxing silently, complaining wildly in his heart. Huh? What's with that look in your eyes? It's so weird. Don't look at me like that. It's scary. Lu Xingxing grinned and said with a shiver. Zhang Peng's eyes remained unchanged, and his meaning was very clear. Don't try to explain yourself clearly. I'll just stare at you. The look in his eyes, coupled with his listless appearance, made him look as if he might die from overwork at any time. Like a mentally ill patient who hadn't slept for days and was ready to kill someone. Being looked at by Zhang Ping made Lu Xingxing feel uneasy and uncomfortable. He couldn't help twisting his body and rubbing his arms vigorously with his hands. Okay. I'll tell you. Actually, I was the first to discover this. Just as Lu Xingxing was telling Zhang Peng how they came to the mountains of the dead and how they discovered the cave, Li Ziyu had already arrived at the cave that Lu Xingxing mentioned, and under the guidance of the dead spirits, walked into the belly of the mountain. The skeleton undead were busy in the belly of the mountain, constantly picking up corpses on the ground and moving them onto the mine carts. There were so many corpses that they had moved more than 100,000 units of skeletons. But the number of corpses in the belly of the mountain did not decrease at all. There were green balls of light swaying in the air. They were ghosts. They observed the undead, and sometimes floated up to the undead to look at them closely. The undead, who had been trapped in the mountain for countless years, and were doing repetitive work, could also interest them. Li Ziyu's arrival made the burial ground lively. The king of the dead appeared and floated in front of him with several dead souls. Lord of the undead. The king of the dead nodded. Your Majesty. King Boren. Li Ziyu also nodded and greeted with a smile. May I ask why you have come here this time? The king of the dead looked at Li Ziyu, and his eyes fell on the soul coffin. He sensed that the box had a strange power that attracted him and gave him a sense of familiarity. What is that? Before waiting for an answer, a troll-like ghost behind the Ghost King suddenly pointed at the soul coffin and asked. Li Ziyu looked at the troll ghost and then at the Ghost King. Only the Ghost King had communicated with him before, and he did not know the other ghosts. However, since they could stand with the Ghost King, they were obviously not ordinary people. The dead souls in the mountain include not only humans, but also orcs. The number of humans and orcs is 50-50. This is the royal family of the trolls in the former Orc Kingdom. King Boren the ghost turned slightly and introduced. The culture of the orcs is somewhat different from that of humans. They respect their ancestors and bloodlines too much. At the same time, there are too many branches within the orcs. So in a kingdom composed of orcs, there is often an emperor or king, plus a group of kings. And the family of each king is the royal family of that orc branch. King Boren was about to say something, but was interrupted by the troll ghost. He waved his hand and said anxiously, Names and such are not important. Our country no longer exists. It doesn't matter whether we talk about those false names or not. I just want to know what this box is. Before I tell you what this box is, I want to ask all the kings. Do you really want to be free? If you have a chance to see the outside world, would you be willing? Li Ziyu asked softly, his hand on the soul coffin, looking at the undead in front of him. The undead looked at each other, and then became a little excited. If they had a chance to go out and take a look, who the HL would want to be liberated? The world outside is so wonderful. The reason they want to be liberated is just to end their life of imprisonment. Even ants are greedy for life, let alone them. Do you have a way to help us get out? At this moment, even the ghost King Boren became uneasy. Chapter 101 The dead soul enters the coffin. Leave here and go to the outside world. This thought swept across the entire mountain like a hurricane. The souls of the dead floated out from their hiding places and surrounded Li Ziyu, with the expectation in their eyes unable to be concealed at all. They have been trapped in this world for too long. So long that they don't even want to know what the outside world is like. I remember that there used to be more companions than there are now. But many of them went crazy and could not stand the days of imprisonment. They longed for the warm sunshine, the fragrance of flowers, and the moist soil. They wanted to see the outside world again. So some people became strong, broke through the shackles, and just opened their eyes before dissipating into dust. Some people gave up hope, chose to end themselves, extinguished their consciousness, and dissipated into spiritual energy. If King Boren had not forced them to sleep and let them adapt, there would probably not be many souls left now. And the so-called mountains of the dead would have ceased to exist long ago, when they learned that the outside world had forgotten them, and that they no longer existed in the long river of history. The dead souls completely collapsed. Even King Boren could not accept this, and they chose to be free. But now, there seems to be a new option. What is the Lord of the Undead talking about? Take them out to sea? Li Ziyu looked at the dead souls that almost filled the space and repeated his question again. Leave. We want to leave. We want to go out and see the world outside. Sound. Real sound. The excited dead souls used the resonance of their souls to forcibly vibrate the air and made accurate, loud sounds that were full of expectation. The entire belly of the mountain rumbled in resonance, and the voices of the dead souls continued to echo. Li Ziyu raised his hand high. The dead soul shut up and looked at him eagerly, waiting for his next words. I have something called the soul coffin, which can be your shelter and take you away from here. In the future, you may really be able to see the outside world. I can't guarantee it, but if there is a chance, are you willing to try it? Li Ziyu didn't dare to make a 100% guarantee. Who knows the nature of the system and whether the soul coffin will have any problems. However, this is enough. Being able to leave and having hope is enough. Enough for the dead souls to fight. King Boren looked up at the dead souls in the sky, then looked at Li Ziyu, his voice trembling. We agree. Please take us away. Let me make it clear first. It's not without cost. The soul coffin is not a simple object. Relatively speaking, it is more like a weapon. Li Ziyu was about to explain, but was interrupted by the king of the dead. As long as you take us out and let us see the outside world, we are willing to accept any price, even if it means becoming your slaves or disappearing. Looking at the determined King Boren, Li Ziyu fell silent. There was no need to say anything more. These were a group of undead who wanted nothing more than to leave. They didn't care about anything. As you wish. Li Ziyu gently stroked the lid of the soul coffin. The soul and the soul coffin were connected. The skull that acted as a lock lit up, and the mouth opened. The friction sound of the bones suddenly increased. The lid slowly opened, and inside the soul coffin, there was endless darkness, like a black vortex, slowly spinning, emitting an extremely cold breath. Let's confirm one last time. Have you really decided to enter the soul coffin? Li Ziyu asked solemnly. Yes. All the dead souls spoke in unison, echoing continuously in the belly of the mountain. Li Ziyu nodded and took a deep breath. Skill, absorbing souls and gathering spirits. He opened his hands, as if we were greeted by the dead soul. In the soul coffin, horrible suction broke out. The wind below was stronger, and the sound of the whistling made people faintly painful, like a scream. Under the involvement of this suction force, the dead souls were pulled into the soul coffin. But in Li Ziyu seemingly, it seemed that it was not the soul coffin attracting them, but it seemed to be into the soul coffin. As the souls of the dead entered, green rays of light lit up on the surface of the soul coffin. The skulls at the four corners lit up, and clusters of small green flames appeared above the skulls. As the souls of the dead continued to pour in, the flames expanded little by little, like four torches that were constantly getting stronger. And the strong wind below also carried bits of green energy. Li Ziyu seemed to hear faint whispers, very fragmented and complicated, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. King Boren was the last soul to enter the soul coffin. Before entering the soul coffin, he gazed deeply at Li Ziyu and bowed slightly to him. Thank you, Lord of the Dead. Please. After saying this, without waiting for Li Ziyu to react, his figure turned into green smoke and floated into the soul coffin. Bump! After the last ghost entered, the lid closed and the skull's mouth opened. The soul coffin, after accommodating the dead souls, is very different from before. It can be said that they are two completely different things. In the current soul coffin, the bones are constantly changing, forming faces and creatures with strange characters printed on them. In the gaps, the energy of the dead souls emits a green light. The whistling sound of the strong wind below is no longer there, but the green energy in the wind is retained. At the top of the four-corner skull, the green flames of nearly half a meter high were spitting. Li Ziyu reached out curiously, but he couldn't feel the heat. Instead, he felt cold. It was not a normal flame, but from the flame of death. A dark green halo slowly spreads out with the soul coffin as the center. It is the soul halo, the passive skill of the soul coffin. Placing his hand on the soul coffin, closing his eyes and feeling it, Li Ziyu could feel the souls inside and communicate with them without any obstacles. King Boren? Li Ziyu found a familiar breath and called out hesitantly. It's me, the Lord of the Undead. The voice of the King of the Undead rang in Li Ziyu's soul, clearer than when he was outside. Are you okay? Li Ziyu asked curiously. Wouldn't it feel crowded with so many ghosts entering such a small box? Although they can overlap, it won't be comfortable after a long time. We are very good. Here are spacious and comfortable. The king of Dead Soul responded. His words stunned Li Ziyu, and he blinked in confusion. Is it possible to make a space inside? This is very possible. The soul coffin consumed a full 100,000 units of bones. That many bones could be piled up into a small mountain. But in the end, it was just a box this big. It must be another black technology of the system. After confirming that the dead souls were fine, Li Ziyu felt relieved. He opened the system to check the number of dead souls currently in the soul coffin. One, more than 6 million? Holy shit. Are there so many? Li Ziyu was stunned when he saw the number displayed on the system. He knew that there were quite a lot of ghosts. The ghosts he saw in the mountain were all overlapping. But he didn't expect that there would be such a large number. Millions of them. There are 6 million ghosts alone. So how many corpses are there in the ghost mountains? Not all dead bodies can become ghosts. Even if the corpse mountain and soul gathering ground have an additional layer for the formation of ghosts, it is impossible for every corpse to become a ghost. According to the 1:3 calculation, there are at least 18 million corpses here. This is still the least. The dead soul has been trapped here for too long. Many dead souls have dissipated for various reasons. The number of corpses is not too much. 36 million corpses. Li Ziyu himself was shocked by the number of corpses he calculated. No wonder there was no change here even though hundreds of thousands of corpses were taken away. Compared with the number of more than 30 million. Hundreds of thousands were nothing, not even a fraction. This is not some mountain of corpses, or a gathering place of souls. This is clearly the lair of my skeleton undead clan. What a bullshit central race. Just wait for me to mine all the things here cleanly. I won't need any skeleton warriors or skeleton longbowmen. I will just lead tens of millions of skeleton undeads to push forward. Let's see which one can stop me. Let you clamor. And I'll support you. Li Ziyu was so happy for a while before returning to normal. In fact, it's just a thought. Tens of millions of skeletons and undead are indeed a natural disaster. But this world is not without advanced races. There are also time travelers and city lords. There are always masters. If you are too reckless, you may lose your life. Let's put it this way. When encountering a race with holy light, even though the skeleton undead are huge in number, it's just a 50-50 match. They have special attacks against the undead, so they can only use numbers to make up for their lack of magic power. Let's see who can hold on first. Or the dragon tribe and the giant beast tribe. Their numbers may not be large, but dealing with small skeletons, like the skeleton undead, is no different from an elephant stepping on ants. How many ants can kill an elephant? There are also the demons. Those guys can seriously compete with the undead with their combat power, and are not weaker than the undead at all. As for the sea of undead, do you think their large-scale skills are vegetarian? It can be said that when the real war comes, high-level undead are indispensable. That's all later. Anyway, Li Ziyu's sense of security is surging, and the small flame in his heart is burning. With millions of corpses as a backing, he can let go to do things. Development must be developed. The main city has to be upgraded. And all kinds of technologies have to be mentioned. And so on. Seemingly ignoring something important, Li Ziyu, who was excitedly planning his next step, suddenly stopped, clicked on the warehouse, and his face suddenly turned bitter. We have the corpse, but not enough soul energy. I'm still a poor man. My dear friends and relatives in the wilderness, I need you. Li Ziyu couldn't help raising his head. The skeleton undead, who were diligently carrying the corpses, seemed to have noticed something. They turned their heads to look at the city lord, who had gone mad for some unknown reason, and then went back to their work diligently. Why does the boss look so dejected? Zhang Peng couldn't help but whispered as he looked at Li Ziyu, who returned with the soul coffin. Why don't you just go and ask and you'll know? Lu Xingxing said as he ran over. Wait. Before Zhang Peng could finish his words, Lu Xingxing had already jumped over, and he put down his hand weakly. Brother, are you so reckless? That's our boss. Seeing that he's in a bad mood, you still go up to him. Are you asking for trouble? Li Ziyu lowered his head, wondering where to get soul energy. Suddenly, a person jumped out in front of him, which scared him. He looked up and saw that it was Lu Xingxing, the guy who liked to jump around. Xingxing, what are you doing? Li Ziyu looked at him in confusion and asked. Boss, you don't seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong? If you are unhappy about something, just say it out loud and make everyone happy. It seemed that because of the addition of new companions, Lu Xingxing's brain was not working as well as before. Li Ziyu didn't even think about it. He raised his hand and gave him a slap. Ouch! The knot was sturdy. Lu Xingxing covered his head and jumped straight on the ground. Looking at his appearance, Li Ziyu. Well, I'm happy now. Stars, what are you unhappy now? You can go to tell the undead and make them happy. Lu Xingxing looked at Li Ziyu in amazement. Tears in her eyes. Talk to the dead? Can there be good? He turned his head to look at Zhang Peng, only to find that Zhang Peng was staring in the direction of the Minotaur in a daze. Damn it. You are so disloyal. It was you who asked me why the boss was so dejected. But I was the only one who got beaten. Li Ziyu patted Lu Xingxing's shoulder happily and walked towards the main building with the soul coffin. After Li Ziyu walked away, Lu Xingxing rushed to Zhang Peng with gritted teeth. You sold me out? Zhang Peng retracted his gaze from the Minotaur and glanced at Lu Xingxing calmly. No. I was the one asking you. And you went up to ask the boss yourself. Okay. It seems like that. But, no. If you don't ask me, why would I ask the boss? After a moment of shock, Lu Xingxing suddenly reacted and said to Zhang Peng, staring at him, that has nothing to do with me. I didn't ask you to ask the boss. You can guess. Zhang Peng spread his hands and shrugged. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Xingxing felt that what Zhang Peng said was correct. But he was beaten after all, so he couldn't help but get angry. You are not a good friend. You didn't stand up with me. Zhang Peng was silent for a moment, as if thinking. Then he stared into Lu Xingxing's eyes and stuck out his tongue. Lu Xingxing, your reaction is beyond my expectation. Let me knock on my head and prove our friendship. Don't want. Good brother. We have to shoulder the burden together. Are you my scapegoat? You're rapping with me. And you're rhyming? Slightly. Lu Xingxing was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick, while Zhang Peng remained calm despite his messy hair. The quarrel between the two did not affect Li Ziyu. He had already returned to the main building with the soul coffin and placed it next to the large bone chair. In the past, I worried about not having enough bones, as I always had excess soul energy. Now that I have bones, I am worried about the lack of soul energy. Even if I had tens of thousands, it would not be enough. Isn't this playing me? Oh, do I really still have to rely on my half-brothers and beloved relatives and friends in the wilderness to take care of me? Li Ziyu closed his eyes and prayed sincerely in his heart, if you can hear the sound. Please come quickly. I need you. Please come and kill me. I only want death. Who else can help me? The scorching sun is high. The 3 major tumors pioneer camps. Latest information. A head hunting kneeling outside the head of the head and yelling loudly. The woman in the tent screamed, no. Forgive me. Help me. Ah. After the shrill scream, there was silence. After a while, the curtain of the tent opened. The leader of the headhunters looked at the kneeling scout and extended his hand to him. The scout lowered his head and respectfully handed over a small piece of animal skin paper. Taking the animal skin paper, the headhunter leader tilted his head towards his tent and said, take the one inside away and give the brothers a snack. Thank you, Chief. The scout lowered his head, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Clean me. The head of the head of the head of the head walked around, found a big stone to sit down, and expanded the animal leather paper. There is only a short sentence on it. The undead in the Forbidden Soul Mountains. He stood up and looked at the direction of the lizard and goblin. Found it. Finally some fun. In the tent behind him, the scouts found several people, and raised an orc woman who was cut off the neck and the arm was cut off from the inside. Chapter 102 Pure-Blooded Catwoman. Vanguard Army Camp. Central Tent. Have you all received the news? Asked the leader of the headhunters of the Vanguard Army, looking at the goblin leader and the lizardman leader who had come for the appointment. Received. Goblin's leader and lizard leader confirmed. What do we mean to call us? The lizard person asked in doubt. After the secret meeting, while gathered the pioneer army, the scouts were released to find the undead. They all knew that the bastion of the undead can be moved and will not wait for them in one place. However, the undead found it. But the pioneer army has not yet assembled. The expected 20,000 pioneers are only a few thousand, and more soldiers are still on the way to gather. The head of the head hunting grinned, revealing the sharp teeth. I think. Can we see it? Yes. Yes. We can defeat the undead. The short goblin leader immediately caught the towel, and goblin behind him also made noise. We should wait for more soldiers to come and make plans. The lizard man shook his head, which was different from those who discussed before. They were not doing so privately. Cut! The timid lizard, the head of the hunting clan, snorted and said with disdain, "We can take people to explore it first. I heard that the number of undead is not much. Maybe we can defeat the undead." Panic. We are not united to defeat the undead. We are united to completely eliminate the undead. Don't you understand? The lizardman leader stared at the headhunter leader with his vertical pupils and said coldly, "You are too cautious. Not suitable for the leader in the pioneer army." "Momo," Panak said with a sarcasm smile. "Relentlessly. What you say? I won't let the lizard soldiers participate in this operation. You are casual." The lizard man's leader Mono ignored Panic's irony and said steadily, "What about you, little dwarf? What do you think?" When he saw himself flickering, Panic hit his mind on Goblin. The goblins who were clamoring to fight just now were silent now, glancing at the lizard men. They hesitated. Goblins are a race that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Only when there are lizard men and headhunters as the leaders will they clamor to fight the undead. Now that the two leaders have started arguing, they have decided to wait and see. In addition, their instinct told them that going to the Ghost Mountains with the headhunters might not be a good idea. The headhunters were not as trustworthy as the lizard men, and they might eat them as food along the way. Why? Do you feel that I am right? Panic's face was gloomy. His fingers rubbed gently, and said in a threatened tone, we think. The goblin leader turned his head and looked behind him, but found that the goblins who came with him all lowered their heads and had no intention of looking at him. It was impossible to find these guys to help them. "We think that you are right. And what Mom and I said also makes sense." The companion did not suggest that Goblin's leader did not dare to offend both sides. He could only drew his scalp. He regretted why he came to the meeting. "Then do you plan to go? Or do you plan not to go?" Panic stared at. The cold in his eyes flashed, and the coldness in his tone almost frozen Goblin. "Let's go." "Don't go?" Goblin head felt a strong killing intention, and the cold sweat flowed down the forehead. It was vague, stubborn, yellow eyes trembling. Some of them lowered his head. "Let's go." "Ha ha ha. I knew that you goblins are not cowards. Unlike some cold-blooded four-legged snakes that have not fully evolved." Panic laughed with satisfaction, full of pride and arrogance. Momwin just glanced at the goblin leader, neither angry nor saying anything. Is the goblin's choice important? Is it crucial? Who would care about the choice of a group of cannon fodder? Anyway, their fate was doomed from the beginning. "Let's tell you that the family is cleaning up, and we will go on the road as soon as possible while the undead responds." Panak directly regarded Goblin as his men, commanded unscrupulously, and then walked towards Momaton, gathered in front of him, and said with a vicious, cold figure, "Clamp, you are waiting for others here, waiting to see how we eliminate the undead. Well, okay. I wish you a triumph." Momo raised his eyes, and is smiling and smiling, without showing the weakness. After about an hour, the head of the heads of the hunting group set off with Goblin, with a total of 6,000 people, 5,000 Goblin, and 1,000 heads of head hunting. Although the Goblins were not willing to follow the headhunters to seek misfortune with the undead, they were more afraid that the headhunters would turn against them and kill them directly. Fortunately, it will take a few days to reach the forbidden area, the Mountains of the Dead. We can find a way to delay it, and see if we can wait until Momona arrives with more vanguard troops. The setting sun cast a blood-red sky, like tired birds returning to their nests. The Minotaurs also came back to the bone platform in twos and threes with their day's harvest. One of the Minotaurs brought back something very special. A ferocious little fellow with bared fangs and claws. "Let me go! I tell you, I'm very fierce. Bite you, you big stupid cows." No matter how the little guy shouted, he was so slippery to Moo Moo. "Cat? Where did you catch it?" Moo Moo looked at the little guy and asked in doubt. "I saw her sneaky around, so I caught it back." The bullhead smiled and said honestly, "Since it was caught around, I had to tell the city master." Moo Moo sank. Maybe the Catman's sport sent by the surrounding tribes may also be sure. Looking at the Catman said to the clan, "You can't catch it. You should catch her back and neck, so she will not resist. Come." Give me. The cattleman stretched his hands and handed the cats to Moo Moo. Moo Moo seriously measured, grabbed the cat's neck, and lifted her up. Pain and pain. Oh, it hurts. Instead of being quiet, the cat people cried out, screaming while crying, and Moo Mau suddenly stunned, scratching his head blankly. Isn't it said that as long as you grab fate by the scruff of the neck, the cat will be unable to move? He had tested it on the two catmen under Lu Xingxing. And indeed, as long as you grab the scruff of the neck, the catmen will become obedient, quiet and honest. Why is this one different? Chief, this is a pure-blooded cat person, not a cat person with an animal head. If you grab the back of its neck, it will not make her quiet down except hurting her. At some point, Tashjiling came behind Mau Mau, glanced at the little cat person, and sighed. "Ah? Isn't this trick? How can you make her quiet?" Lao Shi Niu Moo Moo was blank. Is there such a statement? Sure enough, the difference between orc is quite big. The pure-blood orc is almost the same as humans, and it is simple to want her to make her quiet. You can do it with a little energy, Tastelin said calmly. Use more force? I'm afraid I'll crush her to death. Moo Moo looked at the little guy in his hand and said hesitantly, Yes, if you pinch her to death, she will stop crying. Tashjiling nodded. Moo Moo, Sigma. Kitten, 0Q. But I plan to give her to the city master. Just pinch it like this. Isn't it good? Moo Moo said tangled. Chief, if you still want to keep her alive, you'd better pinch her somewhere else. You're almost squeezing her to death. Tashjiling said helplessly. I told you. This is a pure-blooded orc almost the same as humans. You grab a human by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up. What do you think will happen to that person? The little cat's face turned pale, and its lips turned purple. Ah? Oh! Moo Moo reacted, and quickly let go, and changed to holding the kitten's hands to control her movement. Whoa! Let me go! You bad guys. You big stupid cows. It hurts so much. The little catman cried and struggled. Tashjiling stepped forward, stretched out his hand and flicked the little catman's head, and said sinisterly, Don't scream, or I'll throw you to the undead. Hearing this, the little catman pursed his lips instantly, looked at Tashjiling in horror, his face pale. You must have a solution. She stopped crying immediately. Seeing the little cat calm down, Moo Moo was overjoyed and said to Tashjiling cheerfully. But when he turned around, he saw Tashjiling's serious face and couldn't help asking, What's wrong? It doesn't seem to be an accident. She must have been observing us for a long time. Tashjiling whispered. Huh? How did you know? Mau Mau looked confused and puzzled and asked. Before you've seen the undead. Would you be afraid if someone threatened you with the undead? Tashjiling said casually, not caring whether Moo Moo had figured it out or not. And then said, Control her well, and hand her over to the city lord later. I feel like we're in trouble. Even as they were talking, the last rays of the setting sun faded away, and under the horrified gaze of the little catman, the bone platform made a rumbling sound. Countless bones moved, and a skeleton building rose from the ground and stood on the platform. Let's go and see the city lord. Tashjiling looked at the tallest main building and said to Mau Mau. Seeing this, the kitten was struggling more violently. He couldn't care about the threat of Ta's twin, and screamed loudly. I don't want to go. Let go of me. I want to go home. I don't want to go to the undead. Forgive me. This time the two minotaurs ignored her, and took her to the main building. The main building of the undead. Li Ziyu, who was sitting on the big bone chair, had already finished his dinner. He stretched and lazily slumped on the big bone chair. It was easy to get lazy after eating. He was thinking about what to do next when an undead came to report that Mau Mau and Tashjiling had arrived. Huh? Why didn't you come in directly? Li Ziyu looked at the undead in confusion. As they often entered the main building, the undead were already familiar with it, and normally would not stop them. The fact that the undead came to report specifically meant that something was not right. They are bringing an orc with them. The undead sent the message using soul fire. Huh? Li Ziyu blinked and suddenly became alert. He sat up straight and snapped his fingers twice, asking the undead to let them in. Soon, Tashjiling brought Mau Mau to the hall. Mau Mau was holding a small figure in his hand. When Li Ziyu saw the little thing, he raised his eyebrows and showed an interested expression. Come if you want. And bring me a gift? Li Ziyu joked with a smile, and then asked, What's going on? Master of the city. This is the cats that our tribe caught around. I suspect that it is in sport in other tribes. I dare not decide randomly. So it brings it. Ta's twin walked and introduced the situation of the kitten to Li Ziyu. Well, cats. Li Ziyu seemed to have not heard the words behind. He only noticed the words of the cats. Came down from the white bone chair. Walked in front of Moo Moo. Bent slightly. And carefully looked at the kitten. This is a young girl. About 10 years old. With a pair of sparkling cat ears on her head. Because she was picked up by Mau Mau. Her tail was drooping. If you ignore the cat ears and tail, she looks like a human little girl. The kitten girl held her mouth. With 2 big tears in her eyes. Watching Li Ziyu in fear. Pitiful. Wow. It's pure blood work. So cute. Right. This is the correct way to open the works. The treasure-hunting cat man under Lu Xingxing has a cat head. Although it is very cute, it always feels weird. Cat person is the way to open the cat-eared girl. Now that we have little cat girls, how can we lack adult cat girls? Li Ziyu stared at the hairy cat ear, and couldn't help but stretched out his fingers and poked. The cat's ear shook twice. He smiled and squeezed gently. The kitten snorted twice. His body struggled, trying to break away from the restraint of the cow head. Fortunately, Li Ziyu stopped at the right time, and let go of the cat ears that felt so good. He smiled gently, and asked the little cat girl, "Who are you and why are you here?" What he didn't expect was that he only asked one question. And the little cat girl burst into tears. Please, please, don't eat me. I'm not tasty. My meat is sour. And don't give me to the undead. I'm still young. And I can't do anything if I become an undead. The sudden crying startled Li Ziyu, and he quickly reached out and touched the little cat girl's head, comforting her softly. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. Mau Mau. Let her go. But, City Lord, she might be a spy. That's enough. How can I be scared of a kid like that? This is my territory. Seeing that the City Lord said so, Mau Mau no longer insisted. He slowly put the little cat girl on the ground and let go of her hand. Just now, the kitten woman stopped crying instantly. Her body flashed, and she rushed towards the door at a very fast speed. Tashjuling raised the totem pole, which was surrounded by electric light, and was about to smash it down. On both sides of the gate, 2 skeleton bull demons emerged, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 door gods. However, the one that was faster was a black shadow that extended from under the bone chair and caught up with the little cat girl in an instant. The dark skeleton emerged from the shadows, reached out and grabbed the little cat girl's throat accurately, lifted her into the air, opened and closed her mouth, and spewed out black smoke. It looked both evil and terrifying. Forehead. The kitten woman was pinched her throat. She couldn't even struggle. Her eyes were white, and she was about to be strangled by the dark skeleton. Tashjuling's totem pole failed to fall to the ground. He stared at the soul fire of the dark skeleton and couldn't help shivering. Inexplicably, he read a sense of excitement from the soul fire that was full of evil flavor, as if he felt happy to end a life. Stop! If you dare strangle her to death, I will give your head to the Minotaur kids and let them kick it around every day. The dark skeleton paused, tilted his head, and looked at Li Ziyu. Suddenly became deflated. Shook the little cat girl unhappily, walked to Li Ziyu with her, threw her down, and shrank back into the shadow with a huff. Li Ziyu squatted down and patted the little cat girl's face gently. After a while, the little girl took a deep breath and woke up. Ah! She screamed and jumped up on the spot, but was caught by Mau Mau and put on the ground again. Stop screaming and don't run. You can't escape. Li Ziyu squatted in front of the little cat girl and patted her head. The frightened kittens looked at the 4 weeks, for fear that the horrible figure appeared again. Chapter 103. It's them again. Undead? Where are the undead? If you behave yourself, I won't let the undead out. The little cat girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and shed 2 big bags of tears, not daring to cry anymore. She already understood that the human in front of her was the one who could decide life and death. And the Minotaurs and the undead all listened to this human. Li Ziyu was very patient with the little cat girl. Seeing how well behaved she was, he patted her on the head and said, "Tell me why you are here, and what did you see?" I said, "Can you let me go?" The little cat girl asked timidly. "That depends on your performance," Li Ziyu said slowly. I came here to find it. And then I was caught by the cow head. The kitten said, gritted her teeth. Li Ziyu sighed and pinched her face. If you don't behave, the undead spirit will appear again. As soon as he finished speaking, the two dark bull demons at the door cooperated and stepped forward together. Ah! Don't let them come over. The little cat girl turned her head nervously, squatted down with her head in her arms, and curled up into a small ball. I don't want to hurt you, but if you plan to lie to me, there's nothing I can do. Li Ziyu's tone was still gentle, but the words she said made the little cat girl feel cold all over. After struggling for a moment, Kitty Girl raised her head and said, Tell me the truth. You won't hand me over to the undead? If you don't tell the truth, you will be handed over to the undead. So just tell the truth. Li Ziyu smiled with narrowed eyes, causing the little cat girl to tremble all over. I followed the others secretly, and discovered you by accident. The little cat girl lowered her head, and said in a low voice, Who are the others? Li Ziyu still had a smile on his face, but he became alert in his heart. Not only him, but Mao Mao and Tastring beside him also became alert. In addition to the Catman, there are actually other people hiding around. The other party was very secretive, and must have come prepared. They didn't get close at all, so the undead didn't notice them. If they hadn't caught the little Catman this time, they would still be kept in the dark. The little Catman looked up at Li Ziyu and said carefully, It's the headhunters. Are you sure you are from the headhunters? Li Ziyu asked seriously. Sure. I recognize them. The Catman nodded quickly. Li Ziyu stood up, squinting and thinking. It's the headhunters again. These guys are really stubborn. Even after I've killed 2 groups of them, they're still thinking of attacking me. It is worthy of my loved relatives. You can get 2 good brothers who have 2 knives. This is to know that I lack soul energy and rush to send it again? Hee, really good. I still have information. Can you let me go if I ask you? The little cat girl raised her hand and looked at Li Ziyu hopefully. Huh? What else do you know? Li Ziyu was stunned, squatted down again, and asked with a smile. I don't want to go against you, but I don't want to die. I said, just let me go. Okay? The little cat girl grabbed Li Ziyu's hand and asked in a crying voice with her nose twitching constantly. He pinched the kitten's cheek, which was soft and felt very good, and said in a gentler tone, You tell me first. If I am satisfied, I will let you go. Keep your word. The little cat girl said crisply when she saw hope. Well, go ahead. Li Ziyu nodded. Little Catwoman had no choice. Now that she had fallen into the hands of the undead, she could only pray that the information she gained would satisfy the human in front of her. She licked her lips, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and said nervously, The Coalition Forces. The Coalition Forces are looking for you. The hall suddenly became quiet. Li Ziyu looked at Tastring. Tastring looked at Mumu, and Mumu looked confused. What coalition? Why are you looking for us? Mumu asked in a naive voice. I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for the undead. The little cat girl glared at Mao Mao. She was sent to the Lord of the Undead because of the work of these stupid cows. Li Ziyu squatted down, stared at the little cat girl, and asked slowly, Do you know what kind of coalition it is? The little cat girl was still very afraid of Li Ziyu. Although he was a human, he could control the undead. So she answered honestly, Well, I also heard it from others. It is said in the wilderness that it is the coalition of the headhunters, goblins and lizardmen who want to destroy. At the end of her words, the little cat girl suddenly felt something was wrong, and quickly covered her mouth, looking at Li Ziyu with fear. Destroy the undead? The one in front of me is the Lord of the Undead. If I tell him and make him angry, I will lose my life. Although she didn't say the last 2 words, everyone present knew what she was going to say. Li Ziyu's smile was still gentle, but her eyes were extremely cold. My beloved relatives and friends are really shameless. We can't defeat them alone, so we come together to provide resources. But I didn't get any information about something that even the little cat girl knew, which meant that my intelligence was really inadequate. Fortunately, I caught the little cat girl. Otherwise, when the other party came to kill me, I would not be prepared, which would be a lot of fun. Seeing the coldness in Li Ziyu's eyes, the little cat girl became even more panicked. She shrank her small body into a ball and even tucked her tail in. Call Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. A skeleton undead took the order and soon brought Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing to the lobby of the main building. Boss, we are here. What happened? The voice came before the person appeared. It was the lively and sunny boy Lu Xingxing. Zhang Peng followed behind him, still looking like he had stayed up too late. Huh? This is a cat girl. Wow. She really looks like a human. Are her ears fake? Lu Xingxing ran over and saw the little cat girl curled up on the ground. His eyes lit up instantly. He circled around the little cat girl and even wanted to reach out to pinch her furry ears. Ah! Let go. It hurts. Damn. It's bitten. He didn't touch his ear, but was bitten by the little cat girl. The sharp little fangs left 2 small holes on Lu Xingxing's arm. Bleeding. Lu Xingxing kept shaking his hands in pain. Zhang Peng looked at Lu Xingxing as if he was a fool, glanced at the little cat girl, walked up to Li Ziyu and saluted. Li Ziyu stared at the idiot Lu Xingxing and his face twitched. Should let you jump when you come. Get bitten. I want to touch everything. Li Ziyu kept a straight face, trying hard not to laugh and remain serious. The little cat girl was afraid of Li Ziyu, but not Lu Xingxing. She smelled a familiar scent on Lu Xingxing. She stared at the jumping Lu Xingxing with her bright eyes and bared her teeth from time to time, threatening him not to come near or she would bite him. Why are you biting me? Let me tell you. My subordinates are also cat people. We are one family, Lu Xingxing said with a bitter face. In response to him, the little cat girl pretended to pounce, which scared Lu Xingxing so much that he quickly retreated to Li Ziyu's side. But he still looked at the little cat girl with curiosity. She's different from the treasure-hunting catman. She's a real beastman girl. Okay. Don't make trouble. Li Ziyu raised his hand and gave Lu Xingxing a blast, which made him stop, and then said, Zhang Peng, do you know the coalition? Zhang Peng was stunned by the question and shook his head in confusion. He was thinking about reorganizing his team and was not as well informed as before. What happened again? Why did they bring out a coalition? Lu Xingxing rubbed the place where he was hit and came over to join in the fun. It's just a group of defeated enemies who are restless and want to come and cause trouble. They include goblins, lizardmen, and the old acquaintance headhunters. Li Ziyu spread his hands and explained. I really haven't received any news. I'll go ask someone later. Zhang Peng's face turned serious. He had just settled down and someone was trying to cause trouble. He couldn't tolerate this. This was also the time to show his abilities to Li Ziyu. Can I go now? Kitty Cat asked pitifully. As soon as she opened her mouth, she attracted the attention of everyone present, and she was so scared that she quickly shrank back, looking weak, helpless and pitiful. Li Ziyu said that if she performed well, she would let her go. She wouldn't regret it. Right? Thinking of the horrific legends about the undead, Kitty Girl shuddered. Go! You want to go? Li Ziyu asked the little cat girl. Wow! You promised. You promised to let me go. The little cat girl couldn't control her tears and kept streaming down her face as she choked with a pout. Why are you crying? If you want to leave, just leave. I didn't say anything. Li Ziyu was made to laugh and cry by the little cat girl, and waved his hands and said, Wow! You lied. Huh? What did you say? The little cat girl suddenly stopped crying, raised her head, and looked at Li Ziyu blankly. If you want to leave, then go ahead. Li Ziyu shrugged. Really? Then I'm gone. The kitten woman rolled over and walked 2 steps towards the gate. She turned her head and looked at the humans who controlled the undead. She seemed to stop her. She immediately accelerated her footsteps. She didn't run 2 steps. She suddenly slammed to the ground. Kitten girl, Li Ziyu, everyone. After waiting for a while and seeing no movement from the little cat girl, Li Ziyu tilted his head. I told you to go. What are you going to do now? What? Do you want to commit fraud? Lu Xingxing ran over and poked the cat girl lying on the street. What's wrong with you? Wow. I'm so hungry and exhausted. The little cat girl opened her mouth and started crying again. Puff. I have been trained not to laugh easily unless I can't help it. Lu Xingxing's laughter grew louder and louder. He wiped the tears from his eyes and turned to Li Ziyu and said, This guy was so hungry that he didn't have the strength to run. So he fell to the ground. Everyone present, dash. Li Ziyu covered his face, sighed, waved his hand, and told the 2 undead to get some barbecue. Then he went forward and picked up the little cat girl. Not knowing what the Lord of the Undead was going to do, the little cat girl was extremely nervous. She bared her teeth and claws at Li Ziyu, trying to scare this guy away. But she was hit on the forehead and became quiet. He carried the little cat girl to the dining table, put her down, and patted her on the head. Stay here. Don't move. Table. Are you planning to eat me? Whoa, no! The little cat girl had 2 big bags of tears in her eyes again, and she looked at Liziu pitifully. Fragrant. Meaty. Delicious. Suddenly, the little cat girl's nose twitched twice, and she turned her head to look at the source of the fragrance, and saw 2 skeletons walking over with bone plates with steaming and fragrant barbecue on them. Under the expectant gaze of little Catwoman, the 2 skeletons passed by her and came in front of Liziu. Woo, the barbecue is gone! The little cat girl watched eagerly, and then was surprised to see that the Lord of the Undead said something to the 2 skeletons. The skeletons came over with a bone plate and put the fragrant barbecue on the table in front of her. Slurp. The aroma of meat was so strong that the little cat girl sucked her saliva. She stared at the barbecue with shining eyes, her stomach growling, and she became even hungrier. It seems like this barbecue looks delicious. The 2 pieces of barbecue are so big. If I eat a little secretly, they shouldn't notice. Right? His fingers kept moving, and under the temptation of the barbecue, his sharp little claws popped out. His saliva kept being secreted, and he didn't have time to swallow it, and it slowly flowed down the corners of his mouth. Restrain yourself. You must restrain yourself. This is food prepared for the Lord of the Undead. If I eat it, the Undead will roast me. But if I don't eat, I will starve to death. A little angel and a little devil appeared in little Catwoman's mind. The little devil said, eat. Even if it means death. You must eat a full stomach before dying. The little angel said, the little devil is right. I have endured it again and again. But there is no need to endure it anymore. I will first test whether the meat is cooked for the Lord of the Undead. The sharp claws scratched the barbecue like a knife, easily cutting off a piece. When the barbecue was cut, it immediately exuded a richer aroma. She secretly glanced at Liziu and saw that he was talking to other humans. The little cat girl quickly put a small piece of barbecue into her mouth. Hot. Hot. Although her mouth was burned, the hungry little cat girl had no intention of spitting out the meat. Instead, she covered her mouth with both hands and chewed hard. It really smells so good and tastes so good. These undead barbecues are amazing. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Full of freshness and fragrance. She could still bear it if she didn't eat it. But after taking the first bite, the little cat girl couldn't bear it anymore. She glanced at Liziu and saw that he didn't seem to notice. So she stretched and retracted her little hand and bravely grabbed the whole piece of barbecue in her hand, not caring about the heat, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Unfortunately, her mouth was too small, and it was simply unrealistic to stuff the entire piece of barbecue in. She could only stuff it in while chewing hard. Her cheeks were bulging, and she turned from a kitten into a hamster. Aren't you afraid of the heat? Just when the little cat girl focused all her attention on the barbecue, Liziu came to her, squatted down, looked at her curiously and asked, was discovered? As if under a spell of immobilization. The little cat girl, who was eating the barbecue, secretly froze instantly. A big hand fell on her head and rubbed it. Then the Lord of the Undead said slowly, eat slowly. It's all yours. Kitten girl, underscore? She looked up and saw a smiling face. Mine? The little cat girl tried hard to pull the barbecue out of her mouth and asked Liziu blankly. Well, yours. This is the barbecue prepared for you. Eat it before you leave. Don't be in a hurry, Liziu said gently, still with a gentle smile on his face. The little cat girl was stunned. She looked at the barbecue in her hand, then at Liziu, and slowly put the barbecue into her mouth. This time she was much slower, but tears appeared in her eyes again. The tribe she lived in was very small, and there was often not enough food, not to mention a child like her who had no parents and depended on her sister for everything. Even the adult cat people would go hungry one day and have no food for the next. If she hadn't been extremely hungry, she would not have left the tribe. After all, the wilderness was extremely dangerous for a child like her. The little girl didn't know why the Lord of the Undead was so kind to her. In her impression, the only one who gave her food was her sister. Liziu just talked to Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing and asked them to get intelligence on the coalition forces. Mao Mao and Taschiling were also sent away. There was nothing to do, so he simply sat on the big bone chair and watched the little cat girl eat. The little cat girl must be very hungry. Although she ate a little slower than before, she still ate voraciously. She shivered from the burn from the barbecue from time to time. After finishing a piece of barbecue, she looked at the remaining piece of barbecue, then turned to look at Liziu, who smiled and nodded, indicating that she could continue eating, reaching out to grab the barbecue. And just as she was about to put it in her mouth, the little cat girl suddenly stopped, and instead of putting the meat in her mouth, she asked in a low voice, "Can I take the meat away?" Chapter 104. The whole family takes refuge. Liziu leaned back in the big chair, supporting his head with one hand. When he heard what the little cat girl said, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. From the little cat girl's actions just now, he could tell that she was not full, and she wanted to eat more. But for some reason she held back. "Why do you want to take it away? Isn't it good to eat it here?" Liziu asked curiously. The little cat girl looked down at the barbecue in her hand, swallowed her saliva, and whispered, Sister hasn't eaten yet. She is also very hungry. I want to give her some." "I see." When he touched the little cat girl's hair just now, he felt that it was not smooth at all. In addition, her body was very light. This little girl should be malnourished. It seems that the tribe she belongs to is not doing well. Lack of food? That's perfect. It's the time to build good relationships. Liziu is still very much looking forward to the orc girl, since he has the chance to get in touch with her. How could he let it go? He made another gesture and asked the undead to fetch 2 units of meat and put them in front of the little cat girl. "Let's eat the barbecue. Take the meat back. It tastes better when it's freshly grilled," Liziu said as he touched the little cat girl's head. In the end, Catwoman still didn't eat the barbecue. To her, food was precious. As long as she wasn't so hungry, it was enough. The excess food could be stored and dried into jerky for later consumption. When leaving the fortress of the undead, the little cat girl took a deep look and felt strange in her heart. These undead, at least the lord of the undead, were completely different from what was rumored. They did not kill her, and even gave her food. Well, legends or lies. These undead are all good undead. Holding the meat in her hand, the little cat girl flashed and ran into the wilderness. As soon as she left, the undead followed her and tried to follow her to find the location of the tribe. But the cat girl was very fast, and the undead ran away before she could get far. So they had to return to the fortress. Liziu expected that the skeleton undead couldn't keep up with the speed of the little cat girl, but he still felt a little regretful. The undead still lacks in speed. The dark skeletons are quite fast, but they are crazy and have no checks and balances of their own. If they are released to track the little cat girl, I'm afraid they will not bring back information about the tribe. But the cat girl's corpse, it still needs research and development. It lacks a mobile combat sequence, and it's difficult to even track a cat man. But you have to eat your food one bite at a time, and do things one at a time. You can't eat mapo tofu in a hurry. After your loved ones and friends send you a wave of soul energy, everything will be fine. Even closer than my relationship is my beloved ones. With nothing to do, Liziu opened the forum, read the battle reports, and analyze the intelligence from the reports. Sooner or later, he would walk out of the wilderness to see the outside world. And now he had to accumulate information about the other world. Reading the battle reports is actually quite interesting. Just like reading a novel, you can see all kinds of races and all kinds of weird tactics. But it's not boring at all. The most popular news recently is that vampires and werewolves are fighting each other again and are enjoying it. It seems that these two races are enemies. What's interesting is that both vampires and werewolves have accepted the city lord who traveled through time. And the city lords of related races have also joined the battle. Reports about the battle between the two sides were flying everywhere, and the atmosphere was chaotic. There had even been a siege. The city lords were also growing very fast, and were no longer limited to cold weapons. Various firearms had also appeared. When Liziu first saw it, he was also surprised. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. No one has ever said that this world is a world of cold weapons. Dora Cat Tribe. In the darkness of the night, a small figure ran from a distance, avoided the simple traps set up to prevent wild beasts, and came to the outside of the tribe. Who? With a low roar, 2 Night Watch catmen emerged from the shadows, pointing the stone spears in their hands at the uninvited guests. It's me. The little cat girl hurriedly walked out of the darkness into the moonlight, so that the 2 Night Watch cats could see her clearly. It's you. Meng Meng. Why do you come back so late? Your sister Mingni has been looking for you for a long time. Go back quickly. Seeing that it was someone from the same tribe, The night watch cat put down his stone spear and couldn't help but give him a lesson. Meng Meng nodded quickly. She didn't dare to talk with her adult cats. And she responded well. Okay. I'm going home. The night watchman's nose twitched. And he noticed what the little cat girl Meng Meng was holding. What's that in your hand? Meat. Where did the meat come from? The kitten girl Meng Meng quickly hid the meat in her hand behind her back and laughed dryly. You are seeing wrong. There is no meat. How can I have meat? Looking at her movement, the night cat sighed. You don't have to be so nervous. We won't grab your child's food. Okay. Hurry up and go back. Although the night watch cat said this, Meng Meng still looked at the two people vigilantly. With her hands behind her back, she slowly moved her body to face the two people and moved towards the tribe little by little. She didn't hurry home until she found that the two people turned around and no longer stared at her. Their tribal population is small. There is no too strong fighting power. And the places where they live are directly dug out of the ground. Meng Meng ran back to his own hole all the way to see that no one around him was drilled in. Sister. I'm back. Sister. There was no light in the cave. It was very dark. Meng Meng called softly. A little fluorescent lit. It is a small stone, which can be illuminated very limited. But it is enough to see the figure over there. Dream? Where did you go? Worry about death. A warm body hugged the kitten woman, forcibly squeezing her face into her chest. And a few drops of tears fell on Meng Meng's face. Sister. I'm suffocating, Meng Meng said while struggling. And only then did her sister Meng Ni quickly let go of her hand. Meng Meng looked at the sister's fluorescent of her sister. She felt that her sister's chest seemed to be bigger than before. And she looked down at himself and exhaled. Well, I am very satisfied. And it is still flat. What's the good of having such big breasts? They're so heavy and tiring. It's better to have flat breasts, so that you don't feel any burden when running. Tell my sister. Where did you go? I found it all around and didn't find you. Meng Ni squeezed her sister's face and asked badly. Well, it hurts? My sister is loosened. You see? What I brought back to you. The face of the kitten woman Meng Meng was like the glutinous rice dumplings, and was picked up by Meng Ni. In order to escape the sister's magic, she quickly raised the meat in her hand. Huh? Meng and I sucked at his nose. And he stunned, loosened his sister's face. Meat? Where did you get from it? Hunting is impossible. Not to mention the little guy Meng Meng. Even the hunting team in the tribe often fails to catch any prey. Their weapons were too simple, and they had too few people. So it was simply unrealistic for them to hunt large prey. Meng and I could clearly tell that the meat was definitely not small animals like rabbits or foxes, but beef, which was not something Meng Meng could get. Hey, other scent. There are still baked, but it is delicious. Sister, you quickly eat. Meng Meng laughed and handed the saved barbecue to Meng Ni's mouth, but didn't want to. His face was caught by his sister again. Who gave it? We can't steal the meat of others, Meng Ni said annoyedly. She didn't believe that someone would send them so kindly. Then there was only one possibility. Meng Meng went to steal the food of his tribe or other tribes. Although their sisters are often hungry, they can't do things like things. Not to say that conscience and morality can't live, but they will cause trouble. As a weak tribe, he has his own laws of survival. Who does not offend any strong, struggling to survive? It's not a stealing meat. It is really not stealing. It was sent by others. The undead gave me. Meng Meng's face was painful, and he yelled, You still learn to lie to me. Right? I still gave you the undead. Why don't you say that goblin gave you? When Meng Ni heard this, he was happy, and he held his face more vigorously. Undead? That is a legendary race. Not to mention whether they exist or not. Even if they really appeared, it would be good that they didn't kill Meng Meng. They would even give her meat. This is simply impossible. Well, I didn't lie to you. Really. The undead is on the mountain. Meng Meng was tears in the corner of his eyes, and said anxiously. Meng and I loosened her hands, and stared blankly at her silly sister. Isn't that a forbidden area over there on the mountain? How can you go to the mountainside? You don't want to live. There is a curse there. The ancestors don't let us get closer. Do you feel that something is wrong? Is there any injury? Meng Ni couldn't care, but checked her sister up and down, for fear that she had something wrong. No, my sister. Rest assured. I'm fine. Meng Meng chopped her sister's hand aside, and said in a row. What's going on? Talk carefully with me. Mingni held her sister and asked seriously. I followed a head-hunting family. I saw the undead. And I saw the Lord of the Dead. Ming did not conceal. How to discover the sneaky head-hunting family. How to keep up. And discover the undead. How to be caught. When I saw Li Ziyu, I talked about it. Whether it's the headhunters or the even more terrifying undead. They are all deadly. My sister just foolishly ran into them and got caught? The reason he didn't die was really because of the blessing of his parents' spirits. No. It was the blessing of his ancestors' spirits. The spirits of his parents could not protect him from such things. After her sister finished speaking, Ming and I felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, her face suddenly changed and she asked in a low voice. Ming, you came back like this? Did the undead follow you? Ming was stunned. She was still too young to think carefully. She just wanted to go home quickly. She didn't think about whether the other party was following her. When she thought of the undead, who turned into a black shadow and was faster than her, her face turned pale and she stammered. It shouldn't be, right? When she heard her sister's uncertainty, Mingni felt the blood on her body was cold. Undead? That is the undead. How could the undead be given the meat casually? I am afraid that it would not be to eliminate the sisters' quinity and find the tribe with my sister. This is how to do. Ming and I clenched her hands. No. She couldn't just do nothing. Even if she had to face the undead, she had to struggle. Ming. Come on. Let's go see the chief. We have to tell him what happened. Sister. I won't go. The patriarch will hit me. Ming said with a bitter face. Pitifully. Are you still afraid of being beaten? You are so brave that you dare to go to the forbidden area. We must tell the clan leader. Maybe the undead already know where we are. You are in big trouble this time. Ming and I took a deep breath, pinched her sister hard, and said angrily. The two sisters crawled out of the hole and ran all the way to where the patriarch was. It didn't take long for the tribe to fall into chaos. All the cat people were awakened and informed of the possible attack of the undead. The cat who slept was stunned suddenly. This is good. How can the undead come to the door? After all, the chief was more experienced than the two sisters and knew that there was no time to waste. Without giving too much explanation, he directly organized the cat people to evacuate the tribe. Hide outside first, and come back after ensuring it was safe. The cat people had nothing to pack, so the most they could do was take some food with them and flee the tribe overnight. The moon rises and sets, and a day passes in a flash. The cats of the Dora Meow tribe wandered on the wasteland for a day, and from time to time, they went around the tribe to turn around. Chief, it's been a whole day, and there's been no movement. Have we been deceived by Ming? Yes. Can we keep going outside all the time? What kind of undead? Let alone the undead. Don't even see the bones. After sunset, the hungry and tired cats finally couldn't help but explode. They pointed their fingers at Ming and wanted to go back. Chief Dora Meow frowned, looked at the cautious Ming, then looked at the tribesman, gritted his teeth and said, No, we can't go back. What if the undead ambushed us? If we go back now, won't we be caught? Let's wait and see tomorrow. If the undead still don't show up, we can go back. Seeing the chief was angry, the other cat people suddenly quieted down. But the look they showed towards the Ming sisters was not kind at all. It was all because of them. Otherwise, why would they leave the tribe and suffer from cold and hunger in the wilderness? In the fortress of the dead, the skeleton buildings rise as usual. Li Ziyu had no idea that the entire tribe had fled because of his meeting with the little cat girl. If he knew, he would probably say, I'm such a good person. Zhang Peng came over just after dinner. What? Any news? Li Ziyu, who had eaten and drunk his fill, slumped in a large bone chair and asked lazily. Well, it is indeed the same as the kitten. Some coalition forces are to deal with us. Zhang Peng said true that he used his channels to determine the accuracy of information today. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows. He was not worried about whether the coalition forces were coming. With the mountains of the dead behind him, he had nothing to be afraid of. The worst that could happen was that they would just pile up skeletons of the undead. And no matter how many came, they would die. He didn't believe that the number of the coalition forces could exceed tens of millions. He was focusing on the word "we" that Zhang Peng said, which meant that Zhang Peng had subconsciously regarded them as a whole, which was good and exactly what Li Ziyu wanted to see. Anything else? Li Ziyu didn't believe that Zhang Peng spent a day checking and confirmed whether the coalition was real. That would be useless. The coalition forces have gathered, and some of them have set off. They are the teams of Goblin and the heads of head hunting. There are thousands of people, Zhang Peng immediately said. When Li Ziyu heard the news, he didn't understand and just sneered. Who are you looking down on? Just a few thousand people want to kill me. TSK, TSK, TSK. You really look down on me. Li Ziyu completely overlooked the fact that if there were no mountain of ghosts, these thousands of people would be enough to kill him twice. Come if you want to. It's good that you're here. We just happen to be short of resources. Li Ziyu had a smile on his face, but his words were cold. Check. When will they arrive? We have to welcome them. Don't let them feel that we are neglecting our guests, who have come from afar. I understand. Boss. I'll follow up. Zhang Peng nodded, saluted, and turned to leave. After he left, Li Ziyu stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the mountains of the dead. The skeletons and undead, they were still busy. He opened the system and took a look. The ever-increasing resources brought a smile to his face. Chapter 105. Time is like the water in a flush toilet. Once you press the button, it's gone in a flash. You can't stop it. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Wilderness. Ah. I'm so hungry. On an almost dry tree, Ming Ming looked at the scorching sun in the sky, collapsed on the branches, rubbed her rumbling stomach, and looked listless with her ears drooping. The day before yesterday, after finding neither the undead nor any danger, the cat people were outraged, and the chief had to lead his people back to the tribe. As the culprit of this farce, Ming Ming was naturally severely criticized, although no one knew where she got the meat from. It was obvious that the people of Dora's cat tribe did not believe that she had seen the dead, let alone that the dead gave her food. In the end, Ming Ming was gloriously given the title of a liar, and the meat was confiscated by the tribe leader and distributed to the tribesmen who had left their homes because of her lies. I'm not lying. I really saw the dead. Well, the chief is a bad guy. The undead are better than him. The undead give me meat to eat. Huh? Ming Ming, who was a little confused due to hunger, started talking to herself, but suddenly stopped and blinked, as if she had caught some inspiration. Let's just say if I were to go to the forbidden area to look for the undead again, would they still give me meat to eat? This sudden idea scared Ming Ming herself. This idea was too dangerous. She didn't know why she suddenly had such an idea. Could it be because of the human who controlled the undead before? He seemed very kind. No. Last time it was just luck. I exchanged intelligence for a chance to survive. But this time, there is no intelligence to give him. What if he throws me to the undead? Then I'm dead. Ming Ming shook her head vigorously to get rid of the dangerous thoughts in her mind. And then she thought, if there is any information, she can go and try it. The barbecue is really delicious. Thinking of the barbecue that day, I can't control my saliva. Woohoo! My meat was taken away. Ah! I'm even hungrier. I can't think about it anymore. The body that had been sitting up straight collapsed again. Ming Ming turned her head unconsciously. Her listless eyes suddenly widened, and she saw a black shadow moving in the distance. That is, she quickly stood up and climbed to the top of the tree in no time. She opened her eyes wider and looked hard into the distance, trying to see the dark shadows clearly. The short green goblins and the headhunters recalled the rumors in the wilderness, and Ming Ming immediately realized that this was the coalition army going to attack the undead. No, this is not a coalition force. This is meat. Delicious barbecue. As long as I give the human the information about the coalition's arrival, he will definitely give me barbecue. Definitely. Ming Ming was excited. Between the danger of the undead and her hungry stomach, she chose her stomach and decided to take a gamble. He hugged the tree trunk, slid down from the top of the tree, and ran away without delaying at all. Ming Ming, where are you going? Passing by the tribe, Ming Ni saw her sister, who was like a gust of wind, and asked in surprise, Sister, wait for me. I'll get some meat for you. The voice came from far away, and Ming Ming got on all fours and ran away. Meat? Where are you going to get meat? Wait. You come back. Ming and I was confused at first, but then she thought of the undead. Her face changed drastically, and when she shouted again, her sister had disappeared. The other cat people did not believe Ming Ming's words, but Ming Ni believed it because Ming Ming had never lied to her. Ming Ming said she saw the dead. So the dead really existed? Ming Ming said that she was going to make meat. She ordered a kitten, in addition to seeing the undead. What else could get the meat? Ming and I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, dropped the work in her hands, and hurried to find the clan leader. What? You said Ming Ming went to the forbidden area again? After hearing what Ming Ming said, the chief was shocked and looked extremely frightened. Then he laughed. Minji, don't play around with your sister. There are no undead spirits. She made them up. Ming Ming just went out to play and will be back soon. You don't have to worry about it. Just do what you need to do. Chief, Ming Ming would not lie. Believe me, she really went to look for the undead. Ming and I was so anxious that tears were about to come out. And she pleaded. Ming and I. The tribe leader's expression changed instantly. And he shouted angrily. Enough. The tribesman just came back. What are you going to do? But my sister. Ming and I was about to think about something, but was interrupted by the patriarch. Even if Ming Ming really went to the forbidden area, what can we do? The tribe leader said earnestly. Do you want me to organize the tribesmen to save Ming Ming? She is an undead. We are just a small tribe. Do you want everyone to die? Ming and I was stunned. What the clan leader said was indeed something she had not expected. What can be done? There was nothing he could do. Doramiao didn't even have a few warriors. And he often got nothing when hunting. It was naturally impossible for him to fight the undead head-on. She understood that it was not that the patriarch did not believe it, but that he did not dare to believe it. He could not believe it because he was the head of the clan and one decision would affect the life and death of the clan members. Should you sacrifice the entire tribe to save a little cat who has no parents and makes no contribution to the tribe? Or just pretend that this incident never happened and let nature take its course? There is no need to choose. Even though it's cruel, it's the truth. Ming and I lowered her head, holding back tears, and whispered, I understand. Chief, I will go find my sister by myself. It has nothing to do with the tribe, and I will not blame you. Thank you for taking care of us during this period of time. The patriarch looked at the girl and sighed. He knew that the sisters were dependent on each other, and their feelings were very deep. But he couldn't help it or persuade him. Cats had their own choices, and they would also be responsible for their choices. After bidding farewell to the tribe leader, Ming and I went home and found a stone knife, which was her only weapon. She put the stone knife on her waist and resolutely set out on the road to the forbidden area to find her sister. Let me go! You big stupid bull! Ming Ming danced in the air, turned her head, and tried to bite the Minotaur's arm, but failed repeatedly and screamed in anger. Yes, that's right. She was caught again. Just like last time. Seeing that Ming Ming was so dishonest, the Minotaur, who was holding her, hit her on the head. He didn't use much force, but it still made Ming Ming see stars. She lost the strength to struggle, and was brought to Mumu and Tastuling, who were training her in combat skills with her limbs drooping. Hey, Chief, look what I caught! The Minotaur greeted Mao Mao with a silly smile, and shook Ming Ming, which looked like a cat strip in his hand. Catman? Which one from last time? Mao Mao stopped training, wiped the sweat off his face, walked over to take a look, and said in confusion, It seems so, but I can't tell the difference. In the eyes of the Minotaur, all humans look the same. It cannot be said that they are faceblind, but only that they are of different races. Tasturing, come here. We have caught another Catman. See if it is the same one from last time. Mumu himself couldn't tell, so he could only ask for help. The totem pole wrapped in electric light whizzed and stopped in midair. Tastuling took a long breath, retracted the totem pole, turned his head to take a look, and then walked over. He squatted down and took a look, nodded, and said to Mao Mao, Yes, it's the little cat girl from last time. How come she was caught again? The bullhead holding the Dream of Dreams smiled. I see her rushed over and grabbed it. Coming directly towards us? Tastuling raised his head in surprise and asked, Well, just coming to us. Taz Turin, do you say she intends to attack us? Nyoto said solemnly. Are there any other cat people? Tastuling asked instead of answering the Minotaur. I didn't see it. The Minotaur thought for a moment and shook his head. Such a small cat person would not come and attack us on her own. Right? I feel like she might have come to us on purpose. Why is she so honest? Tastuling explained while poking Ming Ming, a little confused. Oh, I hit her, the Minotaur said embarrassedly. Tashilin raised his head speechlessly, and glared at the Minotaur unhappily. Is that a knock? Look at your fist. It's bigger than her head. Do you really think this is a child from the Taboo tribe? You just knock her casually, as if nothing happened. This is a little cat person. There is no difference between a knock and a heavy blow. You guys watch her. I'll go find someone. Tashilin stood up, said something to Mau Mau and the Minotaur, then ran away in a hurry. He couldn't handle this matter by himself. The little cat man ran over directly, which made Tashilin feel something was wrong. He had to find Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing and hand it over to them. Soon, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing followed him. Lu Xingxing stepped forward to check it, and couldn't help asking, why did she faint? The cowhead scratched his head, and said embarrassing, I knocked her head. Just like that. Lu Xingxing glanced at the fist of the bull-eyed people, twitched the corner of his mouth, looked at Zhang Peng, and asked with his eyes, what should I do now? Zhang Peng glanced at Lu Xingxing, who has not slept for a few days without sleeping in the internet cafe for a few days, and then instructed the Nyo head to take some cold water and pour directly to the kitten's face. Ah! The effect was immediate. Meng Meng screamed, jumped up, and shook his head crazy. And the water droplets fell everywhere. Although it is human, I don't like water dipping in water. But it is the same as ordinary cats. Okay. Don't throw it. Lu Xingxing blocked the droplets with his hand and asked at the dream. Didn't you put you last time? Why did you run back again? Meng Meng patted the water on the ears, and then looked around. His eyes flashed. I want to see the Lord of the Undead. I have important information to tell him. I was splashed with water, and the dust stained on my face. And it suddenly turned into sludge, making the dream of dreams dirty. But it did not affect Lu Xingxing teased her, and said with a laugh, what else can you have? Don't make trouble. Go. Go home quickly. Zhang Peng stepped forward, pushed Lu Xingxing away, squatted down, and looked directly at the kittens. Tell me. What do you know? Hey. Zhang Peng. She is a child. What can she know? Lu Xingxing said a little dissatisfied. I turned to look at him. Zhang Peng said angrily. This is an alien. She is an aboriginal. We are not all the gods. Don't forget. You can make sense. I can't be contrast. Lu Xingxing was directly stunned. I think you are a silly ex. Zhang Pengzhen pulled his eyelids and said seamlessly. Damn. I suspect that you are a rapper before you come. Lu Xingxing jumped. It may also be a crosstalk actor who likes to play a number. For Lu Xingxing's jumping, Zhang Peng responded to his eyes and said ruthlessly, ignoring Lu Xingxing who was making jokes. Zhang Peng stared at the little cat girl, waiting for her response. No. I want to see the Lord of the Undead. I want to tell him the information. Not you. Meng Meng closed her mouth, puffed up her cheeks, and looked like she refused to cooperate. Zhang Peng stood up, looked down at the kittens, trying to put pressure on her with this method, and asked seriously, you are sure that your intelligence is useful and important? You must let the Lord of the Undead know? If it is useless intelligence, your end will not be good. You will be cut, and the remaining bones will be made into the undead. Hey. The boss is not that cruel. Right? Lu Xingxing grinned and came close to Zhang Peng and asked in a low voice. Zhang Peng glanced at him. Whispering was not angry. The brain is a very good thing. You should not throw it away. The boss sleeps. Wake him up for no reason. And get up when you get up? Oh. Huh. That's it. Lu Xingxing reacted and waved his hand with a smile. Meng Meng was pale with 2 words of tense, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fist. I want to see the Lord of the Undead. If it is delayed, things will be big. Wake up. Zhang Peng, who was still talking about getting up, saw the clenched fist, his firm eyes, and said to Lu Xingxing without hesitation. Lu Xingxing stunned. Blame. Why is my call? I don't have to bear the boss's getting up. Listen to me and go call the boss. Zhang Peng's eyes became sharp and he shouted in a low voice. Not to mention, Zhang Peng's eyes are still very lethal. At least Lu Xingxing felt that he couldn't resist, and he subconsciously opened the system and sent a message to Li Ziyu. After sending the news, he suddenly felt wrong. I go. You pit me again. Below the bone plate platform is the main building of the Undead Castle. In the darkness, Li Ziyu, who had slept stunned, suddenly sounded a systematic emergency reminder sound in his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and rolled over and sat up. With his sitting up, on the wall of the main building, the sole fire of the stars was lit, and it became more and more prosperous, as if the torch was ignited. It was the undead, who felt the difference between the city and recovered. The system panel popped up, and the red horizontal bars that were emergency could not help but flash. I stretched out my hand and clicked, and a message from Lu Xingxing popped up. Treasure hunting star, boss. The kitten is here again, saying that there are information to give you. Intelligence? Kidder? What the H.L. is going on? Waking up too quickly. His mind hadn't turned around, and shook his head, and Li Ziyu reacted what Lu Xingxing said. The kitten woman came again last time, and it brought information, which was a bit interesting. In addition to Lu Xingxing outside, there are also Zhang Peng and Taz Tuliang, which should be more important. Otherwise, they will not find themselves here. Lift the dormant mode. Angry architecture. Li Ziyu stood up, moved, forcibly got up, and instructed loudly. As soon as the bone plate platform trembled, the white bone moved a stitch, and the bone buildings rose from the ground. This scene was too impactful, making Ming Ming, the first cat man who saw it for the first time, look stupid, and looked at the buildings that appeared from the ground. No wonder I didn't see white bone buildings this time. If she hadn't seen the no head, she thought she was looking for the wrong place. After all, it was just an empty platform now. Skeleton building makes the original spacious bone board platform a little crowded. Let's go. Are you going to see the Lord of the Dead? Let's take you. Zhang Ping filmed a dream, let her return to the gods from surprise, and took her to the main building of the undead. Seeing this, Lu Xingxing quickly followed up. Life was boring. There were melons and fun. How could I not look at it? Moo Moo and Taston looked at each other and kept up. Chapter 106. You threaten me. It's true. Ming Ming said everything is true, looking at the bone building rising from the distance. Mingni murmured himself. She followed her sister's footsteps all the way to the nearby area and saw with her own eyes that the Minotaur grabbed her sister and took her to a distant platform. As she was thinking about how to rescue her sister, she saw a bunch of buildings suddenly appear on the originally empty platform. The building made of bones is frightening at first sight. No other race has such a building. Only the undead, who are opposed to living beings, can build such a thing. Seeing the real undead, Mingni had panicked. If there is only a bull head, she can still find a way to rescue. But now there is an undead. How can she save her sister? Thinking of her sister in it, tears were rushing in her eyes. Mingni took a deep breath and pushed her tears back. When she was not crying, she had to find a way. She clenched the stone knife around her waist. The ears trembled twice, and the sound of the chase was faintly heard. And I saw two chasing and troubled. Ming and I gritted her teeth, said I'm sorry in her heart, pulled out the bone knife from her waist, and approached quietly the main building of the castle, the Bones Hall. Ming Ming followed Zhang Peng into the hall. Her little body shrank. She couldn't stand and looked around. Her eyes panicked, and she always felt that the skulls on the wall were looking at herself. Suddenly, a skull turned, and she scared her, screaming, "Ah! I'll go. Scare me. Don't be surprised. Don't you have been here?" Lu Xingxing, who was behind, covered his chest and said without anger, after pouting. The kitten woman didn't respond to his words, and the look at the wall became more frightened. Those on the walls are the undead. All of them. The last time I came, I was too flustered and didn't notice it at all. This time, I can see it clearly, and my little heart can't take it. Her sixth sense was telling her frantically that there were dangers all around. She wanted to turn around and run. But this was the territory of the undead, and it was impossible to escape. Ming Ming knew it very well, and had to bite the bullet and move in. I came to the last time. Ming Ming looked up, and saw that she was paralyzed in a chair, rubbed the temple, and was invisible. Boss, I brought the people here. Zhang Peng bowed, said something and stepped aside. Li Ziyu opened his eyes, looked at the little cat girl silently, then looked at Lu Xingxing, took a breath, and sat up straighter, still lazily. Lu Xingxing felt that the boss looked at himself a little bit of good intentions. Boss, waking you up is not my attention. It is Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng. Uncle. Pib me again. You said you have information to tell me? Go ahead. Li Ziyu's head was dizzy and painful, as if it was inflated after being woken up by Lu Xingxing, coupled with his bad temper after waking up. His tone was very cold. The little cat girl shuddered and looked at the Lord of the Undead carefully. She found that his face was black, expressionless. His eyes were cold, and his tone was completely different from the gentle one before. She felt uneasy. I have important information. If I tell it, can you give me some meat? Li Ziyu sat up straight with a cold snort. His unconscious behavior put more pressure on the little cat girl, causing her to fall to the ground. Zhang Peng glanced at the surrounding walls and breathed a sigh of relief. The boss was not angry. Otherwise the skeletons and undead in the walls would not be so calm. Compared to them, the undead are more sensitive to Li Ziyu's emotions. When the city lord is angry, the undead will become violent. This is a few days after Zhang Peng observed that he does not have to go too much on Li Ziyu's face, and learn to analyze from the undead. The undead is much simpler than humans. Although they do not speak, they can analyze a lot of things from the degree of activeness of the soul fire. Li Ziyu didn't expect that his action would scare the little cat girl like this. He also found that he was a little grumpy when he woke up and shouldn't have scared the child. He tilted his head, trying to suppress his unhappiness and showing a gentle smile. To Ming Ming, the slightly professional smile was like melting ice. The warm sunshine illuminated the earth, dispelling some of her fear and allowing her to come to her senses and breathe a sigh of relief. The increase in the number of undead made Li Ziyu's aura stronger unconsciously. He himself didn't feel it, and even Lu Xingxing didn't feel it. But for the little cat girl, it was very obvious. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Soon, the skeleton undead brought the barbecue and placed it in front of the cat girl, who was sitting on the ground according to Li Ziyu's instructions. Eat and talk while you eat. As long as your information is useful, I don't mind giving you some food. Li Ziyu raised his chin and said to the little cat girl. Ming Ming watched the grilled and swallowed. Temporarily forgot his fear, piloted his hands and grabbed the barbecue. Bit a big mouth. The cheeks were bulging, chewing hard, feeling the fragrance filled the mouth, showing a satisfying expression. The barbecue is delicious. After eating a few mouthfuls, he took the clear water set by the undead, drank a sip, and swallowed the meat in his mouth before raising his head. Lord of the Undead, I have seen the coalition forces. This sentence immediately alerted everyone present, and they all looked at her in surprise. Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes, with an unchanged smile on his face, and glanced at Zhang Peng implicitly. These past few days, Zhang Peng had been very attentive. Not only was he recontacting his business allies, he was also gathering information everywhere. He was particularly outstanding in business and intelligence. Receiving the boss's gaze, Zhang Peng nodded slightly. From the intelligence he had obtained, a part of the vanguard of the cancerous coalition was indeed advancing towards them. And considering the time, it seemed that they were about to arrive. How many people saw it? Where did they see it? Li Ziyu asked after getting Zhang Peng's confirmation. The little cat girl stopped talking. She grabbed the barbecue, stared at Li Ziyu with her bright eyes, and kept her mouth tightly shut. Ah! Li Ziyu chuckled, understanding what the little cat girl wanted. He snapped his fingers again, asking the undead to fetch 10 units of meat and place them in front of her. Wow! Meat. Lots of meat. Fresh. The little cat girl's eyes lit up, and she reached out to pull the meat towards herself. But the undead grabbed her hand first, and its soul fire jumped, looking into the little cat girl's eyes. Ah! Ming Ming screamed, pulled back his hand hard, and stepped back 2 steps on the ground. Answer the question first, and then take the meat. Li Ziyu stabbed his chin and looked at the kittens with a smile. He felt that the little guy was very interesting, and he was alleviated because of his headache. Just as Kitty Girl was about to reply, she heard loud shouting outside. Li Ziyu raised his head and looked towards the gate. At the same time, the undead sent a message that unidentified creatures had climbed onto the fortress platform. Some minotaurs tried to enter the main building, but were stopped by the undead. Except for Tastuling and Mumu. The other minotaurs did not get permission to enter or exit the main building. Let them come in. Mau Mau. When Tastuling was confused, a minotaur hurried and led by the undead. The minotaur anxiously glanced around and rushed to Mau Mau. Chief, our child has been captured. What the h.l.? The child was captured? Whose child is so unlucky? Mau Mau was confused. He couldn't think straight, and couldn't figure it out. Chief, you should ask who captured the child. The focus is wrong. Tashjuling reminded helplessly. Oh. Yes. 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 Whose child was captured? Moo nodded quickly and asked the Minotaur. Who grabbed the child? Moo. Didn't you wake up either? Lu Xingxing couldn't stand it anymore. Reminded again. Li Ziyu glanced at Lu Xingxing. Well, your yi word is very good. Guy. Zhang Peng hit aside. Looked at Lu Xingxing. Then at Mao Mao. And the corner of his mouth twitched. It seemed that his teammates were too naive. They were really skilled in digging a hole for themselves. You see? They just threw themselves into the hands of the boss. And they didn't even realize it. It's amazing. He really speaks without restraint. What good is it to be remembered by the boss? After being reminded by Lu Xingxing again, Mao Mao slapped his head and asked again. Xingxing is right. Who caught the child and where is he? Outside. At the door. The one who answered Mao Mao was not the Minotaur, but Li Ziyu. He had already stood up and walked towards the door. Good guy. This is here to come to the door. I am going to see who has such bold and dare to so as so on. I really have no temper. The soul fire beating endlessly. The undead struggled to come out of the wall. The head of the bones and beef and the magic of the bones appeared at the door. It seemed to want to see the situation outside. Even the dark skeleton in the shadow of the white bone chair came out, staring at the direction of the door. The restlessness of the undead immediately made the little cat girl shrink into a ball. She was terrified and covered her eyes, not daring to look any further. Zhang Peng sighed. And the boss was angry. Outside the main building, Mengni put the stone knife on the neck of the child's child and the child, scanning the bull head and the undead besieged. And her eyes were full of panic. She didn't want to use the child as a hostage. She really didn't want to. But she had no choice. She just wanted to see her sister and have her sister return to her safely. She never thought of hurting the child. Although she had never been to the fortress, Ming and I knew from the height and shape of the building that the main building was the most important. So she came to the door of the main building. At this moment, the gate of the main building opened to both sides. As if the door of I was opened. The undead swarmed out, forming an encirclement circle, squeezing the cow head to the rear, and the 3 layers of the inside, and 3 layers of Mingni. The undead separated to both sides, leaving a passage. A human slowly walked out of the passage, and stood not far from her. Give my sister back to me, and let us go. I promise not to hurt the child. Ming and I looked at the situation and immediately understood that this human was the one who could make the decision. So she stated her request without hesitation. Li Ziyu tilted his head and stared at Catwoman with cold eyes. Threatening me? The cold words were like a cold winter wind, which made Ming and I tremble all over and almost let her hold the knife. Thinking of her sister, her eyes became firm, and she clenched the knife tightly. I have no ill intentions. I just want to find my sister. Please don't make things difficult for me. Li Ziyu pointed at the knife in her hand, then pointed at the Minotaur child. You call this having no ill intentions? Elder sister? Ming and I wanted to say something, but she heard a familiar voice. She paused and looked behind the human. Her sister was looking at her in surprise. Li Ziyu left, and the dark bones were a little restless. It seemed to want to do it to the rest. Seeing this, Zhang Peng immediately took Lu Xingxing and the kitten girl away. He was unfamiliar, but he didn't want to have any accidents. They have become allies, so it is better not to let someone lose their life for no reason. He doesn't want to be the laughing stock. Dream. Come over. Mingni saw her sister's peacelessness, and suddenly relieved and screamed anxiously. Sister, why are you here? The little cat girl asked in surprise. Li Ziyu turned to look at the kittens, and looked at the young cat woman who had kidnapped the child in front of him. He snorted, and a few long bones of Long Archer immediately set up an arrow. Put someone, otherwise die. The breath of getting up was a burst. He was too lazy to continue to play negotiating games with Mingni. Seeing this, the little cat girl panicked and ran past Li Ziyu, opening her arms to block her sister. Don't hurt my sister. I don't want the meat. I'll tell you the information, and you let us go. Clap, clap, clap. Li Ziyu clapped her hands. The smile on her face gradually became ferocious. Great. What a deep sisterly love. Are you determined to threaten me? Little cat girl, do you think that I, the Lord of the Undead, am too kind? So you can come and go as you please, and do whatever you want. Zhang Peng's face changed behind, and he felt the crazy murderous spirit. Yes, it was murderous. Crazy and chaotic murderous aura was constantly pouring out of Li Ziyu and spreading, causing the undead to become even more agitated, with its jaws constantly opening and closing, making clicking sounds. Ah, so annoying. I don't want to care, but I have to. The contract has been signed. This is my boss. I don't want a madman who kills indiscriminately to be my boss. I have to stop him. After a few days of contact, Zhang Peng had a general understanding of Li Ziyu's personality. She was usually quite peaceful, but today she was probably in a bad mood because she didn't sleep well and was forcibly woken up. If she killed Catwoman, she might regret it later, or turn on some unpredictable brutality. That's not a good thing for anyone. It's so dangerous. With a sigh in his heart, Zhang Peng came to Li Ziyu and said in a low voice, "Boss, don't get excited. Everything can be discussed. We are facing a powerful enemy." It was not known whether it was Zhang Peng's words that touched Li Ziyu, but his eyes became a little clearer and his frantic aura gradually stabilized. After taking 2 deep breaths, Li Ziyu calmed down again. He also realized that something was wrong with him. I'm too angry. Even if I'm in a bad mood when I wake up, it shouldn't be to this extent. He closed his eyes tightly and gave Zhang Peng a thankful look. You handle this. I'll wait inside. After looking at the 2 Catwomen again, Li Ziyu turned and walked towards the main building. Zhang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. His bet was right. After Li Ziyu left, he faced the 2 Catwomen. Alright. Don't be so nervous. Let the people go first. Don't take the children as hostages anymore. It's useless. The city lord doesn't want you to leave. It's useless to take anyone as a hostage. There are so many undead. How can you escape? Be smart. The little cat girl glanced at the undead around her, then turned to look at her sister. Sister, listen to him and let him go. In fact, Ming and I also felt that just now. The undead were planning to kill her and her sisters. If it weren't for the human who spoke in front of them and pleaded for them, they would probably be corpses now. A minotaur is a minotaur after all. The undead don't care about a minotaur's child. They only care about what the lord of the undead says. The arm drooped dejectedly, and Ming and I released the arm that was holding the child. The minotaur child was freed, and immediately ran to his parents in tears. He was held in his arms, and after checking him, his parents were relieved to see that he was not injured, and then they beat him up. Like a mixed doubles team of men and women. This naughty kid is disobedient, and has gotten into trouble. He even brought out the city lord. Look at the tense atmosphere. The child was fine, and the tense atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. Zhang Peng didn't know if it was useful, so he rubbed his hands and said, "How about we disperse?" The minotaur nodded and dispersed. The undead paused, then dispersed as well, and merged into the building. A smile appeared on Zhang Peng's face. He looked at the cat sisters again and said slowly, "Let's go in and see the city lord." Chapter 107 Reward and Punishment. Li Ziyu sat on the large bone chair, supporting his forehead with his hand, and kept recalling what had just happened. Although he was not a calm person, this was the first time he got so angry, and even wanted to kill someone because of being in a bad mood. It was not normal for him to get angry for no reason. Boss, the people are here. Just as Li Ziyu was thinking, Zhang Peng came into the hall with 2 Catwomen and called softly, interrupting his thoughts. He raised his head and looked down with a little confusion. Ming and I protected her sister behind her and bravely looked up at Li Ziyu. The moment their eyes met, the silence and emptiness in them made her heart tremble. Noticing her sister's trembling body, Ming quietly poked her little head out and observed furtively. The lord of the undead seems to be very sleepy. What is sister afraid of? Ming looked up at her sister in confusion, not understanding what was going on. To be honest, she felt that the lord of the undead was not a bad person. At least he was willing to give her food and didn't really want to kill her. He was much better than many races in the wasteland. She didn't believe that she could go to the goblin tribe or the headhunter tribe with the information and come out alive. Great lord of the undead, I beg you to let us sisters go. Ming and I suddenly knelt down and pleaded in a trembling voice. Ming didn't expect her sister to kneel down suddenly, exposing herself directly. Her bright big eyes were still rolling around, and when she saw everyone looking at her, Ming froze. Sister, please tell me at least. I'm so embarrassed. Meng Meng, who was being stared at by everyone, laughed dryly and wailed in her heart. Tell me the information, and then you can leave. Li Ziyu felt a dull pain in his head again, making his thinking a little slow. He waved his hand impatiently. We don't know what information. Meng Meng is still young. Please, Lord of the Undead, don't mind her nonsense. I will discipline her after I go back. Meng and I prostrated herself on the ground and lowered her head deeply. Hearing her sister say this, Meng Meng suddenly became anxious. She couldn't say that. If she said that, my flesh would be gone. She took a step forward and stood in front of Meng, looking up. No, 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 Lord of the Undead. Don't listen to my sister. I have information. Really? Meng Meng, stop messing around. Meng and I raised her head in panic and grabbed Meng Meng, trying to make her shut up. Who is the person above? He is the Lord of the Undead. How dare you talk nonsense in front of him? You are really courting death. But what she didn't expect was that her sister actually broke free from her hand and took another step forward. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. Then, Meng Meng told Meng Ni without hesitation what she had seen of the coalition forces on the tree before. Meng Ni widened her eyes and looked at Meng Meng in surprise. After hearing this, Li Ziyu nodded and waved her hand, indicating that they could leave. Seeing this, Meng and I was overjoyed and pulled Meng Meng out. The little cat girl struggled a few times, but couldn't escape from her sister's hands. She was pulled out while looking back every 3 steps. Map. Li Ziyu lowered his eyes slightly and said softly. Lu Xingxing quickly called up the system map and handed it to Li Ziyu. The current boss was so scary that he dared not be negligent in the slightest. If he made the boss angry, he would be in real trouble. Zhang Peng saw the look in the cat girl's eyes, then turned his head to look at Li Ziyu, who was studying the map, picked up the meat on the ground, and chased after her, etc. As soon as the 2 cat women walked out of the main building, they heard someone calling them from behind. Meng and I was startled and pulled her sister to run, but she saw 2 figures in front of her. 2 minotaurs stopped them, their tall bodies like a wall blocking the 2 sisters. The Lord of the Undead let us go, Meng and I explained with a pale face, trying to bypass the minotaur. The minotaur clenched his fists, making a crackling sound, obviously indicating that if Meng and I made trouble, they would lower their iron fist of love. Now Meng and I didn't dare to move. After waiting for a while, Zhang Peng came up from behind, panting. His physical fitness was not very good. He felt his lungs burning after running a few steps. He came in front of the Catwoman's sisters, leaning on his knees and panting. No, 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 let me catch my breath. He took 2 deep breaths to relax, then raised the meat in his hand and said, I'm here to give you meat. Why are you running so fast? The Lord of the Undead has limits in rewards and punishments. What I say is given to you is yours. Here, take it. When Meng Meng saw the meat in Zhang Peng's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up and she reached out to take it. But Meng and I hurriedly stopped her, glared at her sister, and said politely, Thank you for the kindness of the Lord of the Undead, but we dare not accept this meat. What? Are you afraid that there will be problems after eating it? Don't worry. We won't poison you. There's no need to. I'll give it to you, and you can take it. Zhang Peng smiled and stuffed the meat into Meng Ni's hand without saying anything. He turned around and ran towards the main building panting, not giving Meng and I a chance to speak. Meng and I looked down at the flesh in her arms, a little dazed. Sister, don't just stand there. Let's go. Meng Meng pulled Meng Ni's arm and said in a low voice. Ah? Oh. Yes. Let's go. 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 Meng and I came back to her senses and said quickly. She turned around and saw that the 2 minotaurs had already made way, with honest smiles on their faces and gestures of invitation. Meng and I looked at the 2 minotaurs warily, then hurriedly pulled her sister away. Only after she left the bone plate platform did Meng and I stop and let out a long breath. Survived? Meng Meng, how could you do such a dangerous thing? After calming down, Meng Ni turned her head and grabbed the little cat girl's face, twisting it fiercely and said, Ah, it hurts? Sister, stop pinching me. Meng Meng struggled for a while before escaping from her sister's clutches. She rubbed her face and cried, I'm fine. Why did you come over? It's so dangerous. You still know the danger? Do you know how worried I am? It would have been better if she didn't say it. Once she started talking about it, Ming and I got furious. Her sister was usually a little naughty and curious, but she had to know her limits. Forbidden places and the undead were not easy to deal with. If she wasn't careful, she might lose her life. Ming put her hands on her hips and raised her head, looking like a little adult. Why are you worried? I'm just going to get some food. What's there to worry about? The dead? Ming. That's the dead. How can I feel at ease? I'm your sister? Ming's eyes turned red as she spoke. She bent down and hugged her sister in her arms. Her voice choked with sobs. Well, sister, don't cry. Isn't everything good? We're out. Everything is okay. And we still have Ruru. Ming panicked when she saw her sister crying, and she gently patted Ming on the back. Don't do this again next time. I'm worried to death, Ming and I said, hugging her sister. No. Give me some meat. The undead. They are not bad. Ming shook her head and said firmly. In her heart, she can eat and drink well. Have a place to rest. Don't worry about danger. This is a good life. Now there is a channel that allows her to get meat. How can she let it go? Don't look at Ming. But she is already sensible. The poor children have been headed early. And she also wants to do something for her sister. Ever since their parents had an accident, the two sisters have been dependent on each other. The elder sister has almost given everything to let her grow up to this age. When there is food, even if she is hungry, she will think about her own food first. Ming remembers all these dreams in her heart. She wants her sister to live well. But the tribe was so small, and there were so many people that it was hard for adults to get enough to eat. Let alone a pair of sisters, who had no parents and almost no ability to contribute. The fact that they did not die was already the result of the care of the tribesmen. The firm voice made Ming look up and looked at her tears. Promise, sister. Don't come again. My sister doesn't want to lose you. Ming stretched out her little hand, wiped away the tears from her sister's eyes, and said softly, Sister, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. But there is no meat. I don't want to sleep with an empty stomach anymore. This one sentence made Ming and I burst into tears. She said that she was Ming's sister. But in fact, she was more like a mother. After all, Ming was raised by her. She was heartbroken to hear Ming say this. And she also understood why Ming would risk her life to run to the territory of the undead. It's too dangerous. It's really too dangerous. Even though she understood it in her heart, Ming and I was still unwilling to let Ming come to the place of the dead. She was too afraid of losing her sister. Sister, the undead are different from the legends. You see, there are minotaurs there. But they didn't kill the minotaurs. Why would they definitely kill us? Ming said clearly. Ming and I was stunned. Yes, she also saw the minotaur on the bone plate platform just now. And even saw the minotaur tribe built on the platform. Why could the minotaur live with the undead? And it looked so peaceful? Not only that, when they left, the minotaur would take the initiative to come over to help the undead stop them. If the undead were really as evil and cruel as the legend said, and if everything they passed through was scorched earth, the Towering would not be alive. Could it be that this is the reason why Ming dared to approach the undead? Seeing that her sister seemed to be persuaded by her words, Ming hurriedly continued. Also, sister, didn't you notice that the Lord of the Undead is a human? Also, the two people close to the Lord of the Undead are also humans. Not real undead. Ming and I looked at her sister with strange eyes. She had never realized that her sister's observation ability was so sharp, and her thinking was so clear. She couldn't help but pinch her sister's face again. Are you really Ming? Are you not a ghost in disguise? Oh, let go. Stop pinching my face. It hurts. Ming slapped her sister's claws off, covered her face, and said angrily, Of course I am your sister. How could I be a ghost? No matter what. You come back to the tribe with me first. Even if we really have to contact the undead, we have to discuss it. You can't just come here rashly. Ming and I felt that what her sister said made sense. But she was still worried. It doesn't matter what I dreamed about. Anyway, I got the meat, and I don't have to worry about food for the next few days. Another thing is that the undead are probably going to go to war with the coalition forces. If I go there at this time, I might get hurt by mistake. It's better to hide back in the tribe for safety. Humph. I'm smart. Ming thought proudly in her heart and wanted to put her hands on her hips. But when she thought that she might get pinched on the face if she did, she gave up and obediently followed her sister to the tribe. By the way, Ming Ming, is the information you just told the Lord of the Undead true? Have you seen the coalition forces? Ming and I suddenly remembered what her sister had just said and asked. Well, yes, I saw it. Last time, I used the news from the coalition forces to exchange meat from the Lord of the Undead. Ming Ming said, as a matter of course. Ming and I nodded, recalling the last words of the human who was sent to her. The Lord of the Undead rewards and punishes justly. Maybe this really is an opportunity. An opportunity to live a good life. Here, and here, deploy archers and skeletons. In the lobby of the main building, Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing, and Zhang Peng were leaning over a long bone table, gesturing and pointing at the spread-out map, analyzing how to deal with the upcoming coalition forces. After getting intelligence about the coalition forces from Ming Ming, the three of them chose the ambush route almost at the same time. It would be a waste not to use the intelligence, since they could exchange it for their lives. The coalition forces were not far away, and time was running out. After analyzing the opponent's route of action, Li Ziyu came up with an idea and planned to give the coalition forces a welcoming welcome. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng had no objection. No matter how the fight went, they didn't think the undead would lose. What a joke. Look at how many corpses are mined every day, and how many of them are transformed into undead. It's impossible to lose. Since Li Ziyu plans to ambush the opponent, just go along with him and treat it as a real-time strategy game. Well, just playing. Okay, that's it. Well, the welcome should also have a sense of ceremony. I think we should start with 20,000 undead. What do you think? Li Ziyu turned his head and looked at the two allies beside him. What could Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng say? They just nodded in agreement and shouted 666. Seeing that the two had no objection, Li Ziyu began to deploy his troops, dividing the 100 skeleton longbowmen into two teams, allocating 5,000 newly summoned skeleton undead and 100 skeleton warriors to each team. 10,000 skeleton undead were deployed in the front, plus the remaining 100 or so skeleton warriors. Li Ziyu stood up, waved his hand, and ordered, "Attack!" A huge army of undead emerged from the bone platform and split into three directions, encircling the coalition forces. Now that you are here, don't leave. You have to endure my bad mood when I wake up. Li Ziyu stood at the window of the main building, looking in the direction of the coalition forces with a stern look. The forbidden area, the mountains of the dead, can now be clearly seen. Captain Panic, we are almost there. The goblin leader came to the headhunting team, found Panic, and said carefully, "Yeah, very good." Panic looked at the mountains in the distance. A smile appeared on his face, and he nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Panic was in a good mood, the goblin leader said boldly, "Should we take a break? My people are very tired." Panic's smile disappeared instantly. He looked at the goblin leader with cold eyes and said impatiently, "No, it's not enough. We need to get closer." The goblin leader showed a bitter look on his face. He felt that he should not have brought people with him this time. They had been marching in a hurry all the way, and the food was not good. His people were already full of complaints. A few members of the tribe couldn't stand the forced march and wanted to run away, but they were caught by the headhunters and eaten as food. Since then, no goblin dared to escape and could only keep up. The goblin leader rolled his eyes and continued, "Chief Panic, if we get too close, the undead will find us. Your people are also very tired. If they rush over, it will be difficult for us to deal with them." This reminded Panic. He thought about it, nodded, and said in a gentle tone, "Go forward a little further, and then rest." Panic had already taken a step back, and the goblin leader did not dare to push his luck any further. He just agreed obediently, returned to his team, and urged his people to keep moving forward. In the afternoon, when the sun was setting in the west, Panic ordered the coalition forces to stop and rest on the spot. At this distance, he was not worried that the undead would come to kill him. According to intelligence, the undead would not appear during the day and would be active at night. It was still very safe at this time, and there was no need to worry too much. Tonight is the critical night. As long as we can safely survive tonight, we can go and investigate the undead's strengths and weaknesses during the day tomorrow, or even launch an attack and directly eliminate the undead. This will be my achievement, and it will also be the battle that will make me Panic, famous in the wilderness. Chapter 108 Raid on the Camp. After several days of forced march, both the headhunters and the goblins were exhausted. Now that they had stopped to recuperate, they naturally had to rest well and eat something hot. As the leader, Panic said that the undead would not appear before the sun sets. So the coalition forces were not nervous at all. They didn't even arrange sentries because they were tired. They just gathered together, making a lot of noise while cooking. Do you know how to kill the undead? I don't know. You know? I asked around. It is said that if you want to kill the undead, you have to destroy their spirit bodies. 2 headhunters who left the camp to relieve themselves were chatting. One of them shivered, pulled up his trousers, and was about to speak when he looked up inadvertently and was stunned. Do you think the undead will appear at this time? Haha. What are you talking about? The leader said that the undead appear at night, and the sun hasn't set yet. Then look at what that is. Noticing his companion's strange tone, another headhunter frowned and looked over, his eyes widening in vain. Not far from them, a group of skeletons stood silently with blue flames burning in their skulls. When they saw them looking over, the leading skeleton tilted its head. Undead, the headhunter gasped, reached out and pushed his companion towards the undead, then turned and ran. His companion staggered 2 steps and looked behind him in surprise, only to see the back of the headhunter hurriedly retreating. When he turned back, he saw a skull face to face, and felt a sharp pain in his heart as the bone knife pierced into him without a handle. The headhunter was also unable to escape. He had only taken a few steps when a whistling arrow flew towards him and pinned him to the ground. The last thing he saw was arrows falling towards the coalition camp. Call out. 100 or so arrows fell into the camp, but it didn't seem to cause any pain, and even confused the coalition forces who were making a fire and cooking. They didn't realize what was going on until the second wave of long bone arrows fell. Enemy attack. The headhunters kicked over the pots and pans, picked up their weapons, and looked for places to hide from the arrows, while the goblins were in a panic, screaming and running around. The senior skeleton warrior raised the bone knife in his hand and swung it hard towards the camp. The skeleton undead behind him took a step forward and launched an attack towards the coalition camp. Leader. Undead. The undead are coming to kill us. Bullshit. The sun is still in the sky. How can there be ghosts? Real. Looking at the tribesmen in front of him, Panic was furious, but he heard Panic shouting in his ears, regardless of whether there were undead coming to kill him. Something must have happened outside. He did not dare to delay. He picked up a thick bone stick and walked out of the tent with the tribesmen who came to report the news. It was chaos outside. The unexpected attack made the goblins useless. Most of the goblins were running around, while a small number of goblins picked up weapons and fought against the undead together with the headhunters. Puff! With a scream, blood splattered on the legs of Panic, who had just come out of the tent. The goblin's throat was cut, and it fell to the ground dead. The skeleton undead, who killed the goblin, looked at Panic and stepped forward with a bone knife in hand. Panic's eyes narrowed, and he swung the bone stick in his hand with lightning speed. Before the undead could react, the bone stick had already hit his skull, blowing his skull off. Wisps of soul fire rose up and floated in the air. The soul fire was extinguished, and the undead turned into bones and scattered on the ground. I didn't care about the killing undead. Panic turned around, but found that I didn't know how many undeads had been in the camp, and there were still arrows in the sky. He looked up at the sun in the sky and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn! The sun is still there. Why did the undead appear? However, he did not have time to think too much. He had to organize people to fight back against the undead. The headhunters were easy to deal with, but the main problem was the goblins. Those little dwarfs were completely panicked and were running everywhere. Not only did they fail to help, they were causing more trouble. Blow the horn. Panic gnashed his teeth and stuffed a beast horn into the arms of his tribesmen, then walked forward with a bone stick in his hand. Any undead who dared to stand in his way had their skulls smashed and their souls dissipated. Beep, beep. A dull and low horn sounded, and the headhunters, who heard the call, immediately found their backbone. They broke through the obstruction of the undead and gathered in the direction of the sound. Some members of the tribe discovered Panic and spontaneously approached him to fight against the undead together with him. A goblin ran towards Panic in panic, with a skeleton ghost chasing behind him. The goblin wanted to lead the skeleton ghost to Panic's side to divert the disaster so that he could escape. What he didn't expect was that Panic ignored the undead and instead slapped him in the face. The goblin spun around twice, feeling dizzy and seeing stars, and then he felt his body flying into the air. Panic held the bone stick tightly in one hand and lifted the goblin with the other, using the goblin as a shield. He faced the skeleton undead. The bone knife pierced into the goblin's body, causing him to scream. At this time, Panic's drumstick swung from the side and smashed the undead's skull. Looking up and around, more and more undead noticed Panic and were gathering towards him. Retreat! Retreat together! Prepare for a surprise attack! Panic shouted as he led the tribesmen around him to retreat and join up with more tribesmen. Under Panic's command, the headhunters recovered from the sudden attack of the undead and gathered together to resist the undead. Although they were pierced by arrows, they were much better than the goblins, who ran around and were easily killed by the undead. The goblins were now in disarray, and most of them were in fear. Only a small number of them reluctantly gathered together at the call of their leaders. They found that the headhunters were safer, and they all moved closer to the gathered headhunters. Panic did not refuse them from coming. The more strength they had, the more chances they had to survive. These goblins would be just the right amount of cannon fodder for their raids. After gathering all the manpower he could, Panic stopped waiting and pointed to the place he had chosen and shouted to the goblin leader beside him. Charge over there. There are fewer undead over there. Charge. We'll cover your retreat. The frightened and panicked goblin leader now regarded Panic as his life-saving straw. Seeing that Panic had pointed out a way for him to survive, and even took the initiative to cover his retreat, he did not think much about it. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward with his men, completely unaware that Panic had a ferocious look on his face behind him. In the direction he pointed out, there were indeed fewer undead than in other places. But it was not easy to break out. If it were that easy, how could he give the chance to the goblins? The so-called rear guard was just to let the goblins rush forward to fight, entangle the undead, and create more opportunities for them. The short goblins jumped and screamed strangely as they faced the skeleton undead head-on. It turned out to be quite useful. These guys were not easy to deal with when they got angry. After all, they were more flexible than the undead. They jumped up and down and attacked from all angles. Since they already knew the undead's weaknesses, they really killed quite a few of them. Seeing this, Panic was overjoyed. He rushed forward with the bone club in hand, following the goblin, and shouted, "Charge!" The sound of the horn rang out again. But this time, the sound was no longer a signal to gather, but a signal to charge. The leaders of the hunting tribe saw the meaning of the head collar, and the hard-leading part of the gods only launched an attack on their own surrounding their undead. But none of them rushed to the front of Goblin. The death of the death. Let Goblin do, and escape to themselves. The configuration of 10,000 skeleton undead was still a little insufficient, and they were unable to withstand the Goblin's desperate breakout. They were killed alive, but many corpses were left behind. The goblins who escaped ran wildly all the way, and the headhunters who were originally following them accelerated after leaving the encirclement, overtook the goblins, and ran forward at an even faster speed, which made the goblin leader dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't we agree that you would be the last ones to cover the rear? How come we are the ones left behind just after we escaped from the encirclement? Fortunately, the undead were not fast enough to catch up with them, except for some who were shot to death by arrows. Most of the goblins following the leader managed to escape and left, closely following the headhunters. The undead chased for a few steps before returning to the camp. Instead of chasing the escaped enemies, it was better to clean up the goblins still running around in the camp. After running for nearly an hour, even Panic was out of breath. He finally stopped and turned around to look. There were no pursuers behind him, only a few goblins following him. Stop! Let's rest. How many people do we have left? Panic asked, leaning on a bone stick and breathing heavily. Someone went to count the tribesmen who had followed, and came back to Panic with a very unhappy face and replied, "Chief, there are only about 500 of us left." Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Where did those undead come from? Why didn't the people on guard report it? They were allowed to kill their way into the camp. Panic's eyes were full of murderous intent. Nearly half of his soldiers were lost before anything happened, which made him furious. The tribesman who reported back lowered his head and did not respond. Panic stared at the tribesman, grabbed his neck, pulled him in front of him, and asked fiercely, "Why don't you answer me? I'm asking you a question." Chief, we didn't arrange any guards." The tribesman was pinched so hard that he couldn't breathe. He struggled and said with a red face, "What? We are setting up camp to rest. How come no one is on guard?" Panic let go of his tribesman and looked at him in disbelief. It was you who said that the undead would not appear at this time. So you didn't arrange anyone to be on guard. The tribesman covered his neck and coughed twice before responding with an uncomfortable expression on his face. Panic's eyes were slightly red, and he was breathing heavily. Suddenly, he yelled like crazy and swung the bone stick in his hand wildly, venting his impotent rage for a while before he calmed down a little. He never thought that the reason why he was successfully ambushed by the undead was actually because of himself. Because of his carelessness. If it was someone else's fault, even if it was someone from his own tribe, he would pull out that person's tendons and dig out his bones. But the problem was that he was the one who was wrong. So what could he do but forgive him? He grabbed the water bag at his waist, tilted his head back, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. He looked at his tribesmen again and said, "Go. Let's see how many goblins are left." At this time, goblin is also a power that cannot be underestimated. And it must be united. The tribe members hurriedly ran towards the direction of the goblin leader. At this time, goblins were still rushing over. These guys were not as strong as the headhunters. After running for an hour, many goblins fell behind. After waiting for a while, the tribe members came back to reply that more than 2,000 goblins had escaped, which was even worse than that of the headhunters. With greater losses, the goblin leaders also came over, and the leader was full of anger. "Panic. You have to give us an explanation. Didn't you say you were the last one to leave?" Before he could finish his words, a bone stick fell from the sky and smashed his head. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud, and red and white liquid flowed out. The goblin leaders behind him were so scared that they retreated and looked at Panic with horror. "Chief Panic, what do you mean?" a goblin leader said with a breath of cold air. Panic slowly lifted the bone stick stained with red and white things and carried it on his shoulder. He stared at the goblin in front of him with cold eyes and snorted. "What do you mean?" "It means that you should be obedient and don't say anything you shouldn't say." The cold murderous intent made the goblin leaders freeze. Although they were indignant, they did not dare to say anything more. They lowered their heads in a cold sweat. After suppressing the goblins, who wanted to cause trouble, Panic found a big rock to sit on and said, "Let your people rest for a while. We can't die here. We have to leave and send back the news that the undead can move during the day." The goblin leaders nodded, left in a hurry, and went back to tell their tribesmen to rest. The headhunter came up to Panic and asked quietly, "Chief, are we leaving like this?" Panic looked at Goblin's back and shook his head slightly. "No. We still have to move forward. I feel that what I encounter is the main force of the undead. There should be no undead. We can see that if we have the opportunity, we can get the undead. And we can get more information." He didn't want to run back in this way. It would make his reputation sweep the ground. "I am afraid that even the position of the leader will not be there in the future." At that time, it was really troublesome. The headhunting people felt inappropriate, but thought that the current leader had a madness. So he had to swallow his words back to his stomach. He didn't want to touch his head at this time. The dead goblin leader was the lesson of the Frakar. If you don't want to die, shut up honestly. After resting for about an hour, there was still no sight of pursuers. Panic became more certain of his idea that the undead that attacked the camp were the main force, and there would not be more undead in the forbidden area. He called upon his tribesmen to get up, let the goblins walk in front, and headed towards the forbidden area. "This is the wrong direction. This is not the way back." "Yeah. Isn't this going to the place of ban?" "What is Panic thinking?" "Or let's run. We can't run away. Those headhunters are right behind us." "Oh, I shouldn't have come." Several goblin leaders gathered together, whispering, and looking behind them from time to time. They didn't want to get close to the mountains of the dead anymore. They had been frightened by the undead just now, but they didn't have the courage to remind Panic, for fear of having their heads smashed by a stick. They could only bite the bullet and move forward. After walking for about an hour, the sun was setting and gradually falling below the horizon. "What is that?" "The undead." "There is an undead." A lord of goblins suddenly found a skeleton standing ahead and couldn't help yelling. His voice suddenly triggered a panic, until Panic stepped forward and slapped Lord Goblin, who yelled and dared not say anything. "What are you making? Open your eyes to see clearly. There is only one skeleton, even if it is the undead. What can you do?" Panic pointed at the skeleton in front of him and scolded. Lord Goblin covered his face and was aggrieved. He found that Panic said that it was true. When there was only a skeleton, he couldn't help but relieved. Chapter 109. Looking at the battle quietly. Panic and others have a skeleton in front of him, with a round helmet, wearing bone armor, holding a shield in the left hand, and a knife in the right hand. Thinking of being raided by the undead and lost a lot of men, Panic did not fight, and raised his hand to pump on Goblin's face again, and pumped his teeth a few. A skeleton will break you with a skeleton. If you encounter the undead again, will you surrender directly? Panic pointed at the fan and lying on the ground, and couldn't get up. How to say? The big and small are a leader. Where is the humiliation? Goblin's head is extremely resentful, and the fierce light in his eyes will pass by. If you can't beat you, I will kill you on the spot. Damn the head hunting. Speaking of Goblin's meal, Panic was a lot of anger, turned his head to look at the skeleton, and took a step forward. His step was like activating the switch. A green glow of green light was lit from the skeleton's eyes, turning into flames, burning suddenly, and the skeleton came over. It's really a dead spirit. However, there is only one you, and I will not be afraid. Look at me with a stick to break your brain. Panic was about to step forward with the bone stick in his hand, but he found that the strangely dressed undead stared at him with his head tilted, slowly raised the bone knife in his hand, and opened his mouth. No sound could be heard, but it seemed that he was shouting something. In the doubt, a root of the bones was stretched out. A bone-dead spirit stood up, shaking the dust on the body, and the beating soul fire looked at the crowd. When the undead stood up, the senior skeleton warrior in front retracted his arm, knocked on his helmet with a bone knife, then pointed at Panic. The blade shook, full of provocation, meaning, come here. I have passed Nima. Don't talk about martial arts. Being stared at by so many undead, Panic felt the blood in his body stagnate. He gritted his teeth at the high-level skeleton warrior, then slowly retreated into the team. It's not an undead now. What should we do? The face was swollen, and Goblin, who had dropped his teeth, asked without knowing life. Panic wanted to slap him again, but he was afraid that if he did so, he would provoke an attack from the undead. He endured it again, and finally suppressed his hand that was about to slap him. He secretly decided in his heart, when I escape, I will slap half of your face until it is swollen and all your teeth will be blown out. Just wait for it. Seeing that Panic couldn't over, the senior skeleton soldiers poked the helmet with a bone knife, as if scratching his head, facing Panicon's head. I want to say that this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? Panic's forehead was sweating cold, pulling a smile, and said, I don't believe you. The high-level bone warrior's bone knife patted on the palm of his hand. He pointed at the crowd in front of him, and the bones were slowly pressed with weapons. Break out. Panic's expression suddenly became embarrassed. Loudly, the headhunter suddenly launched an attack on the undead on one side. After all, they were of the same tribe and had cooperated many times. They knew what to do and were just waiting for the leader's order. The undead have surrounded them, and it seems they have no intention of letting them leave. There is only one way to go. They rush forward desperately, trying to fight their way out. They run as far as they can, and while the goblins don't react, they throw them behind as scapegoats and draw the firepower of the undead. Isn't this their fate to be cannon fodder? When Goblin reacted, the undeads had rushed to kill, holding weapons to see them to kill them. The head of the head. You damn it. Go. Go out. The goblin's screams, cries, and wails came together, and there was chaos in an instant. The headhunters, led by Panic, used their momentum to break out desperately, constantly defeating the undead approaching them, and fought their way out. Has hope. I can go out alive. Panic kept waving his bone sticks and flipped up and down, making the undead unable to approach. The hope of survival made him outbreak of unprecedented combat effectiveness. As follows. He could really rush out from the undead. When the bone stick was smashed, and a dull sound was made, and a huge force shocked a few slices of bone dandruff. Panic. This stick did not work as before. Was blocked by a small round shield. Panic's face froze as he realized that the undead in front of him was different from those ordinary undead whose skulls were smashed. He was also wearing a helmet and bone armor, and he bent slightly and managed to withstand the blow. A shield that resisted the bone stick came from the shield. A strong bone stick was raised up, And the senior bone warrior stood up and split to Panic. Puff. Blood flowing along Panak's cheeks. His chest flowed. At a critical time, he worked hard to lean back before leaving his life. But it also angered him. And once again smashed his bone stick to the senior bone warrior. Panic, who rushed at the forefront, was living by the senior bone warrior. The team suddenly seemed to have lost a power machine. The speed of the breakout was slowed down. The undead on both sides was overwhelmed. And the leaders were surrounded by the group, fighting with the undead. It is best to pull away the distance and use flexible positions to attack the shortcomings of insufficient speed of the undead. Once surrounded by the undead, the trouble is great. The undead has no pain or fear. They do not care about death. Now this is the case where the head-hunting people are facing. The undeads crowded forward and even knocked on their heads. They only use weapons to give you a bit. 1 or 2, 8, and 10. There are more and more wounds on their bodies. And they are almost divided into corpses. Boss, help me, I'll fight you. The headhunters fought back frantically. But their numbers were too small, and they had no space to move. So they could only fall down howling in pain. There are as many as 10,000 undead intercepting them here. The goblins' fate was no better than that of the headhunters. They died even faster than the headhunters. They no longer had the will to resist. And it was impossible for them to escape. It was simply because of their large numbers that they died more slowly. The afterglow of the setting sun disappeared, and darkness descended upon the earth again. None of the headhunters and goblins could escape, as they were completely surrounded and killed by the skeleton undead that were lying in ambush there. Nearly 6,000 undead were wiped out by the frantically resisting headhunters and goblins. In return, nearly 3,000 enemies were completely annihilated. The reason why the undead suffered such heavy losses was that the battle was not fought at night, which weakened the undead's combat effectiveness. They are all dead. The coalition forces have been wiped out. Ming, let's go back. Quickly. Ming and I, who witnessed the entire process of the undead annihilating the coalition forces, took her sister's hand and ran towards the tribe, completely unaware that her sister's eyes were sparkling in the dark, her eyeballs rolling around, filled with little stars of admiration. Although the undead are not as brutal as the legends say, they are indeed very strong. There were so many headhunters and goblins, but not many of them escaped. They were all dead. This is probably the origin of the legend of the undead. They have so much food. If we can live under their protection like the minotaurs, it should be very comfortable and safe. And we don't have to worry about food. Ming Nicole did not have the same idea as Ming. Having witnessed the annihilation of the coalition forces, her only impression of the undead was that they were brutal. Neither the headhunters nor the goblins deserve sympathy. But being killed like that still makes Ming and I tremble with fear. She doesn't want to have any contact with the undead anymore. She just wants to return to the tribe and hide in her own cave where she is safe. After all, Mingni is older than Ming and thinks more. The cancerous race has always existed and has not been eliminated. Why? They are strong in combat. Maybe, compared with many races, they are probably stronger. But the key point is numbers. Whether it is the headhunters or the lizardmen, there are quite a lot of them. Not to mention the goblins, which are even more numerous. They were the ones who gave the coalition's intelligence to the undead. And thousands of coalition soldiers died in the blink of an eye. How could the coalition not be angry? Ming Nicole didn't believe that the coalition had only a few thousand people, and would definitely retaliate. The undead may not care about the coalition's revenge. But what about them? If the coalition forces knew that they were the ones who betrayed them, not only the 2 young cat people, but even the Dora cat tribe would be slaughtered. This kind of thing does happen. On the contrary, it happens a lot. The cancerous race has a very strong sense of revenge, and they use fear and cruel means to suppress the tribes that are dissatisfied with them. The more she thought about it, the more panicked Ming and I became. She could only pray that the undead would not spread the information they had given them. Otherwise they would really be dead. After leaving the fortress, the 2 sisters originally wanted to go back to the tribe directly. But later they couldn't resist their curiosity and ran to take a look. Who are they? When they were approaching the Dora cat tribe, the 2 sisters were discovered. Coincidentally, they were the same 2 night watch cats from last time. It's me, Mingni. Mingni walked up and said to the 2 of them. The night watchman carefully identified her and looked behind her. Seeing that it was Ming, he immediately showed an unhappy look on his face. It's you again. You always run out in the middle of the night. Go home quickly. Ming Ming wanted to say something, but was pulled back by her sister. She then followed her sister indignantly, and walked towards her cave, under the watchful eyes of the two night watchman cats. Sister! Why are you pulling me? The little cat girl Ming Ming shouted angrily. Okay. Okay. Stop shouting. It's true that we came back late. Frightened by the battle just now. Ming and I is still not calm and a little scared. But she still forced a smile, and said to Ming Ming. Ming Ming was still unhappy. But she didn't say anything more, and just let the other person hold her hand obediently. The last time she came back, she was holding the meat in her hands, and was seen by two night watch cats. Ming and I thought more than her sister. She understood very well the principle of not showing off wealth. Before returning to the tribe, she had stuffed all the meat into her clothes, and hid it close to her body. Although this makes her look a little fatter. It's dark now, and she can still get away with it as long as you don't look too closely. Only after returning safely to the cave did Ming and I finally breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly took out the meat and hid it. When Ming Ming saw Ruru, she immediately smiled. It didn't matter whether the tribesmen were angry or not. Ruru was the most important. Sister, should we tell the clan leader about this? Ming Ming suddenly asked. Ming and I paused for a moment and thought. We have to talk to the clan leader. But we can't tell him everything. She couldn't hide it. The tribe leader knew that she went to find Ming Ming. Unless they didn't return to the tribe. The tribe leader would ask even if they didn't say it on their own initiative. You wait at home. Don't run around. Guard the meat. I'm going to find the clan leader. Ming and I pinched her sister's face and said, well, okay. I understand. Ming Ming originally wanted to go together. But when she heard her sister say this, she nodded quickly. She had to protect Ruru. If no one was at home, what if some of the tribesmen sneaked in and stole the meat? In the night, the sole fire of the undead on the fortress and the bonfire lit by the tower complement each other. The children were still laughing and playing carefree. But the adult minotaurs seemed a little nervous. It was abnormal for undead buildings to rise during the day. And so many undead were sent out. The direction of their movement was not the ghost mountains, but the wilderness. Then, they learned from the patriarch that the enemy was attacking. I'm just a little nervous. To say I'm scared is far from the truth. TSK. I thought the undead were the same undead as before. With the blessing of the Forbidden Land, the number of undead is terrifying. We are not even afraid of the undead. So why should we be afraid of the enemies in the wilderness? The main hall of the fortress. Li Ziyu, who was leaning on the big bone chair and dozing with his head supported by his hands, opened his eyes. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng, who had been waiting for news, looked over immediately. He grinned and said, It's over. When? Lu Xingxing asked quickly. Zhang Peng patted him on the side and said, Why do you simply say it's a win? It should be a big win. Li Ziyu stood up and stretched. His whole body relaxed, and said in a good mood, Well, a big win. Almost the same as a complete annihilation. Wow. The boss is mighty. The boss is domineering. The boss is so handsome. Lu Xingxing gave a series of exclamations, and shouted in a servile manner. The corner of Zhang Peng's mouth twitched. I didn't realize that you, Lu Xingxing, could actually get ahead of me. Li Ziyu waved his hand, his face indifferent. It's okay. There are only a few thousand people. It's nothing. By the way, Zhang Peng, you have to continue collecting intelligence. Things will not be that simple. I feel that they will definitely send more people. Don't let this happen again. There may not be a cat person to notify us next time. Zhang Peng saluted quickly. This time, it was his negligence that caused him to fail to notice the movement in the first place. Well, it's time to contact the surrounding tribes. The tribe with which he often traded and was familiar was far away from the mountains of the dead, so communication between them was slow. The surrounding tribes are different. They can be used as an early warning system. Intelligence transmission will be faster, and digging a few more tunnels will not be a big problem. The battle is over, and the undead have begun cleaning up the battlefield. The spoils of war are secondary. The most important thing is the corpses, which must be transported back. Even though there is a forbidden area, the mountains of the dead, the undead's love for corpses remains unabated. In order to clean up the battlefield more quickly, Li Ziyu summoned another 10,000 undead, and asked them to go and support and send the bodies back as soon as possible. The moon was high in the sky. The stars were shining brightly, and the dead finally came back one after another. Li Ziyu also obtained the battle casualties through the system. There were almost no losses among the skeleton longbowmen and skeleton warriors. But there were more than 10,000 losses among the 20,000 newly summoned skeleton undead sent to the battlefield. If this had happened in the past, Li Ziyu would have collapsed in the chair, holding his heart and unable to get up. But now, it's just a drop of water. No big deal. It's just 10,000 undead souls. As the dead returned, corpses were constantly transported to the main building and piled up. The smell of blood was so strong that even people with rhinitis could smell it. There were too many corpses, and they couldn't just be piled up like that. Li Ziyu quickly ordered the system to start decomposing the corpses. Decompose goblin +1. Obtain 1 skeleton. 1 pair of goblin ears. 40 soul energy. Decompose mutant human +1. Obtain skeleton *1 unit. Chapter 110 A Rich Harvest. If Catwoman hadn't come to tell him the information this time, the allied forces would have almost succeeded in a surprise attack. This reminded Li Ziyu that he wouldn't be as lucky as this time every time, and he had to strengthen the vigilance around the fortress. He opened the system and browsed through the building page, and quickly found the building he needed. Bone Watchtower. Introduction. It has no attacking ability, but can increase the detection range of the soul fire of the undead on it. If you are not a real idiot, you would not put the melee undead on the sentry tower. Right? Construction requirements. Skeleton *1000 units. Occupied area, 4 units. This is a basic building. It was ignored by Li Ziyu in the past because too many skeletons were needed and it was of little use. Now it is just right to be used. The only resources needed are skeletons. Li Ziyu directly built 4 and placed them at the 4 corners of the bone plate platform. After the 4 white bone whistle tower was built, Li Ziyu ordered the information page of the fortress. Level 2 area, 300 units. Buildings Castle Main Building Fortress. Weapon Workshop 4 units. Armor Workshop 4 units. Skeleton Engine 10 units. Warrior Training Camp 20 units. Large Bone Wheel *4. Small Bone Wheel *2. Cemetery of the Dead *10 1 unit *10. Alien Tomb 10 units. Tattoo Workshop 4 units. Warehouse 50 units. Archer Training Camp 20 units. Bone Watchtower *4 units *4. Raise Undead Skeleton. Features skeleton buildings. Some buildings can be transformed into skeletons during combat. Dormant mode cities can be hidden underground. Speed 50 km per hour plus 100 km per hour bone engine. There are more and more buildings on the bone plate platform, and almost half of the 300 unit area has been used up. Alas, the space doesn't seem to be enough. I think we need to upgrade the main building. The Bone Sentry Tower was built very quickly. In fact, it was just a stack of skeletons, climbing on top of each other, and finally formed a trapezoidal building about 15 meters high. There was an empty platform on top where the undead could be stationed. The system has already reminded people not to release melee undead. Li Ziyu arranged 2 skeleton longbowmen to be stationed in each tower, asking them to pay attention to the surrounding environment and sound the alarm if they spotted any unidentified creatures. Li Ziyu flipped through the system buildings again and found that there were many basic buildings that had been ignored before, such as light baffles, ferocious rams, edge spikes, etc., which can enhance the defense and combat effectiveness of the fortress. In the past, there were not enough resources, and the number of undead was not enough, let alone enhancing the power of the fortress. So these basic buildings were relegated to the Cold Palace. It's different now. A steady stream of corpses are sent into the warehouse every day, and he can add to these buildings without restraint, just like modifying a vehicle. If all the equipment provided in the system is installed, the combat effectiveness of the fortress will increase dramatically. In his current basic form, Li Ziyu is okay with dealing with the indigenous peoples like goblins, lizardmen, and headhunters. But if he runs into a city lord who is also a time traveler, that would be difficult. After all, the form of battle has changed. When dealing with the indigenous people, the first priority is to kill the enemy and annihilate their manpower. However, when fighting with the mobile fortress, the first priority is to destroy the buildings. If you cannot destroy the enemy's buildings, it will be of no avail even if you kill all the enemy's soldiers. As long as the city lord is alive, there will be a day of revival sooner or later. Devices like the light baffle and the ferocious ramming horn are specifically designed to deal with mobile fortresses. If they encounter other mobile fortresses, they will just rush up and start fighting. The terrifying ramming horns can directly destroy the opponent's fortress. Li Ziyu thought about it, and felt that the ram could be put aside for the time being. But the edge spikes and light baffles could be installed on the fortress first. Edge outer thorns. Introduction: an offensive basic defense facility. Don't count on it too much. It just looks scary. Construction requirements: skeleton * 5 units. Occupied area: none. Lightweight baffle. Introduction: the basic defense of the fortress. Don't think too much about it. Just think of it as a large shield. You can put it down at ordinary times. And stand it up when you need it. It can block some damage. Construction requirements: skeleton * 100 unit. Occupied area: none. They are all basic buildings that only require skeletons. So there is no need to think too much about it. Just do it at one time, and arm the bone plate platform directly from the outside. Li Ziyu made 400 edge thorns, and 20 light baffles. After choosing to build, the system broke ground, and the first thing to be built was the edge spikes. 3-meter-long spikes grew out from the edge of the bone plate platform, and extended outward. They looked a bit like chevaux de frise. But they were made of bones, and looked quite strong. After the outer spikes on all sides were built, large, 10-meter high, smooth white square shields were erected. These were the light-loaded baffles. And they were just as described in the introduction. In fact, Li Ziyu's operation was reckless. Under normal circumstances, this light baffle was placed around the collision corner to prevent debris from flying into the fortress during the collision. But now, Li Ziyu felt the lack of defense. So he generously built a bunch of them to use as city walls. The noise during the construction disturbed the Tauren people, and they all came out to watch the fun. When they saw the watchtower, they thought it was quite normal. After all, watchtowers are also built by slightly larger tribes. Everyone knows that if you stand high up, you can see far. Even if this watchtower was made of bones, they would not find it strange. After all, they were the undead, and almost all of their buildings were made of bones. It was not worth making a fuss about. But when the spikes and baffles appeared, the Minotaur lost his composure. This thing is so powerful. Just one look at it makes him feel safe. The ferocious one is only used to show it to the enemy. So of course his own people feel safe. Look at that white wall. How high and thick it is. Look at the spikes. How long, thick and sharp they are. The only drawback is that the gaps between the walls are a bit large. So the enemy can still rush in. It's just that it is much stronger than before when there was no defense at all. At least it can block a lot of stray arrows. Now that we have already started to replenish the defenses in the fortress, let's add more. Li Ziyu touched his chin, looked at the system, and added some more wheels. For large bone wheels were built before, and now there are 16 of them. Only 2 small bone wheels were built originally, and now there are 32 of them. We don't seek to increase the speed, but to ensure smooth driving and steering. When there are fewer wheels, the fortress rides very bumpy, and when driving at high speeds, there is always a feeling of being unloaded. And because there are too few small bone wheels, the steering is indeed possible, but at high speeds, people can be thrown out, and it is easy to overturn. Since we have enough resources, we must step up maintenance of them, at least to make ourselves more comfortable. The feeling of resources is good. That is, the horizontal. It was not until the early morning that all the undead finally returned to the fortress, and all the corpses and spoils were brought back. In this raid, more than 5,000 enemies were killed in total, and the headhunters were almost completely wiped out. Those who escaped were basically goblins. After the system decomposed the corpses, it brought Li Ziyu a large wave of soul energy, more than 230,000 units, which greatly alleviated his current predicament of insufficient soul energy. Sitting on the big bone chair, Li Ziyu thanked in his heart for the gifts from his loved ones and friends in the wilderness, and then happily began to calculate how to distribute the soul energies. Well, upgrading to level 3 fortress requires 10,000 units of soul energy. This is very important and must be saved. The large cemetery, the main city level building, has always wanted it, but the resources are insufficient. The light bones need 1 million units. The energy of the soul requires 50,000. The bones wait for the output in the cave to go, and the soul energy is preserved first. Remove the 60,000 units of soul energy, coupled with the emergency soul energy that had stayed in his hand. He still has 190,000 soul energy, which is enough for him to rush again. The skeleton longbowmen have already proved their strength. The long bow and arrows have amazing lethality. They must not be missed. We have to summon some of them. What about shortbowmen? Should we summon some as well? Forget it. We must have a large number of archers. Since we already have longbowmen, we will summon them first, and then release the shortbowmen, without considering the consumption of skeletons. A skeleton longbowman needs to consume 530 units of soul energy. If 100 of them are organized into a team will require 53,000 units of soul energy. Okay. 2 teams will come, and we will add the longbowmen on the watchtower. In this way, we will have 3 longbowmen, and we can still shoot a small rain of arrows. In the blink of an eye, there were only 90,000 soul energies left in his hand. Li Ziyu felt that he had to spend frugally. Otherwise he would become poor again. Oh! I really didn't expect that the undead would consume soul energy so much that I dare not create more soldiers. If you have any losses, the resources of many buildings in the bones of the bones are bones. They do not have to worry about all kinds of resources like other races. There are also low-level bones that can be produced in batches. Senior soldiers can burn money. Fortunately, the undead's combat sequence is not weak, and their combat effectiveness is still very reliable. By the time everything is done and daybreak has arrived, it's time to go into hibernation mode again. Secret underground cave. Is there any news of panic? NATO asked with a somber face, asking the people on the side. No. The tribesman shook his head. This idiot. There is no silly beep without brains. Seeing no news, NATO couldn't control himself, and he directly burst into the dirty mouth. After panic took his men away, Mom 1 reported the news. Both NATO and Moss were furious about this private behavior. The order they gave was to assemble, but this idiot simply ignored their orders. After learning the intelligence about the undead, he directly led his men to kill. If it is so easy to kill the undead, why should they unite? NATO chose Panic to join the vanguard army because of his bravery and toughness. But he didn't expect that his brain would be so useless and stupid. After so many days, the news was not sent back, and I had to rely on the tribes along the way to get some information. This made NATO even more hot, and didn't take his leader of the head of the hunting family. Right? Regardless of whether it succeeds this time, Panic will not survive. NATO sentenced Panic to death in his heart. Since he wanted to challenge his authority, he should pay with his life. Only blood can make power more stable. NATO. We have to gather people as soon as possible. Panic is very likely to expose his whereabouts. Moss, sitting opposite NATO, reminded, I understand. Don't worry. I will arrange it. Since it was his men who made the mistake, NATO couldn't say much and forced himself to swallow his breath. Panic took away more than 1,000 headhunters and more than 5,000 goblins who had gathered previously. So the originally planned 20,000 vanguard troops were instantly reduced by half. During this period of time, they are rushing to regroup. Imomone is a stable, honest assembly point of the pioneer army. The lizardman has basically gathered more than 2,800 people, and Goblin's actions are quite rapid. Although it was taken away by Panic 5,000, it was not difficult to add. Now there are more than 10,000 people who are at the assembly point. More Goblin is rushing to the road. The only thing missing is the headhunters. They have to regroup. NATO has given the order in the past few days, and a new team of headhunters is on the way. The vanguard army has 20,000 people, but the actual number of the cancerous united army is 300,000. It will only be more, not less. Not only do they want to completely annihilate the undead, but they also want to show their muscles and strength to the entire wasteland. The 3 tribes even have stronger ambitions. If the cooperation goes well this time, they want to give it a try to see if they can use the advantage of the coalition forces to kill their way to the center and bite off a piece of meat. If they can gain a foothold in the central region, they will rewrite the history of the 3 tribes. They will no longer be some crappy cancerous race, but a real powerful tribe. Ha! Zhang Peng. Early, Lu Xingxing walked out of the main building of his fortress, yawned, stretched, and shivered in the cool breeze. He suddenly woke up and saw Zhang Peng, who had just come out not far away. He greeted him with a sunny smile. Hearing Lu Xingxing shout, Zhang Peng turned his head and looked at him with his dark circled, overly tired eyes. He nodded. If you're not awake yet, you can go back to sleep. Lu Xingxing was stunned, but still ran over with a smile, stopping Zhang Peng's shoulder. A new day. full of vitality. What do you plan to do today? Zhang Peng stared at Lu Xingxing's eyes and pointed at his dark circles. Do I look full of energy? If you don't argue with me, we can still be friends. Lu Xingxing was helpless. He was obviously a businessman. Shouldn't he be good at dealing with people? Why did he like to argue with people? The key point was, why was I always the one being argued with? After teasing Lu Xingxing for a while, Zhang Peng turned serious and said, I plan to go around and contact the surrounding tribes to open up new trade routes. What about you? Are you still staying at home today? Speaking of this, Lu Xingxing became proud, with his hands on his waist and his chest puffed out. That can't be possible. I want to go out for adventure. I am now the city lord with 200 cat people under my command. I am not a timid person. Since I am a treasure hunter, I naturally have to have an adventurous spirit. Zhang Peng didn't know why. Lu Xingxing, who looked proud, didn't feel very happy. So he said, Oh, the number of your cats is not as many as my mice. In addition, your cat has no cats who came from the previous two. It can be a cute pet with IQ. You have to take 200 pets without combat effectiveness. It is really difficult for you. Puff. Puff. Lu Xingxing petrified on the spot and felt that her chest had 2 arrows. Zhang Peng, I'm fighting with you. Lu Xingxing couldn't bear it. He yelled at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng finished saying that when he was stunned. He slipped and predicted his reaction. The two played on the platform, and the cowhead was happy to watch. The bear children at home heard the sound and ran out of the two. Chapter 111 New Trade Route. After playing around, the sleepiness completely disappeared, and Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing sat side by side on the edge of the bone plate platform to rest. Zhang Peng rummaged around and pulled out a small stick about the length of 2 fingers. He nudged Lu Xingxing with his arm and handed him one. Want one? Looking at the small stick handed over, Lu Xingxing took it in surprise. What is this? A cigarette? That's about right. Zhang Peng took out something similar to a fire starter, put the otherworldly cigarette in his mouth and lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled a thick mist. It's different from the cigarettes in my previous life. The outside is not paper, but a kind of dried plant skin. I don't know if it's tree bark, but the inside is a kind of herb. Looking at Zhang Peng puffing out smoke, Lu Xingxing twirled the cigarette between his fingers without lighting it. Can you smoke herbs? Looking up at the blue sky, Zhang Peng looked very comfortable. Can draw? This is not what I discovered. It was collected from the indigenous people. I heard that it is very expensive. Lu Xingxing quickly collected the cigarettes, and couldn't return it without smoking. Whoever did not occupy cheap. Everything went out. How could there be any truth? There is nothing toxic and side effects? Don't take out a lung cancer. Zhang Peng turned back and glanced at Lu Xingxing in anger. You have all crossed. Afraid of lung cancer. And you can't die. Also, this stuff is actually a medicine. The tribe I changed is not used to refresh the brain. It is used to stop bleeding and healing. Damn it. Why don't you say this first when it's so important? Lu Xingxing screamed, and quickly took out the cigarette and put it close to his body. He belongs to the treasure hunt, and the injury outside is a commonplace. Before, he was bitten by a snake because of treasure hunt. He was not a previous life. There was no such fast rescue team, and there were no professional medical teams. After receiving the cigarettes, Lu Xingxing looked at Zhang Peng again, and said with a hippie smile, Is there any more? More? I go to the wild. Maybe what to meet. Zhang Peng rolled his eyes, and a white smoke sprayed on Lu Xingxing's face. I have to get into the ruler. Give you a puppet. But it's endless. I am a businessman. Want to change the resources. Ahem. Stingy. Really stingy. Lu Xingxing was choked and coughed. But he felt refreshed and his mind was much clearer. This alien version of cigarettes can really improve brain function. I don't have any resources. I still need the boss to provide resources to build soldiers. TSK. Stupid. Why don't you sell the catman to me? I can sell it to the indigenous people as a pet. That should work. Zhang Peng had a malicious smile on his face. Wow. The cat is a person. I don't know. But you are a real dog. It is impossible for cats to sell it to you. This heart is dead. Lu Xingxing seemed to be stepped on his tail. Jumped up and scolded. Zhang Peng smiled very happy. After a few words, Lu Xingxing sat down again and asked curiously, Which tribe do you plan to contact first? When it comes to the affairs, Zhang Peng also got up seriously. After thinking about it, he shook his head. I don't know. What tribes around me? I don't know yet. Walk around first. Meet. Contact. If you can cooperate, then cooperate. You can't cooperate, then change a tribe to continue. This is how he developed little by little when he first came to the other world. He came with full goodwill and discussed cooperation with the other party. Not all races like businessmen. Some are more willing to snatch his goods, but they are not successful. When they chase underground, they often lose them in caves. Zhang Peng didn't know how long Li Ziyu would stay here. If he stayed for a long time, he would have to make preparations in advance. At least he had to know what tribes were around, which ones could be cooperated with, and which ones were unsafe. Where are you going to bring 200 pets? Besides, pets and you are anxious. Cats are also fighting. Believe or not, scratch your face. Lu Xingxing stared at Zhang Peng and threatened. I have explored some places with treasures, but there is no strength before. Now I have enough people. I plan to collect some materials, upgrade the fortress, and I can't wait for the boss to give it. After chatting for a while, the two wait to have breakfast and prepare to set off. People who know that the two cities are going out today, they come to see the fun. The two castles started up with a rumbling sound and slowly separated from the bone platform. The treasure-hunting Catman's mobile fortress trembled, gradually accelerated, and drove towards the wilderness, while the Mole Man's mobile fortress aimed the drill at the ground. The soil flew, and it drilled into the ground with the carriage, which amazed the Minotaur. After being amazed for a while, I went back to my normal business. They are all my allies now. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet them in the future, and I will get used to it. Since joining the Undead, the Tauren people clearly feel that they have become more open-minded. If it were in the past, they would not be at peace for the whole day. But now, they are much calmer. Lord, where are we going now? After the mobile fortress drilled into the ground, the Mole Man came to Zhang Peng and asked. Zhang Peng opened the map panel, which was pitch black. This was a map of the fortress. Unlike a normal map, it showed the underground world, and only the places where the fortress passed would be recorded. Zhang Peng was not very clear about the surrounding environment and what races there were, so he just pointed in a direction and said, Go this way. Yes. The mole people immediately adjusted the angle of the fortress and moved in the direction pointed by Zhang Peng. A white line slowly appeared on the map, representing the passage they had drilled out of. Theoretically, the rat people's fortress could go deeper underground. But Zhang Peng did not let the fortress go too deep underground. He needed to monitor the information on the ground to find out where the tribes were. There is something similar to a sonar radar in the fortress, which constantly feeds back information from the ground. If it detects any living creatures, it will filter out alerts. However, if you go deep underground, this feedback will become weaker, and you may even not be able to know the information from the ground. The mole people under Zhang Peng are also a relatively easy to feed race. Although they are not as good as the undead under Li Ziyu who do not need to eat at all, the mole people can survive by eating insects. When digging holes underground, the fortress will automatically collect the insects dug, and these insects become the food for the mole people. Of course, bugs can only be used as rations, and cannot be used as real food to increase the number of mole people. As they continued to dig forward, various signals from the ground were transformed into information and fed back into the castle, allowing Zhang Peng to grasp the environment on the ground and what was there at any time and anywhere. Maybe it was because of the ghost mountains, or maybe it was because we were digging in the wrong direction. But after walking for an hour or two, everything was very peaceful, which also meant that we didn't gain anything. I just don't believe it. There is really nothing here. Keep digging. The mole people's mobile fortress does not move forward in a straight line. Mole people are timid by nature. After digging a certain distance, they will go around in circles, making the underground passage like a maze. Except for themselves, it is difficult for others to tell where the passage leads to. They turn around from time to time, expanded the number and range of channels, and then continued to move forward in the original direction, and continued digging until noon. Warm reminder, there is a tribe on the ground ahead. Zhang Peng waited for the good news and finally arrived at the tribe. He quickly ordered his mole people to prepare to contact the new tribe. Of course, he would not do this kind of thing himself, as that would be too dangerous. He just let the mole people go. Anyway, It was not the first time he had done such a thing. Another thing is that he found that many tribes in the wasteland were orcs. And the mole people also belonged to the orc tribe. So it was easier for them to communicate. If he went there alone as a human, it would make the other side full of vigilance. The 5 mole men took the order and set off towards the direction of the tribe they had discovered. After waiting for about an hour, the mole people finally came back and brought back news from the tribe ahead. It was a small cat people tribe, and they were extremely wary of strangers. They couldn't even get into the tribe and were stopped outside. They looked quite poor, and there probably wasn't anything good there. While reporting, the mole people handed a piece of bark paper to Zhang Peng, which recorded what they saw, heard and thought, and it looked very clear. This is also Zhang Peng's habit. He feels that doing business is just like a math problem. You have to be serious and accurate. Influenced by him, the mole people who originally lived only underground and did not like to deal with other creatures gradually relaxed. Although they are still timid, they dare to speak when facing strange races, and even have some business habits. After taking the bark paper and looking at the information recorded on it, Zhang Peng touched his chin and suddenly thought of the cat sisters he had met before. Could it be that I have dug up their tribe? If it really is their tribe, it would be a good thing. After all, we have acquaintances there, and it would be more convenient to do business. The mole people said that the tribe was very poor, but Zhang Peng didn't take it to heart at all. His men were too honest. To do business, one must have the spirit of selling combs to bald men and pregnancy test sticks to men. It takes a discerning eye. There is no such thing as being poor or not. There is only whether you can see it or not. As long as there are intelligent creatures, there is no such thing as poverty. After all, intelligent creatures themselves are very good commodities. For example, the treasure-hunting cats under Lu Xingxing are great to have as pets. They are furry, well-behaved, and can talk. Take food, plants, and meat. Take them all. And also take weapons that the undead don't need. And go again. After reading the bark paper, Zhang Peng gave his subordinates a second request for a test. The first time was just a simple contact, asking each other questions, and no goods were brought. The second time was a test, the purpose of which was to know the other party's true situation, whether it is food or weapons. They are the most common commodities in the wilderness. Almost every tribe needs them, and a lot of information can be judged from what is needed. For example, if food is needed, it means that the tribe's combat effectiveness is not strong, and it cannot hunt enough prey to guarantee food for the tribe members. Even if such a tribe appears to be ferocious, it is weak inside and can be befriended or eliminated. If they need weapons, it means that the tribe has enough food and a certain level of combat power. But the craftsmanship is not good enough. For such a tribe, we must remain vigilant to prevent them from robbing us. But there is no need to worry too much. After all, the weapons Zhang Peng sells are all junk discarded by the undead. If they even need such weapons, you can imagine how low their combat power is. The other world is a completely new world for those who travel through time. It breaks the shackles that bind them. The name of these shackles is secular morality. Many moral norms that needed to be followed in the previous life are not needed in this world. Zhang Peng felt the same way. He wanted to survive and live a good life, especially if he wanted to go into business. So he let go completely. As long as the price was right, most things could be bought and sold. He waited patiently in the fortress. This time it took a little longer. About 2 hours later, the moles came back and brought good news. The other party was very interested in the food, but did not have enough resources to exchange it. The fish is biting. Let's go and take a look. As Zhang Peng spoke, he straightened his clothes, stood up, and walked towards the fortress gate. 50 armed mole men followed behind him, acting as guards to protect his safety. 5 mole people led the way and took Zhang Peng to the cat people tribe. From afar, he saw a group of cat people waiting for him. After taking a look, Zhang Peng was basically certain that this should be the tribe where the cat people's sisters were. The distance was not too far, and they were pure-blooded cat people, with not many people in the tribe, which was consistent with his impression of the tribe where the cat people's sisters were. Standing in the front was a catman about 50 years old, wearing dirty, tattered clothes with holes everywhere, with greasy and dusty hair that had not been washed in who knows how long, and holding a stone spear in his hand. Zhang Peng walked to a place 5 meters away from the catman and stood there, with a smile on his face. He bowed and said, Good day, Mr. Catman. The cat tribe leader was stunned by Zhang Peng's politeness. But then he reacted and quickly returned the greeting. Hello. The original human merchant. After greeting each other, Zhang Peng casually glanced behind the Catman chief. And the smile on his face suddenly became more intense. He saw the Catman sisters, who were trying to hide. I have seen the food your men brought. We like it very much, and would like to exchange it with you. What do you need? The cat people chieftain did not notice Zhang Peng's eyes, and spoke to himself. He was actually very surprised. He thought the other party's leader should also be a mole man. But he didn't expect that he was a human. This caught him off guard. If he had known that it was a human, he might not have agreed to the deal. Groundhog people are honest, silly and easily deceived. But humans are different. They are cunning and slippery. And it is good not to deceive others. Zhang Peng retracted his gaze, smiling. It's not about what I need, but what you can provide. I feel that everything is valuable. As long as you want. I feel that we can talk about it. This sentence immediately made the cat tribe leader feel troubled. What did they have? Nothing. Not even a house to live in. The tribesmen still sleep in caves. To be honest, the cat people chieftain sometimes wondered what the meaning of their lives was. They were hungry and struggling to survive every day. As if they were just suffering. Like a group of walking corpses. He turned his head to look at his people, and saw that their faces were full of numbness, and their eyes were empty. They were very hungry, and wanted to eat meat. But they had nothing. So what could they use to exchange? Since they could not exchange for food. It didn't matter whether they met the merchants or not. If it weren't for the request of the patriarch, they would even hide in the cave and not move. Which would save energy, and at least they would be hungry later. This? Haha. You can see that we are just a small race. We really have nothing to exchange with you. The Catman chief retracted his gaze, and said with a wry smile, No. 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 Please don't say that. As you can see, I am a businessman. I believe that everything in the world has a price. For example, intelligence. Zhang Peng gently spit out the word intelligence. When the cat sisters in the back heard the information, their faces suddenly turned panicked. Why? Why did he come to the tribe? Meng Yi and Meng Meng couldn't communicate with each other because the undead clearly didn't send anyone last time. Chapter 112, The Dead Spirits. They have recognized Zhang Peng. He is the human who follows the Lord of the Undead. And it was he who delivered the meat to them. Does his appearance mean that the undead have already paid attention to the tribe, and the tribe is no longer safe? Ming and I thought a lot in an instant. The more she thought, the more scared she became. Her body trembled slightly unconsciously. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen after the undead discovered the tribe. The scene of the coalition forces being annihilated was still vivid in her mind. The Catman leader didn't notice the abnormality of the sisters behind him, but frowned. Information? What kind of information do you need? Any kind of information. As long as it's something I don't know. Is fine. For example, what tribes are there around? What resources are there? You can exchange them for food from me. Zhang Peng glanced at the Catman sisters out of the corner of his eye. When he said the example, the two sisters were obviously panicked. Oh! This? We know this. Can we really exchange food? The Catman chief's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise. Although their tribe is small, they have been living here all the time, and are very familiar with the surrounding environment. They don't know much about resources, but they know what tribes are around. They didn't expect that such useless information could be used to exchange for food. Zhang Peng nodded and pointed to the cat sisters hiding behind the crowd. You can change. I am a very disciplined person. They should know this very well. The Catman chieftain was full of confusion. He looked in the direction Zhang Peng pointed and saw the Catman sisters. He was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized. Oh! I got it. The meat they took back should be exchanged from the human hands in front of them. They even said something like we went to a forbidden area and there were ghosts there. What a lie. The cat tribe leader was a little angry and wanted to teach the cat sisters a lesson. But because Zhang Peng was in front of him, he suppressed his anger and put on a smile. I understand. I know what to do. I will prepare the information of the surrounding tribes. Please prepare the food. That's great. If you are ready, let them notify me. They know where to find me. Zhang Peng nodded with an unchanged smile. Okay. It's decided then. The Catman chief laughed heartily. Well, I have to go. If I stay any later, the sun will set. So, see you next time. Mr. Catman Zhang Peng bowed and left with the rat man without staying for long. Slowly, human businessman. Before the cat's chief changed, he waved enthusiastically, although he didn't know how much food he could get in exchange for the information from the surrounding tribes. But since he could exchange worthless information for food, any amount was still profit. How could he not be enthusiastic? When Zhang Peng's back was no longer visible, the cat tribe leader turned around and came to the cat sisters with a sullen face. Do you want to give me an explanation? It was slow when going out to explore, but it was much faster when coming back. He followed the cave all the way back to the bone plate platform unimpeded. After the mobile fortress was docked with the platform, Zhang Peng just made it in time for dinner. Lo! Seeing Zhang Peng walking into the hall, Lu Xingxing waved his arm to greet him and pulled him to sit at Li Ziyu's dining table. Yes, these two guys came here to eat for free. Li Ziyu looked at the two people in front of him and felt that they were different. What? Is there something good? The two looked at each other and smiled. Lu Xingxing talked about his experience of treasure hunting today. It was a tribal site, which should not be abandoned. So he picked up some resources. Oh, that's good. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows. This was exactly what he wanted. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing both had contracts with him and were his own people. He certainly hoped that these two people could develop well. He turned to look at Zhang Peng. What about you? You look quite happy as well. Zhang Peng put a piece of roast meat in his mouth and said while chewing, Boss, do you want a wife? A sister type? If you want one, I will send you a fortress. Which race? If you dare to send goblins over here, I will blow your head off. Seeing that Zhang Peng was about to make trouble again, Li Ziyu immediately started talking nonsense. Don't want goblins? How about catmen? Zhang Peng said meaningfully. Li Ziyu paused while eating meat, raised his eyelids to glance at Zhang Peng, and snorted. Did you find it? Well, an unexpected gain. Zhang Peng continued to eat meat calmly. Seeing the two people acting mysteriously, Lu Xingxing couldn't stand it anymore. What happened? What secret codes are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand? Then I am an outsider? Zhang Peng raised his head and looked at Lu Xingxing strangely. He couldn't help but reach out and touch his head. I really don't understand how you can be a treasure hunter with your low IQ. Get out of here. Tell me what happened. Lu Xingxing slapped Zhang Peng's hand aside and shouted angrily. The cat sisters? The two who came to deliver the information before. Zhang Peng sighed and said helplessly. Oh, about the two of them. The older one is okay, but the younger one is breaking the law. Lu Xingxing thought about it and suddenly said something. As soon as he said this, the corners of Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng's mouths twitched at the same time. Li Ziyu said with a pleasant face. Xingxing, eat. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Why? I heard it. Lu Xingxing asked puzzledly while eating. Because the boss is afraid that he will not be able to help but beat you to death. Zhang Peng added. Lu Xingxing looked at Zhang Peng, then at Li Ziyu, and lowered his head obediently. The three of them had dinner together. Li Ziyu went out for some activities on her own, while Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing returned to their own fortress. For Li Ziyu, the falling of night means the beginning of a new day, but for others, it means the day is about to end. After a round of activities to help digest the food, Li Ziyu climbed to the top of the main building, leaned against the wall, and looked out over the mountain range of the dead at night. Stars twinkled in the mountains. They were the undead that were active on the mountain, gathering resources. The night breeze is cool. Looking up at the night sky, a moving purple-green light band stretches across the sky, with stars dotted around it. It's so comfortable. I have never seen such beautiful scenery in my previous life, let alone such fresh and comfortable air. After traveling through time, I not only have a car and a house, but also a group of subordinates. I eat well and sleep well. This is what life is all about. Li Ziyu smiled and stretched. The coalition forces that came to attack him were completely wiped out, and everything returned to calm. Li Ziyu came down from the roof and walked into the hall. Boom, boom, boom. What sound? A dull knocking sound was heard, and Li Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. He looked around the empty hall, but found nothing. Oh shit. There's a ghost. Wait. Am I afraid of ghosts? Li Ziyu suddenly realized. Why should he be afraid of ghosts? It was obvious that his subordinates were the undead. If there really were the Grudge, Sadako, and other ghost things, He would not be afraid of them at all. Boom, boom, boom. The dull knocking sound was heard again. Li Ziyu looked in the direction of the sound and raised his eyebrows. It came from the soul coffin. He walked over and knocked gently on the soul coffin. There was an immediate response. They were truly the souls of the dead. Li Ziyu thought about it. Opened the lid of the soul coffin, and a green figure floated out. King Boren? Li Ziyu smiled and called out when he saw the figure. Lord of the Undead. The king of the dead greeted Li Ziyu. Are you the ones knocking on the soul coffin? What's the matter? Li Ziyu asked puzzledly. Ever since the dead souls entered the soul coffin, they have been very quiet. Why did they suddenly look for him today? We would like to ask you if you can let us out to see the new world. King Boren said hesitantly. Li Ziyu promised them at the beginning that if there was a chance, she would let them see the outside world. The undead could feel that they had left the mountains of the dead, and did not want to be trapped in a box anymore. They were eager to see the new world. But after a few days, no one paid any attention to them. The undead became a little anxious. Li Ziyu blinked, and slapped his forehead. After taking in the dead souls, he threw the soul coffin aside. This thing was too cold, so he was not willing to get close to it, and he forgot about letting the dead souls out. Thinking of this, he quickly apologized to King Boren. I'm sorry. Sorry. Someone wanted to attack me recently, but I was so anxious that I didn't think of it. It's my fault. Hearing that someone was going to attack the Lord of the Dead, King Boren immediately became serious. Lord of the Dead, you led us away from the mountains of the dead. We are very grateful to you. Please tell us who wants to attack you. We are willing to become your strength and help you repel the invading enemy. Ah ha ha ha. No need. Li Ziyu laughed and scratched his head. It's over. I have already eliminated the enemy. Thank you very much for your kindness. Please don't treat us as outsiders. If you need anything, you must tell us, King Boren said solemnly. From the moment he entered the soul coffin, he realized that his soul was bound to the soul coffin. And Li Ziyu, as the owner of the soul coffin, naturally controlled their life and death. It must be. Sorry for you to stay in the soul coffin for so long. Now you can come out. You can go to see the world, Li Ziyu said, letting the road open, and at the same time set off the lid of the soul coffin. King Boren was so excited that his soul was unstable. He let out a long roar, and his body soared into the sky. He ignored the bone wall of the main building and went straight through it. The green light inside the soul coffin was shining, and just a moment later, like a blowout, countless souls surged out of the soul coffin, and excited howls continued. Become free. We're out. World. Let me see this world. The dead souls cheered and jumped for joy. They left the coffins where they were staying, passed through the bone wall, flew outside, wandered in the night sky, and looked down at the earth from above. Millions of dead souls exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. The air became icy cold. The Minotaur, who was eating dinner around the campfire, felt that the blood in his body was frozen in an instant. He raised his head tremblingly and looked upwards, his eyes wide open like light bulbs. Dead? Dead souls. The dead souls are coming to kill us. As soon as these words were spoken, the taboo tribal camp suddenly fell into chaos. The children were stuffed into the thatched huts, and the adults picked up the totem poles and stared at the dead souls in the sky. The undead will protect them, but who knows if they can defeat the ghosts? There are so many of them, so densely packed that they almost cover the sky. Not only the Minotaur, but also Lu Xingxing rushed out with 200 cat people. Zhang Peng moved the fortress underground, and he led the mole people to be on high alert. Everyone felt that a nightmare had begun. Hey! Don't scare people. Just when silence fell, a shout suddenly came from the direction of the castle's main building. The people below immediately recognized it as the voice of Li Ziyu, the Lord of the Undead. What is the city lord doing? Is he communicating with the dead souls? Well, it's possible. After all, he controls the undead, so maybe it's a common thing. The dead souls in the sky heard Li Ziyu shout, and came to their senses. They restrained their breath, became calm, and stopped rioting. The temperature around them then slowly rose. Sorry, we were too excited. King Boren landed in front of Li Ziyu and said embarrassedly, I understand you, but look at them. I will let you out more often in the future, but don't disturb the people living here. Li Ziyu smiled bitterly. Okay, I understand. I will tell them. King Boren floated up again and returned to the team of dead souls to convey Li Ziyu's words to them. The ghosts were naturally happy to have a chance to get out and relax. They fully agreed to Li Ziyu's request, stopped gathering together, and dispersed in the directions they were interested in. After leaving the mountains of the dead, they can only appear at night, because they are pure souls. If they come out during the day, they are risking their lives. The sunlight can scare them to death. So during the day, they are worse than the undead, and dare not leave the protection of the soul coffin. The minotaurs raised their heads, looked at the ghosts dispersing in the sky, and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the city lord was so effective that he made the ghosts disperse with just one sentence. But when he had just exhaled half of his breath, he noticed hundreds of green rays of light flying towards him, and he immediately inhaled the remaining half of his breath. This. How come this is coming? Hundreds of green rays fell, transforming into the appearance of ghosts. The minotaurs were stunned. This is the ancestor? The hundreds of ghosts that descended upon the Taboo tribe were actually hundreds of minotaur ghosts, who surrounded all the people of the Taboo tribe. Hey, little guys. A very tall and majestic minotaur with horns, like a buffalo, waved at them. The minotaurs of the Tab tribe raised their hands stupidly and waved in response. Everyone was in a daze. You may not believe it, but the ancestors who we usually worship appeared in front of us and greeted us. The ghost of the minotaur was very happy that he could see his fellow tribesmen after death. He had been waiting for countless years, and it was great to see his fellow tribesmen alive. His figure floated and came in front of the people of the Taboo tribe, but he didn't get too close, for fear that the cold death aura on his body would disturb them. He touched his chin and looked at the minotaurs in front of him curiously. Why are you so thin? After thinking for a while, the ghost minotaur suddenly asked, Is it because you don't eat well? You need to eat more grass and young buds from the trees. Oh, and the blood-red flower tastes good and has a good texture. Once the chatterbox opened, the ghost minotaur seemed to have seen his grandson's grandmother, chattering non-stop. The Taboo minotaurs were all dumbfounded. Is this the ancestor? The chatterbox ancestor? Are you touched? They didn't dare to move. That was the ancestor. If they opened their mouths to interrupt him, wouldn't that be disrespectful to the ancestor? Listen. Although they had never eaten almost anything in the ancestor's mouth, bah, let alone eaten it. They had never even seen it, let alone the blood-red flower. They had never even heard of it. Another undead minotaur floated out. He was much shorter than the previous one and not as strong, but there were blue marks on his body like lightning. He ignored the other minotaurs and floated directly in front of Tashjuling. He looked him up and down and asked hesitantly, Are you a child of the Thunderbull tribe? Seeing this minotaur with scars all over his body, Tashjuling trembled all over and saluted respectfully. Tab tribe. Tashjuling pays homage to the ancestors. My father is from the Thunder Ox tribe, and my mother is a shaman. Chapter 113 Pure-Blooded Fox Man. Oh, I see. No wonder you have such a strange aura. The revenant minotaur of the Thunderbull tribe nodded in understanding and said kindly, Little guy, have you awakened your shaman abilities? I see that you seem to have more than just the power of the Thunderbull. Tashjuling responded respectfully. My ancestor. When I awakened the power of the Thunder Ox tribe, I also awakened some of the shaman's power. Ha ha ha. That's great. The power of the shaman will make up for our shortcomings in combat. The undead minotaur of the Thunderbull tribe laughed and said, very satisfied with Tashjuling. Little guy, who are you learning combat skills from? No one taught me. I learned it by myself through blood. Tashjuling said with a depressed mood. No one taught. The minotaur of the Thunder Ox tribe was stunned and a little puzzled. In their era, with the talent of this little guy in front of him, he must have been trained. As long as he grows up, he will have strong combat effectiveness. Why is no one teaching him now? Could it be that the minotaur doesn't even value such a talent? Why is there no one teaching you? Also, why are you with these ordinary minotaurs instead of with the people from the Thunder Ox tribe? The ghost minotaur from the Thunder Ox tribe looked around and found that Tashjuling was the only member of the Thunder Ox tribe, and he became more and more puzzled. Tashjuling had no choice but to tell his life story to his ancestors, saying that his parents were dead, and that he grew up in the Taboo tribe, and had never even seen anyone from the Thunder Ox tribe. The ghost of the Thunder Ox tribe looked at the child in front of him, feeling very distressed. Little guy, you have suffered. Let me teach you in the future. Although I don't know how to use shaman spells, I can tell you how the Thunder Ox fights. Are you willing to learn from me? Yes. Of course, I am willing to learn from our ancestors. Tashturing raised his head and said in surprise. Being taught personally by our ancestors is an opportunity you can never ask for. Li Ziyu stood on the roof, looking at a group of ghosts communicating with the Minotaur, and smiled. It was a harmonious scene, which was good. The behavior of the undead Minotaur seemed to have reminded the other undead. They tried to find their own people on the platform. Unfortunately, there were only mole people and treasure-hunting cat people on the bone platform. The undead were a little disappointed and flew away. Li Ziyu looked up and was not worried. The ghosts were aware of their situation, and they would return before the night passed. There were still many ghosts in the sky who had not left. They were floating above the fortress, for dim lights projected down and landed on the roof of the main building, transforming into silhouettes. Li Ziyu looked back, then slowly turned around and faced several ghosts who had arrived for unknown reasons. Huh? Is this a pure-blooded fox man? Their ears, which are taller than those of cat people, and their furry tails all prove their identities. The 4 fox ghosts were all women, with slender legs, graceful figures, and peaks and ridges. Some were beautiful, some were charming, some were cold, and some were pure. Their beautiful eyes were staring at the Lord of the Undead, who turned around. There was no fear in their eyes, but curiosity and exploration instead. The fox girl, who had a beautiful appearance and eyes full of desire, wore a tight long skirt similar to a cheongsam, which showed off her eye-catching figure to the fullest. She swung her furry tail behind her, twisted her slender waist, tapped the air, and came to Li Ziyu step by step. Their eyes met, full of affection, and her straight nose twitched slightly. Are you really a human? The beautiful fox girl suddenly asked in surprise in a slightly rough voice. Li Ziyu looked down at himself, then glanced at the beautiful fox girl who was almost clinging to him, and smiled slightly. Do I look anything but human? The charming and enchanting fox girl with seductive eyes, wearing a long dress made of thin fabric and barefoot, suddenly floated in the air, like a piece of brocade blown by the wind. Swaying to Li Ziyu's side, circled around, and leaned close to his ear, whispering in a seductive voice, Lord of the Undead. Why is he a human? The word sounded like a lover's lazy whisper, which made Li Ziyu shiver uncontrollably. Pure-blooded orcs. Cat people are smart. Fox people are charming. And snake people are the most enchanting. This fox girl who spoke softly was so charming. Fortunately, in his previous life, Li Ziyu studied hard. His 16T hard drive was filled with teaching videos from teachers from all over the world. He read hundreds of books and visualized 100 beauties' aging pictures in his mind. Only then did he suppress the small flame that had ignited. He let out a long breath and grinned. This is a secret. Can you share the secret with us? The pure and beautiful fox girl came forward. She was different from the previous 2 fox girls. She was neither beautiful nor charming, but extremely pure. She wore thin cloth clothes and pants, and had a kind of pureness. When she was young, she met the girl next door in the alley by chance. She wanted to say something but couldn't. That was the young man's initial admiration. The most fatal thing is her eyes, bright as water, with a sense of innocence. When her eyes met Li Ziyu's, she immediately looked away, with a sense of shyness, which made people's heart beat fast. Ah! The feeling of youth. Ah! The feeling of first love. Feeling shit. Li Ziyu suddenly woke up, narrowed his eyes, stared at the innocent eyes, and slowly said, Once you share it, it's no longer a secret. A pure-blooded human without any death energy can control the undead. It's really curious. The last fox girl finally spoke. She seemed to be a white fox in human form, with white ears, white long hair, and even white tail. She wore a breast armor on her upper body and a super short skirt armor on her lower body, revealing her slender waist and a pair of thin, wide legs that were not lacking in strength. She hugged her arms, holding up the mountains. She has a pair of willow-shaped eyes, half full of autumn water, with a heroic air, 3-dimensional and delicate facial features, and a proud look on her face. She is the kind of cold beauty that makes people want to conquer her. Hee. Ha ha ha. Li Ziyu suddenly laughed and gradually mad. Just when the 4 fox women were shocked, the laughter suddenly stopped, and the sound of anger came. Give me back. The soul coffin in the main building's lobby emitted a wave, and the 4 fox girls were struck by lightning. The 3 fox girls surrounding Li Ziyu immediately retreated and knelt down with their heads lowered at the same time as the icy fox girl. Looking at the fox girl who had lost her charm and bowed respectfully, Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes with a cold look in them. With a wave of his hand, several skeletons of the undead emerged, came behind him, and stacked up on top of each other to form a bone chair. Li Ziyu sat down, supporting his chin with one hand, and examined the 4 fox girls in front of him. Well, I didn't expect it. There are a few of you in the dead soul. I have seen the dead souling how. I should have thought that it can be turned into an undead and endured the suffering of imprisonment for countless years. It is not an ordinary person. Come on. Tell me. What do you want? Do you want to seduce me and make me your puppet? Or do you want to kill me, inherit my position, and control the endless undead? Li Ziyu spoke slowly, the coldness and murderous intent in his voice barely concealed, causing the 4 fox girls to lower their heads even more. As a time traveler, the biggest secret that he cares about most is his identity. If it were any other identity, he might have been seduced by 4 delicate pure-blooded fox beauties. Unfortunately, they touched upon the issue that Li Ziyu feared the most, which made him always alert. Besides, if I'm not sober, it seems like I'd be a bit sorry for you. Your bodies are as cold as ice, and you're leaning against me. If I'm not in spirit, then there's something wrong. If you want to seduce me, you have to be sincere. Dear Lord of the Undead, please calm down. We are just curious, and we really have no other ideas. Our souls are bound to the soul coffin. So how can we hurt you? The beautiful fox girl lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Great Master, we are just your humble subordinates. Please forgive our unintentional mistake. Immediately afterwards, the charming woman also spoke. Li Ziyu raised his lips and sneered. Why? Do you think I'm young and can't compare to you ghosts who have existed for who knows how long? So when one plan fails, you come up with another one to gain sympathy? Speak to me properly. Who are you, and what is your purpose? The 4 fox women were silent and did not speak. You don't want to tell me, right? It doesn't matter. I don't have to ask you. King Borin. The soul coffin trembled, and a message was spread out. In the sky, a green light fell and took shape. It was King Borin. He saluted Li Ziyu and frowned at the fox girl, who was kneeling obediently on the ground. Lord of the Undead, what do you want to see me about? King Borin noticed that the atmosphere was wrong, so he withdrew his gaze from the fox girl and asked respectfully, Tell me who they are, and what their identities were when they were alive. Li Ziyu pointed at the fox girl and said in a cold voice. King Borin turned his head and said calmly, They are the 4 princesses of the pure-blooded fox tribe of Balefit, the Orc country. Li Ziyu nodded and motioned King Borin to continue. King Borin didn't know what had just happened, so he had to start from the beginning. The Orc kingdom of Balefit was one of the 4 major forces in the wasteland back then, and it was the most populous and powerful one, occupying nearly half of the land in the entire wasteland. 80% of the orcs in the entire wasteland belong to this kingdom. This is a country that values tradition. Although its technological level is not the highest, its combat power is the strongest. The beast-headed lion men, pure-blooded fox men, beast-headed eagle men, and the trolls are the 4 major royal families of Balefit. Under them are the war nobles such as the beast-headed bullman minotaur, beast-headed elephant men, beast-headed tiger men, and so on. The 4 fox girls kneeling on the ground were the fox princesses from the pure-blooded fox people of the Balefit royal family. The pure-blooded fox people are somewhat different from other orc tribes. Other orc tribes are patriarchal societies, where men are respected. But in the pure-blooded fox people, it is the opposite, where women are respected. This is because pure-blooded foxes cannot compare with other orcs in terms of physical fitness and are relatively weak. But foxes are intelligent, and their mental and soul power far exceeds that of other orcs, especially females. The pure-blooded fox race does not have many warriors, but there are many magical professions such as mages, priests, and shamans. They are a well-known magic race in Balefit, and it is precisely because of this that their royal status has been established. Among the pure-blooded fox people, the one with the highest status and the most respect is called G. With King Borin's explanation, Li Ziyu finally understood what was going on. Oh, it turns out that only the most respected ones are called G, which is not quite the same as that of humans, and the meaning is quite different. So, These four are fox princesses? Li Ziyu nodded in understanding and asked. Yes. They are the fox princesses who died after participating in the battle that year. Lord of the Undead. Can I ask what happened? King Boren raised his doubts when he saw that Li Ziyu was calm. I also want to know what's going on. Why don't you ask them why they come to bother me? Li Ziyu raised his head towards Fox Girl and said in a playful tone. Did this offend the Lord of the Undead? King Boren turned around. His face turned terrifying in an instant, and he stared coldly at the four fox princesses. If they didn't tell him what they had done, he wouldn't mind killing them in front of the Lord of the Undead. I have finally escaped the constraints of the Ghost Mountains, and am able to see the outside world. I cannot let a few fox princesses ruin my experience. What's going on? King Boren asked in a low voice. The four fox princesses were royal family members back then, beings above millions of people. If it weren't for the soul coffin, they wouldn't even be afraid of Li Ziyu, let alone King Boren. They lowered their heads, said nothing, and resisted in silence. Did not say? King Boren turned his back to Li Ziyu, and his body shape changed, revealing a hideous look of a ghost, which meant that he was angry. With his palms opened, a long sword was slowly drawn out from the void. This was not a long sword condensed from the power of the soul, but a real long sword. The sword he once carried with him. The sword of the king. Sail, what are you doing? Feeling the strong murderous aura, the white-haired iceberg fox princess raised her head and shouted sternly. King Sailor Boren of Boren held the sword of kings, with the tip of the sword pointed at the ground. Tell the Lord of the Dead what he wants to know, or I won't mind letting your souls fly away. The hope that I have waited for countless years cannot be destroyed by you. Sail, you dare. We are the Fox Princess Balefet. The beautiful Fox Princess suddenly raised her head and threatened with bloodshot eyes. The sword of the king flashed a cold light in the air, and the tip of the sword pressed against the neck of the beautiful Fox Girl. Sail said slowly, Balefet no longer exists, and Boren no longer exists. We are the dead souls. There was a flash of sadness in his eyes, but then it turned cold. Countless years have passed. Haven't you come out of it yet? Are you still immersed in the memories of the past? National hatred and family feuds no longer exist. The four kingdoms are gone. Even we ourselves have been abandoned by the long river of history. Later generations don't even remember us. We are just trapped souls, and it was the Lord of the Dead who brought us out. Why do you want to anger him? After living together for so many years, Sail did not want to raise weapons against the fox princesses who had become his own race. But who could blame them for not knowing the consequences and provoking the Lord of the Undead? After turning into ghosts, they are all in soul form and basically bid farewell to weapons and armor. Only extremely special weapons such as the Sword of Kings can be used. And this is Sail's ultimate weapon against other ghosts. You don't have it. But I do. Not only do I have weapons, but these weapons can also cause harm to you. Are you afraid? With the help of the Sword of King, he was able to suppress other ghosts for so many years, and no ghost dared to cause trouble in front of him. Are you really going to attack us? The beautiful fox princess raised her head and looked at Sail in disbelief. They had been together for so many years, but they turned their swords against each other just because of a word from a human. Answer, or die. Sailor did not waver at all. He had to get an answer. Ah. With a long sigh, the charming fox girl raised her head. Sailor, put away the sword. Let's talk. Sail heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed a fox man. Smart, and would not force himself to resist. He said that there would be no big problem. He had just observed that the Lord of the Undead was indeed very angry. But he had no intention of killing the Fox Queen. The sword of the king slowly moved away from the neck of the beautiful fox girl, and Sail returned to his normal appearance, slightly sideways, making way for the charming fox girl. Chapter 114 Caught Again. From the Orc Empire. Barefit, the pure-blooded fox royal family. Meiji greets his majesty, the Lord of the Undead. The charming fox girl stood up and walked to Li Ziyu through the passage made by Sail. She put away her charm, and with a serious face, she introduced herself using the most formal term of Barlefit. Then she clasped her palms together, put the backs of her hands on her forehead, knelt on her knees, and bowed down. This is the highest etiquette of the pure-blooded fox girl clan, which means absolute obedience and absolute submission. Sail was also stunned by Meiji's behavior. This kind of etiquette was really rare. In his era, Balefit was a serious powerful country in the world. As royal fox princesses, they enjoyed extremely high treatment wherever they went. To ask them to use such a gift, let alone King Sale of Boren. Even the lion people of the Orc Empire might not have seen it before. I didn't expect that after countless years, when everyone had disappeared, I would actually see it. After Meiji, the other 3 fox girls also stood up and came to her side with solemn expressions. Beautiful fox princess, from the Orc Empire, Barafit, the pure-blooded fox royal family, I greet His Majesty, the Lord of the Undead, the pure and beautiful fox princess, the Orc Empire, Barafit, the pure-blooded fox royal family, Lingji greets His Majesty, the Lord of the Undead, Cold Fox Princess, Orc Empire, Barafit, the pure-blooded fox royal family, Bingji greets His Majesty, the Lord of the Undead. The 3 fox concubines said solemnly, and then bowed in unison, using the same etiquette as Meiji. Kneeling ceremony? Although it was very serious, Li Ziyu had seen a lot of this in TV dramas in his previous life, so he didn't feel anything. He supported his chin with one hand, looked at Sale, raised his eyebrows, and gestured to the 4 fox princesses. What was going on? Sale put away the king's sword, placed his palm on his heart, and bowed respectfully. This was not a salute to Li Ziyu, but out of respect for the pure-blooded fox royal family. He said slowly, "This is the ancestral ritual used by the royal fox people to worship their ancestors. It is their most important etiquette and means submission." Huh? That's it? The most important etiquette? Li Ziyu was a little disdainful. And then, he saw 4 bright white beads condensed from the heads of the 4 fox princesses. This is the mingling orb, the most fundamental thing of the pure-blooded fox people. It will only condense during the ancestor worship ceremony. The mingling orb condenses because they have completely given up everything and put life and death in front of you. Sale still bent his body, saw the 4 bright white beads out of the corner of his eye, and immediately explained, "Of course, kowtowing is nothing. The mingling pearl is the most important thing in the ancestor worship ceremony. The reason why it is said to be absolute submission is because the fox man offered his own mingling pearl. No. Wait a minute. You are all dead. And now you are ghosts. What's the point of you putting your life and death in front of me?" Li Ziyu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Lord of the Undead, the mingling orb is a collection of the fox people's consciousness, memory, spirit, and energy, not their vitality." Seeing that Li Ziyu didn't know the meaning of the orb, Sale spoke again. "This is a different world, with undead and ghosts everywhere. Death is not the real end, but it is probably just the beginning. The consciousness, memory, spirit, and so on of intelligent creatures are the real threats to them. Once these disappear, their lives will be truly over." After hearing Sale's explanation, Li Ziyu suddenly realized, put away his lazy look, sat up straight, and looked at the 4 fox princesses solemnly. "I understand. I accept your gift. But I'm still very curious. What is the purpose of what you did today?" Li Ziyu was still confused about this question. "We want to see if the Lord of the Dead is worth following." Meiji slowly explained the whole story. Ever since the troubled times, the warriors who had fought on the battlefield and dominated the world have turned into ghosts, and been imprisoned in the mountains of ghosts. They discovered that the proportion of fox men who turned into ghosts was much higher than that of other orc tribes. After research, they felt that this might be because the fox men had a higher talent for magic and stronger mental power when they were alive, and in the countless years that followed. This point was indeed proven. The fox people had a large number of dead souls, and they were relatively powerful. Their souls were more condensed, and they could also use some special spiritual spells. When saying this, Sailor showed a surprised expression on his face. He had never paid attention to these things, especially the mental spells. This kind of spell can also have an effect on the dead souls, but he has never seen the fox people use it on other dead souls. Meiji was still narrating slowly. The fox people had always been very united. After discovering all this, they had discussed whether or not to use their advantages to rule over the dead souls. In the end, they chose to give up. They believed that their former selves were already dead, and since they had become dead souls, it was a new beginning. In the chaotic times, the fox people were actually the anti-war party. They did not like fighting, but joined the war for various helpless reasons. But now, they have a new choice. Rather than power, they choose to live with other ghosts. So they have never actually cast mental spells in front of other ghosts. Everything was peaceful at first, although it was boring. They were not like other ghosts, who thought about leaving every day. Until Li Ziyu, the Lord of the Undead, appeared, put all the ghosts into soul coffins, and took them out of the mountains. The ghosts were excited, as they could finally see the outside world again. However, the fox ghosts felt a little uncomfortable. It was good to see the outside world, but what would the future be like? The four girls made a dangerous decision. They wanted to test Li Ziyu and see what kind of existence this Lord of the Undead was. If he was just an ordinary human, they would use mental magic to control Li Ziyu, making him a puppet, and then plan more things. If he is strong enough, then they will follow him, just like they followed the Lion Man during the time of the Balefit Empire, and become his subordinates. The fact is, Li Ziyu is an ordinary human being, but he successfully resisted their seduction and even got rid of mental interference, and attracted Sale. Their temptation failed, but it was also successful. Following such a person is not a bad thing. After listening to Mei Ji's story, Li Ziyu's heart trembled. He was grateful for the teachings of the teacher in the hard drive of his previous life. Otherwise, he would be in real danger today. The four fox princesses are really fascinating. If I can't control them, I might become a puppet. That was a close call. Okay, I get it. You guys go back and don't try to test me again. Li Ziyu suppressed the trembling in his heart and tried to make his voice sound steady. Lord of the Undead, can we follow you? The fox princesses asked pitifully without standing up. TSK. What's the matter? It's not over yet. Are you still planning to continue? Li Ziyu frowned and said coldly. Sensing Li Ziyu's anger, Fox Princess lowered her head even lower. Please don't misunderstand. We submit to you. And we, the ghosts of the fox people, will also submit to you. We are willing to be your slaves and weapons. Please accept us. Did I just show off my domineering aura? Li Ziyu scratched his head, not understanding why the fox people were so obsessed with becoming his subordinates. He really had no intention of restraining the dead souls. He had clearly allowed them to come out for some fresh air. So what else did he want? But according to what Sale said, the fox man in front of him had indeed surrendered. In that case, should we accept it? It seems not bad. At least it is pleasing to the eyes. Even though they are ghosts. Who doesn't like four beauties? It is pleasing to the eyes. By the way, you want to follow me. But what can you do? You are dead souls. You can't even serve tea or water. Right? Li Ziyu said, touching his chin. We can do it. Meiji gave a surprising answer. Why? Don't ghosts have physical bodies? You shouldn't be able to touch objects. Li Ziyu blinked. Concentrating our mental power allows us to briefly touch objects. Moreover, we fox spirits have strong mental power. Add in some small spells, and we can do simple things without any problem. There was some pride in Meiji's voice. What other ghosts can't do, we can do. Sailor showed surprise again. The souls of the characters under his command were almost unable to touch objects. However, some of them were mages or people with strong wills in their previous lives and could occasionally do it. It's exciting to think about accepting a royal family member as a maid. Since they asked like that, what else could Li Ziyu say? Just accept it, and we can talk about the future later. Okay. Since you insist, I'll accept it. Li Ziyu nodded, and then asked, by the way, you are not the eldest daughter, right? What can you do? Please leave the cleaning, clearing, cooking and other things to us. Seeing Li Ziyu's agreement, the four fox girls suddenly became excited, raised their heads, and said with a cheerful smile, especially Yanji and Meiji. They smiled at each other and said seductively, warming the bed is also okay. We are familiar with this. Yanji said as she stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips. You are ghosts. Ghosts? I am a human being. It's very cold now. Do you want to kill me? Li Ziyu shouted while slapping the armrest. Oh, it'll be fine when the weather gets hot. The cold beauty Bingji raised her head and said suddenly, Hey, that's enough. Don't test me anymore. Li Ziyu looked at Bingji, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Wow. I said wow. So you didn't say anything because you are the one who can grasp the key points? No. We really can. Lingji said with a pure smile on her face, and a quirky light in her eyes. Who? Back off. Li Ziyu let out a long breath. suppressed his heart that was fluttering due to the provocation of the 4 fox concubines, and said through gritted teeth, "It's obvious that you can't touch me. But you still have to come over and flirt with me. Are you trying to kill yourself?" The 4 fox princesses stopped there, and when they saw that the atmosphere had completely relaxed, they collected the mingling pearl, stood up with a smile, and their figures faded and disappeared in front of Li Ziyu. Their goal had been achieved. "King Borin, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how to treat these 4 fox concubines." After the fox concubine left, Li Ziyu returned to normal and thanked Saul gently. Saul quickly bowed and said, "Lord of the Undead, you are too polite. We are lucky enough to come to this world again. These are the little things I should do. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." "Wait!" Just as Sail was about to leave, Li Ziyu suddenly spoke up. "King Borin, I hope you can manage the dead souls as you did before. And don't let this happen again." Sail's face turned serious, knowing that the Lord of the Undead was dissatisfied with him, and nodded. "Lord of the Undead, don't worry. This kind of thing will not happen again." Li Ziyu nodded, and Saleh's figure soared into the sky and returned to the dead souls. Tonight was quite lively. Tashjuling had a new master. Li Ziyu had a new fox maid. And the ghosts of the dead were floating around all night, leaving behind legends of haunted nights in the tribes around the Ghost Mountain range. When the first ray of dawn shone out, the dead souls returned to the soul coffins, and the undead fortress went into dormancy again. However, the main building was not as quiet as before. Not all of the Foxmen dead souls returned to the soul coffins. Many of them gathered in the fortress. "Don't you want to take a rest?" Li Ziyu couldn't help but ask as he looked at the rays of light and shadows in the darkness. "We have rested long enough and want to accompany you outside." Ling Ji came to Li Ziyu and said flatteringly. Li Ziyu smacked his lips and said unhappily, "You don't need to rest. But I do. I need to sleep. We'll be good. Please don't chase us away. Please, please, please." Ling Ji widened her eyes and said cutely, rubbing her hands, "Who the H? I can stand the girl with wheel beast ears begging you with soft words." Li Ziyu sighed to the sky and compromised helplessly. Okay. I give in. If you don't want to go back, then don't go back. But be quiet and don't disturb my sleep." Yeah. We'll be good." Lingji nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then gave her sisters a big smile, looking quite proud. Beast-eared girls have a special attack effect on human males, especially the intelligent fox people. They had already figured it out in the time of Barrelfit, and even summarized a subject specifically on how to make human males obedient without quarreling. Countless years later, it has been proven that this discipline is still useful. Get it? While other undead returned to their soul coffins, the fox people could move freely in the undead fortress, except that they could not make any noise to disturb the Lord of the Undead's rest. Everything else was fine. They were happy. The ears of the ghost fox girls tinkled, and there were excited smiles in their eyes. In the education of the Balefite fox people, they were never taught to gain power through strength. They firmly believed that conquering males was the best way to gain power. It resulted in less disputes and fights, and they could still achieve their goals. This was the best way. Surrounded by a group of fox ghosts, Li Ziyu closed his eyes and counted more than 100,000 sheep before he fell into a drowsy sleep. "Look what I caught!" A minotaur yawned and came to Mao Mao, holding up the grinning, dancing little cat girl in his hand. "How did you get caught again?" Mumu looked at Meng Meng and asked naively. "I wasn't caught. I came here on purpose." "Let me go!" "You stupid cow!" Meng Meng shouted angrily. "This is the third time. I have been caught 3 times. Do I have a grudge against these big stupid bulls? Why do they catch me every time?" Yesterday, Zhang Peng went to Dora Cat. After becoming the tribe leader, he decided to exchange information for food. He was excited all night and sorted out the information around him. Before dawn, he urged Meng Meng to set off. As a result, as soon as she arrived at the undead side, she was discovered by the Minotaur and taken back. "Are you alone? Isn't there anyone else coming to save you?" Mumu asked while yawning. "There is another one, who was also captured by us but not brought here." The Minotaur, who was holding Meng Meng, said aside. "You big stupid bull. I'll say it again. My sister and I came here on purpose. We didn't come here secretly. There's no point in you arresting me. Let me go. I want to find a human merchant." Ming Ming showed her 2 sharp fangs and shouted angrily. Mao Mao was stunned when he heard the human merchant. Are you looking for City Lord Zhang Peng? His name is Zhang Peng? What a strange name. I'm here to make a deal with him. Ming Ming kicked her legs, but still couldn't escape the Minotaur's control. Okay. Wait for me. I'll go call City Lord Zhang Peng over. Moo Moo did not dare to delay, and hurried to find Zhang Peng. Hey! Get someone to let me down first. Ming Ming shouted behind Mao Mao. Chapter 115 Ancestor Oath. Your clan leader really sent you here. Zhang Peng saw the cat sisters, nodded at the Minotaur, and let the 2 of them come in front of him. The Minotaurs were afraid of danger and surrounded the place. But they were all panting and looked listless. They met the spirits of their ancestors last night. And it turned out that the spirits of their ancestors were even more excited than them. They kept chatting with them all night. Except for the children. All the adult Tauren did not sleep. I am Mingni from the Dora Cat tribe. And this is my sister Ming Ming. I haven't asked for your name yet. Mingni asked politely. Sister. I know his name. His name is Zhang Peng. What a strange name. Ming Ming was hugged by her sister and spoke first. She is afraid of the undead. But she is not afraid of the Minotaurs and mole people at all. There are no undead around her. And Ming Ming is very lively. Zhang Peng's dark circles became deeper. He looked at the Minotaurs, who were holding on, and waved his hand. You all go and have a rest. Don't worry about me. They are not a threat. Okay then. If you have any problems, just call us. Mao Mao was also very sleepy. He usually went to bed early at night, and it was rare for him to not have slept all night. He was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. Zhang Peng had told him to go and rest. And he was too lazy to be pretentious. So he let the Minotaurs disperse. After the Minotaur left, Zhang Peng looked at the cat sisters with a smile. His dry smile, coupled with the heavy dark circles under his eyes, made him look like nothing like a good person. Ming Ming shuddered and hid behind her sister, revealing a pair of small eyes to observe secretly. Am I that scary? Confused for a moment, Zhang Peng asked. Where's the intelligence? Mingni turned her head to look at her sister hiding behind her. Ming Ming poked her little head out, and the furry cat trembled, baring its sharp little canine teeth, and asked, Where's the meat? If you don't give me the information, how can I know how much meat to give you? I'll give you the information. What if you don't give me the meat after reading it? I have credibility and character to back it up. I don't trust your credibility and character. Ming Ming jumped out from behind her sister, put her hands on her hips, and argued with Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng rubbed his brows and pointed at himself. For me, as a businessman, the most important thing is my reputation and character. Are you humiliating me? If you don't show me the information, how can I know if it is useful? How can you do a deal without showing me the goods? Ming Ming thought about it seriously, but still shook her head. No. Show me the meat first. Hey, you little guy. I really am. Zhang Peng rolled up his sleeves and waved back. Give me some meat. In order to make a deal. He had already gotten a lot of food from Li Ziyu, and put it in his own fortress for use. When he gave the order, the rat people immediately ran over and took 10 units of meat. This amount of meat is not enough. Are you trying to lie to me? It turned out to be right not to show you the information. Ming Ming looked at the meat brought by the mole man and said with a pout, It's not enough. Okay. Keep moving. Zhang Peng waved again. Soon, 30 units of animal meat were piled up in front of the cat sisters. Ming Ming nodded with satisfaction, fumbled in her arms, took out a piece of animal skin, and handed it to Zhang Peng. Here you go. This is the tribe we know around the forbidden area. Zhang Peng took the animal skin, unfolded it, and looked at it. His face turned dark, and he reached out and grabbed Ming Ming's arm, which was secretly reaching for food. What the hell is this you gave me? You want to take the meat away from me? Zhang Peng said unhappily, holding the animal skin towards Ming Ming. There was a series of names written on the animal skin. And other than that, there was no other information. Well, I used 30 units of meat to exchange for a bunch of unknown names. If Lu Xingxing and Li Ziyu knew about this, I would no longer be able to be a businessman, and I would be laughed to death. Ming Ming held onto the meat tightly and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Written on this animal skin are the tribes around us. I gave it all to you. But you still won't let me take the meat. You are not a good person. Zhang Peng laughed angrily and shook her hand, only to find that the little cat had held the meat tightly. What's the point of giving me a bunch of names? I want the tribe's information and a map. Ming Ming tried hard to retract her hand, but it was useless after several attempts. She rolled her eyes and said loudly, "Our deal didn't require a map. If you need more detailed information, we'll have to wait for the next deal. Just give me the meat first. Hey, I find that you are even more evil-minded than me. You want to take my food away by using a few names. That won't work. If you don't give me the detailed information, don't take the meat away." Zhang Peng didn't buy into the little cat girl's tricks. Ming and I observed silently from the side. She found that the people on the undead side did not seem as scary as she thought. Especially the businessman. Although he looked very angry, he actually posed no threat to them. They are now on the territory of the undead. If human merchants want to rob them, they have plenty of ways to do it. They can just capture them and torture them, and they will know everything. But they didn't do that. They really took out food in exchange for information. Patting Ming Ming on the shoulder, Ming Ni advised, "Ming Ming, stop making trouble and tell him the information." "Sister." The little cat girl looked at Ming and I aggrievedly. Ming and I leaned over and whispered in her ear, "This is the territory of the dead." The little cat girl was startled and looked around in panic. After hesitating for a moment, she let go of her hand and said, "Okay, I'll tell you." The cat sisters and Zhang Peng sat on the ground and told the tribes around the forbidden area one by one. Zhang Peng also pulled Lu Xingxing over and asked him to draw a map according to what the sister said. Lu Xingxing was pulled here just after waking up. He was quite dissatisfied at first, but when he found out that it was about drawing a map, he became interested. This would be very helpful for treasure hunting. And he also took the opportunity to ask about the surrounding terrain. "Done!" Lu Xingxing picked up the spread-out map, shook it, and said with satisfaction, "Let me see it." Zhang Peng snatched the map, looked at it carefully, and nodded. "It's very detailed. Make a few more copies." "Leave it to me," Lu Xingxing said with a smile. "Amazing." Ming and I blinked her beautiful big eyes, feeling extremely surprised. It was the first time she saw someone make such a detailed map. She had seen maps before, but those maps were very rough. Just a piece of animal skin paper with some crooked lines, and at most some names marked with words. Looking at the map made by Lu Xingxing, there is a mountain range in the center. Surrounding the mountains are roads of varying thicknesses, rivers painted with dyes, and the sizes of tribes are also drawn in different ways. At a glance, even without text, one can understand what is around. It is extremely detailed. Ming Ming didn't care about that. She only focused on getting the meat. When she saw the map was completed, she immediately pulled the meat into her arms. She found that there was too much meat, and she couldn't hold it. She pulled her sister's sleeve and asked her to watch the meat. Then she put her hands on her waist and said to Zhang Peng, "I still have information. Do you want to exchange it?" Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing, who had just put away the map, immediately looked at it. The kitten woman was big, and the information given several times was very useful. So when she said that there were information, the two attached great importance to. What intelligence? Zhang Peng knew very well that the last time Li Ziyu sent the undead to kill were only the enemy's vanguard. And there must be more coalition forces coming later. If the little cat girl could give them more information, they would take the initiative. To Zhang Peng's disappointment, Ming Ming shook her head and said, "It's not the coalition's intelligence. Didn't the coalition be wiped out by you?" Zhang Peng did not answer Ming Ming's curiosity, but frowned. "So what other information do you have?" "It's about people like you," Ming Ming said mysteriously. "Human?" Lu Xingxing came over and asked curiously. He had never seen real indigenous humans from another world. Ming Ming shook her head again and said seriously, "Not ordinary humans, but humans just like you." Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng looked at each other, and their expressions became serious. Humans like them. That meant the Time Traveler City Lord. "Tell me about it." The information from the Time Traveler and the City Lord was more attractive than that from the indigenous humans. Zhang Peng said calmly without changing his expression. "You have to give me more food besides these." Ming Ming pointed to the meat piled next to her sister and bargained. "Food is not a problem. Give me the information." Zhang Peng didn't care about the little food he paid for. Anyway, with Li Ziyu here, he didn't have to worry about food. If he could exchange food for information about the Time Traveler, it would be a big profit anyway. Ming Ming pursed her lips and stared at Zhang Peng without saying a word. The meaning was very clear. If you don't bring the food, don't even think about making me open my mouth. Without Zhang Peng saying anything, Lu Xingxing started shouting, asking the mole people to bring more food. The mole people looked at their city lord and saw him nod. Then, they started to move the food. 30 units of animal meat were piled in front of Ming Ming. Stars appeared in her eyes, together with the previous ones. It was a huge pile. She had never seen so much meat since she was born. After rolling her eyes, she got an important piece of information, which was the same human intelligence as Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. It was very valuable. No. Very valuable. You can ask more about this information in the future, when exchanging information with surrounding tribes. The meat was moved in bit by bit, and the human merchant seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Now so much meat was moved in at once. But the human merchants didn't care at all. Zhang Peng pointed at the meat and stared at Ming Ming. Here. I've brought you the food. Tell me more about it. Don't make up a bunch of names to fool me like you did just now. If you don't give me the information, you don't have to take the meat. Ming Ming's eyes were filled with anger, listening to Zhang Peng's threats. She nodded repeatedly and puffed out her chest to prove that she was trustworthy. Recently, a moving building appeared and several tribes were looted. It's not too far from here. I don't know where it is exactly. After each looting, they would run far away. They are robbers. It has been confirmed that it is the city lord of the time traveler. The natives of the other world do not have the existence of a mobile fortress. Only the time traveler has a mobile fortress. Zhang Peng continued to ask, what does the other party build? What race is the warrior? And how much is the number? These are crucial information. Judging from the fact that they plundered the indigenous people and were called bandits, they do not seem to be good people. There are many such people among time travelers. They are aggressive. But whether they are strong or not is another matter. After all, there were various military strategies in the previous life. Anyone who can surf the internet can learn some of them. At worst, they can fight guerrilla warfare. With a mobile fortress in hand, relying on mobility, it would be no problem to bully the indigenous people. In order to analyze intelligence, Zhang Peng often lingered in chat channels, silently organizing and collecting information. Naturally, he also knew where he was, which was a remote corner with scarce resources, and not many time travelers came here. Even though their number is small, there are still time travelers here. In Zhang Peng's eyes, the indigenous people have never been a big enemy, and there are plenty of ways to deal with them. What he really needs to pay attention to are the time travelers. He is not as naive as Lu Xingxing. Ming Ming held her finger in her mouth, rolled her eyes, and thought for a while before she replied, I don't know what the building looks like. Buildings are just buildings. What else could it be? It's said to be gnolls or jackals. There seem to be dog-headed men as well. As for the number, it's said to be quite large. Maybe several thousand. Zhang Peng stared at Ming Ming silently for a while, then reached out to take the meat. Hey. 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 What are you doing? Don't touch the meat. Put it down. Ming Ming suddenly became anxious, bared her fangs, and opened her mouth to bite, scaring Zhang Peng so much that he quickly retracted his hand. Ming Ming moved the meat behind her with great effort, opened her arms to protect it, and glared at Zhang Peng fiercely. Your information is not worth so much meat. When I asked you something specific, you either seemed or might have said that the information was not accurate at all. How could you still want to take away so much food? Zhang Peng said unhappily. When I asked her something specific, it was the same as saying nothing. I didn't know what the buildings looked like, what type of troops they were, and I wasn't sure how many people there were. How could I use this information? If he really told Liziu, he would probably be ridiculed to death. His main task now is intelligence, and the accuracy of intelligence is of vital importance. What Zhang Peng said was true, and even Ming and I blushed slightly. Fortunately, her face was covered with dust and was dirty, so it couldn't be seen. Ming and I leaned down, leaned close to her sister's ear, and whispered, he has a point. Otherwise, just take less. This time it's already a lot. Hearing this, Ming Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and she glared at Ming and I. Sister, how can you be so dreamless? How can you give away the meat you got? No, I don't want to give it back to him. Lu Xingxing burst out laughing. He felt that this little cat girl was quite interesting and cute, especially the way the kitten was protecting its food, which reminded him of the cat he had raised in his previous life. Zhang Peng. Otherwise, he had just started to speak when he saw Zhang Peng's cold eyes. He immediately swallowed the rest of his words, and stood aside with a dry laugh. Usually, There's nothing wrong with playing around and laughing. But when Zhang Peng gets serious, that stern face with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, like smoky makeup, is really lethal. With a look that forced Lu Xingxing to retreat, Zhang Peng looked at the little cat girl again and said seriously, I am a businessman, not a good person. I do business, not charity. If you don't have any goods that interest me, I refuse to trade with you. You will not be able to get more food from me in the future. Are you sure you don't want to return the food to me? The little cat girl was startled by Zhang Peng's words. She looked at the food behind her, bared her teeth, and put on a flattering smile, saying, Give me the food first. At worst, I can help you find out more information. I will come to tell you when I find out the information. You don't have to give me any more food. Okay? No. I'm doing this personally. The capital is small, and the profit is thin. I can't afford to delay the payment, Zhang Peng said coldly, with no intention of giving in. Really? I swear to my ancestors that I will bring you the information, Ming Ming said, raising her hand. As soon as she said this, Ming and I pulled her back and glared at her fiercely. The orcs worship their ancestors, and swearing an oath to them is no joke. It will really come true. And it is the safest oath of the orcs. Oh! Ancestral oath? If you dare to swear the ancestral oath, then I can give you 1 day to gather intelligence. Remember? Only 1 day. Zhang Peng raised a finger and said seriously. The temptation of food made Ming Ming decide to give it a try. Despite her sister's objection, she made an ancestral oath, promising to find out the news and bring it to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng nodded in satisfaction, then let the cat sisters leave with the food. Chapter 116, Being Hunted Again. The cat sisters tied up the meat with straw ropes and placed them on prepared wooden boards. They had made sufficient preparations this time, but 60 units of meat were too much for them to transport. They could not help but look to Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing for help. Lu Xingxing glanced at Zhang Peng and offered to ask him to help. He organized his treasure-hunting cats to help transport the meat out. The Mingni and Mingni sisters were surprised to see the treasure-hunting cat people. Mingning even tried to say hello to the treasure-hunting cat people and build some relationships with them. Unfortunately, the treasure-hunting cat people completely ignored them and left after transporting the meat to the destination. The bone plate platform could no longer be seen from this place. It was already far enough away. After the treasure-hunting cats left, the two sisters called their own people to come in a special way. This was discussed before departure. No one wanted to go to the forbidden area, so the cat sisters were designated. Everyone liked meat, so they were all waiting for the meat to be shipped back. With the help of their tribesmen, the two sisters no longer had to do anything. Ming Ming, you are too careless, Mengni said dissatisfiedly after leaving the bone plate platform. Sister, don't worry. I know how much meat we have exchanged. Now we can eat our fill. Ming Ming didn't care about her sister's attitude at all. She cheered and jumped forward. Seeing her heartless look, Ming and I sighed. Undead Fortress. Bone plate platform. What do you think of the information about the little cat girl? Looking at the leaving cat girl, Lu Xingxing asked in a deep voice. Zhang Peng looked up and down at Lu Xingxing, who was pretending to be a famous detective, and said thoughtfully, You look like an idiot to me. Lu Xingxing's mouth twitched, but he still refused to give up and kept his posture unchanged. Stop it. Seriously? What do you think? My name is not Yuan Fang. What can I think about it? How could Zhang Peng not know Lu Xingxing's little thoughts? They were all time travelers, so who could he bully without knowing the joke? It was so awkward that he couldn't hold it any longer. Lu Xingxing put away his serious expression and approached with a playful smile. Tell me, how should we treat that time traveler? Should we go to war or be friends? Zhang Peng pushed him away and said helplessly, What we say is useless. It depends on what the boss thinks and what the other party thinks. We are just two bystanders, so let's not study it. By the way, you are going to go out treasure hunting today, right? Be careful and don't get caught. Got it. Lu Xingxing also knew that if he was caught, he might not be able to defeat the opponent with just the 200 cat people in his hands. So he put away his playful smile and said seriously, Today he and Zhang Peng will go out again. He will go treasure hunting, while Zhang Peng will continue to expand the trade route. With the help of the map, the two will be able to go more smoothly. Dora Cat Tribe. We're back. The catman who was carrying the meat had his voice louder due to the effect of the food. With a smile on his face, He shouted loudly to the people in the tribe. Cat people came out of the cave one by one. They looked a little confused at first. Their noses twitched twice. Their pupils gradually widened, and light appeared in their eyes. The smell of blood is the smell of meat. And it is fresh, delicious and tasty meat. The cat people seemed to be given an injection of chicken blood. They burst out at a speed far beyond their usual speed and rushed towards their companions, who had returned with the animal meat and surrounded them. Did you bring back any meat? Let me see. Let me see. Don't push. The cat people who were carrying the meat restrained their smiles and protected the food in panic. They didn't dare to put the meat in front of their tribesmen like that, as that would irritate them, and the meat would not be preserved. They didn't dare to imagine how angry the tribe leader would be. The cat people chieftain took a stick and hit his people on the head, making a dong-dong sound. The people who were hit on the head immediately woke up, rubbed the place where they were hit, and made way for the chieftain with a smirk. After seeing the tribe leader, the cat sisters and the porter finally felt relieved. They took out the meat and placed it in front of the tribe leader. Hundreds of pounds of meat made the other cat people more and more excited. But due to the majesty of the tribe leader, no one dared to take action. They all stood there swallowing their saliva. The chief was also surprised to see so much meat. He didn't expect that just some information about the tribe could be exchanged for so much food. The human merchant was good, and they could communicate more. Maybe Dora Meow would have to rely on that merchant to survive in the future. Ahem. He cleared his throat, and was about to speak when the patriarch saw the little girl Ming Ming jumping and skipping to the front of the meat, picking and choosing and separating the meat. Ming Ming, what are you doing? The Catman chieftain looked at Ming Ming in confusion and asked. I want to take out the meat that belongs to me. Ming Ming looked up at the patriarch and said, as a matter of course, what do you mean your meat? These are the food of the tribe. You want me to distribute them? Have you forgotten the rules of the tribe? The chief was immediately dissatisfied. He thought to himself that after all, they were just children, and he needed to discipline them more. They were too unruly. He should find a time to talk to Mingni about it. This couldn't go on. Only half of this belongs to the tribe. The rest is mine. Ming Ming stopped and emphasized with a serious look on her face. The principle of ownership of the Dora Cat tribe is that what everyone hunts together belongs to the tribe. And personal income belongs to the individual, and has nothing to do with the tribe. Ming Ming's words immediately attracted the whispers of the cat people around her. They all pointed at her. Even the cat people who were carrying the meat looked at her in surprise and dissatisfaction. Nonsense! All this animal meat belongs to the tribe. How can half of it belong to the tribe and half of it belong to you? Don't touch the food. The chief's face darkened and he scolded. The kitten girl Ming Ming looked at the tribesmen around her, then looked at the tribe leader, and said with her hands on her hips, what you sent us to trade was the information of the surrounding tribes. There was only half of the meat, and the rest was what I exchanged for my own information. Go away. Kid. Go away. What information do you have? Mingni, is this how you educate your sister? Yeah. That's so ignorant. Ming and I. This wasn't instigated by you. Was it? Tell me. Is what she said true? In the eyes of the tribesmen, Ming Ming is just a child after all. They all turned their attention to Mingni and asked questioningly. Even the tribe leader. What Ming Ming said is true. Half of the meat here was obtained by her in exchange for her own information. Seeing that the tribesmen did not believe her sister, Mingni clarified. TSK. Ming and I always felt that you were a good child. How could you lie to me like this? Yes, you and Mingni went to exchange the meat. So you can say whatever you want. We let you go because we trust you. So please don't be ungrateful. The tribe member's words made Mingni panic. Ming Ming argued with reason. The tribe leader gave a look, and immediately two cat people came forward, pulled Ming Ming away, dragged her to the side, and pressed her down to prevent her from moving. Okay, let's distribute the food. Ignoring Ming Ming's yelling, the chief began to distribute the food. There was such a large amount of food, and there were not many people in Dora Meow, so everyone could get a lot. However, because of Ming Ming's behavior just now, the chief was very angry. In the end, the two cat sisters got the smallest amount, about 2 or 3 pounds. The other cat people got their share of the meat, and they all left with smiles on their faces. Only Ming Ming was so angry that she burst into tears. Even Ming and I was stunned where she stood. She had never expected this would be the outcome. Not to mention whether there is a dream of Ming Ming, so that the two sisters are in danger, and go to the place where the dead are located in exchange for food. Shouldn't they divide the meat in 2 or 3 pounds? The patriarch. Let's give us some meat. Mingni saw the family members leave, and quickly ran 2 steps to catch up, saying with a begging, originally you should have gotten a lot due to your contributions. But Mingming's actions challenged the rules of the tribe. This is a lesson you must learn. By the way, go back and teach your sister a lesson so that this kind of thing doesn't happen again next time. The chief glanced at Mingni coldly, picked up the largest portion of meat that belonged to him, and strolled back to the cave. He felt sorry for the sisters, but that was no excuse for them to challenge his authority. Everyone was happy, except the cat sisters, whose hearts were extremely cold. The first time, Mingming brought back meat from the undead, causing the entire clan to flee, and the meat was divided up by the clan leader. The second time, Mingming went to the undead territory again. Mingni was worried and asked the tribe leader for help, but the tribe leader refused. She rushed to the undead territory alone and brought back her sister. This was the third time. She saw with her own eyes that her sister was even willing to swear on her ancestors in order to get more meat. But in the end, she only got such a small amount. Ming and I was confused. She didn't know why this happened. Ming came to her with tears in her eyes, gently tugged her arm, and said with a sob, "Sister, they bully people. The undead are better than them. The undead will give us food." Whoa! She clenched her fists slowly, then loosened them. Ming and I squatted down and wiped her sister's tears. "Don't cry. Ming. Let's go home. I'll make you some meat." The horizon line is halfway. The sunset that reflects the sky, above the earth, and under the sunset, the youth that has passed away. I made a mistake. Come again. It is the treasured cat with a rolling smoke, full of speed, and the fate. Damn it! Why am I being chased again? Through the window, Lu Xingxing looked at the mobile fortress chasing him relentlessly from behind, and couldn't help but howling to the sky. That's right. Lu Xingxing unfortunately met a time traveler as predicted by Zhang Peng. At the end of the treasure hunt, he unfortunately encountered a time traveler. As a result, he ran wildly in the sunset like being chased by a dog, just like he was chased by Yugongwa's goblin fortress before. At first, I had 2 treasure hunting catmen, and they were chased by goblins riding dogs. Now, I have 200 treasure hunting catmen, and they are being chased by monsters that look like dogs. Well, I can't say it's exactly the same. I can only say it's a perfect replica. Why am I always the one who's hurt? Lu Xingxing was in tears, and her heart was filled with sadness. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden boards around the window frame exploded, and wood chips flew everywhere. Lu Xingxing was so scared that he immediately shrank his head, bent down, and hid under the windowsill. Damn it! Isn't this a magical world? I can understand you attacking with magic balls. But why are there things like muskets? It's too unmagical. Even if it is a musket, it should be used by dwarves. But those guys behind are a race similar to kobolds. How can they also attack with muskets? Director, you got the wrong script. The mobile fortress chasing behind looked like an oversized armored vehicle, except that the metal baffles were replaced by thick wooden boards covered with layers of animal skins. At this time, several wooden boards were lifted up, revealing a number of platforms, on which stood groups of guys who looked like dog-headed men. They worked in groups of 2, holding up thin-barreled muskets that were more than 3 meters long. The ones in front half crouched on the ground and carried the muskets, responsible for stability, direction, and loading bullets, while the ones behind were responsible for aiming and shooting. Every now and then, there would be a round of archery from horseback, making the mobile fortress of the treasure-hunting cats send with chips flying. And the treasure-hunting cats didn't dare to show their heads at all. It has been a while since I traveled through time, and I have witnessed several battles with Li Ziyu. However, no matter whether it was goblins, lizardmen, or headhunters, they all fought with knives in hand, and I have rarely seen long-range attacks. Suddenly, we went from the era of cold weapons to the era of hot weapons, and we couldn't adapt at all. Taking a moment to glance at the sun sinking into the horizon, Lu Xingxing gritted his teeth and said, "You guys forced me to do this. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Great summoning technique. Reinforcements from the Lord of the Undead. First, it is the preparation stage for the grand summoning click to open the system. Then, it is the stage of chanting the great summoning spell sending the message, 'Boss! Help!' Finally, It is the stage of releasing the great summoning technique, rushing to the bone plate platform frantically to meet up with the boss. The mobile fortress of the undead. The dormant main building. Li Ziyu had just woken up and sat up sleepily. Four figures immediately floated in front of him and pushed aside the skeleton undead who were planning to come over. Yin Ji was the first to come forward with a basin of water and said softly, "Master, wash your face." Lingji held a piece of soft animal skin in her hand, waiting for Li Ziyu to hand it to her after she washed her face. "Oh, okay." Li Ziyu yawned, and without thinking much, he subconsciously scooped up the water and splashed it on his face. But when his hand touched the water in the basin, he shivered immediately. So cold. He pulled his hand out, took a breath, glanced at Yin Ji, who was full of expectation, stretched out his hand again to try. Grinning, "Yin Ji, this water is a little cold. How about we wait a little longer?" Yin Ji was stunned for a moment, looked down at the basin of water, nodded helplessly, and retreated to the side with Ling Ji. After the two fox concubines stepped back, Meiji and Bingji stepped forward immediately. Meiji held a water cup in her hand, and Bingji held half a skull in her hand. "Master, please rinse your mouth." "Okay." Li Ziyu took the cup of water, took a sip. His face froze, and he spat it out with a pu sound. Fortunately, Bingji reacted quickly, and quickly raised her skull to catch the spurting water. "It's ice cold. Still ice cold. My teeth hurt so much from the freezing." "Poo, poo, poo." Li Ziyu spat out the ice water in his mouth and covered his mouth. He looked at the four fox concubines in front of him with confusion. The four fox concubines looked at him aggrievedly. The fox princesses can touch objects for a short time, but they are full of death energy and are in the form of ghosts. They are extremely cold. The water they brought is almost frozen. How can they wash? Just when Li Ziyu was hesitating about what to say, a prompt suddenly came from the system, which made him straighten his face and click on the private chat. Private chat. "Treasure hunter, boss. Help." Li Ziyu touched his chin and replied, "What happened to your kid? Don't tell me to run to the ancestral grave of others and plan the grave." Treasure hunter, "No. Don't blame me this time. I was being chased. Don't want to get a driver's license. Aboriginal people?" Treasure hunter, "No. It's a time traveler. Don't want to take a driver's license test. How did you offend a time traveler again? Who is he and what is his race?" Treasure hunter, "I can't tell the other party's race, but they have guns. Don't want to get a driver's license. Gun? What kind of gun? A long gun?" Treasure hunter, "A musket." "It's a musket. Don't want to get a driver's license. Damn. There's still such a thing? Where are you?" Treasure hunter, "I'm rushing towards you. It will probably take more than an hour to get there. Boss, please come and pick me up. Otherwise I'll be dead. I do want to take a driver's license. Continue to me. I sent a team to pick you up." Treasure hunter, "Got it." After closing the system page, Li Ziyu's face darkened. He glanced at the four fox girls and said, "We are going to the ground now. You guys go back to the soul coffin first. We will let you out later." Fox Princess also knew the priorities of the matter, so she didn't say much and returned to the soul coffin very consciously. Undo hibernation, raise the fortress, and prepare for battle. Following Li Ziyu's order, all the buildings came to life, and undead buildings rose from the ground. The Minotaur, who had just returned from outside, looked around in surprise. Why did the undead wake up so early today? Usually they would come out after the sun had completely set. Did something happen? The unusual movement on the bone platform immediately aroused the vigilance of the Minotaur people. Chapter 117. I am the pig's feet. The sun's light gradually faded and darkness spread from afar. A race that uses muskets as weapons? Li Ziyu lowered his eyes, thought in his mind, and felt that he should take it seriously and bring Lu Xingxing back safely. So he would first send 30,000 skeleton undead, and then send 100 skeleton longbowmen to provide cover. He didn't mean to underestimate the other party at all. They were all time travelers and lords. So who wouldn't have some trump cards? Summon the skeleton undead. Following his summons, the number of skeletons in the warehouse suddenly decreased, and one by one the skeleton undead twisted their bodies and crawled out of the main building. The Minotaur on the bone platform widened his eyes. The scale of the undead was getting bigger and bigger, compared with the last time they defeated the coalition forces. This time the scale was even bigger. The city lord was so strong, and he felt so safe. Go! Bring back our companions. The souls of 30,000 dead skeletons were burning with fire. They opened their mouths and let out a soul roar. Under the afterglow, they took a step, walked out of the bone platform, and headed towards the direction where Lu Xingxing was rushing towards. 100 skeleton longbowmen, holding longbows, silently blended into the skeleton undead. Li Ziyu stood on the top of the main building, holding the parapet, silently watching the dead souls going to the battle. Lu Xingxing must have some special physique. Otherwise, why is he always the one being chased? I sighed in my heart that life has become more colorful since I met him. The sun sets on the horizon, and the soul fire of the undead becomes stronger and stronger. The darkness will bring them more powerful strength. Wow, shoot. Shoot. Don't let him run away. There was a small skylight on the mobile fortress that looked like an armored vehicle. A dark-skinned human was holding a homemade telescope and staring at the mobile fortress that was running wildly in front of him, shouting and pointing. His name is Bentham Mac. A black man. Some time ago, he came to this world inexplicably, obtained a mobile fortress, and became the lord of the city. He was not unfamiliar with time travel. In his previous life, Bentham gave up his previous life and the small pills and syringes that could make people addicted to reading online novels. Later, he was not satisfied with the reading. So he traveled thousands of miles to the ancient Oriental country and took great pains to learn the Oriental language just to keep up with the updates. He liked the world in books, which was an addictive world. He had fantasized countless times that if he could travel through time, he would definitely be like the protagonists in the books, fighting for dominance over the world, holding power, being surrounded by beautiful women, and becoming an invincible person. Traveling to another world made him sigh more than once at the magic of fate. As expected, his luck would turn around one day. Since arriving in the other world, Bentham has been like a man who has installed a small electric motor. He has been trying every way to strengthen himself and constantly recalling the contents of novels he has read. In addition to the items and warriors supplied by the system, he has also made a lot of gadgets of his own, such as a telescope. To him, the indigenous people are like the NPCs and wild monsters in the game, which he kills without mercy. As for other time travelers, they are his enemies competing with him for the world. Since they have traveled through time, he must be the protagonist, and the other time travelers are just stepping stones sent to deliver food and help him grow. Bentham, what's going on? Can we take that fortress? A head popped out from beside Bentham, and the oncoming dust made him squint his eyes, trying to see the battle situation clearly. This was the strong companion Bentham made after coming to the other world. He was a white man named Pansy Jackson. He had iconic golden hair, a pair of blue eyes, and was very handsome, like a star in a movie. Bentham's own race is a gnoll, while Pansy's race is a kobold. The two sides fight well together. At least the kobolds charging ahead can give the gnolls more opportunities to attack. Otherwise, Bentham would really be unwilling to pay attention to Pansy. What nonsense are you talking about? Pansy? We are the protagonists. They are here to support us. Just wait and see. I will be able to take over that fortress soon. Ha ha ha. Bentham held up the telescope and laughed exaggeratedly as he spoke. I believe you. You will kill him like before. In the dust, Pansy couldn't see clearly what was happening in front of her, but she still shouted at the top of her voice. Let's rush over. Oh. The two men were like drunkards, who had been forced to drink 5 kilograms of cheap liquor. They roared arrogantly and unscrupulously, and the gunfire from the werewolf musketeers became more and more frequent. Report. How bad is the damage to the fortress? Lu Xingxing shrank his head, bent down, trotted to the control panel, and asked the Catman with a nervous face. Reporting to the city lord. The power source is not damaged, but the exterior of our fortress has been damaged a lot. Meow. The Catman looked at the dashboard and responded. Fortunately, as long as the power is intact, everything is acceptable. As for the damage to the fortress, Lu Xingxing doesn't care. At worst, he can ask the boss for materials to repair it, and the boss will give him these materials. According to the original plan, I have already informed the boss and someone will come to pick us up. Lu Xingxing said to the Catman, turned around and ran back to the window. Humph. If you chase me and chase me again, I will kill you. The last person who chased me has grass 10 feet high on his grave. Lu Xingxing muttered to himself in his heart. He didn't understand why everyone couldn't develop themselves well. Why did they have to fight to the death? What did I do? I just wanted to find a treasure. I didn't hurt anyone. Thinking of the sudden attack by the other party, and the dozens of treasure-hunting cat people who were shot to death by muskets in the first wave, Lu Xingxing's heart was bleeding. It was not easy for him to accumulate some property. They were only summoned for a few days, and they haven't even got used to each other yet. But they were beaten to death. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in the world? The setting sun disappeared over the horizon. The last ray of light vanished from the horizon, and the darkness covered the entire wasteland like a curtain. City Lord. The Catman's cry made Lu Xingxing run over quickly. Looking forward, he saw dots like fireflies swaying in front of him. They were the undead. The undead? A huge army of undead. Lu Xingxing had never felt that the dead were so cute. Thinking about my own fortress. It's miserable. Too miserable. It's almost been beaten into a brick by those guys behind. Go ahead. The darkness could not obscure the perception of the skeleton undead. They spotted the treasure-hunting Catman's mobile fortress from afar and spontaneously dodged to the sides, making way for a path. The fortress, with smoke and dust, rushed into the undead team unhindered. Bang, bang, bang. The jackal's muskets continued to fire. But Bentham sensed something was wrong. The fireflies in the dark made him uneasy. He raised his telescope to look over, his heart almost stopping. He slapped the wooden board beside him and shouted in panic. Stop! 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 Don't go any further. The mobile fortress, which was like an armored vehicle, braked suddenly with a rumbling sound. Bentham, who was standing on the roof looking out, swayed back and forth like a tumbler. Pansy rushed over and stuck her head out beside him. What happened? Why did you stop? Did you catch up with the other person? Pansy stuck her head out. Her eyes had not yet adapted to the darkness, and she couldn't see clearly in front of her. So she asked in confusion. Damn. Pansy, look at what's in front of you. Bentham cursed and handed the telescope to the confused Pansy. Pansy struggled to climb out, squeezed together with Bentham, took the telescope, and put it in front of her eyes. Oh my God! What is that? A zombie? No, no, no. It's the undead. It's the undead. The undead stood silently, the soul fire in their skulls burning fiercely. The surrounding insects and beasts sensed the breath of death and retreated one after another, and everything was silent. A long moment scattered among the skeletons, and Undead slowly raised his arm and held up the longbow. A thin, ghostly blue soul fire emerged from the longbow, connecting the two ends to form a bowstring. He pulled a long arrow from his quiver, tilted the bow 45 degrees toward the sky, aimed it at the full moon, and relaxed his fingers. Whoosh! The long bone arrow flew into the sky, drew a parabola, and fell towards the distant werewolf mobile fortress. DRO. The long arrow fell, breaking through the layers of skin on his hand and the thick wooden board, and nailed into Bentham's side, sinking nearly a meter deep. Grass. Bentham's body was stiff. He turned his head slightly to look at the long arrow, and a chill ran down his spine. If it had been a little higher, it would not have pierced his armor, but his body, and would have killed him instantly. The long bone arrows were like starting guns. The skeleton undead raised their heads one by one. The soul fire shone through the two empty eye sockets, like burning eyes, staring straight at the werewolf mobile fortress in front of them. Oh! They opened their mouths and let out soul-stirring roars, just like the zombies in the movies finding their prey. Tens of thousands of undead, like a wave, rushed towards the mobile werewolf fortress where Bentham was. These skeleton undeads were summoned temporarily by Li Ziyu, and they were not even given weapons. However, their numbers and fearlessness of death were enough to make Bentham and Pansy's souls scare away. Turn! Turn quickly! Gnolls! Attack! Aim for their heads! Shoot them in the head! Pansy! Get your kobolds ready with rolling stones! We need them to help stop it! Bentham slapped the wooden board beside him and kept shouting. The fortress started moving again, and its huge body left a semicircular mark on the ground. The gunfire of the werewolf musketeers rang out again, but this time their target was no longer the treasure-hunting Catman mobile fortress, but the undead that were like a tide. There were too many skeleton undeads, so the gnolls didn't have to spend too much time aiming. They would definitely hit the target by firing. As for whether they could hit the head, that was up to fate, as their muskets were not that accurate. The sound of musket explosions was incessant, and from time to time a skeleton undead was hit, bones broken and debris flying. But as long as they were not hit in the head, it would only be a minor injury, and would not be a problem at all. Unfortunately, the undead were still much slower. When they rushed to the front of the fortress had already turned around and fled at full speed, while also pushing down huge round stone balls from above. The stone ball continued to accelerate along the slide-like track, jumping and smashing into the group of undead, then rolling forward all the way, crushing the undead wherever it passed. It has to be said that the stone ball's attack is indeed very effective against the slower skeleton undead. The undead that are crushed by it have no chance of resurrection at all. The armored vehicle-like mobile fortress kept dropping stone balls as it ran, hindering the undead's pursuit. These stone balls came from Pansy's Knoll mobile fortress, just as Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng attached their own mobile fortresses to the undead fortress. The Knoll mobile fortress was also linked to the Knoll mobile fortress, advancing and retreating together. The kobolds, like the dwarves, are a race that likes to dig holes in the mountains and prospect for minerals. However, they only like mining. They are very different from the dwarves in forging, and their combat effectiveness depends entirely on their bravery. Although the Knoll mobile fortress may not be good at other things, it is good at stopping the enemy from attacking the city, and it can create rolling stones. After Bentham discovered this, he kept it in mind and placed Pansy's mobile fortress behind his own fortress, so that he could use it to cover his retreat when he wanted to escape. After the crossing, Bentham had a smooth journey. There were no powerful races or tribes around him, and he developed very rapidly. Even the city lords he met were small fry and shrimps, who were easily dealt with by him without much effort. This made him more convinced that he had the halo of a pig's foot, and naturally the cut-off ogre fortress was never used once. The night was going too much, and he met a ghost. So he encountered the undead, and the dog had moved the fortress and finally came in handy. After chasing for a mile, the werewolf mobile fortress was getting farther and farther away. The skeleton undead slowly stopped, turned around, and surrounded the treasure-hunting cat people's mobile fortress and headed towards the bone plate platform. A sense of security. A complete sense of security. Under the protection of tens of thousands of undead. Lu Xingxing relaxed his mind and collapsed to the ground. This was the most dangerous experience he had ever had in his 2 lifetimes. He had been chased by goblins before, but that was nothing compared to the muskets of the werewolves. Even if the goblins had cavalry, they were not as terrifying as muskets. Only those who have experienced modern life can understand the horror of the firearm. Who dares to say that they are not afraid of guns? Skeleton Dead Mobile Fortress. Under the cover of night and tens of thousands of undead, the treasure-hunting Catman Mobile Fortress finally returned to the bone plate platform and docked successfully. After coming out of the fortress and checking it out, Lu Xingxing almost shed tears. It was too miserable. It is full of bullet holes, and even many places have been interrupted and discounted. Some wooden boards are completely useless. The fortress must be repaired to do. Well, are you going out for treasure? If you don't know, you think you are rags, and it's too broken. Zhang Peng came over to see, and mocked it with joy. Shut up, Zhang Peng. Are you a jinx? As soon as you finish speaking, I'll meet the enemy. Lu Xingxing was so angry that he jumped up and cursed. What does this have to do with me? I'm just reminding you to be careful. But I'm not asking you to turn your fortress into a scrap collection station. Let's go. The boss is waiting for you. Zhang Peng clicked his tongue twice, shrugged his shoulders, and said with a look of I'm not taking the blame for this. Lu Xingxing gritted his teeth and wanted to hit Zhang Peng on the face. But seeing the thick dark circles under his eyes, he didn't dare to do it, for fear that he would fall to the ground and extort resources from him. This is something Zhang Peng can do. Ah, boss, you have to help me make the decision. As soon as he walked into the hall, Lu Xingxing let out a howl, ran a few steps, knelt down, and slid towards Li Ziyu. Before Li Ziyu could pay, a light suddenly flashed over and pushed him. Lu Xingxing stopped and a feeling of cold spread throughout his body, making his teeth chatter. The light was the Ice Queen among the 4 Fox Queens floating beside Li Ziyu. Lu Xingxing was like a clown, kneeling obediently in front of Li Ziyu, and his wailing stopped abruptly. Mahaha, humming. Zhang Peng saw this scene, and suddenly laughed at the pig call. Bingji, come back. Hearing Li Ziyu's call, Bingji glanced at Lu Xingxing coldly, then floated back and stood straight behind Li Ziyu, looking heroic and dashing. Lu Xingxing jumped up from the ground, rubbing his arms and jumping up and down. After moving for a while, he finally felt relief from the coldness on his body. He looked at Li Ziyu crying. "Boss, you can't do this to me. I'm so miserable." Chapter 118 Resource Warehouse. Li Ziyu did not go to dry Lu Xingxing, who did not tear, and took care of the information brought back by the undead. What the dead see will be stored in the soul fire, and those images can be directly transmitted to the mind, just like watching a movie or looking at a photo. Li Ziyu checked the picture seen by the long archer of the bones. Although they are far away, they are clearer than the ordinary skeleton dead spirits. After all, they are archers. The vision is better, especially the life in the opponent's fortress. So, the enemy's fortress is an oversized armored vehicle? Judging from the appearance, the opponent's race is a werewolf. A werewolf equipped with a long-barreled musket. This is even more magical than traveling to a magical world. I feel that my worldview has been impacted once again. Li Ziyu rubbed his temples and thought with a headache. Okay, don't howl. Tell me what's going on. Li Ziyu waved his hand and interrupted Lu Xingxing, who continued to cry. Oh! Lu Xingxing stopped and thought for a moment before saying, "After the treasure hunt, I was about to bring the cat people back, but they ambushed us and killed dozens of cat people in one go. I saw that the situation was not good, so I quickly activated the fortress and headed back. That's about it. It is very simple." But Li Ziyu can imagine the scene at that time. Whoever prepared to go home without any defense would suddenly be panicked. And Lu Xingxing's behavior was expected. There are more and more troubles. The coalition forces of the indigenous people have not been dealt with yet. And now there is a new city lord who is a time traveler. It seems that he is not willing to live in peace. When the undead came back just now, Li Ziyu checked the number and found that he had lost several hundred of them. This was the most unhappy time. He brought nothing back, and no one on the other side died. But he had lost hundreds of undead. This was the first time. It's really exciting. Li Ziyu turned his head and looked in the direction of the Ghost Mountain range. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Since they were not willing to talk and attack directly, there was nothing more to say. Only fighting. Afraid? It is impossible to be afraid. He can summon tens of thousands of skeletons at any time. How can he be afraid of a mere time traveler and city lord? Zhang Peng, who had been silently listening to the conversation between the two, suddenly interrupted and said, "Boss, I may know who the other party is." After Zhang Peng said this, Lu Xingxing also reacted instantly and said thoughtfully, "You mean? They are?" Li Ziyu looked at Lu Xingxing, then at Zhang Peng, frowning slightly. "What happened when I was resting during the day? Why do I feel like you guys are hiding something from me?" Seeing that Li Ziyu misunderstood, Zhang Peng quickly said, "Boss, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You just woke up, and I didn't have time to tell you. It seems that something really happened during the day." Li Ziyu nodded and motioned Zhang Peng to continue. "Then tell me what happened." Zhang Peng brought the dreamer of the kittens during the day. He talked to Li Ziyu in 150-1, and at the same time shared the information from the Dream of Dreams. Li Ziyu understood what Zhang Peng said. The time traveler city lord, who suddenly attacked Lu Xingxing, was most likely the person mentioned in Meng Meng's intelligence. With the survival of the fittest, more and more time travelers have grown up, and the other world has become more and more dangerous. We need to be more prepared. Things like today must not happen again in the future. We must develop the fortress of Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. I can protect them for a while, but I can't protect them forever. If they really encounter someone strong and good at launching surprise attacks, they might be gone before they can get support. What happened today also sounded a wake-up call for Li Ziyu. I have been slacking off. Ever since I arrived at the Mountains of the Dead, everything seemed to be going so smoothly. A steady stream of resources were being delivered, making me feel safe and secure. However, development is never achieved overnight. I have to keep planning. I have underestimated the heroes of the world. When you feel safe, others are still developing madly, and it is easy for you to suffer great losses as one gains while the other loses. Li Ziyu raised his head and looked at Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing, who were waiting quietly. This incident should alert us. Xingxing, this is the second time you've done this. You have to be more careful in the future. I won't be able to rescue you in time every time. You have to consider solving the problem yourself and can't always rely on me. Lu Xingxing understood what Li Ziyu meant and said with a bitter face, "Boss, I know I shouldn't bother you every time. But I don't have any soldiers. The wasteland is too barren and resources are not easy to find. I also need time to raise them. Li Ziyu nodded, pressed his hand, signaled him to be patient, and said with a smile, I also have a responsibility here. I should help you develop. So I plan to build another public warehouse. Referring to the settings of the game guild. If necessary, you could exchange in the warehouse. Or even loan. Even Zheng Peng, who was standing by, had his eyes light up when he heard this. He had analyzed that according to the mining intensity of the Ghost Mountain range, Li Ziyu now had a lot of basic resources. And both he and Lu Xingxing were short of these resources. If they ask Li Ziyu for it, they will definitely give it to her. But once or twice is fine. If they give too much, Li Ziyu will definitely feel bad and their relationship will weaken, which will not be worth it. And if he is willing to build a new warehouse and store a batch of resources in the warehouse, then the space for operation will be very large. Many problems can be solved easily, and the circulation and exchange of resources will become easier. Boss, this is a good idea. I support it. Zhang Ping figured out the key point instantly and immediately raised his hand and said, I support it too. But boss, can I borrow some resources first? My fortress is in tatters, and many cat people have died. Lu Xingxing cried pitifully. Seeing that both of them agreed, Li Ziyu nodded and said, Xingxing, I will give you another batch of resources. But from now on, you will have to go to the warehouse to exchange them yourself. Lu Xingxing nodded quickly. No problem. Boss, don't worry. Li Ziyu opened the warehouse and thought about it slightly. He first dialed 1,000 units of meat to Lu Xingxing, let him summon 200 cats, and then allocated 1,000 units of wood for him to repair the fortress, and then selected a new warehouse from the system. Set the permissions of the new warehouse to open. Resources can be obtained through exchange. At the same time, put 5,000 units of food, 10,000 units of wood, stone, and ore into it to serve as the first batch of material reserves. After everything was ready, Li Ziyu talked to Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing, and gave Zhang Peng management authority so that he could mobilize some warehouse resources and modify prices at the same time. For the companion who signed with himself, Li Ziyu gave great trust. Some people were not suspicious. Zhang Peng was responsible for business. He gave him permissions to make him more conveniently exchanged for valuable resources. Li Ziyu knew that he was often resting during the day, and Zhang Peng's business wanted to expand. It was destined to dispatch a large amount of resource flow, so this permissions must be given. After Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng left happily, Li Ziyu sat on the big bone chair and thought for a moment, then walked to the soul coffin, opened the lid, and released the ghost, putting the wind at night. But the ghosts have been looking forward to. As soon as the lid was opened, the ghosts cheered up the sky. In their eyes it was cheering, but in the eyes of others, it was the howling of ghosts and wolves, coupled with a deathly aura all around. It was like 100 ghosts parading at night. King Borin! The green light was blinding, and Li Ziyu could not distinguish the ghost's face, so he had to shout at the top of his lungs. As soon as the voice fell, a green light appeared in front of him. It was King Borin. He bowed slightly to Li Ziyu and said, Sailor Borin, I meet the Lord of the Dead. King Borin, I need your help with something. Li Ziyu said after returning the salute. The Lord of the Dead? Please say it. Sali heard that something was looking for help, and his expression changed nothing, but his heart was excited. As the master of a powerful country, it is necessary to control people's hearts. Only if you are valuable will you be reused and trusted. Like Fox G. Why can you accompany the Lord of the Dead? Because she is valuable and beautiful. She is pleasing to the eyes. After all, the Lord of the Undead is a human who can control the undead. In his eyes, Fox Princess is a real beauty. Although she is a ghost and cannot do anything shameful. Who can resist having a few beautiful beauties who speak softly and gently around him? Under the leadership of the 4 Fox G, the Foxman ghost has gradually changed its strategy to strive for all the maids around Li Ziyu, so that they can give them more opportunities to expose the outside world. As the first person to come into contact with the Lord of the Undead, and also the one in charge of the dead souls, Sale felt that he was lagging behind others. This was not a good thing. He knew too well about Fox Princess' abilities. She was a fairy. The Fox people were one of the wisest among the orcs, and had a stronger control over men. If the Lord of the Undead is successfully fooled by Fox Princess, his position will be in jeopardy. And useless people will be marginalized. They are no longer being imprisoned in the mountains that are not free. Li Ziyu is willing to let them come out to let go of the wind and see the new world. This makes the dead souls feel infinitely possibilities and do not want to dissipate, but think about how to exist for longer. After the last release, the mentality of the dead souls has completely changed. People all talk about immortality. But apart from the immortality seeds, how many people have achieved immortality? But they got it. Dead soul. As long as you don't do it, you won't die. Live for thousands of years to play. This made Sal understand that he must be more respectful to Li Ziyu, because the master of the undead. I am afraid that it is not only as simple as controlling the bones, but also controls them. Li Ziyu did not know that there were so many ideas in Sali. He said with a smile, "That's it. It is not very peaceful recently. Someone always can't get used to me. I plan to let you help you be alert to the surrounding. If there is an enemy, let me notify me in advance and make me prepare." "No problem. Don't worry. I will arrange it," Sale said without hesitation. "Good. Very good. Alert. This kind of work is not what ordinary people can take. Which means trust. If the Lord of the Undead does not trust them, how can they give them such an important task to them?" When Li Ziyu saw Sali agreed. The smile on his face was even stronger. Thinking of him nodded. Sali saluted him slightly. So he arranged. There is nothing better than the dying soul to take on the alert. They can float in the sky, as long as they converge the breath on their bodies. No one can find them in the night sky. The most absolutely the best is that these guys are immune to the majority of physical attacks. They want to kill them and intercept them to the police. There are millions of ghosts, and it is too easy to arrange some guards, especially since they are stuck there all day long. The ghosts are just looking for something to do, and guarding gives them a good reason to stroll around. And they are really strolling around on orders. There was almost no need for any arrangements. Just a mention of it brought up a large number of dead souls looking for jobs. Almost overwhelming Sala. Li Ziyu ignored the ghosts on guard and started thinking about strengthening the fortress. Now that he had the resources, and the enemies were coming with guns, of course, he had to increase his own strength. The first one is to install a horn in the mobile fortress. Ferocious horn collision. Introduction. Are you still worried about how to deal with the enemy's wall? Are you still hesitating about how to break the enemy's fortress? The fierce horn. You deserve it. With it, you can rush forward recklessly. With it, you can break through the opponent's defense. What are you still hesitating about? Build it. Construction requirements. Skeleton asterisk 5,000 units. Occupied area, none. The corner of the corner. Attack weapon specifically targeted at building defense. I didn't use it before. Now there is a chance. You are not an armored car. Come on. You can see if I can kill you. It's just 5,000 units of skeletons. That's no big deal. Just go away. Li Ziyu didn't think about it at all. He chose to build it directly, and then looked at the main building of the fortress. It was upgraded to a level 3 fortress. He needed bones asterisk 3,000 units. The soul energy asterisk 10,000 units were not called a matter. The soul energy was reserved before, and now it is used directly. Fortress. Upgrade. Boom. Along with reaching the upgrade command, the bones of the dead bastion suddenly trembled and made a loud noise. The minotaurs, who had not rested yet, stood up and picked up the totem poles with serious faces. At the same time, they protected the children and were confused. It didn't feel like there were any enemies attacking. Could it be a dragon turning over? Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing, who had just returned to the fortress, ran out again and looked around in confusion. At this moment, the undead fortress changed, and the bones rolled. The ground of the bone-board platform was paved with bones, which was very rough. At this time, a thick white square brick was inlaid on the ground. It can only be found that those tiles have fossils like fossils. The main building had also changed. Its height remained 30 meters, but more and more skeletons emerged on it, filling the gaps layer by layer, making the walls of the main building thicker and taking on the shape of a rectangular block, just like an ancient medieval castle. The bone-board platform and the main building were renovated, just as the bullhead. Zhang Peng. Lu Xingxing thought that when it was over, a new round of changes came, and the entire platform began to expand wildly. Li Ziyu in the main building did not expect that there would be such a big change from level 2 to level 3. The defense of the main building was improved. The bone plate platform was renovated. And at the same time, the area increased directly from the original 300 units to 900 units. Before, I was afraid that the big cemetery was not enough. But now I don't have to worry about it. Standing on the top of the main building, taking a glance, I felt a sense of satisfaction. This is all the empire I have built. Congratulations. The Skeleton Undead Mobile Fortress has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Lizzie received a prompt from the system and clicked it to take a look. The fortress had been upgraded to level 3, which was already the highest level. To upgrade further, it would require a breakthrough, which was a large level. But now was not the time. After consulting the architecture in the lower system, there are more. There are some things that are quite strange. For example, the bone board is the type of the platform paved. It can be exchanged with skeleton to increase the area of the fortress. Liziu is quite satisfied with this upgrade. Chapter 119 Scouting Team. Above the wasteland, the armored wolf, like wolf fortress, slowly slowed down. Wang Defa even encountered the undead. Panchi was shocked, and his mouth was constantly bursting. Calm down. Pansy. Calm down. They are just undead. The guys behind them should be human like us. Bentham leaned back in his chair, looked at Pansy, who was turning around, and said with a smile, "How can you laugh? How do you know those are the undead controlled by humans?" Pansy stood up, frowned, and asked in a bad tone when he saw Bustum's mixed look. Bentham pulled his collar, stood up, and walked in front of Pansy. "You should read more books so that you can learn to think." Pansy didn't want to hear any words of education. He just wanted to know the source of the judgment. "Bentham, what do you know?" Bentham smiled smugly. "Didn't you see our prey hiding in there? Those undead were there to pick him up. Not the natives. The natives wouldn't be so friendly to people like us." "Oh God. You're right." Pansy recalled what he saw at that time and exclaimed. Seeing the undead made him panic. But after Bentham's reminder, he suddenly reacted. Patting Pansy's shoulder, Bentham said proudly, "Don't worry. I'm ready." While escaping, Bentham had already reacted. He was frightened when he first saw the undead, but he calmed down while running away. He remembered that when the Catman Fortress rushed into the pile of undead, it was not attacked. This meant that the undead were not what he thought. They were controlled and were the reinforcements of the Catman Fortress. The speed of the undead was far from his fortress, so he quickly removed the undead that rushed off. Benram quietly ordered to send the wolf men to follow the trail of the undead. Bensiam Sanctuary's wolfman was not just as simple as carrying a musket. The reason why he could develop so quickly was that he was the variability and fierceness of the wolves. Real gnolls are not cowards hiding in the distance with guns. They are cruel hunters in the wilderness. These guys have dark yellow or dark red manes, and look very postmodern. They are over 2 meters tall on average, and weigh over 120 kilograms. They are serious nocturnal carnivores, running fast, very good at outflanking and siege operations, have sharp teeth, amazing bite force, and like to attack with blunt objects. In addition, the wolves are also accompanied by the beast wolf. The wolf is slightly smaller, but the degree of fierceness is not weak at all. Once they bite their prey, they are not loose. In addition to warriors, there are also priests. Priests and other professions among the gnolls. When attacking in groups, they can also cast summoning spells to summon ogres or trolls. It was precisely because the race under his command was so ferocious that Bentham dared to plunder the wilderness without restraint. The dark clouds were blown by the wind and moved slowly across the sky. The dark yellow mane grew from the back to the shoulders and spread to the top of the head. It was stood upright. The nose of the wolf man twitched twice. They had the same sense of smell as a dog. Run up. This is a scout team composed of a wolf man. Of course, they are more willing to call the tracker team. Each small team is composed of 10 wolves and 5 rods. The occupation is 1 captain, 1 first aid pastor, 3 archers, and 6 wolves. All members of the tracker team wear leather armor, which provides good defense without affecting their movements. The team received an order from the city lord to track the undead, find their location, investigate the number of undead, and whether there are other enemies. This kind of mission was very familiar. Ever since the tracker team was established, they had been carrying out this kind of mission in the wilderness, and nothing had ever gone wrong. Especially, this time we are tracking down the undead. The undead made of bones, which are impossible to chase. They are an excellent hunter. They ran in the wasteland, put away their paws, and stepped on the ground without any sound. Even the dust splashed very little. They chased along the direction of the undead retreat. They had found the scattered footprint left when the undead left. Unfortunately, the gnolls in the tracking team did not look up at the sky. Above their heads, among the dark clouds, several ghosts were floating, looking at the gnolls on the ground in surprise. Have we discovered the enemy? A human ghost looked back and looked at the companions next to him. Well, look at their direction. It should be our sight. Another human ghost turned his head to look at the direction of the undead fortress. Nodded hard. Just after speaking, it was a stun, because he found that two companions were quickly drifting away, and couldn't help shouting, "Why do you do?" A voice came from a distance. Everyone found the enemy. Of course, to notify the Lord of the Undead. The ghost of the question was first, and then gritted his teeth and waved his fist hard. Damn. These two cunning guys. I have become a dead soul for too long. My brains are rigid, and I forgot to notify the Lord of the Undead as soon as possible to let them get the lead. Don't blame yourself. You are a dead soul, and you don't have your brain at all. Much more serious than the rigid brain. The first human ghost who spoke was comforting. A Bane or a man running below suddenly stopped, and the doubtful looked at it, and then he seemed to hear the words vaguely, observed it, did not find abnormalities, and heard the urging of his companion, and he quickly followed, flying as much faster than running. The two sneaked in advance, threw their companions in the rear to continue surveillance, seized the dead soul of the opportunity, and felt soul in their hearts. If they turned into the dead soul, they may not be able to catch up with the wolves. But after becoming the dead soul, it was a blink of an eye. Flying back to the undead fortress, the figure of Liziu was found on the top of the main building, and quickly fell. Liziu held the wall stack and looked at the night scene of the Dead Soul Mountains in the distance. There were two more dead souls around Lungbeating, kneeling on one knee. Huh? What happened? Liziu asked with his head on the sideways that fell from the air. The Lord of the Dead. We found the whistle of the invaders, said a dead soul. How many people? How far is it from us? Liziu asked solemnly, and asked seriously. 10 beings, 5 soil dogs, and we have about 5 kilometers away from us. The dead soul thought about it, and after becoming dead soul, the perception of the distance was much weakened. Liziu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and the wolf man who came to explore. He didn't care too much, but the scope of the soul of the dead soul made him very happy. The scope of 5 kilometers was enough to make him predict a lot of things in advance. The wolf man comes. You do and have to think about it. It must be sent by the crossed by. The other party is so aggressive. It is natural that the scout team is normal after finding that the undead is not ignored. Now that you find it, you can't let the other party bring the message back so simple. A scout team. I set 1,000 bones to ambush. Can I leave the other party? Thinking of this, Liziu immediately attracted the skeleton dead spirits, letting the dead soul who came to report the letter, and rushed to the wolf man on the way to ambush. The master of the undead. You can rest assured. We promised to complete the task. The 2 dead souls who came to report the letter patted their chests and vowed. Well, give it to you. Looking at the 2 dead souls, Liziu nodded. Meiji suddenly floated to him, got into his ear, and said softly, Master, this is not appropriate. Liziu turned his head in surprise and looked at Meiji, and asked puzzled, Is there any problem? The fighting power of the wolf man is so sturdy that can be played 100. The bone dead spirit does not enter the combat sequence. It is the lowest level undead. But the number is placed there. 1,000 to 10. It is only 15 of the other party. Can this still be 15? Liziu does not believe it. If the wolf man is so fierce, it will have long conquered the wasteland. Meiji shook her head. Her red lips opened lightly, and they said softly, The meaning of the slaves is that although the undeads are very strong, they may not be able to surround the team of the wolves. If they let them run, the owner will be distressed. Liziu then remembered that the charming beauty in front of him was once a noble of the Orc Empire, and had a deep understanding of the orcs in the wilderness. From what she said, it might not be as easy as he thought to kill the Gnoll scout team. He really didn't know much about the race of the different world. So he had to ask Meiji. Then you tell me what to do to win the wolf man. Meiji laughed and turned to look at Bing Ji, who was bright. Among their 4 Fox Ji, Bing Ji was the one who was best at fighting. The remaining 3 of the battlefield fighting experience was far worse than her. Seeing this, Bing Ji floated to Li Ziyu, and he bowed slightly. His voice was crisp and cold. Walbury. He was very good at tracking, was very sensitive to various odors, had a strong crisis intuition, and was also a good player at night. If the owner directly ambushed the undead in the middle, he would be noticed by the other party. Li Ziyu's forehead, signaling her to continue to say. Bing Ji continued. I suggest that the owner will send a long archer to find an ambush in the other party. When he is ready to escape, he will kill them. Isn't it good to send a long archer directly? Li Ziyu asked in doubt. Now that the ambush is not used, what else is doing more? Let the long archer hide directly in the dark. And after finding the other party, just open the arch and put the arrow. Bing Ji shook his head and explained. The plan is more secure. And the wolves are not easy to deal with. Their running speed is very fast. Just sending a long archer, it is easy to escape by them. Yes. Listen to people and persuade. Eat full meal. Li Ziyu himself did not know the werewolf himself. But Fox Ji knew very well. So he listened to them, and added 100 long archers to let them follow the bones. Under the moonlight, the werewolf scout team ran quickly along the footprints left by the undead. The scout captain who was running in the front suddenly stopped, looked forward vigilantly with his dim eyes, and the mane on his back stood up. There is danger ahead. He raised his paw, and the team members behind him stopped and looked around. Their noses moving constantly, and they smelled a familiar scent. Undead? The scout captain grinned, revealing a mouthful of dirty fangs, and let out a low growl to remind his team members. Although everything seemed normal in front of them, the smell and the bristling mane at their backs made them realize what was hidden in that calm. As beast-headed orcs, the gnolls retained the habits of their wild beast days. They believed in intuition and sixth sense, believing that they were reminders from their ancestors. Captain, what should we do? The gnolls growled and asked in a wolf-like voice that only they could understand. We have been discovered and can't move forward. The scout captain responded immediately and prepared to retreat. But we haven't found the lair of the undead. How are we going to explain to the city lord when we go back? Another gnoll asked. The scout captain glanced around and slowly moved back, saying, the city lord will understand us. He came here to gather intelligence, but he didn't want to risk his life for the intelligence, even if the order came from the city lord. Since the scout captain said so, the other gnolls naturally had nothing to say. They slowly retreated with him, planning to evacuate first and talk later. Their retreat was clearly seen by the souls of the dead in the sky, who immediately sent a signal to the undead below. The soil turned over, and one by one the skeleton undead stood up from the ground and rushed towards the werewolves. Retreat! When the scout captain saw that the number of undead far exceeded his own, he shouted without any hesitation, turned around and ran away. The other gnolls, who had been prepared, did the same. Call out. After running only 2 steps, the scout captain's ears suddenly twitched twice. He heard a whistling sound breaking through the air. He turned his head to look at the sky and saw an almost undetectable black dot falling from the sky and growing rapidly. Whoa! Long bone arrows pierced their bodies, pinning them to the ground. And for a moment, they whimpered in pain as the dead gnolls struggled in vain. This scene made the scout captain's pupils dilate. He ran faster and howled like a wolf, reminding his team members, archers, be careful to dodge. Arrows fell from the sky like suddenly falling stars. It was true that the gnolls had night vision, but it was still far inferior to the undead. There were always times when they could not dodge in time, and once they were hit by the long arrows, they had no hope of escape. The gnolls were still too alert. They sensed the danger relatively early and retreated decisively, causing most of the arrows shot by the skeleton longbowmen to miss the target. And the scout captain was about to escape from the range. The dead souls in the sky were also secretly worried. The Lord of the Undead had sent out a total of 1,100 undead. They were entrusted with the task of catching all the werewolf scouts in one fell swoop. If they let the other party escape, how would they report to their superiors? No. They had to keep them. The 2 ghosts looked at each other, screamed at the same time, and swooped down towards the scout captain. What? The shrieking sound coming from the sky set off alarm bells in the scout captain's heart. He felt something was wrong. He subconsciously looked up and saw 2 balls of green light rushing towards him. When he got closer, he could see clearly that they were 2 ghosts with hideous faces, rotten bodies, withered flesh and blood, and many parts of their bodies had rotted away to reveal their bones. Even as a ferocious werewolf, he was frightened when he suddenly saw these two creatures. He paused slightly, but the two ghosts passed through him without hesitation. The scout captain froze. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't move. An indescribable fear arose in his heart, and at the same time, his body seemed to be frozen by ice, and his blood almost solidified. In just a moment, the scout captain returned to normal again. He didn't care about the two horrible ghosts, and was about to continue fleeing when an arrow shot out and pierced his shoulder blade, causing his body to stagger 2 steps uncontrollably. The arrow then nailed into the ground. Ah! Chapter 120 Scout Captain. The severe pain of having his shoulder blade pierced made the werewolf scout captain scream miserably. He wanted to stand up and remove the long bone arrow, but even the slightest movement would aggravate the pain. His hair was wet with sweat and stuck to his body, like a drowned dog. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he reached out and grabbed the tail of the arrow, took 2 deep breaths, and broke it with force. Ah! Produced by the system with quality assurance. The bone arrow was not broken. Instead, the scout captain almost fainted from the pain. Blood flowed along the arrow shaft to the ground, making the ground around the arrowhead turn red. The scout captain turned his head and saw the skeleton undead staggering towards them from behind, baring its teeth and letting out a low roar, like a ferocious beast in desperate situation, trying to scare them away. Unfortunately, the undead he encountered would not care at all even if he was a wounded werewolf, let alone a ferocious beast. They walked over to the scout captain with their claws raised, ready to kill him and send him to find his companions. At this moment, 2 ghosts floating in the sky flew down and blocked the undead. The skeleton undead were very friendly towards the ghosts. In their minds, the ghosts were similar to them. They were all products of death and were also members of the undead race, just from different branches. So the skeleton undead stopped their actions and tilted their heads to look at the 2 ghosts. The skeleton undead rely on soul fire, which is essentially a manifestation of the spirit. The body of the undead is the soul, so there is no barrier to communication. You can't kill him. A dead soul sent a message with his soul. The skeleton's head tilted to the other side, and it sent a message in a silly and honest voice. Why? The ghost looked at the nearly fainted Knoll and sent a message. The living are more useful than the dead. The Lord of the Dead will be happier. The soul fire in the skeleton undead's eye sockets flickered up and down, as if thinking about his words. After a while, it slowly nodded, walked around the undead, grasped the bone arrow, and kicked the scout captain's back. Hey! 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 What are you doing? The ghost looked at the skeleton's actions and sent a message in a panic. Don't mess around. The skeleton undead's head turned around and said to the dead soul, pull out the arrow. The ghost quickly waved his hands, telling him not to mess around. If he pulled it out, would the scout captain still be alive? Wouldn't he die in pain? Pain? The skeleton undead don't know what pain is. They have no sense of pain and have never known that pain can kill people. He simply felt that it would be difficult to take away if he didn't pull out the arrow. He looked back, and the ghosts followed his gaze. The undead behind him had caught up and began to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner. First, walk to the corpse. Hold the arrow with both hands. Step on the corpse. Pull hard, and if you find that the corpse is not dead yet, after pulling out the arrow, stab it again. Then drag the corpse away by its legs. The skeleton undead looked at the dead soul again and said nothing. But the meaning was very clear. We all did this. No. 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 We can't do this. Those are already dead or seriously injured and can't be saved. We have to keep these alive. The ghost hurriedly sent the message. He was afraid that if he was a little late, the skeleton in front of him would pull out the arrow. Although the skeleton undead didn't understand why, he still let go of his hand, followed the instructions of the ghost, called his companions, and lifted up the scout captain. Their movements were not gentle at all. They were rough and clumsy. And they did lift the werewolf up. But the severe pain in the process made him pass out, which saved them a lot of trouble. After clearing the battlefield, the undead staggered back towards the fortress. At night, the ghost mountains are filled with the sounds of logging and mining, and the roars and wails of wild beasts. Since the arrival of the undead, the ghost mountains have lost their former tranquility. Looking out from the ghost mountains in the moonlight, One can see a flat area in the distance with sparse buildings of all sizes. In the center stands a towering fortress with twinkling stars of light on it. Fortress of the Dead. Main building lobby. The bodies of the werewolf scouts were neatly arranged and placed in front of Liziu. Oh! There was still one who was not dead. Gasping for breath. And it seemed that he was not far from death. The gnolls are not a clean race. On the contrary, they are very dirty and love to eat meat. But they don't pay attention to hygiene. They exude an unpleasant stench. Liziu pinched his nose, walked around the corpses twice, looked at them carefully, and even endured the nausea, lifted the corners of their mouths, and looked at the wolf teeth that were curved like hooks. Such a fellow actually knows how to use a musket? If Liziu had not checked the treasure-hunting Catman fortress that was riddled with holes, he would not have believed it at all. He would rather believe that these guys were a race of the same level as the goblins. But speaking of it, these guys' weapons are quite sophisticated. They are equipped with maces and hammers made of metal, which are sturdy and durable. The dark red marks on them prove that these weapons are often used. Several of the jackals were carrying bows and arrows. Liziu tried and found it took a lot of effort to pull the bow open. He did not see the musket that Lu Xingxing mentioned. Perhaps because the musket was not convenient to use. According to the information brought back by Lu Xingxing and the Undead, the musket needs 2 gnolls to use it together, and the loading speed is not fast. If it is not formed on a large scale, the power will be greatly reduced, and it will be less useful than a bow and arrow. Judging from the equipment of the gnolls, their time traveler city lord should be doing well. No wonder he can bully the natives in the wilderness with impunity. After observing for a while, Liziu turned to look at the scout captain and kicked him, only to find that the guy had no reaction at all, and his breathing was getting weaker and weaker, with the rise and fall of his chest much smaller than before. Yanji floated to the top of the jackal, looked down at him, then came to Liziu and whispered in his ear. He is pretending to be dead. The jackal is very cunning. Liziu raised his eyebrows. As expected of a beast, he looked like a real beast. If Yanji hadn't reminded him, he would have been fooled. He touched his chin and said, "Is this guy going to die?" It seemed useless. Let's send him off. As soon as he said this, a skeleton warrior came forward with a knife, ready to kill the scout captain. The soles of his feet rubbed against the floor, making a rustling sound, and they came closer little by little. The scout captain, who was pretending to be unconscious, felt a chill in his heart, and knew that he could not pretend any longer. He rolled his eyes twice, then suddenly opened his eyes, and let out a roar at the undead. His body seemed to be equipped with springs, and he suddenly jumped up and knocked the undead down, after smashing the poor low-level warrior into pieces. The werewolf took away his bone knife and looked around vigilantly. When he saw the situation clearly, his body froze. Dozens of skeleton warriors looked at him silently. Standing at the door was a tall skeleton bull demon holding a totem pole. In the shadows, a dark skeleton half poked out its body and watched curiously. In addition to these skeletons, there was a group of ghosts floating in the air with green light and hideous looks. Finally, he saw a human with a mocking smile on his face. Clap, clap, clap. Liziu raised his hands and clapped his hands at the scout captain. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You are worthy of being a scout. You are very skilled. Then, what do you want to do?" The scout captain broke out in a cold sweat again and said sternly, "Get out of the way." "Let me go!" Liziu spread his hands, glanced at the skeletons and ghosts around him, and taunted, "Threatening me? Do you think you can get away?" The jackal pointed the bone knife in his hand at Liziu and said viciously, "I may die, but I can kill you." "Oh, I'm so scared," Liziu said nonchalantly. "How about you try it?" After saying this, his face suddenly became gloomy, and he whispered, "Kill him." The surrounding skeleton undead received the order and immediately rushed towards the werewolves. Even the dark skeletons jumped out excitedly, waving their arms and preparing to take action. Ah! Clang! Plop! "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive my ignorance and don't kill me." As expected of the captain, he roared, threw the knife, knelt on his knees, raised his hands high, and begged for mercy. His movements were so smooth that the werewolf knelt down directly without any hesitation. The skeleton warrior just walked up to him and stopped before raising the knife, because Liziu raised his hand to stop their next move. The dark skeleton turned his head to look, and his lower jaw opened and closed as if he was sighing. How could he not sigh? From the time he was born till now, he had never had a chance to fight. He longed for a fight, and the feeling of having blood spilled on his body. He who knows the times is a hero. And I feel that you are a hero. Li Ziyu smiled and said with satisfaction. After sending the undead to intercept the Knoll scouts, Li Ziyu asked the fox princesses to tell him about the Knoll race. In Meiji's words, the race of Knolls is like the ruffians and bullies among the orcs. They are vicious, cunning, greedy, afraid of death, and have no integrity at all. During the era of the kingdom of Balarfit, the orcs who were united lived a good life. There were quite a lot of Knolls at that time, and they could be considered a third-rate race. Most of the time, they acted as mercenaries, and were needed to rob, kill, burn, and do evil everywhere. People often went to them for help. During the Komai Lantern War, the orc kingdom of Balefit was involved and sent a large number of troops to the war. Originally, they had no intention of recruiting the jackals. But these guys came together and formed a corps to join the war. How should I put it? They don't have any great abilities, but they are very fierce in fighting when the wind is in their favor. They can barely be considered a regular army. However, it is worth mentioning that Meiji did not know that the jackals also had musketeers. After all, even wearing standard armor, these guys still looked like local thugs and bullies, rather than brave and courageous orc warriors. With the information provided by Meiji, Li Ziyu understood that the original jackals were probably not that strong, probably on the same level as the headhunters and lizardmen. But they could not withstand the support of the time travelers. The time travelers were not a group of reasonable guys, and could come up with anything. The musket should be the weapon brought by the time traveler and the city lord. Looking at the skilled movements of the scout captain in front of him, Li Ziyu knew that what Meiji told him was correct. Although he had advanced weapons, his character was still the same. He was afraid of death, and his true colors were revealed after a little threat. It was estimated that his loyalty to the time traveler was not very high. Li Ziyu walked around the scout captain and saw the jackal baring his teeth from the corner of his eye. He seemed to want to attack him, but he held back. He probably realized that he would not survive even if he succeeded in attacking their master while surrounded by a group of undead. So he gave up. His choice was correct. If he launched an attack, the other undead might not be able to rescue him in time. But the dark skeleton would definitely be very happy, and would ensure that he would be killed before he could attack Li Ziyu. Coming to the big bone chair, Li Ziyu sat down lazily, propped up his chin with one hand, and said slowly, "Come on. Tell me, what's the benefit of me sparing your life?" "My lord, I have much of the information you need," the Knoll said without hesitation. He already knew clearly that the Lord of the Undead was the same person as his city lord, both of whom possessed some kind of mysterious energy. The Lord of the Undead would not care about other things, but intelligence could give him a chance to buy his life. Li Ziyu nodded, motioning him to continue. "We have conquered many tribes, and are very familiar with the tribes in the wilderness. If you need, I can tell you everything." The werewolf lowered his head, as docile as a rabbit, with flattery in his voice. Li Ziyu scratched his itchy scalp, and said nonchalantly, "Not enough. I know the location of a mineral vein, and can take you there." The werewolf then threw out the chips. Li Ziyu sat up a little straighter, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with an impatient tone, "You are pretending to be confused with me. Don't you know what information I want?" The ups and downs of emotions caused the surrounding undead to become restless. They slowly approached the Knolls. The scout captain swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly, "Sir, I dare not tell you. If I tell you, the city lord will kill me." "Well, so you think I won't kill you?" Li Ziyu tickled his ears, feeling that the jackal's words were a bit harsh. What made him think that he, a lord of the undead city, would not dare to kill anyone? It was so strange. "No, not really. But," the werewolf's eyes moved rapidly, thinking about how he could convince the lord of the undead to spare his life so that he could escape smoothly. Li Ziyu waved his hand to interrupt him, and said slowly, "I know where you are from, and who your city lord is. You also know what information I want. If you can't give me the information I want, then you don't have to wait for your city lord to kill you. I will kill you. Do you understand? Don't talk nonsense to me anymore. My patience is limited." Okay. I understand. The city lord's name is Pansy Jackson. And our fortress is 20 kilometers away. Death threats are very useful to the werewolves, he said hurriedly. Pansy Jackson. Isn't this a foreign name? Are there any foreigners among the time travelers? This really surprised Li Ziyu. He had always thought that time travelers were from that ancient eastern country, and all the people he met were Orientals. He was a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of foreigners' names. Seeing that the jackal was silent, Li Ziyu said impatiently, "Go on. Tell me all the troops, weapons and equipment, and I will spare your life." "Yes, sir. Under the command of the city lord. My people have more than 2,000 people, equipped with armor. We like to use various blunt weapons. We have muskets for long-range attacks." "Oh, yes. There are also coyotes. We have hundreds of coyotes," the jackal said quickly, and then secretly glanced at Li Ziyu and asked in a low voice, "Sir, I have told you everything I know. Can you let me go?" Li Ziyu glanced at him, clasped his mouth, waved his hand. "Kill him. Wait." Before the scout captain could beg for mercy, the dark skeleton rushed over, stretched out a finger, and slowly stroked his neck like a knife, cutting his neck. Smelly blood immediately spurted out, splashing all over the dark skeleton. This guy didn't just dodge, but instead moved forward to let more blood spray on himself. Looking very excited, the blood of the gnoll fell on him like water on a sponge, and was quickly absorbed by the pale gray bones. Li Ziyu covered his face, and his face twitched. He didn't watch it. "Hey, that's enough. That's enough. Get out of the way,"